a deterministic universe, where no man chooses his fate, we are each but flickers of electromagnetic flux, titillating quantum biological contraptions, which in turn add up to form a strange alien within a nervous system, within a jellied crown, with eyes peering out beneath and feeling tentacles flapping below, a strange myriapod, not quite spider, not quite octopus, and within that, the flux of electricity, and in that, nothing but charged particles whizzing around, causing parts of us to warm from strange internal stress, or grow cold from quiet disuse. And life goes when the electric spark departs. What is left is the canopy that once overlapped the once alert myriapod, the thing that had borne witness. But what caused it to bear witness? Was it the biological shell, or the electric surge within? Nay, it was neither one nor the other. It was both. And what's more, it was everything. It was the universe. For nothing happens without all that has occurred. And which came first? The little or the large, the near or the far, the past or the future? Perhaps it all resides in a single block, that which simply is. Will it last forever? Will it come to end? Did it ever begin? Are you even here? Or are you just a mere mimicry that is fed to you by the myriapod inside as your eyes open wide? It never lets you see the now, always a beat behind, a second-hand report to your core awareness. You live in hindsight, narrated echoes of what is already perplexing. So your consciousness is there, but it is not. It is here, but it is nowhere. It touches something it can never hold, never truly know. And so you bear witness to something that enlivens you, a bottled, strange genie that grants no wishes, and whatever it is, in this lifetime, you will never know.
You spend most of your life nodding along to things that, if you actually stopped and felt them, you'd find intolerable. But you rarely stop. You rarely feel the full weight of the bizarre and unacceptable, what humanity and every other creature is made to endure, because you can't stop. You can't bear to sit, even for a moment, with it all pressing against your flimsy little ego. Your ego is a blood-sucking gnat, a fragile, absurd creature flitting inside your skull, doing its best to avoid reality by plunging its fangs into the world, mindlessly feeding on the blood of the oppressed and marginalized, delighting in its own hedonism, blind to everything but itself. But reality is coming for you, my friend. Reality is coming for everyone. And one day, you will be the one getting your blood sucked dry by a frenzied mob of mindless morons, using your pain for their own banal, egocentric gain. And it won't matter either. It won't matter at all. And as you are in your final clutches of agony without salve, someone will be delighting in the dopamine rush they get in their supposed vocational attempt to help you. You will be to them like a slab of meat on a laboratory worktop, whereupon in your impossible situation they will get whatever more they can get out of you as they plunge their fangs in and go home smiling. Those who feast will be feasted upon. This is the circle of life, my dear.
See rainbows, but know what they are. I'm standing on the ash heap of all my personal failings and miseries, and somehow I'm enjoying it. Not out of masochism, but because I've been through it, burned in the fires of my own neuroticism, where I was lost in a senseless gladiatorial arena made of other people's banal psychologies and my own inability to think beyond the ego. Now, ankle-deep in the ashes, steeped in shit, I forgive myself for ever letting it grip me so tightly. The ashes are blowing away in the wind, and one day I will too, but not before I dance, within the bounds of my illusory enjoyment of this strange place. A place full of tears, of agonies, of creeping desires that gnaw endlessly, a hunger that hollows. I live among these feelings. I often fall into a mode of being on autopilot, chasing whatever shiny palliative drug desire throws in front of me. Despite best intentions, despite past awareness. And yet, in rare, lucid moments, I see it for what it is, a loop, a lie, a longing dressed as meaning. But that awareness, raw and unfiltered, is dangerous too, because if you don't have a plan to escape once you bite into truth, it bites back harder. This place we live in, it rains here. Cold, relentless rain on an ashen landscape. But sometimes, just sometimes, we see a rainbow in an indifferent sky. Don't be fooled. The rainbow is not real in its tangibility. It is a trick of light, and yet it touches us and lights up neurons. It is a matter of perspective. And perspective, that's all we have. We peer through the prism of our ego, trying to make sense of an unrelenting hell, each of us caught in the dream of our own delusion. So look through your prism. See the rainbow. Enjoy it if you can. But don't forget, it's just a trick of light, and it cannot be touched in truth. Shift your position even slightly, and it vanishes. No one holds that vision for long without breaking, because the mind exists to build illusions sturdy enough to think your way out of hell. Once that tool breaks, you're done. So yes, your imagination is your savior. See rainbows, because here's the truth that rose from the ash. Much of our suffering is manufactured, constructed in the mind, born of conditioning, ego, and a world that never taught us to see past it. The futility of striving only becomes clear after the striving burns out. What we chase, success, meaning, absolution, is often just light refracted through illusion. But still, we must chase something, or we go mad. The world without illusion is unbearable. We glimpse reality, but we cannot live there. So we create beauty. We imagine joy. We dance in shadows. Not because it's true, but because it's necessary. Perspective is not weakness, it's armor. Imagination is not delusion. It's the lifeboat we sail through a sea too vast to comprehend. See rainbows, but know what they are. And when you can, build rainbows in the minds of others. But teach them too what they really are, for fear they take their eye of the necessary work that is to be done here. The saving of those trapped in a place where rainbows never come to save them.
Thou wast born in a flesh bucket of blood, and lymph and poo and piss, and the pail doth haveth arms and legs, and thou seekest to filleth it with nourishment that in turn becometh waste. Thou art a bucket of manure festering away, with maggots waiting on thy produce, and thou dost dwell within a society of such buckets, above the wormery below, and thou dost interact with fellow buckets, filling and emptying here and there, making a name for thyself, perhaps, as the most efficient filler and emptier. And they stitched an identity to thy bucket, so thou may carry thy swilling contents, here and there at their beck and call, because thou seekest ever more security in knowing where the next filling of thy pail shall occur. For if thou failest to fill it on time, thou dost suffer pangs of pain. Mother Nature's cruel darts, sent forth to punish thee, for not produceth enough sludge and slime from out the holes in thy bucket, and thou dost so, sometimes proudly, sometimes without a thought at all, and the maggots lie impatiently in wait for thy contents and for thee. In this world, you don't need evil spirits who whisper peekaboo and rattle the nervous cage that imprisons you to say we are in hell. The demons of this realm don't drift through walls. They stroll in pinstripes or dusty overalls, in miniskirts and bikinis, in trackies or denim straights. You see, the devils here aren't ghostly apparitions, but fellows of your species, in plain sight, wearing smiles that belie their treachery as they reach to shake your hand, whilst inside their mind, conniving to steal a bit of your innocence and shit it out with malicious sadistic delight over hills and valleys, through hamlets, villages and towns, be it in the sparsest country setting or a cityscape of modernity's begetting. All around it rains their slurried acid as they turn pure innocence into a foul fuel for their engine's aim, the destruction of good hearts.
While we are here, we are beings who do not understand ourselves, reaching out desperately to ask others to understand us and where we have come from. Look, the truth is, no matter how I dress it up, or no matter how I like to aggrandize my ability of intuiting some form of an ability I may have had to look at you, to analyze your words and behavior, and see what you were, and why you were the way you were. The truth is, I haven't a clue why you were the way you were, and neither did you. And that is the problem. I could see something before me, but I could not see what parts of your brain had reached their full potential, nor which parts had been cut off by some experience, or even a lack of. I could not see what had happened to you here or there, or what you had done. I could only see something that was before me, a mystery unraveling towards nothingness, leaving behind a trail of riddles and shadowy half-truths, so that some grandiose yet well-meaning person might dare to stand up and say they had known you at your funeral. Of course, I said it, but forgive me my white lie, for in truth it is an outrageous misappropriation to say that I had any ability to know who you truly were. And what is worse, perhaps, as you rot here in the ground, forgive me, for I just speak frankly, and not to be misinterpreted as speaking ill of the dead. You hadn't known who you were, either. But don't worry, you're not alone. Everyone here that is pushing up the daisies hadn't a clue, either. Rest in peace, my dear unknown.
Yeah, philosophers, you want to say the world.
Hello. Enough of that. We've got Chickpea here at last.
Hi, Grumps. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
Don't ask. Don't even ask.
You know, okay on the scale of
Well,
being a
I'm
grumpy
still
bastard.
here, but I'm having a horrible mood. Dreadful,
Oh, no.
dreadful mood. But that's,
Oh, no.
yeah, I've just horrible mood. Vile. I think it's all the rubbish going on around me. There's a demo going on down one part of where I live, another one around the back of where I live. You know, because, yeah, it's all very upsetting. Yes. So how's your
Well,
border collie?
It's fine.
Good. My cats,
Sorry?
my cats have gone bananas since the hot weather.
Yeah, it's very, very hot. Do you have a fan for them? Do you? How do you keep
Yeah,
them cool?
I've got small air cons in my flat, but they don't want to come indoors. They decide to all go and live outside and live under bushes and things, and they won't come indoors. And they've got fleas, and I can't get them back indoors. And ever since the hot weather, it's been like this. It's as if they've lost their little minds.
Right.
Yes.
So, Chickpea, have you had any other thoughts about reality since we spoke last? What is going on out there? What is this place?
Well, you know me. I think it's a shithole. You know that. I think it's an absolute shithole, and it's getting worse. I think we've had 80 good years, us lot, and I think they're coming to a rapid end. And I'm getting rather scared because, yeah, I am. I'm now 71, and it's but I feel, me, I truly believe that when I die, I'll just go to a checkpoint, meet some little demons somewhere, and probably get recycled. But of course, if you blow the whole place up like the etherists want to do, because I'm into etherism now, there'll be nothing to recycle me back into. So it's not a bad idea. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's in my view, it's a terrible idea, Chippy, because
It's a
first of all,
dreadful idea.
it's not gonna happen. First of all, it's the most impractical idea there is in terms of like getting any support for it, and
Yes.
it's arguing again. It's basically omnicide. It's mass murder, and I don't agree with that.
I know. I do know that. But the thing with all this is I do believe that our bodies are basically something they just recycle us into. So you have a child and a soul gets recycled into that little vessel. And what scares me is that perhaps if there were no humans at all, say we went the antinatalists away and there were no humans, which would be possible, they'll just start recycling into animals. So
is it not a better course of action to try and find out what's going on in the universe, and also to perhaps work towards trying to end suffering out there? If you're so worried about suffering, Chickpea, wouldn't it be a little bit myopic to end it now on this planet? Yes. I mean,
I don't have that power anyway. But the thing is, all the while we have the concept of eating other living things, there'll be violence on this planet that will never, ever end. So unless lions become vegans, which I think is highly unlikely, it will always go on because, I've been watching videos of it, and the horrors of the animal kingdom are actually quite grim. Not as bad as us lot, obviously, because nothing as bad as us humans. But, it's not a pretty picture. It's pretty grim, actually.
Well, yes, but...
and I love animals, as you know. I'd far rather go to bed with a lion than with a human being. Because I love lions. Yeah. Our favourite animal, lions.
Right. By the way, guys, anybody else want to join, please do. Link is in chat. And
so why are you doing this today? Because you haven't been doing this for ages, have you?
I know, it's just because I had a bit of time to come on to see how you were, Chippy. I have. I did about 4 or 5 streams last in July. It's just that you weren't around for some reason.
Well, you weren't coming into my thing.
Okay.
I've fingered you, but you weren't coming in.
There you go.
And I just tripped over this on purely by accident. I was looking for a grumpy video to watch, and this turned up.
What is that about, Chickpea? Why do you seek grumpiness?
Because I feel grumpy inside. So when I hear a grumpy person talking, I see the soul connect.
When did you last attempt to feel joyful?
I haven't felt joyful since I lost Chickpea. Truly joyful.
When was that again?
When I lost Chickpea. I've never felt that love again.
When was that again? Chickpea was your cat, by the way, for anybody listening.
Yeah, Chickpea died in, 8 years ago now. Yeah. 8 years ago. Yes.
And so prior to that, you had joie de vivre. You had.
No, I've never. I've always been a grumpy, not a grumpy old bag, but I've always. I'm a pessimist, and I just see slaughterhouses. Every day I see dead animals in the supermarket, in the restaurants, and my whole life sees that. You know that about
me. You be an optimist and.
No. No.
You think that you could perhaps campaign for lab-grown meat? You could campaign for plant-based products.
I used to when I was younger. I used to go out in the street, demonstrating and stuff and talking about it. But I've given up because, quite frankly, I can't stay sweet-natured anymore. I used to be very sweet-natured about it all, but I'm not anymore.
Really? Does it come out? what happens nowadays if someone challenges you?
Yeah, no, I'm just get angry because it's all over the internet. There used to be a time people used to say to me, well, one day when I see a film of it all, I will believe it. Well, there's endless hours of on the internet now, on YouTube, people risking their lives to obtain footage, and they still don't believe it or stand
Global
laughing.
says that they found themselves that after their big brother died, that their sorrow became enlightenment somehow
All
or other.
right.
Well, Global, if you'd like to come on and tell us about that, please do.
If you don't want to talk to me then. So
have you had any other strange thoughts about reality in terms of what's going on, though? The dynamics of, of what this place is, any theories as to what's going on?
I think it's a soul trap. I think it's basically just something. I think, when you read the story of the Garden of Eden, I think Garden of Eden didn't actually happen, but it's a metaphor. Basically, something happened. We were dumped into this world. We lived in the garden where we dined on fruits and nuts. So I would have been perfectly happy there. But we were thrown out for some reason. We're not meant to be here. I just think we're meant to be here, to be honest. Because, it's just a feeling I do have about the earth. And I think that's why it's so problematic. I'm not meant to be here, that's for sure. Maybe everybody else is. I'm not. And I know that. I'm not meant to be here.
Have you ever tried to find a meaning in life that might be more positive?
Oh dear. Well, I have my cats. I've got lots of pot plants that I love.
Have you ever tried to find a meaning in life that gives you a kind of reason to be here?
No, I've never found.
Have you ever tried?
No.
Why not?
Well,
it seems like, let's be honest. I mean, if you're going to have such strong opinions, it seems that you should do some groundwork.
I feed the local birds and I feed the local...
No, Chickpea. I'm just saying, if you have such a strong outlook on reality, it seems that you should, at least, in the very least, do some kind of study into alternative views and see if there is anything that, makes your way of thinking erroneous. Do you ever test your thinking? Do you ever go around and try to get oppositional views that you don't?
For me, it's all about the fact that I'm a radical vegan, have always been. I don't like living on a planet where I see everybody eating corpses. I just find it absolutely horrendous. And that's always been the issue with me.
Yeah, but that's not doing any good. I mean,
I know. Oh dear.
you think that? Okay. Well, what are you going to do about it?
Well, I've tried. I used to belong to the animal rights movement. You'll never change it. It's got worse since time it's got worse and worse as time goes on. 92 billion animals now. It never used to be that high. It's got worse. Well,
it is true with the increase in population. It is true.
It's just getting worse. And people eat more meat now than they've ever done. It's getting worse and worse. No, when I was young, I used to.
So how are you going to live out your days, Chickpea, with this negative view of reality? What are you going to
do? I just hide away with my cats and my plants and my books. I'm reading great books. Smile or Die, lovely. It's a really good book.
Tell us about that.
It's written by Barbara Ehrenreich. My favorite writer.
Yes, you mentioned that before.
I love her. She's writing about when she had breast cancer and how depressed she felt, because Barbara's like me, a depressed person.
So tell us about that. What did it make her feel like?
Well, she lives in America. America's got a happy clappy thing on the go. You must be positive, positive. So there she is going through chemotherapy with her hair falling out, with the threat of death hanging over her head. She's been told to be positive and draw pretty pictures, things, and she's just writing about it.
Yes. And can you get a little bit more into the guts?
Well, I haven't got any. That's as far as I've got.
Okay, no
it's a great book. She writes fabulous books, and I've just ordered another one from the internet. I forgot what it's called now, but I love her books. She's a fabulous writer.
You do keep an eye on David Icke. Do you read his books? Do you go on his forums? Do you?
I read. I've got all his books at the moment. I'm still going through the reveal. He talks about the Loosh farm, that we're in, this Loosh farm, which I agree with. He writes what I'm thinking. The only thing I have a problem with having David is that he's not a vegan, and that's my only thing that he used to be vegetarian when he was in charge of the Green Party, but he's gone back to meat eating, and that's my only thing. Otherwise, I would adore him, but that's my only thing against him. Yes, I don't know how I feel about meat eating. I'm just totally.
Of course.
Yeah, and that's why I don't like this earth. It's just something that I'm so opposed to. I can't help it. It's the way I am. I was born like it.
Well, it's like your opposition might make you absolutely useless if it's doing this to you. Like, it's making you detached. It's making you.
Yeah, it is. But it's always had this effect on me. Even when I was young, when I was young, I was outcast because of it. I told you I went to boarding school for a while. Did I tell you I went to boarding school for a while?
You may have. I've forgotten. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I was real outcast because of this. Because of course, all the other girls could see, didn't want it. Wouldn't eat this. Wouldn't eat that. The rest of it.
Right.
No, it's the way I am, and it's the way I am. Yes. Oh, did I tell you I broke my elbow?
Oh no, you didn't tell us.
Yes,
No, go ahead.
I did.
Sorry to hear that. How's it feeling?
I broke it.
How long ago? What happened?
This was about 5 weeks ago now. I was trying to medicate one of my cats, and she had a hissy fit and bit me. So I moved my arm out of the way and I banged it straight into the wall behind us.
Oh no!
And it broke.
So you chipped it. And is it which is it, like your left arm, your right?
My left, of course.
Okay, you're right-handed, yeah?
No, left.
You're left-handed?
Yes, left-handed.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
oh, dear.
but I'll tell you something weird. I decided to put comfrey oil on it. And even this, because I was seeing a doctor at the Homerton, surgeon or something or other, and he even commented how quickly it has healed up and settled down again, because I didn't have the surgery for it. And they didn't put anything on it. I had just a thing I could put on. Comfrey, comfrey used to be called knit bone in the olden days.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And I know. I didn't know that. Something new I've learned. And even my doctors said, crikey, you've healed up very, very fast. And it's knit bone. It's comfrey, it's called. And I was putting that on it every day and what have you. So now I'm growing my own comfrey as well. Yes.
It's helping?
Yes. Good Lord, yes. Yeah. I'm a great believer in herbs. There's a lot of truth in herbs, like stinging nettle and arthritis and stuff. There's a lot of truth in it. Heck of a lot. I think us proles have been really conned by Big Pharma. I hate to have to say it, but we have been. But then in the past, herbalists were called witches, weren't they? So why are you so cheerful? Why are you so cheerful at the moment? What's brought all this on?
Would you say I'm cheerful?
Yes, you are. You're a very good mood today, I've noticed. You're not your usual grumpy little self.
I don't know if I feel any different to normal. I wouldn't say. I think I'm still the same as I always am. I wouldn't say I'm. I think that I've just come back from a long walk and I'm feeling okay. And
lucky you! Yeah, you've got
I went nice for a 6-mile stroll and.
Lovely.
The weather wasn't too bad. Got a bit of fresh air, and that's it.
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm feeling ecstatically happy, Chickpea. Do I give that impression?
You sound well compared to sometimes that I've listened to you talk. Wow, great, love, because you know me, I love a grump. I do like grumpy people.
Okay, well, I must tone it down a bit then.
No, it's all right. You want to be cheerful, be cheerful. Yeah. And what else has happened to me? Nothing really. I've been buying lots of plants to try and cheer myself up.
I had a problem with one of mine.
What? What's happened?
Did you ever accidentally overfeed it plant food?
God, yes.
And it doesn't do it any good? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think I poisoned one of my plants because it seems to be on the way out, unfortunately.
What's wrong with it? What's happening to it?
I didn't give it the right dilution in terms of the plant food. I think.
Yes.
So.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
I hate to see plants dying. It upsets me,
Well, it's one of those, pothouse plants. So It could be quite.
What do you mean pothouse plants?
They also call it devil's ivy, don't they?
All right.
You can look
What
it
do you
up.
mean by pothouse plants?
They're quite stubborn, so it
Oh.
might be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been buying lots of ferns and stuff lately and planting them up everywhere outside.
Nice.
Yeah, try and cheer the place up a bit. And you know what else I've discovered? It's a horrible thing to say, but unfortunately, it is actually brutal truth. I've been using bone meal. You know, bone meal from factory farm victims, or in the soil. And it doesn't half make a difference to how the plant grows. But then we are meant to bury our dead, so it's not that surprising, actually, that it would have such a fabulous effect. Yeah, but it does. It makes a huge difference. It's really noticeable.
That's controversial.
Yes, it is, coming from me. Yes. Because I buried one of my cats under a tree I've got, and it's made a huge difference. Yeah, but my cats are really playing up, naughty little girls.
Sorry?
My cats are really playing up. Naughty little things. All 7 of them. So are you still on the natalist path?
I wouldn't say I'm on. You got that wrong. I'm on the path of I don't know what's going on, and it's not for me to make a really strong judgment when I can't be sure that it's doing anything good.
Well, yeah, you know me. I believe the revelation, so I think there's trouble coming. So yeah.
Yeah. Do you pray?
No, but I
believe the revelation. Why aren't you praying?
Because the revelation. Well, don't forget. Okay, the Bible's been written by 84 different people. It's just a series of books that have been found here and everywhere and put into one big book. Some of the books are very good, some aren't so good. And for some obscure reason, I've always believed the revelation. I don't know why. Like I believe Corinthians, and I also believe the Gospels for some obscure reason. I tend to prefer the New Testament to the Old Testament. And for some odd reason, I've always believed it. I don't know why. I've always believed it. It's just, I told you I was a religious freak when I was young, when I was a teenager. Best in school. Wow.
Right.
I was.
I believe you.
I knew the New Testament inside out. It was crazy. Yeah. And no, I do pray sometimes. I pray sometimes for God to resurrect Chickpea for me, which he never does, of course, obviously. Yes. And Fifi, my other cat, that's gone. Miss Fifi terribly too. Apart from that, nothing's happened. Do you have noisy neighbours?
Not really, no.
Oh, lucky you. Lucky you. Did you used to work as a financial advisor at all?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why'd you ask that?
Because I'm looking for some sort of, I don't know.
Don't ask such questions on the internet.
Yes, that's very true. That's very true, actually. That's
You'll be getting all manner of con artists trying to get.
Yes, don't tell me about it. I do. You know, for a bit of fun, I just put myself on a dating site for old people.
Did you?
Yes, just for fun. I wouldn't actually respond to it. I mean, I've got no hormones, so why would I? I've got millions of responses. Absolutely.
Really?
Of all these young blokes. Absolutely insane. Terrifying.
Young guys?
Yeah, all young men, 30s, 40s. I put on there that I was 65 plus. So they're all obviously looking for someone to con. After all, what would a bloke in his 30s want?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yes, I just did it for a bit of see what would happen if I did it.
Be careful now. Don't get.
I will be. Don't worry. I've got no hormones in my body. I'm completely.
Oh yeah, you said that.
Yeah. So I can't fall for that. That's all gone in me.
Do you think that's all it is? Do you think it's just sexual hormones? You don't think that
It's
some
purely
people...
hormonal. Oh, it's purely hormonal.
Yeah, but do you not think some people want relationships even if it's not about sex? You know what I mean? Like they want the camaraderie. They want that, like, it doesn't have to be based on entirely on sex.
I don't know. I think, you hear of these women going for these young men and they're giving them all their money and everything. It's like a form of madness takes over. And
It
they
is.
fall in love. I believe that's a lot to do with hormone replacement therapy, because lots of women use hormone pills, elderly women. And the body keeps producing estrogen till the day we die. It carries on producing it. No, I mean, like I said, I've had the op, and I went from being a crazy female who was up to all sorts of little tricks to being the total opposite. I went cold, just gone, all gone. And I said when I was in the hospital taking these pills, after 3 days, I could actually feel that urge already coming back. It's very, very quick, very pronounced, which is why I decided to never take it. If I were to have met a man in my dreams, I would just got the doctor said, "Can I have some HRT, please?" But it never hasn't happened. So I will stay like a spayed cat.
Chippy, what's going on in the world today? Can you give a little peruse of the news and give us the headlines?
Not good. Not good. Yeah, you don't believe in the revelation, do you? Because the revelation talks about the Euphrates and Euphrates drying up.
Right.
And
it's bound to happen at some point, isn't it?
It's happening at the moment. Didn't you know it's happening at the moment?
I read something
quite
about
that.
Bad, I think it's because you brought it up before, yeah.
Yes, I've brought it up before. It's quite bad, actually. And it says in the Bible that when the Euphrates dries up, an army of 200 million will descend on the west. Well, it's happening. And also, Iraq, the reason why the Euphrates is drying up is because Turkey and Syria keep building dams all the time, diverting water constantly. It's only a matter of time before Iraq throws a hissy fit and starts attacking these countries for diverting all the water.
Hello to Divine Hazel. Divine, you're very welcome to come on here and join us.
I shall cheer you up, because Divine's always happy, unlike moi, miserable me.
Yeah, Divine is a little beam of sunshine.
Unlike moi.
Spread joy.
Miss below back, I am. I can't help it. It's the way I am.
Come on here if you want to, people. The link is in chat. Do come on and say hello.
Grumpy Guts needs someone cheerful to talk to. Oh, it's not a Grumpy Guts today, though.
Well, it is a pleasure talking to you, don't worry.
With everybody.
This is a talk show. If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube. This is a talk show.
So, what did you say, Chickpea?
I wonder where Marcus is.
I
loved Marcus.
Probably enjoying his Sunday morning.
I was very fond of Marcus. Nice guy.
He might be, going for a nice stroll in the fresh air. Maybe he's in a cafe having a chai latte with frothed soya milk.
Yes. Yeah. Just what else has happened? Nothing. Have you bought anything nice recently?
Have I bought anything nice?
Yeah.
Not particularly. No. Have you?
No. I'm buying lots of plants. I've been buying tons of plants, and I've been buying plant lights to keep them all alive. So I've gone to plant mode. No, nothing.
Little mini UV lights, right?
Yeah. They do help.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Oh, there's Divine. Oh, good. Divine.
Divine, you can turn your camera off, darling. I'll remove you. I think she's got a camera on by mistake, Divine. I don't think she wants her camera on. So she can turn it off there. And I'll put her back on. There she is. She's back now. There you go, Divine. You're on. Hello there, darling. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you.
I heard Chickpea, and that's what made me come on, because I said I hadn't heard from her in so long, and that I needed to know if she was okay.
I've got the
that's
grub.
nice.
Big time
Well, I
grub.
tell you what, ladies, I'll leave you two to catch
No,
up.
don't go. Go and talk to your friends.
No, I'm not going anywhere. I'm literally just going to get some fruit and that from the kitchen. I'll be back in a little while, but I won't be that long.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got done cutting up 2 cords of wood, and now I'm stacking it and got that just stacked as I heard you. I'm like, wow. How have you been? How's your kitties?
They're fine. They've gone crackers. My cats have gone completely mental because it's had this really hot weather. And they've all moved out. They're all living out in the ground somewhere. Won't come home and really playing up. Yes.
Yeah. It's full moon right now, so they're probably having a fun time.
Yeah, they really are playing up. It's because we had a really, really hot summer. I think they've gone a bit stupid with the heat. Because I'm in London, so the heat's still sort of here a little bit.
Yeah, it's extremely hot here too. It's been in the 90s.
Yeah.
96 is the highest we've had so far this year. And the air doesn't even move. It's like all my grass is crispy. Like when you walk on it, it's like walking on cornflakes.
Yes.
And that's depressing because I spent a lot of time mowing here, almost 3 acres, and now it's all crispy crunchy. So I haven't mowed in probably 2 weeks now because I don't want to make it worse.
Yes. Yes, the same here. Yeah. Oh, I've discovered a new herb, comfrey. I broke my elbow about 4, 5, 6 weeks ago. And I've been putting comfrey on it. No, listen to this, okay? Because comfrey used to be called knit bone.
Yes, it heals the bones, yes.
It heals bones. The doctors have been saying to me, I can't believe how quickly you've healed up. And I've been using comfrey oil on my break.
Yeah, all natural herbs right now are really doing their job to prove the point.
Yes.
It used to be just, every once in a great while you hear someone say it, but it really wasn't sticking. But everything is sticking now. Even people who don't believe in it are believing in it.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. We need to.
And it's very good for the skin on one's face as well. I've been putting it on my whole body, but on my elbow, it worked I couldn't believe how quickly it worked. And it worked far better than the silly stuff I was given by the doctors.
Oh, definitely.
I didn't have to have, I decided I didn't want the surgery because they give you surgery for elbow breaks. And so I decided to just leave things be to see how it all went. Maybe I will have surgery, maybe I won't. And then I was online, discovered comfrey really fast. It was like almost fate.
Like it was meant to be.
Yeah, it was like fate. It really, yes, it's weird actually. I tell you, it's weird with the whole comfrey thing. And so I got it from Amazon. It came the next day the way it does. Started using. I noticed it's within 12 hours how different it felt. And the doctor said to me, I cannot believe how quickly you've healed. It's all healed up.
Wonderful.
Break in an old woman in her 70s. It's all healed up.
You're not an old woman. You're not an old woman. When are you going to get that? Holy.
And you know what? I've been putting it on my face, and it's really good for the skin on one's face.
Nice.
Yeah, so I've started
somewhere
growing.
in this house. I have probably a gallon of comfrey oil that I made probably about 15 or 20 years ago.
Wow.
It's in this really dark green glass bottle.
Yeah.
And for the life of me, I know right now as I'm saying it, I think it's in one of the closets.
Yeah.
Because you're supposed to keep it cold and dark anyway, so that makes sense.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah,
I'm going to dig it out.
I brought 3 plants from Amazon and I planted them up. I'm going to grow my own comfrey, and I'm going to learn, same as I must learn about the stinging nettle tincture. So maybe it's fate.
Yeah, I just got done getting some stinging nettles the other day.
Yes.
So I want to make that tincture as well.
Yeah, great for information. Fabulous. I tell you, it's changed my life. If I could have known about the stinging nettle 30 years ago, I could have carried on working. But I only found out a few years back. Because I tell you, it made far bigger difference than all the rubbish the doctors gave me. It did.
Well, if you feel okay sharing it, how did you break your elbow?
Oh, I was trying to medicate my cat Bella. I've got this really mad East End mog called Bella. She's a black cat, really wild. And she suffers from pollen allergy on her skin. So I need to put her pollen medicine on her skin. She goes absolutely bloody mental. So she bit into my arm, or just about to bite into my arm, and I moved it backwards to get away from her, and I bashed it right into the wall behind me, and it broke. Oh, yeah, so Bella did it, basically.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad to hear you didn't fall.
Oh, I had a fall as well. I've had a fall too. Yeah.
Boy. See, I've been wondering about you, seeing how you were, and I said, you need to have a little chat so that we can find out how everybody's doing, because I think that I need to hear from Chickpea.
Yeah, I had a really nasty fall. That's been all right now. I've got over everything. I use the comfrey on that as well. Yeah. But it was the fact the doctors said it. You know, the doctors at my local hospital couldn't believe how it's healed up so fast. Yeah.
Good. That's what we want to hear.
Yeah. So I'm going to get more into herbs now, definitely. Yeah. I'm going to start growing my own. I did have a couple of St. John's worts plants, but unfortunately the sun killed them because I had them outside, and the sun here has been so crazy and brutal. It burnt them all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. So how have you been? Because you're much more positive than I am.
I don't think I broke my finger.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there was this woman who's severely handicapped, and she lives about an hour away from me. So I had my son load the trunk of the car with the lawnmower and the sauce for it and everything I needed. And we get there, and I'm mowing really well. Everything's going good. She's very, very happy and appreciative.
Wow.
And then all of a sudden, like, this lawnmower is like such a good lawnmower, but all of a sudden it stopped. And I went, why are you stopping? You never stop. And then I went to go pull it. And when I did, my finger broke, and it swelled up really huge. I look like a foolish woman.
Yeah.
Like King George there, or whatever his name, King Charles. His, sausage fingers.
Yeah.
One finger that was a sausage finger, and the rest were all tiny. So it was like, it was funny.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, it's taken a long time to heal. Why? Because I've been doing what I'm supposed to do: cut my wood, stack it up. So it's still a little swollen after almost, about a month and a half. But nothing I can do about it. I keep accidentally hitting it. When you hit it, it starts swelling, and it's like, whatever.
Just oil on it. Comfrey oil.
Yeah, I'll do it at night and put gloves on after. So, but yeah, it's just, oh my gracious sakes, just trying to get stuff done, and I don't have time to coddle to a finger. Hello.
Oh God,
I got stuff to do.
It takes your whole life away, and if you break your thumbs, it's your thumb that makes us humans. That's what differentiates us from the monkeys. Do you know that? Yeah. Because I get arthritis in my thumb, and
I don't think we descended from monkeys, but anyway.
I think some people did. Because you know what? Shall I tell you something weird? I love animals, okay? All animals, but I don't like chimps. And I don't like chimps because they remind me of humans.
They're unpredictable too.
Yes, but they remind me
of I don't like things that
I don't like
but
chimps. It's really weird. I've never hurt one or anything, but I don't like them. So I always think now, I reckon that we're some sort of genetically modified. I believe Watson Sitchin has to say on the subject that we are genetically modified slave race somehow, or loose race. And
we were intended to be initially, so we did not come from here initially, but we became that because of the lies and everything that they told. And you know what is funny? You were just talking about the rivers that would run dry. I was just researching that yesterday, and what it was is they put one of the gods of the earth under the ground under that river.
Yeah.
And they buried him and entombed him and everything. And now they're descending upon that same exact spot, so they can exhume him, and they can play around with his DNA and see if they can get him to come about in a more of an AI He's going to be half human, half AI. I was just learning about this yesterday.
Wow.
And so I said, yeah, that's the army that's going to be. It's going to be an army of scientists exhuming this body to try to make something out of it.
Yes.
So, and that's what they think that they're going to be able to do with the rest of us, I guess.
Yes.
Whatever they figure out.
Very sinister coming up. Something very, very sinister. But I'll tell you something, whatever it is, I'm not getting myself chipped, so it'll be do or die, I guess, and I'll be dying.
So I'm not chipping myself either. But I think it's going to come to the point eventually where what we perceive in our mind is what we will create in our reality. So if we believe in love, peace, and happiness, and that there is a creator of all that is, I believe that that will be what takes place. If you're borderline pessimist and you feel like all the other foolishness, I don't even know what those things could be because I don't put them in my brain, that's what will happen. I think that there'll be two types of people: one who believes that the world's coming down around them, and the other ones who believe that they'll be here in an indefinite situation and everything will be fine.
All right.
So it depends on how you feel.
Yeah, the great split. Yeah. Yes, you're lucky you're an optimist. Unfortunately, I'm a terrible pessimist. Really dreadful. Terrible.
Well, the best part about anything is that you have a right to change your own mind, and that's the reason why he gave us that. He gave us the right to live our lives the way we choose to, no matter what it is, and you can change your mind at any moment. It doesn't matter, what it is across the board. As long as you desire to change your mind and do something different, then that's what will be. I mean, because right now I'm a happy-go-lucky, love, peace, and happiness chick, but tomorrow I can be like a freaking goddamn bitch and knock down walls and punch people out and do crazy things. Right? It's a choice.
Oh no, I'm not violent. I'm not remotely violent. It's I'm just very pessimistic. Oh no, I haven't gone violent. I'm very unviolent.
Some people go the opposite direction too. I mean, everything that everyone does is a good thing. Everyone thinks that they have the right to criticize how other people are, and that's not it either. I mean, you can't, because everyone's on a different path to the same direction. They just go about it a different way, and your level of consciousness is what determines who and what you are. Yeah, so I was out in the woods, I was picking up different brush and stuff, and the rose bushes got at me. OMG, my whole arm is like all like blood and guts.
Oh God, no.
Running. I didn't even notice it because I had my gloves on. So I'm bleeding inside of my gloves, not realizing. So I went to go take my gloves off, and I'm like, what's all this pink stuff? I haven't been in anything pink today. They were brand new gloves. That's how I that's how I saw it. And I looked up my shirt sleeve, and it's all bloody. And I'm like, oh, them dang rose bushes got me good.
Oh dear.
I was detangling. There was some sort of a vine that was trying to interact with them, and I was trying to take the vine away. But when I did, I guess I got cut up by the rose bush too.
All right. Gosh. Well, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I've been just getting so much done this year.
Oh, lucky. Well, have I got luck? No. No.
Yeah, well, I'm nose to the grindstone. I don't need to be out there because there's no one out there I need to be around. It's just right around here.
I've always been a bit of a sleepyhead, me.
But yeah, it's nice to get things done because you see progress and you get even happier. And when you're happier, you get to do more progress, and just becomes like a thing. For me, anyways, it does. I see how I'm progressing, getting my projects done, and I just get so excited to continue doing them.
Oh, I must tell you, I'm thinking about moving house. Yes, I'm thinking about moving either to the Isle of Wight or the coast.
Ooh.
Yes.
Don't go too close to the coast because if the water's raised, you'll get wiped out.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I do.
We don't want you wiped out.
Yeah, don't worry, I do know to keep away from the coast because my brother's just inherited a property right on about 5-6 yards away from the beach. So I don't know how long that's going to be okay for.
If he puts some of that retaining walls, I mean, it'd probably have to be like 4 or 5 feet high, but
the walls are here
more.
about a couple of feet. Yes, I mean, I'm glad it's not my property, but yes, I'm thinking about leaving London and moving either to the Isle of Wight, which is a small island off the coast of Portsmouth,
Oh,
or
can you
moving
just
around.
imagine how much you could have a garden and things?
Yes, that's what I want. I want a garden because I'd like to have a life. I can have a couple of geese for the last few years of
Nice.
my life because geese are my favorite animals, and I would love to have a pet goose. I
Oh,
love
that would be wonderful for you.
Yes, that would make me happy because I love geese. I just think they are the most adorable creatures, and I'd like a pet goose and a gander, and maybe a couple of ducks for fun.
My
So
sweetheart used to love them too. When they would fly overhead, we could tell when spring and
yeah,
summer were coming. And in the winter, we would be able to tell, like in the fall, when they would go back to Canada, we'd be able to tell
yeah,
that winter was on its
I
way.
love Canada geese. I think they are adorable.
Yeah, that's what he would do too. He would see them. And
Love
so
them.
now, obviously, because he used to do it, I do it too. I go, oh,
Yeah,
there goes the geese for the winter, and
beautiful,
here they
beautiful.
come
I
back
love
for the
geese.
summer.
They are the most incredible creatures. Many years ago, when Paul and I were dating, we used to live in St James's Park, and every weekend the parents used to go off down to the park, this was in London, and feed them all big loads of bread and big bags of seeds, and feed all the Canada geese.
Nice.
Yeah, I love Canada geese. I love all geese. I love all animals, but I
Yeah.
do love geese. So yes, I'm looking to move. It's very, very hard because unfortunately it's very, very hard to buy property where you're allowed pets. This is the crazy part of the UK, okay? You buy a property, you're not allowed to have any pets. And it's actually that bad in this country.
That doesn't even make sense. If
I
it's your
know.
property, what difference does it make?
Yeah, this is all to do with leaseholding. And even if you buy a house, the house can still be leasehold. So there you are in a house with a little bit of garden. But because you do not own the land, it's actually standing. It's the whole thing in the UK. It's very bad because it's not freehold. You can't have a cat.
There's no point in having it if someone's going to control your every waking
Yeah,
move while
that's how
there.
it is. That's how it is in this country. People think in the UK they're free. No, they're not. Do you know that 92% of the land in the UK, 92%, you're not going to believe this, is out of bounds to the proletariat? 92%.
Yeah, it's probably the damn queen that owns it.
Yes, 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 you're right, my
Fucking
dear.
bitch.
You're right.
Excuse my language.
And the aristocrats. Yeah, 92% of the land is out of bounds of people like myself. And people in this country think they're free. I don't think so.
No,
People
it
are
doesn't sound
so
like it to me
deluded.
either.
It's shock. Oh, this country, I tell you, lately, it really is starting to make itself known to me. I think most Brits are so deluded, really deluded, but it's not quite bad. But yeah, the royals own most of the land, of course, all the dukes and the whatchamaflips and all the rest of it. Yeah.
Well, I'm not a royal, but I'm very, very blessed
Yeah, you're lucky.
to be the caretaker of this
You're very
piece of
lucky. I
property.
really envy you with having some land.
And I
yourself.
have a deed, so I know it's mine. So
Yes, you're very lucky to have that. You're in the top 1%. Yes.
well, I
Very,
wish
very
that I could find someone who could help do gardens. We used to have 7 gardens actually, because we had flowers too. And I can't handle 7 gardens. So we made the garden into grass, a couple of them. We've got just one garden up there now that is actually full of trees that need to be cut up. And see, when they organically fall, those are the ones that I cut up and I put in the garage for us to be able to burn in the house. I don't cut any trees on this property if they're not already down. Because I'm a tree hugger. I'm not a tree killer.
Yeah.
I love my trees. I love my trees.
Yes, I love trees, yeah.
So I only cut up what falls on its own. So,
Yeah.
and I happen to have at least, I think, 8 or 10 right now that are down, but I can't do it all. I mean, I'm doing the best I can by myself, but if I had someone here to help, that would make things so much easier. Like if they let me borrow a robot, and I would only borrow it for menial, stupid things like that. Cut a tree down, pick up all the branches, do this, do that. I wouldn't want him in my house, anywhere near my house, because all the land is not actually, my house has land around it and has trees around it, but none of those trees come down. It's always the ones that are up back here. And that's why I'm up back here trying to get hold of it.
Well, so lucky you.
But I have like 8 or 10 trees down right now that, I don't cut them up fast enough, I guess.
Lucky you
So-
have a tree. Well, you know, yeah. I've got land outside my flat and everything, but it's, you know, belongs to the council, doesn't belong to me. But I'm thinking about moving out. Yeah, moving. I can't. I'm tired. London is really going downhill, getting bad. In fact,
Yeah, it sounds like it's getting dangerous.
yes, it's
Okay.
becoming very, very hostile. And I'll tell you something, 2 miles down the road from me, around the back where I live, there's a big riot going on. And then another 2 miles away in Canary Wharf, there's a whole lot of kerfuffle going on there too. There's going to be a civil war. I tell you, it's getting really bad. This country is really going down the drain.
Well, we'll have to send affirmation. I don't send prayer because I don't like the word prayer. I think it's foolish. But I can send good energy and high frequency. That would be a good thing.
But I'll tell you,
Which is
London,
wrong.
I tell you, when I lived in London back in the 70s and the
As
80s.
long as they leave you alone, I'll be happy.
Just
Leave Chicky alone. She's the only chick I know over there. You leave her alone. I'll be happy.
I'll tell you something. If I listen to this, I'll tell you something. When I lived here in the 70s, 80s, 90s in England, it was such a beautiful, such a peaceful, safe country. That's all gone. Gone. That's been destroyed. It has been.
Well, everyone's getting discouraged about the way life is and the way the world is being run and the inhumanity that's rampant. It's just
Terrible, isn't it? Yes.
It's amazing to me that we don't all stand up for each other. There's more of us
No one does,
than
does
there
there?
is of them. I don't understand why people
Isn't
just
that
can't.
weird? I know. I've really
And it can be
noticed
done in a peaceful way. It doesn't have to be done,
No, I know what you're saying exactly. Because I'm a typical Cancer. You know, Cancers are very protective. When I see something being bullied, I will stand in for the bully, help, stand against the
Oh,
bully.
no doubt. Yeah. I'm always the underdog helper. If I
Yeah,
see some injustice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going down the street one day on my way to do some errands. And I had my old vehicle back then. Gosh, it was a long time ago. In my car, it was funny. When I needed to stop, I had to put a log underneath the front tires so that it wouldn't roll. Something was going on with it, and I didn't know what it was yet. And so I stopped the car, and I put the piece of wood underneath the front tire, and I walk up this man and woman's driveway. He's beating her up right in the driveway.
Yeah.
And so I approached him and I said, "Excuse me, but why are you doing this?"
Yeah.
I said, "She has ears. You can talk to her. You don't have to beat her up in order to get your point across."
Yeah.
And she's looking at me like, "Oh my God, lady, when you leave, I'm really going to get the shit beat out of me, And I'm just looking at him. I said, "You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I can't even believe you're doing this." And he was a big man too. I mean, he could have socked me and I would have been on the floor or on the ground quickly. But I don't know. I was fierce that day and I wasn't allowing it.
It's weird. Yeah.
And of course, it was right after I had gotten a divorce from my husband, who had almost just killed me. So I said, "Well, I'm fierce right now anyway, so I'm not going to let anyone else get killed on my watch."
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to know the schoolboys. I saw a whole gang of schoolboys beating up one little schoolboy, so I intervened in the whole lot. But the crazy part was they all ran away. I said they were scared of me. I couldn't quite believe it. I'm glad they ran away because I wouldn't have liked to be confronted by a group of schoolboys still. Yeah.
Yeah. All it takes is just one person to interfere and things change.
All it takes.
But I can't imagine if all of us just gathered together and were on one page, the same page, that they would be able to get away with the things that they're getting away with here. I mean, maybe that's a little, I don't know what you would call it.
I don't know what to make of anything anymore.
It would be super, super nice to know that we have some sort of power if we came together. I mean, maybe we wouldn't. I don't know. I have no idea, but
I don't know.
It's a good thought anyways.
People are very, very strange. You only have to look at the Battle of the Somme to see how strange people really are. People, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it all anymore. I really don't. Yeah. I think
I don't think it's going to stay this way. Honestly, I don't think it's going to stay this way. They say, all right, there's this great big huge, what they're calling a comet, which obviously every time they don't understand what something is, they call it a comet.
Yeah.
And it's not a comet. I know that's to be true. And it'll be here October,
Yeah, no,
around the second week in October,
yeah.
third week in October, the 16th, around that point anyways. And this craft, let's call it that,
Yes.
is going to, let me see if I can remember what I just learned that too. This craft is going to do something energetically.
Yeah.
And it's 17 feet by 7 feet, something like it's huge.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's gargantuan. And that'll energetically do something to the earth and shift a little bit of some things. I'm not sure exactly what yet, because I'm a brainless wonder. When I'm out here and I'm doing my thing and I'm cutting wood, I don't have a brain at all. I'm just cutting wood, stacking wood, cutting wood, stacking wood. All the things that I remember that I was just told, I go right out of my head. It's like, oh my. It's so beautiful here today. It's actually, it's actually not even hot or humid. It's got a beautiful breeze. And so, that makes me happy, because then I can get a lot more done if it's not so hot. Yeah. And I'm enjoying watching all the bumblebees and the birds, and it's beautiful.
Yes, you lucky thing.
Absolutely.
Well, like I said, I will be moving out of London as soon as I can find a property where I can have my pets. I'm just going to buy it. Just buy it. And
do you think that you'll have internet so that you'll be able to talk to us still?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going that far. I'm not going that far away from civilization.
Well, I'm out here and I'm probably 15 minutes from either town. And even out here, sometimes I don't have internet.
No, I will be going. I plan to go somewhere where there's more elderly folk and more.
A slower pace, maybe.
Yeah, slow pace, a little bit less traffic. And I'm thinking about the Isle of Wight. The Isle of Wight is a tiny little island, and it's very, very. Even though it's very close to the UK, it's removed from the UK in that it's not. There's no skyscrapers and all this rubbish everywhere. I'll never have the freedom that you've got, but yeah.
You'll be in the country.
Suburb.
Yeah.
I'll be in a suburb. Yeah, because I've got to be near a doctor's surgery because of my illness. So, yes. But yeah, I am planning. As soon as I can find a place where I can take my cats, I will literally buy it. Just like that. Very hard to find.
I have to have cortisone shots in my shoulders because I've been overworking my body.
Have you put stinging nettle tincture? Oh, stinging nettle. Have you rubbed yourself with stinging nettle ever?
Yeah, I'll probably have to do that for a while and see if it might heal it. Then I wouldn't have to have shots.
I tell you something, because I've got RA and I get it terribly in my hands, and I get it so bad in my hands and my thumbs that I get red swelling all across my hand and my thumb. A horrible red mess, and it's disgusting. But when it's like that, I can rub it with stinging nettle, and the stinging nettle doesn't actually sting because it's actually cancelled out by the inflammation. And I'll tell you something, it works better than the cream I get from the doctors. Because I've got RA and I got it quite bad. And the stinging nettle, if I'd known about the stinging nettle, I would not have had to stop working 30 years ago. I could have carried on, but I was in so much pain and so troubled by it that I had no choice, because the drugs you get from Big Pharma, they knock you unconscious anyway. I mean, I was on so much stuff.
Right.
Oh, stinging. I tell you something, stinging nettle, if you've got red inflammation, only if it's red, don't do it if it's not red, because I only did it when it was red, but it actually wipes out the inflammation. Stinging nettle. And you know stinging nettle contains serotonin.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yes, stinging nettle contains serotonin. And shall I tell you something? Rheumatoid arthritis, if you take
it's been a while since I've played around with stinging nettle, because every time I touched it, oh my gracious, it would just send this frequency right through me.
Yes, I know. But I'll tell you something weird. I've got RA, right? And I can walk with stinging nettle, but even as a little girl, it was already there because I could walk with stinging nettle then. So it's all there in the system somehow. It's really
Probably
weird.
past life holdover.
Huh?
It's probably nothing that you even had this lifetime around. It's probably just a holdover, and once you get a hold of it, it will go away.
I don't know, but the stinging nettle, it's weird. I've always had this weird relationship with stinging nettle. You know what else? Mosquitoes don't bite me. And it's all to do with the fact that when you have RA, there's something weird in your blood, and mosquitoes don't like it. Ever so strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a lot of arthritis in my body, but I ignore it like it's not there. I may pretend it's not there, and that seems to help.
You're brave.
Yeah, because when I had my last surgery, actually a year ago, July, they were saying that they saw an unusual amount of arthritis in my knee, and I says, "Well, that's good." And he just looked at me like, "What do you mean?" I said, I don't make it bother me at all." He said, "Yeah." He said, "I find it very interesting for as long as you've had this knee situation, which was since 2009."
Yeah.
He said, "You've never had any pain in that knee." And I said, "Nope." And he goes, "But I don't understand why." And I said, "Well, you're not going to believe me, but I'll tell you why, because you've asked." And I said, "I'm on a worldwide healing and prayer list." I said, and they knew that when I came out of surgery that they should start healing it. And they did. And I never had any issues with pain in my knee ever.
Hello to Perpetual Pleasurers. Brother, do you want to come on here, please? It'll be a pleasure.
I tell you, Divine, you're much more positive thinker than me, but I've got my stinging nettle, and and I've got my codeine, so I'll be all right.
I do want to make stinging nettle now. I do. I want to make a tincture with that and see if I can get my shoulders to be better, because, who wants to have any interaction with a doctor anyway? Not me.
Yes, I'm becoming very wary of doctors and the whole big pharma things. You know what else they keep pushing in the UK is this osteoporosis medication. It's very
You haven't got osteoporosis. You'd know it by now.
No, I haven't.
You don't have that.
No, I know, but they try and tell you that you have. They try and make out you have. And I actually fell for it for a couple of years, and the drugs they give are horrific, really horrific. Yeah, I've told him to go away with it all. I just make sure I get loads of protein and boron, because boron builds bones. But they really lie about it. It's all becoming very, very creepy, whole big pharma thing.
Yeah, well, they know that they're losing business to us people who don't do the mainstream medicine anymore. So they've got to make it up on the other end,
Yeah, it's getting bad. It's getting bad. But stinging nettle tincture, yeah, I love it. And every day I have a few glugs. And when I'm a bit sore, I just go and pick some and rub myself with it. Although I've been doing a lot of
juicing. Instead of eating, I'm just juicing. That's fun.
Yes, good for you. Yes.
And then I add MCT to it and whatever else I feel like adding to it before I have the drink. And yeah.
What's that?
It's kind of like a coconut oil, but it doesn't smell or taste at all.
Oh, right.
It's really, it's great stuff.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I have lots of high protein soya milk smoothies. I drink this high protein soya milk, and I make sure I get 75 grams a day. Lots of protein. Yeah. And it works. Yeah.
There you go.
My bones mended very quick. Doctors couldn't believe it. Someone could mend that fast. Yeah. And I've got some. Yeah, I buy my stinging nettle tincture by the half liter.
Good.
Yes, from down the road. Yeah. And I'll be getting comfrey oil from now onwards. It's very good for the skin as well, I've noticed. Very good. Yeah. And yeah, I'm growing my own comfrey, so I can make my own. D&W is in a good mood today. He doesn't want to listen to me moan.
I have these great big red flying things. They kind of almost look like a wasp.
Oh, right.
But boy, oh boy, when I walk by them, they come right up and they buzz really super loud in my ear. I don't think that I would enjoy that sting, that's for sure. But I keep saying to him, look, I don't mean you any harm. I love all animals and insects except mice. Mice know I don't like them.
You wouldn't like my tomcat then. You know what my tomcat does? Brings them home live. Although I haven't been home for a couple of weeks now, he brings them home live and then dumps them under my bed. Then all the other cats join in, chasing a mice around the bedroom.
Oh, dear. No, I don't like mice.
They don't bother me. I tell
I
you,
have this
Divine,
frequency that I play so that the mice don't gather at the house. And you know what? It works. It does work.
of course it does. Yeah, they don't like the sound, obviously.
Yeah.
No, I tell you, Divine, I can cope with rats, mice, snakes, everything. The one thing that frightens me more than anything else is a human being. Nothing scares me so much as a
Yeah.
human being.
When people come up the driveway, I don't answer the door. Anybody who knows me knows I don't like surprises.
Yeah.
And if they know me, they text ahead of time and they'll say, "Oh, I'm in the area. You want some big company?" And most of the time I'd say yes. But the other day I was sitting in my room and I was playing on the computer and I could hear someone knocking at the door. And I says, obviously, as a stranger, they don't know that I don't like surprises. And they also don't know me or they would have called. So I didn't answer it. So...
Yeah, I don't answer my door, and I don't answer my phone either.
No, I don't have any desire to play on the phone either.
No, I leave it switched off until I feel like using it.
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't have any clocks. I never know what time it is.
And I don't have a TV, so I don't watch TV either. So
I don't know.
Did you know that when they patent TV, they were calling it a brainwashing machine in the patent? Look, you can look it up. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've known that for years.
Yeah, they were calling it a brainwashing machine.
It's a brainwashing machine.
I keep telling everybody that's what it is, and they don't believe me.
No.
It's like, look it up. You don't believe me? Look it up.
I don't believe you. It's a hypnotic. Yeah, I know. It's a hypnotic. It's terrible.
Yeah, that's why a lot of women who stay at home, if they watch TV, they don't get anything done.
Yes. And shop till you drop, like QVC. God, I bet that, well, I don't know what to make of it. But if you watch QVC on the TV, it's very hypnotic. Watch it on your laptop, and it's boring. It's really weird, the glitch that happens.
Well, I think it's because of the frequency that the TV emits.
It's got a certain frequency to it, yeah. I know I haven't watched TV for years and years and years.
Oh, it's been, oh, God.
Long time.
Probably 25 years or so that I watched TV.
Oh, dear.
What the heck? Oh, it's Jay. Hi, Jay.
Hey,
He's
what's up?
ignoring us.
No, I'm not ignoring you.
So nice to hear your voice. I'm so happy to hear your voice. How are you?
Likewise. Good to hear from you guys too. I'm fine. I'm good.
Oh,
what about
wonderful.
you guys?
Wonderful.
Well, I'm grumpy and depressed as usual. Oh dear. Cheered up now a bit.
I'm not grumpy and I'm not depressed, so.
Good.
I have that potential, I guess, but I'm not doing it. I don't want to bring down the frequency of the earth.
Divine. I do have a serotonin problem, and I actually do have chemical reasons for my depression. I have been diagnosed.
You've been diagnosed as having clinical depression?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been told that there is a definite organic element to my depression. Yeah, I've been told. And it is. I've got a terrible serotonin problem, really bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes no sense, right? Like, why, for example, is depression even something that's even possible for us to experience as humans? You know, like, what's the point of it? It makes no sense.
Yeah, well, it's still to do with serotonin, isn't it? Hormones.
Guys, Perpetual Pleasurist has a question for you there, guys, if you want to read it, one of you, and answer the question. He's interested. He said he will come on in a bit to talk about it.
He said, what are your thoughts on the implications of innocent children being tortured due to how the world is structured? Is he referring to the whole Gaza Palestine?
So we're gonna take this positive conversations and turn it into some foolishness? If that's the case, I'm out.
Yeah.
DNW used to always have a positive station. Okay? And we used to always think that way, be that way, and enjoy each other's individual opinions and so forth. But we never had someone actually take the conversation from one type of conversation to a totally different type. Well, and if that's going to happen now, I'm opting out because I don't,
No, we haven't finished.
No, don't leave.
No, Divine. It's Perpetual Pleasurist has his
big
views
deal.
on reality.
Have you ever read Bob Aaron McCoy? Divine.
Who was it again?
Barbara Ehrenreich. She's an American writer, Jewish lady. She writes the most incredible. Mine, you probably wouldn't like them because they're quite grumpy. She's a real. She's written this book, Smile or Die: How Positive Thinking Fooled America and the World.
Yeah, positive thinking isn't the answer. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying, you know, if you can keep the frequency high, that's a good thing.
That's all. Oh, but I've got high frequency. I've got lots of pets and lots of plants. There is no more high frequency. And I kiss them. I actually kiss my plants. Every day they get a quick kiss. And tomorrow I've got 2 big fatsias coming. 2 big ones in my living room. But she writes the most amazing books. I love her books. Very clever lady. She is very clever.
Wait, I just have one question for perpetual pleasures. Like, based on the question, is he referring to the genocide in Palestine? Because I'm confused.
We'll let him come on and talk about it, because the thing about PP is he is. If you hear him, Divine, he's actually.
I've heard him, and I wasn't impressed. I'm sorry to say.
What you've listened to his channel, have you?
No, not his channel. He was here on your channel.
Oh no, he's yeah. The thing about PP is he actually believes in spreading joy and bliss and all these things. So I
we'll
think
see.
the thing is, yeah, he does. He's not trying to cause people to suffer. That's for sure.
Yeah, his name's Perpetual Pleasures, so he believes that it's.
There's more to that in that title than what he's claiming in this moment. Okay.
Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I've tuned in, and I don't particularly, you know, I don't align with everything that comes out of his pie hole.
So you have listened to his channel, is that what you saying?
No, she listened to she's probably referring to the interview you did with him last week, I think.
Yes, exactly.
Oh.
Yeah.
On this channel. Okay.
Yes.
Well, we'll let him come on in a bit whenever he wants, and he can have his say.
I realized he was part of your community way before I entered, and it's perfectly fine. Whatever you think, say, and do, it's your channel.
No, I mean,
but I can, if I don't align with something, I'm out. I'm just saying that right out loud.
Yeah,
I don't play no games. I don't play no games.
You don't have to agree with everyone. You don't have to even communicate. You could just be quiet if you want and talk whenever you want. There's no pressure, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, from what I've known about PP, he, well, apart from certain sexual things, like he seems to be a man with good intentions, and he does actually want to spread positivity and joy and happiness as much as he can.
I trust you, Jay.
Thanks.
Honestly, Divine, do you think there is an ulterior motive?
No, to each his own, and everything's fine as far as that stuff goes. I don't think that there's any ulterior motive per se, but I just say that there's certain, like, if I had all my grandchildren running around here, I certainly wouldn't be tuning in if I knew he was going to be here, because of the fact that some of the things that he says are for adults only. And, I don't want my grandchildren learning any of that stuff until it's their time to learn it. And I know that sounds a little bit of control, but I'm not the parent. I'm the grandparent at that point. If they were my children, I'd say, hey, have at it, learn whatever you need to learn. But when I have responsibility of my grandchildren and it's threatened by someone's conversation because I'm listening to the wrong station when they're here, no, I guess I have to lean towards what I need to do in order to be able to continue to see them. So that's all. That's why when you started talking and he started talking on the channel, I had to opt out and get out because I had my grandchildren that day.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I should have. I think I did give a warning. There was adult content though, but yeah.
I didn't. I wasn't at the beginning. Remember, I came in a few minutes later, so I didn't realize. But once I realized what was being talked about, I said, "Oh, I guess I have to bump off because the kids can't hear that stuff."
No.
So.
Well, I would say this isn't generally a kids' channel,
Most of the time, it is.
Well, yeah, but I don't like it because,
I'm saying if I had children, I would allow them to listen to it because there's nothing on the channel that's I don't know. There's nothing on the channel that can affect them in a way that they would, go
I
off the
mean,
deep end or something.
it depends because
Perpetual Pleasure says he wants people to remain jovial amidst awareness of said things. It's interesting how the required tune-out principle is active and alive in the conversation. That's what he believes. Sorry, Jay, what were you saying?
no, I was saying that. I mean, I do feel like if there's some content that DFW posts that, like, let's say, like I don't know, a 14 or 15-year-old were to stumble upon, I don't think it would be good for their mental health to learn about it or watch it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, this channel is set to over 18s only in the settings, on YouTube. It's that's a fact. I'm not comfortable with children listening because I tell you why. It's because even if we are trying to be, PC and all that, if we're trying to be well behaved in our conversations, it is a public square in a way. Someone can come on here and say anything. So, when it's live, so it's probably not good to have children listening ever to this channel, I believe. I mean, you can listen, Divine, if you want to let them listen to stuff about the Pistis Sophia that you've already listened to and you've already censored in a way, then that's fine. But live stuff.
I don't have any children. I have 2 sons that are grown and have their own children. So I don't have any children. But if they were children again, I would allow them because I allowed them to pretty much be their own person. I was a hands-off parent. I always know who, what, when, where, and why. And because we had such a great rapport with them, that I think they turned out really well. They're both sons, and I didn't want them to be, closed-minded or anything. So I let them pretty much listen to everything I listened to, and they both grew up very well. They're both givers to the community, and they're very good in their respective fields. And they don't have any affiliation with Republicans or Democrats. And they think I'm a little loopy on occasion, but that's okay. We have to have something to laugh about at the dinner table. So, yeah.
But I say something to everyone. I must tell you something what I've done.
Yeah, sorry, say again, Chickpea.
I've given up sugar.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there.
Yeah, a month ago, I've totally given up sugar.
Good.
Yeah, I know. It's taken me 71 years to stop.
How long ago, Chickpea?
About a month ago, would it be now?
And how are you feeling? Are you feeling more energetic, more lively?
I think my brain's certainly more energetic. I can feel it, and I've lost quite a bit of weight around my waist.
When you say you've given up sugar, do you mean you've given up adding it to your tea and stuff like
I've
that?
stopped, all that. No more sweets. I've totally given up. I'm still eating apples and bananas, obviously, but I've stopped buying it, and I've stopped eating a lot of stuff I used to eat, so I was quite a sweet tooth. Yeah, I've completely given it up. Can't quite believe it's taken me 71 years, and I just did it. I thought one day, that's it, I'm stopping it, and I stopped. Can't believe it.
See, you're young. You're still young.
Yeah. Yeah. Baby.
Someday I'm going to get on my jet plane, and I'm going to come over and visit you.
Yeah, I should come over and visit you. Probably a much better idea. Maybe I should.
Well, I can throw you on a plane and bring you over then.
Yeah, come over with the cats. Because D&W, did I tell you? D&W, he's gone.
No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
I'm thinking about moving. I'm thinking about moving either to the Isle of Wight or the coast. Yeah. It's I find London's becoming a bit too heavy duty for me. It's too heavy duty.
Wait, how big is London? Like how many people live there? Because it seems like it's really, really, really big.
It's big, but there's so many people here now, and I think the figures are higher than we're being led to believe, to be honest. But the weird thing about London is now, where I live, you barely see anyone on the streets anymore. It's really weird.
Really? That's strange if there's so much people living there.
There's so many people living here. But
are they counting the NPCs?
No, they're counting up. It's I think I've outgrown London. I think I'm getting old and I want a bit of peace and quiet. And
Yeah, I feel you. I feel like I want to move as well too,
yeah, I
and
want
go to
I
a
want a
different
bit of
country.
green space because I want a goose to
What's a goose?
some ducks or something. Something I've
Yeah,
never
ducks are
seen.
pretty cute.
Yeah.
Although like they can be pretty, well, the men anyway can be pretty violent creatures, right? Because don't they isn't there like studies out there that show that they violently R word
Yeah,
the
they're very
females?
possessive. I do know that.
Yeah.
But they're my favorite animals, and this is the only chance now I have of having my favorite thing in my life. The last few years I got left, I could actually have that. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm toying with
I
the
think that's
idea.
beautiful.
What? I
I,
want a duck.
I know they'll be. I know that you'll be very happy.
I just want a duck, a goose. Something
Daffy Duck.
I've always loved them, and I've got the chance now. I inherited some money, so I've got the chance. I can get out if I want to.
Yeah, I was thinking about moving to maybe like New Zealand or something and
Yeah,
having
well,
some goats and some sheep to take care of because they're so cute.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I
New
love goats.
Zealand.
No, I love
Hmm.
goats. Not
Do
too.
Yeah.
they even have internet in New Zealand?
Yeah,
I hope so.
they do.
Lots,
Yeah.
lots of billionaires are moving there and building bunkers. I've heard
Yeah, you
that.
see, because New Zealand is they're like geographically located in a place whereby if a nuclear war were to break out between like all the different major global powers,
Yeah,
um, New Zealand wouldn't be affected by any like rockets or nukes or anything.
yeah, yeah. Yes. If I was young enough to go, I'd get the hell out. But I'm not that. I'm too old to go to make that bigger move. Too old now. I'm going to just have to get a man with a van, hire someone to just literally take me off to the south coast. Yes. Yeah, my naughty cats. They're being very naughty at the moment. Very naughty indeed. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Where I live, there's only 3,000 something people.
See, no wonder you're so happy. You're living in paradise. You are literally.
I've done a lot of work, honey. I've done a lot of work, not just for myself and who I was and how I grew up and all my ancestors and so forth and so on, but I also do energy work for the world. And of course, obviously it's just a small impact, but yeah, it's all about creating what it is that you desire and
Yeah.
and just being the example. It's not about talking about it, it's about doing it.
Keep your cat indoors. Hello, Noodles. Noodles is telling me I should keep my cat indoors. He's never met a British cat. You know what? American cats. Now, I keep seeing stuff, people in America washing their cats. Okay. Well, you try and wash an East End cat, you're going to end up in casualty. They've got totally different DNA. They have, Have you noticed that, Hazel?
I had a cat. Well, actually, I had her when she was a baby kitten before she was 6 weeks old. So I used to bottle feed her.
Yes.
And when I would get into the shower, she'd come into the shower and play around near my feet. So
yeah, some cats do. Yeah.
I would ignore it and not think anything of it. And then she would sit in the tub every single day because she wanted to have a shower. So I would let her. I mean, if that's what she wants. I mean, she was wicked spoiled. Okay. She was so massively spoiled. She was more spoiled than my sons were.
Yes.
But yeah, she had a life of 19 years and not a minute of her life was miserable. That's for sure. She ate salmon on a consistent basis. She drank the best water there was, automatic feeders and her toys. She barely played with toys, but she had them.
Yes.
And I don't know, she was just wicked spoiled. I love that woman. She's a cutie pie.
Yes, so she should be. But I've noticed I often see videos, I'm always watching cat videos, and people in America seem to wash their cats. Well, I wouldn't try and wash a British cat, because I tell you something, I've had lots of cats, of course, in my lifetime. I remember years ago having a cat who'd got some emulsion paint on themselves. Now, emulsion paint is water soluble, so in theory, you should be able to wash it off the cat. No, I had to take him to the vet. He had to be anesthetized by the vet for the vet to wash it off. Because if I had pushed it, he would have ripped my arms off, and he would have done. There's something different in the DNA of British cats too. I know that they stem from old ship's cats, British cats, but God, they're vicious. And my Bella, the one that broke my arm, well, put her on a leash, keep her indoors. Yeah, all right, I can. I wouldn't like to give it a try because I'd probably end up waking up with a face full of scratches or something. But Noodle said, keep her on a leash. Yeah, I will try that, Noodle. I will put Bella on a leash.
That'll go over like a fart in church.
I had to take
Cats do not like being detained like that. They need to have their freedom. They need to be aloof. They need to be, leave me alone, darling, until I ask for you.
Yes, exactly. Certainly British cats do. I don't know about American cats, but British cats are lord themselves, and they are.
My cat was extremely unique. She had a lot of healing gifts, and she was extremely unique. And I'm not going to get into the story because you guys are going to haul me away in a little white jacket. But
Chickpea was something else.
Beautiful.
But, keep a cat, yeah, right. So funny. Oh dear, yeah. But I had to take this cat to the vet. A little bit of paint, emulsion paint, cost me about 100 quid. That was years ago. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Yeah.
I miss this channel. I wish it was on more often.
Yeah, I've really missed it, DW, because it's nice to have someone that...
Yeah, I'll bring it back. Guys, even if I just turn it on so you guys can talk, you know what I mean?
Because you know what, it's nice to... Yeah. Where I live, all people talk about is utter drivel. It's so banal. It really is depressing.
Yeah, there's just a few people that I love hearing from, and that's Chickpea, Jay, Marcus, Nerf Dogs. And some of the other ones that I don't remember their names, but some of those, I like Prophet's talk when he talks. Noodles, I can tolerate him on occasion, no problem.
Maybe, do you want us to all have a little thing where we contribute some of the cash for you to pay? Do you pay for this, DW?
Yes, I do, but don't worry about that for now.
No, I mean,
it's not. That's not why I haven't been on, darling. It's just stuff going on work-wise and
if you need
just also energy-wise. But as I say, it might be helpful if one of you wants to come on and be like JE or Divine. I can have you as a co-host so that you can let people in and out if I'm not here.
Well, Sage used to do that.
Yeah, but Sage isn't around. I don't know where he is.
Here's the update. He got himself his own new apartment, and he's just getting organized and getting everything settled, and he wouldn't have an issue with it if you guys could chat for a minute, and he would do it, I'm sure.
Yeah, okay, cool. We'll sort that out at some point.
I could donate
Since
money.
He was already doing that initially anyways until you stopped doing that. So he'd be the most likely one because he's already been doing it. Maybe Marcus too. Marcus has done that in the past, hasn't he?
Yeah. We'll sort it out, guys. We'll sort it out. Don't worry. As I say, I'll keep it going. Yvonne says there is nowhere to run or hide. It's not going to be the nuke. The sun is what will shine. All will burn. Enjoy the time that remains. Why do people so common? The South will be shield. So New Zealand is. Yvonne, you'll have to come on and explain that one, brother.
So he's basically saying that no matter where you go in the world, you're basically going to be screwed anyway.
Yeah, he's basically saying we are so fucked.
I think that is like an individual opinion and perspective, and that's wonderful that he has that. But that doesn't mean it's the same perspective for everybody.
I know us Londoners are screwed, that's for sure. No, we are. I think things are going to get bad in the UK. Very bad.
No, yeah, they're already bad, right? I think I was reading something where they said that the UK economy is headed towards a really bad recession.
Very bad here. It's terrifying. I'd go back to Holland, but Holland's just as bad. It is.
In the Netherlands?
Huh? The
Netherlands?
Yeah, it's just as bad. It's no better in Holland. I come from Holland, and it's just as bad.
Oh. I thought you were born and raised in the UK.
No. Ik ben een Hollands vrouwtje. Hello.
Oh.
I'm very Londonized. Yeah. But yeah, but Holland's just as bad. Just as bad.
Holland,
And it's written in the Bible. It's all been written.
I don't know, but I don't know if you're saying that it's written in the Bible that we're screwed.
Yeah. Well, I believe the Revelation. If you read the Revelation, it says in there that when the Euphrates starts to dry up, which is what's happening, an army of 200 mil will descend on the west. Well, we are the west of the Euphrates. We are.
Really?
Yeah. Yes, Euphrates is in Iraq, and we are a couple of countries west of Iraq. So only a couple of countries between.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. And when it gets really bad, Iraq's going to have a hissy fit and probably declare war on Turkey and Syria, which of course will then get the Americans involved and blah, blah, blah. I believe it will happen.
There's actually 7 countries that are going to be taken down in 5 years.
Yeah, which ones?
The U.S.
No, I don't know. I know.
Oh, she's gone. Oopsie. Hope she comes back soon.
She knew too much. Hopefully she gets back on soon and she can let us know what she was saying. Perpetual pleasure. It's about time you came on, son. And Yvonne, anybody else want to come on? The link is in chat.
So,
Yuhan, do you want to come on?
Well, I can't do that.
Oh, she's back.
I was gonna look it up, but I remembered just as I pressed the button to go back that I couldn't do that because I was on StreamYard. It's like, duh, Hazel. And I'm not inside at my computer. I'm outside enjoying the weather while I'm chatting with you guys. So,
look at you.
But yeah, I have it all the 7 countries written down, so I could share. I know Libya, Syria, Iran, and Iraq were on there, but I don't remember the other 3.
Yeah. But all hell's gonna. I
So it's not.
Believe it.
So it's not going to be the U.S. or the U.K.
No, neither one of those were on the list.
I find that a bit hard to.
Okay. Yeah, I find that a bit hard to believe as well.
Yeah. I think UK is heading for
incoming.
Hello to Perpetual Pleasure.
Hello.
Would you like to say hello to the ladies here? I think they might have got the wrong end of the stick there about you, Perpetual Pleasurers, but like to explain your views on the reality, and then you can say whatever it is you'd like.
Hello, Chickpea and Divine. How are you today?
I'm fine. Well,
I'm perfect.
Depressed.
Yes.
I'm always depressed.
That's beautiful.
I'm in depression mode.
Yeah, it's really nice seeing positivity on the channel. That's what I like to see a lot more of, actually. It's a breath of fresh air, to be fully honest with you. Oftentimes, the way I experience life is, it's like these 2 totally different contrasting worlds. I notice my individual life is really good. I experience things really positive, really uplifting. Really, in spite of what life throws at me, I tend to remain a very positive person, personally. I just look at others' lives, and it's one of those things I can never seem to shake. It's like no matter what happens, it's like in the back of my mind, I'm always like overly aware of the struggles and pains of others while I'm enjoying life. Something that I've always had a big issue with personally.
Lucky you.
Yeah, lucky you. I wish I could always be happy like that.
You obviously got very good serotonin levels.
Yeah. I feel like that's the case, and that definitely helps.
Yeah, I think a lot, I think it does, because I don't have a bad life. I mean, everything's provided to me, money's put in my bank account, my rent's paid, this, done that, done, everything's done for me. I don't do anything. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm so pissed off about. Can't imagine. But I've got terrible serotonin problems.
No, it's because you're an empathetic person who's living in a world where there's a lot of suffering that you can't control. So I feel that's probably why.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah,
it seems like.
And I relate to that.
Exactly.
It seems like you're both very good at the tune-out principle, which is great. There's not a lot of people who are very good at that. I
What's
noticed.
Wait,
that?
can you explain that? What is that?
Well, the tune-out principle is basically like, if a person has a good brain chemistry, it makes it easier for us to be able to tune out a lot of the horrors that we would otherwise be
Oh,
that
right,
would
yes.
that would otherwise be at the forefront of our minds. So I'm really good at doing that. I
You're
noticed a
lucky.
lot of people are not good at doing that. So like,
Yes.
even though they would like to, they like can't no matter what they try. So it's like, I feel like that's a huge cause actually of a lot of people's ongoing chronic depression stuff. Like for me,
Mm.
I can like, it's like kind of like I'm in a warehouse factory with a bunch of boxes where I can like pull a box out and put it back away, and it's like it's all compartmentalized in my head in different slots. So it's like
Mm.
one subject I can just pull out and then put back, and then I can do that with another subject. But it seems like a lot of people I know in my personal life have a really, really hard time doing that. It's like, so if they talk about one specific thing, it's like their entire mood will change. And if they talk about something else, their entire mood will shift that way again,
Mm.
which to me, I've never been able to relate to because it's like, okay, interesting. Because I've noticed for me personally that I'm able to talk about a wide range of things without it affecting my mood directly. But
Wow,
I
you're
And it
lucky.
notice
shouldn't. It
yeah,
shouldn't.
I notice it's not very common. It seems like for people to be able to do
No,
that.
well, I think for me and Chickpea, it's actually the opposite. We both struggle with the tune-out principle. That's
Yeah,
why we both struggle with depression so much.
right.
Mm.
Well, it actually, the underlying part may be the fact that you're not tapping into your creativity, because when you're creative, you open up channels that you wouldn't have if you're always depressed. So when you're more creative, you figure out creative ways to keep yourself in the feeling good mode. And they say that tapping in just raises your frequency. When you're being more creative, you're tapping into more of the high
Yeah,
frequency.
yeah. I see what you're saying. Yes, yes, I see what you're saying.
Hmm.
Yes,
Like, I
yeah.
mean, singing, painting, dancing, all
Yes,
those things are creative ways of reflecting um, parts of
yes,
you that you don't normally share with the world. And if you do share them, that's good too. But if you at least did it for yourself, then you would be tapping into the creativity. And when you're in the creative modes, your frequency raises.
yes,
Obviously, you wouldn't be as depressed, because
yeah,
even though they're telling you it's a
Hmm.
chemical imbalance, I still think that you can do something about it. I don't think it's a
yeah,
diagnosis that you can keep forever.
yeah.
It's
I'm not the same.
dependent upon your mood and what you choose to do for yourself.
Mm.
Yeah, but then this whole notion that um happiness happiness or depression is just a chemical imbalance in your brain, that to me as well too kind of doesn't really make a lot of sense, because you're basically saying if I just happen to have more of X, Y, or Z chemical, I'll be happier. But it doesn't feel like it's just chemicals alone. It feels like if there could be something deeper than
Yes,
just a bunch of chemicals.
it's wonder. It's a whole combo of different things. It's probably to do with your up dragging. You probably had less than ideal up dragging, and a few other things have happened, and the whole lot just things together. I believe that Freud said that upon reaching the age of 18, all humans should enter psychoanalysis. Because I reckon one of the reasons why this world is so fucked up is because there's so many screwed up people walking around.
Yeah.
And every
Yeah,
now and
but
then
are they human
manifests.
consciousness, or is it just whatever? I'm not
What? Sorry.
And NPCs.
correct. I
Well,
mean, you have to
this.
remember a certain aspect of us do have human consciousness, and just because you're depressed doesn't mean that you are not tapping into the fact that there are certain top tier individuals who have changed the world and lied to us like a rug, and you're not tuning into that. I mean, who's to say that you aren't one of the people who are actually helping in some sort of way, going through it yourself so others won't? I mean, I don't know. I think each individual that are here who have human consciousness are doing the work. Sometimes they're just oblivious to what work they're actually doing and the help that they're actually providing for the rest of the world.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Maybe, yeah.
I think I've read too many history books. I read a history book, and quite frankly, it's one big bloody horror show.
Yeah, it's one per person's perspective.
Well,
I got to the point where I realized that every book I read was someone else's perspective. I have all the answers within. I don't definitely need to be reading someone else's book with a different perspective than mine.
What do you make of the Battle of the Somme? As a matter of interest. Take the Battle of the Somme. For me, that's the one I always use because it happened close to our lifetime. You know, where all these soldiers, French, Brits, the night before they declared war, they got together and had a party, drinking, playing football, messing about, blah, 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 blah. The next morning, their leaders said to the officers, come on, boys, pick up your guns, go and kill each other. Instead of just turning their guns on their leaders, which is something I would do, no, they did as they were told and went and killed each other. And that's Battle of the Somme says it all to me about life.
Yeah, I could never have done that.
Bloody lot. It says it all. Battle of the Somme. I mean, the fact that they spent all those months digging those trenches, having parties, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as their superiors said, because I was brought up in the armed forces, and I'll tell you something, it's a total fuck up. And soon, it really screws you up good and proper. And I've also spent 3 years in the Navy myself. The people all kissing up to their leaders. Yes, sir, I will go and kill, and they do.
Guys, I just want to hear what PV has to say, because Divine mentioned perpetual pleasures, that there are NPCs walking around, but also some of us have different roles. She believes this. What do you think of that?
About the NPC thing, distinguished from specific roles in particular?
But Divine, would you like to explain just briefly what you said? Because PP wasn't here. He got taken out by the Archons.
Okay. I believe that everyone who has human consciousness here on the earth is doing something for the betterment of their own lives as well as others. That sometimes it's a conscious thing and sometimes it's a very unconscious thing. But that's why certain people go through different emotions and different levels of, reality, I guess, and they experience different things differently because they don't realize the role that they're actually playing in raising the frequency and the consciousness of others in the world.
And what about NPCs, Divine? What about NPCs?
NPCs are, I think that they just drive the amount of people on the earth up, and they cause destruction everywhere they go.
All right, PP, just on those points.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Actually, I very much so have had that experience. I've noticed two very distinct types of people I've met over the years. Even though I tend to personally no longer use myself NPC term, although I understand 100% what you mean by that. I used to use that term a lot, or I should say that theme. But basically, the way I see it is, you have people who are always improving things in the world, and there are very few who are actively doing that. But you can tell when you meet them, because you can see how they live their life, how they go about things, etc. Very distinct from everybody else. And the NPCs, everything they do is always either simply consuming or destroying things or making mistakes constantly. It's never improving anything ever in earnest, really. In terms of improving the situation and bringing it out of the cesspool that it is. So it's very interesting because that's the main reason I realized it was so hard for me to have a social life, except for one that I've made for myself over the years, because I just kept running into that over and over again. It's like, wow, these people just only consume and only destroy and make mistakes and use things up really fast. That's it. They're not really contributing anything useful that's upgrading anybody's life in earnest. So, wow. And so I couldn't relate to that because in my life, I'm always improving stuff, whether it's, philosophically, physically, skill-wise, improving efficiency in things, inventing, creating things. So it's like, that never stops for me every day of my life. So it's really weird living in a world where I'm surrounded by people who just consume and destroy and make mistakes all the time, like nonstop. Very strange.
Yeah, I heard that one time someone was telling me that an airplane can have the whole plane full of NPCs and only one person of human consciousness. And if they're sitting in seat 11A, then they will survive whatever crash.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very intriguing
I
because
couldn't
I've
believe it. And this has happened to like 3 or 4 people. A total plane will crash, everyone will die except that one person who's sitting in seat 11A.
But isn't
yeah.
that what happened on the plane that crashed in India a couple months ago? One
Yes.
person
Yeah,
survived.
Yeah.
it happened a
He
while
was
back.
sitting in just the right seat.
Yeah.
But think of it. If he was the only person who had human consciousness and the rest of them were NPCs, they were willing to take that whole goddamn plane down just to trash his life. And what did he do? He walked out.
Well, if you're meant to survive divine, you will. There's something from the outside that intervenes in some weird.
That's why you don't give anyone
way.
else any control.
I've learned that myself. That one, there's something keeps us here.
So I
Yeah,
guess we should all learn to fly planes so that we can fly our own planes then instead of letting other people fly it.
and so that actually is a really great point because I talk about that a lot on my content is the distinction between the paradise pleasure reality, which I feel I'm from and connected to and trying to bring people back to, distinguished from impositional realities. So, I've noticed that the NPC thing you talk about, they're constantly fueling and feeding the impositional reality that's imposed on all of us. They're feeding it more, fueling it more in their minds, thoughts, feelings, and in their actions. But the people who are fueling the paradise reality experience, etc., that they're always experiencing a clash with the people who are fueling the demiurgic slash impositional stuff. So what I notice seems to be the biggest challenge is, um, heck, even with people who are for the most part aligned towards pleasure, a lot of times because even you'll notice within a lot of the Gnostic stuff, people they way overemphasize and focus so much on the demiurge and the problems he causes, but when they start to get to like pleasure stuff, paradise stuff, they start to get very vague. And then I let people know I was like, hey, vagueness is also fueling the demiurge, right? It's very important to be extremely specific when you're talking about pleasure type things, so that things don't degrade back into demiurgic quarrel and conflict, right? But no matter how many times I mention that, I notice that there's a tendency for most humans to focus more on the impositional stuff in spite of expressing an interest in deeper pleasure and paradise, etc. So
Because they're criticized for the thoughts that they have.
yeah,
If you're sitting there with someone and you enjoy their company, no matter who they are, and you look at them directly in the eyes and you say, I love you, they are taken back by that. And I've done it before, and I keep doing it, and I'll always do it, because when people mean something to me, I tell them.
yeah,
But
that's
you'd be
great.
surprised how many people will look at you and like take a look at you, and like they'll sit there for a minute, and then depending upon what they think and feel. I said, I didn't say that to you to expect a response. I wanted you to know how I feel about you, just in case.
That's awesome. Yeah. See, I've always been very susceptible. I've always loved that when people say I love you in any context, whether it's romantically, friendship wise, whatever context they mean it in. To me, it's always been a very natural, healthy, flowing thing for people to say that. So this is why I've always had a weird that was why it was hard for me to actually learn how to go about romantic relationships in a certain like weird like tiered way, because I would say I love you to people very soon, but I realized, wait a minute, oh, that's terrifying and freaking out women. They're thinking you're like trying to possess or control them by saying them. I'm like, really weird. So people literally had to tell me and explain this to me because I couldn't understand why saying that early on romantically was such a bad thing. I understand it now, but I was like, wow, that's really mechanical and like NPC like for anybody to think that way. It's like people are actually bothered by being told I love you like right at the early phases of things. That's so weird to me. And I realized, oh, that's why. Because they're operating on the impositional operating system. I'm operating on the paradise operating system where saying I love you in any context is a totally normal thing. And whenever you say it, whether it's the second you meet them, you don't know anything about them, or whether you've known them for 20 years, to me, it always has meaning and significance. And I'm like, oh, I appreciate that. Thanks. I love you too. Like, and so it was very strange for me to train myself out of, and I actually had to artificially hold myself back from saying I love you, because I was like, even though I feel this towards this female, if I say it now, she's going to misprocess it and think that I'm trying to control her. So I would literally have to wait in my like dating life and romantic. I'd have to hold back and wait to say that, because only once she said it, or once she made it clear she wanted me to say it, then I would say it. And I was like, man, this is really mechanical. This is weird that I have to hold back from saying this. But that's how it went. And when I did that, my romantic life flourished and worked. But it was so mechanical for me. It's like, why the fuck do I have to hold back from saying this? This is so fucking weird. It's such a contrast to the world that I feel I come from, where love is the thing. Like everybody loves everybody. That's what beings do. They love each other, right? So I'm like, this is a weird fucking world I cannot relate to. I don't get this shit, you know?
Yeah, I don't belong here.
Yeah, I don't.
I know that for sure.
I
No, I
definitely do
don't.
not belong
I
here.
know that about myself.
Yeah,
I just
none
don't
of us
belong.
do.
I don't belong.
That's why this channel works. That's the whole point of this channel. Each individual has gone through each individual thing. We're all uniquely special and uniquely who we are, but we all get along because we've all been and are the black sheep of our initial family that we grew up into. And that's
So
why we work in the DNW family, because it's just, I don't know. I constantly wonder I wonder what Jay's doing right now, or is Chickpea doing okay? I wonder if all of our cats are still okay. I mean, I'm always, and Brother Marcus always on my thoughts. How are
Yeah,
you,
I
Brother
miss
Marcus?
Marcus.
Are you doing okay? You know, and I'm sending you good vibes. You know, and I just hate doing it that way. I'd rather just hear your voices. Then I know, you know, in my insides that I'm, you know, that you're okay.
so this is interesting, Divina Chickpea. So if I were on a date with you, so let's say we just
You
met
don't
each
want
other.
me. I'm an old lady. I'm so
Oh,
old.
I like older
She's
women.
not
Older
an
women
old
are very
lady. She
attractive.
just
Very
thinks she
attractive.
is.
But no, I'm just saying, but I like older women, period. But my point is, if we were on a date
Really?
and I were to say I love you, like right off the bat, the first day, would you be weirded out by that or not?
No,
Because
I would not be.
Oh,
in
no, I
every
wouldn't
single
be.
context, I've seen women get weirded out by that if it's said at any
No,
point in the
no,
early
that wouldn't
phases. They
weird me out
always get
at
weirded
all.
out.
Because
But it would
it's because
depend
of how
upon
they're
your other actions as well. I mean, if you were containing yourself and you weren't like all paws on body, I mean, I would probably enjoy that. But if you were like your actions were speaking one thing and you're saying something different, that would be what would determine how I felt.
Okay.
I think it's because of also to like how people are conditioned, and just the fact that for some reason people are conditioned to think that if well, a man, especially if a man tells a woman that he loves her, like early on in their when they're dating or whatnot, it comes across as creepy because no one should ever love someone that fast they've now met. So I feel like that's what it is as well too. It's conditioning.
Yeah,
I
it's
met this
weird social
Norwegian
conditioning.
man probably in May sometime, and he was texting me, and he was very interested in us creating something between the two of us. And I texted him for a while, and then after that, I just stopped texting him. And he was concerned as to why. And I says, it seems to me like your plate's a little full with whatever's you're going on with you. I says, my plate's full of things that I'm doing here and going on with me, but I'm not letting that affect what you and I are trying to continue and start. I said, when you're ready to do something about the fact that you're not going to try to contaminate my world, then we can continue talking. He was kind of surprised about that, but he was actually expressing how much he loved me and how much he thought we were in alignment with each other. Well, I said, well, to a certain degree, we're in alignment. I says, but when you're starting to affect me in a way where, you think I should be on the phone more often than I should be, or being on the internet any more than I think I should be. I says, get your ass over here and help me do some work. That'll prove to me how much you love me. You know what? He understood, and he won't probably, I guess next year he's coming over to the United States. He actually lives in Connecticut, which is only probably 4 hours away from me. And he probably will get his ass here and help me cut some trees because it's getting tiresome doing it myself. So, I mean, he was mentioning how much he loved me. And I was like, I wasn't weirded out by it, but I went, wow, that's refreshing.
Did you tell him you love him back?
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah.
Have you met?
No, sent pictures back and forth. I sent the only picture I have of me, which was my passport picture. How the most unflattering picture you could ever share with someone. I sent
Guys,
it
will you
because I said, you know what? I wanted
like
him
the
to see what he
stream
was
on
into it.
YouTube for the algorithm, just to help new people find it, because that's how the algorithm works. Just like it, and if possible, share it on your community posts on YouTube or
Oh, there's
Facebook
a
or whatever.
hummingbird. Ooh, cute.
But yeah, that was interesting for me because I got extremely good at my romantic life over the years because I studied thoroughly and I figured out the exact formula. I realized how formulaic the whole thing was because I realized if I actually the thing people say, you know, oh, just be yourself, be yourself. If you're someone who's diagnosed on the autism spectrum and you're extremely introverted, that doesn't work. It just turns people off, no matter what they say. No matter what they
Yeah.
say, I've noticed that happens in action. So it's like,
Actually, oh,
but if I adjust it, even the women who say otherwise and would be turned off by it, they actually respond positively to it also. So it's like it's independent of what people say. They respond positively to the same exact formulaic behavior every single time, I've noticed, which is interesting because it's very useful. It's like, oh, I just do and say this and behave this exact way, and I get the results I want. But if I behave the way I prefer to behave, then it doesn't really give me the results I want. So that sucks. That's really annoying. You know, I noticed it was just this weird thing, and it was never anything bad. It was just I would have a tendency to delve really into what I'm interested in, my circumscribed interest. But I noticed every time I did that, the woman would be, I could tell that she was getting more and more bored, even though the subjects were interesting. The fact that I was doing that in action was reducing her romantic specific attraction. She might still be platonically interested in me, but it would like shut off her romantic attraction when I went into my deep philosophical stuff. But then I was like, oh, okay, so I'll adjust this and I'll just hold back on saying a lot of the stuff I want to talk, and then various other things, and then boom, there it goes. Their attraction was way higher. And I was like, wow, that's very strange. And I noticed that's because, of course, we live in this impositional world where everything is very mechanical and formulaic, in spite of what people say. So you really just have to look at people's actions beyond their words, is really what I've noticed. Because so many people over the years have said, oh, yes, we appreciate you, Scott, this and that. But there's always this caveat, right? But I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do it I'm going to go about life with the confident, seemingly extroverted, seemingly, you know, the guy that women are attracted to, all the stereotypical trait stuff. Let me do that and see what happens. And then boom, women everywhere are just interested, right, left, and center. It's like, wow, very interesting. Just that one little tweak, you know. And at first it annoyed the hell out of me, like for the first 4 or 5 months or whatever. But the results I was getting were much more satisfying than the annoyance of the early phases, really. And so yeah, you know, it's really interesting because for guys, I noticed in the modern world, um, there's very unique, bizarre things we have to face when it comes to attaining romantic success with women. Versus, because I've talked to so many females about this over the years too, at length, and when they understand the specifics of what we're facing as guys, they then start to understand it very clearly because it's really two totally different worlds when you get into the nitty gritty of it, that are very two distinct sets of challenges. Whereas guys, it's like you really have to not only, you know, as much as possible have your looks and stuff in place, but you have to follow a very specific criteria of how you behave to get success romantically, whether it's monogamy or, you know, polyamory, whatever the case may be. But yeah, that's an interesting topic.
The only thing that I've ever noticed about the difference between men and women is women need to feel safe. If the man makes her feel safe, you may as well say he's got the queen.
Yeah.
If a man does not in any way make me feel safe, he's out of here. I don't, and I haven't been in a relationship for 25 years on purpose because I wanted to make sure that I knew who I was and that I could stand firm to who I was, that I could set my boundaries with no feeling of guilt or remorse or shame. And that I was independently who I was and hadn't been taking on other people's traits just to fit in. So that's why I chose to be by myself for 25 years. My partner has been gone for 13 of those 25, but he was very sick while he was here. And he would forever say to me, when are we going to be boyfriend and girlfriend again? And I'd boyfriend and girlfriend, except remember, I'm not old enough yet. And because of his state of his disease, he had frontal temporal dementia, he believed me. And I allowed that to continue so that I had to be an authoritarian when it came to his illness, because if he didn't see consistency and continuity in how he was being treated, that I was vacillating from being his caretaker to his partner, it would have thrown him off in his process of having the dementia. So I had to draw the line in the sand and say, okay, I've got to be just his person who takes care of him, because if we mix it, he's going to be confused, more confused. So it ended up working very well. He ended up living here and dying here where he wanted to be. And I could do the 24/7 right here from the home and not have to worry about anyone else's interference or him not being taken care of in the proper way. So yeah, I mean, I definitely believe that if women feel safe, even if a man is saying I love you, or even the opposite, as long as she feels safe and that he's not going to do anything stupid before it's warranted, then I mean, pretty much the relationship can go forward.
I see. Yeah, especially in the modern world with the younger demographic of men, I'm kind of on the cusp myself because I'm 37, so I see both worlds active, like the older demographic, younger demographic. I tend to prefer dating much more mature older women almost exclusively because it's like comparatively across the board so much easier to have conversations with women who are in their 40s or 50s or above, and just for them to just be overall more laid back about everything, which is like women who are, I've noticed, under 35 especially, but it's like however much younger they are, I've noticed almost across the board there's way more angstiness, fidgetiness, inattentiveness, like always distractedness. And it's this, it's really, really, really hard to find a younger female that's underneath the 35 age range that isn't like always distracted and angsty and fidgety all the time. They do exist, extremely rare. It's way easier to find those women in the 40s or 50s range or above, I've noticed. And so that's one of the many reasons why I tend to date older women and prefer them, is for that reason. I can be more calm and laid back, and I don't have to constantly be entertaining them all the time, which it seems like a lot, the demographic of younger women seem to need entertainment constantly. Like you need to always be an entertainer of some kind, and if you stop, they instantaneously like get bored, it seems like, which is really weird to me.
Yeah, it's because of the internet age and the fact that we were brought up in an environment in which we constantly were fed stimulation through the internet.
Exactly.
And so
I agree.
that's when
I agree, Jay. Yeah.
Yep.
They
That's
don't even
definitely
have
true.
conversational quality. They don't know how to have a conversation, and when they do, it's almost like high school.
Well, and there's no room for mistakes either. Like if you say one thing the wrong way or do if you do anything that's a mistake in their minds, it's like one and done. It's like it's over. It's like it's finished. So it's like there's this weird shut off valve. It's like everything will be going great, and then one thing is said or done that they misinterpret or misprocess one time. And instead of conversing with you about it and sorting it out what you meant, it's just, and then they're just gone. And then like you never hear from. It's like that's happened to me so many times I've lost count. Where it's like everything's going smooth, and then one little minor thing, and then never hear.
Yeah,
from
they're the
them. It's like,
professional
what the
ghosts
hell?
of the world.
Yeah, it's weird as fuck. I do not understand or relate to the ghosting pattern or trend. I have videos on that. It's one of the most toxic, vile things of all. So especially if things are going really well, like really well, and literally out of nowhere, even without explaining anything, it's just they're just gone. It's like, oh, things are going great, wonderful, and then you never hear from them again. It's like, what the fuck?
it's
Like,
because they
where
have
the hell
no,
they go?
again, it goes back to the internet. They have no patience because they're so accustomed to instant gratification through the internet that they don't allow any room for mistakes or any sort of shortcomings, because they want everything perfect immediately, just like how they would get it on the internet.
Yeah,
They
and
tend to
then
be a little bit more fake too.
Yeah.
I don't
and then
think they can be equated to other human beings. In other words, even when I was younger, I remember this. I didn't wear makeup and I didn't wear long nails, and I wasn't into that. And men were always vying for my attention, but I didn't realize it. I had no idea. I was like clueless to it. When people be interested in me, unless they were like over the top and approached me directly, looked me directly in the eye and said something to me that would, make me realize they were interested, I would never even know. And my friends would go, "Why do you ignore men?" I go, "I don't ignore them. They're here, whatever. I says, but I don't dress to attract them. I said, I dress the way I want to dress because this is what I want to, and the whole thing is my closet is a diverse thing. I mean, one minute you can see me in, high heels and silks, and the next minute I'm in like sweatpants and a t-shirt. And I only wear the t-shirts on my own property. I wear long sleeves when I'm in public. And that's just my own quirkiness. But yeah, I mean, people would always wonder, I wasn't the type of person that gravitated toward men or women at that point. I was just doing my own thing, and I was being criticized left and right. And everyone would just say, "Man, you're weird." And I go, "Yeah, I am. Own it. I buck it up. I own it. Nothing I can do." But yeah, a lot of women that age are fake.
Well, what I've noticed is that the big issue with especially the current younger generations and below is that it's such a strange thing, because like I've run into so many situations, and I've always been confident about my looks and my height, and that's never been an issue for me, right? So like I'll actually actively see women like looking at me as if they're attracted, and actually many times mentioning to me that they find me cute or attractive or whatever. And then it's like, and then when engagement occurs, like discussion or conversation, whatever, I start like responding to that, then it's like this weird flip turn. It's like, oh, if you're admitting you're responding and you reciprocate that attractiveness, oh, now they're turned off because they want you to remain aloof. They want you to remain the thing that they have to attain, and it's hard to get, and blah 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 blah. So if you basically respond to that, oh yes, cool, I'm available, I'm definitely mutually interested as well, or etc. Then it's like shut off. It's like, what the hell? It's like, okay, they came to me and expressed interest to me, and then when I'm reciprocating with it, it's now shut off. Like, okay, this is exactly why you have all the problems you have, is what is going on in my head, because you do this to people. You
Some
come
sort of
up,
game that they play. Yeah.
yeah. I'm not even kidding. I literally had this literally happened to me just a couple weeks ago. There was this group of females. I couldn't tell what age they were. They seemed like they were, to me, they seemed like they were probably in their early 20s. And once they got closer, I was like, because they were approaching me really fast. It was hard to tell exactly what age they were. But one of the girls mentioned, "Oh, hey, my friend thinks you're really cute," and they all laughed, and I was like, "Oh, cool, hey." And then I asked, "What are your names?" And then she just said, "My name is I'm 14," and I was like, "What?" And then she just walked off, and I was like, "That's the weirdest thing I've ever encountered in my life." It's like, okay, it's
But
like, okay,
probably
you're okay, like like why did you do that?
it's
Like,
probably
that's what was running in my head.
it's probably a TikTok trend or something. They probably got it off TikTok. Like it's probably
They
a
probably
TikTok.
did, but
Yeah,
it's
but
it's weird. It's like, okay, you're 14. Okay, so cool. What is your name still? My name is,
Yeah.
what my
What does
name
your
is.
age have anything to do with what your name is?
Yeah, and what does your age have anything to do with your friend thinking I'm cute? Like, what does that have to do
it's
with anything? Well, like, what?
it's
I know what they're implying. They're implying all this weird, multi-layered, bullshitty stuff. I know exactly what they're doing, but it's
yeah.
so bullshitty and it's so stupid. It's like, why not just have a conversation? It doesn't matter what age you are. If you're allowed to find somebody cute, even if you're that age. It doesn't have to do with anything. Like, just, oh, cool. Whether you don't find somebody cute or not, it's like you can still converse with people. It's
Even
so
ugly people have conversational quality.
there's, in other words, what they're doing is they're automatically making everything sexual only, and they're trying to turn everything into, oh, look, if he responds in any way like this is instant creepdom. Look, we entrapped this guy in this, or some weird thing like that. And it's like, why why do these people even find the impetus to do that at all? Like, it's, why would you spend your day doing anything like that? Like, that's an NPC behavior up the wazoo. Like if we're talking about NPC behavior, that's like really a great example of it, because I've run into very similar situations like that many times over, where, it's like, because I will be friendly with people, whoever approaches me and, talks to me in a friendly way, I'll respond in a friendly way. And then because I'm friendly back, then people are like, oh, why are you being friendly with those people over there? Or why are you being friendly with those people who are, not specifically your age range? It's like, because I'm friendly with other people. That's why. That's the reason. I'm a friendly person. I'm not going to not talk to somebody just because they're a different age from me. That's strange. Why would I do that? That's kind of asinine. If somebody approaches me and wants to talk, I'm not going to not talk to them because, what age are you? I'm not going to talk. It's like, what the hell is that? What world is that where you just are the standoffish, weird, oh, I'm not going to talk to you because you're not specifically my age group. Like, why? Why? I don't understand that. I've never understood that, ever. Makes no sense to me at all. But it's so common, and it happens all the time nowadays. So I've gotten to the point where I'm just like, you know, I I tend to tell people, let's cut to the chase. Like, okay, what are you doing here? Why are you doing this? Like, you know, I call people out a lot on stupid behaviors like that. Like, why would you do that? Like, what was the reason? And then most often it's just crickets chirping. It's just somebody does something weird and then no response. It's like,
Because
okay,
everything nowadays is about, again, instant gratification, or like there's this whole content farming trend now, where now, like, everyone, a lot of young people would try to do things like what he just mentioned with the girls, like talking about their age and stuff,
yeah,
to just film some content or something to go viral. That's what it
right.
is.
And what's horrible about it, it's like, oh, great. So they're probably going to edit that and clip it out and just have only that, like, with no context or anything like that. Somebody just,
Right, yeah.
and so it's like, oh, if somebody sees me, it happens, they're gonna see that and think I'm some weird creepo person. And that was what they intended to paint that weird picture of me, and they're probably doing this with a bunch of other guys as well. That's really fucked up, because now
Yeah.
there's gonna be some video where it's like somebody just walks up and it's like, hey, what are your names? And then she just says her age, and it's like, okay, like what? And then it's just over, and then the clip's done, and then nothing.
Yep.
It's like, okay, now I understand why there's these weird rumor mill gossip bullshitty things that happen in the world. I get it now because of shit like that. It's like, oh, this must have been going on for many years then. Not just this year. It's things similar to that must have been going on for a long time. And now
Yeah.
I'm just now becoming aware of it. Literally the year. So I was in my mid 20s, and I was dating a girl who was also in her mid 20s many years ago. And I see, literally, because I didn't know this, and it really pissed me off that nobody explained this to me, because it's one of these weird social convention things. I introduced her very, very casually, because to me, I didn't attach all this weight to it. Like I said, oh yeah, this is my girlfriend, this girl, not meaning anything by it, because in my mind, I thought if you're dating somebody, that means automatically that they're your girlfriend. But later on, after that, like right after that happened, she was like all silent, and she went like really dark, and she said, how did you introduce me? I was like, and I was confused. I was like, my girlfriend? Like, because we're dating? Like, and she was like, no. And then I was like, oh, wait, no, I didn't mean anything. And I asked her to clarify. I was like, oh, so you mean in the modern world now, or historically, I guess, is this how it's been? When the girlfriend is a very distinct different label from dating someone. Is that correct? Is that the case? Is that what you're saying? I didn't know that. So no matter what I did, she didn't believe me that I legitimately didn't know that. Like I didn't understand until she explained it, that girlfriend label was different from dating label. And I was like, okay, what is the exact dividing line between that and that? And then I watched a bunch of other videos online and said, oh, it's once the female declares to you that she is now wanting to be your girlfriend, then and only then can you refer to her as your girlfriend. But before that, she's going to think you're possessive or creepy or whatever. So it's like, okay, I get it now, but oh crap, now I'm totally fucked, because no matter what, she's never going to believe me that I legitimately didn't know that. And she's going to think I'm possessive. And so from that point on, she was just completely shut down and never really talked to me again. So it was the weirdest thing ever. Things were going smooth, great. And then she was behaving the way a girlfriend would behave and all this other stuff. But just because she didn't declare from her ends, then there's this weird social stigma. If you say it, oh, you're the guy who's trying to control and lock her down and all this stuff, when that had absolutely zero to do with anything that I was thinking at all. Like for me, I was saying it because we were dating. I didn't attach any extra weight to the term whatsoever. Um, so that pissed me off because I was like, why are people not being formally educated on these specifics? This is irritating because it's going to force a bunch of people to have to learn from firsthand experience and failures when they could have just been taught this. But nobody ever taught that to me. So I had to learn it myself. And I was really pissed off with my family and friends and everybody else that nobody explained that to me. So that's one of many examples of things that I've had to specifically study and learn to operate in this weird world of what seems to me to be a different species that I'm surrounded by that doesn't have all these behaviors that I just cannot fucking relate to. It's like I wouldn't care at all. Like personally, if a chick said, "Oh, this is my boyfriend," I wouldn't mind one iota. I would just be, "Oh, she's just saying that. Okay, cool." It wouldn't I wouldn't attach any extra weight to it. But we live in a world where huge amounts of weight are attached to the term boyfriend or girlfriend or to the term love that to me are just totally natural, normal things that you would say or refer to someone as. So yeah, that's one of a plethora of examples. And it's left me many times really pissed off after the fact because it's like I know exactly what's going on in the other person's mind about the thing, and I know exactly what they're misunderstanding, but no matter what I say or do, they don't believe me because they think I actually it's like, god damn it. Like no matter what I say and do, they'll never believe me. They'll never believe that I legitimately didn't know that until now. They won't believe me. And it's like, and I'm just in this like twilight zone of knowing that they're thinking I'm being untruthful when I'm being 100% truthful. And it's painful to be in those situations because it's like if they just understood what my thoughts are right now and feelings, they would understand I'm being completely truthful. They would get it inside themselves, but they can't because they're shut off from it. Like, why am I surrounded by so many emotionally shut off people like this who don't take seriously what I'm saying to them? Because I'm the type of person I won't say something to someone unless I mean what I'm saying. Right?
Mhm.
I don't just say things, but they're surrounded by people who do that all the time, who just say stuff and do opposite of what they say. So,
Well, that could be it too. It could be, it could be a trauma thing, It could be
it is.
traumatized. Yeah.
It seems like most people are operating almost 100% on trauma responses, and that's it.
Right. Yeah.
That's like their only modus operandi.
Yep. Right. And I've myself have noticed the same thing. That a lot of people, and even for most basic of interactions and whatnot, they seem to be operating off of trauma and trauma based responses. So like they've never really like examined themselves and heal from any traumas that they've been through. They're just every instinct they have is based off of their trauma.
Yeah, exactly. I've noticed that in my biological family really bad, which is why I had to distance myself emotionally from a lot of them because there is so much trauma-based behavior and stuff like that. And uh, it was just so toxic to be around, and it just never ends. It's like everything they do and say is like driven by this trauma, and the majority of their time and thoughts are locked on their traumatizers, on the ones who abuse them. I literally had to tell my mother and my grandmother, my other relatives, I was like, I can't even have a conversation with any of you in a group ever again. I have to individually, separately talk to you because every time you're together, the topic, the only topic you ever end up going to is your abusive dad, my abusive grandfather who abused you as kids, and all that trauma and abuse, and you go on and on about that, and you're still helping this guy.
Perpetual pleasurist. Perpetual pleasurist.
Yeah.
I just want to say something, and I've been through this. When someone's been abused, unless they actually go and see proper professional help, they never get over it.
True. Very true.
Because
I doubt that. I
Well,
doubt
it
that.
seems it depends on the person. I would say some people I found that to be true. In my case, I had trauma, but I was very easily able to overcome it because of how I'm wired, I think. But I feel what you're saying is very true in the case of of a lot of my relatives, and I think the difference is in once again that what you would call the NPC distinct from the
What's
whatever
an
you want to say, soul
NPC? I
being
keep
or whatever.
hearing word. What is an NPC?
It's a non-player character. It's basically
A what?
someone a non-player character. It's a video game term. It basically refers to someone who
Oh,
they basically have no soul, no mind of their own. They're just there as a character in the background, just programmed to just fit in and just do whatever they're programmed to do essentially.
yeah. That's why I
Basically,
said a while back. I said to I believe what Freud had to say that upon attaining the age of 18, all humans should go into 8 years of proper psychoanalysis, all of us, without fail. Because I tell you something, we are such a fucked up species. It's terrifying.
It is,
it's
yeah.
true.
Absolutely petrifying. Because I have had therapy, and when I had my therapy, I found out things about myself that quite horrified me. I mean, I'm not a particularly violent person. I've never struck anyone in my life. But at the same time, I learned in therapy that I'm capable of murdering babies.
Hmm?
I'm also, what?
How?
Did someone say so? Yes, I am. And I'm capable of hit and run when you hit and run in a car.
Wait,
And I'm
so how
capable of
did
both.
they get that out of you?
But just by talking to me. I spent a
So
long
that
time.
so that was so was that like a subconscious desire that they were able to bring out of you?
Um, I just didn't want to admit it to myself. I think
Oh,
a lot of people don't want to admit their dark side. You have to admit your dark side to yourself, because until you admit it to yourself, it just sort of stays hidden, dormant, and comes out when your society starts to break down.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
we
you
Yeah,
would
all
never,
have a
but you
dark
would
side.
right, but you would never actually go around murdering babies or running anyone over, right? So then it's not
Um,
actually you.
well, I would never. I tell you something. When I was living as a child, a woman who lived in the same block as me, this was years ago, and I was a little girl, I was 6 years old at the time, she threw a baby over the balcony, right?
Oh my.
Yeah, people were horrified, but you know what? Even as a little girl, I understood and I felt pity for her.
wow.
That's so it was already in me somehow. But I can understand, and I'm not so, call me evil, I don't know. But I can understand that people who are having a hissy fit about something hit and run, and I can understand it. But that's only because I know myself very well. I mean, like I've had a lot of therapy, and I know myself. But when I look at what goes on our planet, the horrible things that happen, especially to the animal kingdom, because I'm very much at animal rights, it terrifies me. I think people are delusional, totally delusional.
Yeah, it's amazing when someone's able to admit to their own evil. Like I'm
Mm,
fully able to admit to my own evils as well,
yes.
and I think it's a quality that's extremely rare but extremely
Well,
important
I've had
in all
therapy.
humans, because that way we're not living in a delusional fantasy land
Yeah.
regarding ourselves, and we're not just pointing the fingers outside. We're like, hey, if we notice a flaw in somebody else, we're also at the same time noticing exactly what proportion we have that flaw in ourselves also. So that's a
Yeah.
lot of times on my channel I've noticed, like when I do different pieces of content, unless I specifically say and declare to people, I have these specific traits myself as well, so this isn't only exclusively me pointing the finger outwards. Unless I specifically
Mm,
say that, people assume that I'm not at all referring to my own flaws also in the midst of calling out
mm,
flaws elsewhere, unless I specifically say it. And I was like, this is weird. Why is it that I always have to specifically say it? Otherwise, they assume. I was like, oh, that's why. Because the world that we're living in, most people, when they call something out in someone else, they're not simultaneously analyzing their own flaws without it
mm,
being said. In other words, they're
exactly.
only tunnel visioned in on the problems that others are engaging in. And they're not
Mm,
internally aware of their own issues while they're calling others out. And most people operate that way. That therefore it's weird to them, uh, if therefore they need to specifically hear it from you, otherwise they're assuming, oh, you're probably like they are, not analyzing yourself while you're calling stuff out. So I was like, really, is that how it is for most people? If they're calling something out, they're not simultaneously aware of their own flaws while they're calling another problem out. That's
People are
strange.
delusional. One only
Yeah.
has to look at the Second World War to see that. You know, I've lived in Germany, and German people, and Germany is a beautiful, beautiful country, and very, very civilized country, far more civilized than the rest of Europe. But when I look at what the Germans did during the Second World War, and they were quite happy to do it because one man said to go and do it. One man said, we will do this, we will do that. He sat behind his desk telling everybody what to do. Millions upon millions went along with it all. And that's how dangerous we are.
He was really good at getting people tunnel visioned in on a few key points and distracted from nuance, basically. He was an expert in that, you know.
Well, expert or not an expert, the fact that one person could get millions upon millions of well-educated, civilized people to do what they did has never ever ceased to amaze me. But it could happen. Well, it will happen again because it's also happened in other countries. But Germany is the one I know about.
The way
they're saying Stalin was even worse than he was. So,
well, I expect he was. I don't know much about Stalin. I only know about the second. You know.
Wait, don't they say that King Leopold or whatever, he was even worse than all of them?
Well, you know, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, the one man just sat there telling people what to do.
Exactly.
Hitler didn't do anything apart from sit at his desk, say, you do this, you go and do it. Hitler did nothing.
Well,
that's the crazy thing about it all. Hitler didn't do it all.
In all those situations,
do it.
What's so creepy about it is, like, I've seen so many situations. It's like, man, I could so easily, oh my God, so easily, I could be a cult leader of some kind if I wanted to. It would be so easy because I know exactly how cult leaders create the cults, how they get people brainwashed and everything else. I would know precisely how to pull that off, but I refuse to do that because I recognize how fucked up that is. But I'm like, it's so easy though, because all you have to do is hone in on people's emotional tribalism. You just have to find
their unconscious dark side, because we've all got unconscious. I know mine. You see, I've had therapy.
You just have to poke, basically. You just have to poke and prod at what emotionally fires them up in either the positive or the negative sense, and you just have to get them tunnel visioned on those specific things. So find the thing that fires them up positively, tunnel vision them in on that in a very simplistic way, and also find the thing that they find very negative. So find the thing that fires them up negatively and positively. Do both, and tunnel vision them in on both of those things. So therefore, you're going to have a being operating on the principle of thinking that they're doing a lot of critical thinking, while in fact what's happening is what they're thinking is critical thinking is their extreme emotionality towards those things. So in other words,
you're so delusional, and it terrifies me because I've been in a psychiatric hospital. I spent quite a lot of time in hospital because I had a horrible childhood. I know all this, you see, because I learned quite a lot when I was in there, because once you know yourself, you can know everybody because we're all the same. But what terrifies me is that it will happen again. It's just a matter of time. It will happen again.
Oh, it will.
And that millions and millions, but people say it was so evil. He was so evil. Well, he wasn't the one that went around doing all those terrible things. He didn't. He wasn't.
It was the people he inspired to do it. Yep. So it's amazing how everybody just points the finger outside. You'll notice this online, especially within the YouTube world, just any online community world. You'll notice that when someone does a video or talks about a topic, what they're doing is it's like a mini version of what's happening with a lot of cults. Like, so all the commenters basically beneath, so a video will get a huge amount of views based on specifically whether the topic is catering to a large mass emotional surge in the audience or not, and how little nuance it contains or not. So if the video is catering to the largest possible lowest common denominator, people are going to love it. But as soon as you start going into nuance and calling out the viewers along with yourself, then immediately people start disliking what you're saying and doing, because in other words, they want to feel like they're the exclusive club and everybody else is outside of them. So, and this applies to every single video people watch too. Like, so, for example, like if you do a video on one specific topic, if your audience doesn't feel like they're an exclusive club with you while watching your content, they're going to really dislike what you're saying and get really bothered by it, no matter how accurate it is, actually, because you're not making them feel like they're an exclusive club with you. But if you're doing that, and the content creators across the world know this very well, if you make your audience feel like they're an exclusive club with you, that's the stuff that's going to get all your views, all your revenue, and everything else. But if you point out, hey, we actually have very real flaws in ourselves, and specify what those are and say, hey, you audience members have these specific issues in you, also fix these and work on these specifically in particular, then immediately the views go down immediately, because people can't stand being called out, especially if they're of what you would call the NPC or sheeple variety. They can't stand it because they're not self-aware enough to recognize, hey, that's actually an accurate statement, independent of what I think about myself or not. So if somebody says, hey, perpetual pleasurist, you have very notable specific types of evils that exist in you, and here's what they are. And if those are accurate, I'll be like, hey, actually, that's accurate. This is an accurate statement. And it won't actually bother me or disturb me, as long as what they're saying is accurate and not inaccurate. But I've noticed, even if what you're saying is accurate, if a person is not a self-aware type of person, they're just only going to get bothered by what's being said, because they're now, oh, they've lost their exclusive club psychology. And so that's how cults are so easy to form and so easy to make, is what most humans value is they value being in an exclusive club, or imagining that they're in an exclusive club, more than any degree of facts or truth or self-awareness of any type. As long as they can feel like they're in an exclusive club, that's what matters to them more than anything in the world.
Yeah.
More than anything.
Yes, I find people
And
very delusional, I have to say. Very delusional.
yeah, and also going back to what you guys were saying just now about people um being conditioned to believe that they're acting off of critical thinking rather than their emotions. Well, it's actually been I think shown that we as humans, we actually basically all of our decisions are based off emotion, and we just like to dress it up in critical thinking language and make ourselves think that we're actually like operating off of logic and rationality, when it's actually just emotions just masking itself as critical thinking and being logical and rational. So yeah.
Correct. Yep. And
Actually,
so
you could solve a problem for me. Actually, something happened to me this couple of weeks ago, and I'm still very angry about it. I've got very bad rheumatoid arthritis in my hands, and there are days when my hands don't work. There were a couple of weeks ago, I was outside, and my neighbour said to me, Liz, can you please come and repot my plants for me? Because I'm a great one for looking after plants and stuff. So I said to her, no, I can't. My hands are sore. So then she said to me, you know what? You should try a bit harder with your hands. Anyway, I threw a hissy fit. What would you have done if it happened to you? Because I think maybe I overreacted.
are you asking me, or are you asking
Both of you,
the
yeah.
wanderer?
What would you have done if
Oh,
something said that to you? Bearing in mind, if you had rheumatoid arthritis and your hands are sore, and they know
well,
it.
I mean, if you threw a fit, I don't think that's unreasonable. Especially, did they already know you had rheumatoid
No, yeah,
arthritis? You
no,
said.
it's my next door neighbour. My next door neighbour, yeah.
Okay, so they already knew that. They were already informed, and in spite of knowing that, in spite of being informed, they had you help because, number one, you didn't have to help, and you voluntarily did because you wanted to. So it seems like they're expecting help. It seems like, so
Yes,
that's kind of
yes.
rude in the first place. You should never expect help, but always
Mm.
appreciate it only. So it seems like the fact that you're analyzing it means that you're self-aware to be analyzing it. Most people wouldn't even self-reflect. They would feel justified in behaving that way. So it's really good that you don't feel justified in behaving that way. However, in terms of the facts of it, I guess it would depend on what you did. But you standing up for yourself and being adamant and standing up for yourself. Hey, that's very ungrateful, etc. Calling them out on that is very reasonable. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I don't. There's especially if they were pre-informed and everything else.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
she had this real scowl on her face, really. We've had lots of problems, and it just really hit home. I thought, yeah, I could see the truth in you, actually. And I'm not speaking to her anymore. The whole relationship's finished. She's my next door neighbour. And I think maybe I'm being a little bit OTT. But it was just the look on her face. And I thought to myself, who the hell do you think you are, actually? Do your own repotting. You know.
Yeah.
That's the
Anywho,
universe
sorry.
solidifying the fact. That's the universe solidifying the fact that you definitely need to leave where you are and go to a more suburban type of place where you'll be happy once and for all.
Oh yes, I mean it's all adding to it. Yes, yeah. She's just too lazy to even do a repotting. I mean, I'm happy to repot, but this particular day my hands were sore, so I wasn't going to do it. It was an attitude. You
Yeah.
know, you should try harder with your hands. This horrible scowl on their face.
Yeah, it's the
You should
attitude
kiss
thing
my
because
ass
it's
is
like,
probably what I would have said, but whatever.
yeah. Because here's the thing, this is another thing I've noticed, especially about the trends that are going on. It's like I've seen so many younger people's dynamics with their parents, and the younger, a lot of times they're so naggy towards their parents, and it's like
Mm,
that's seen as a standard. Whereas like I've always appreciated everything my mom has done to help me out over the years. Not one time ever in my whole life did I expect for her to help me out with anything, but she always did, but I never expected it. So if there was ever a time where she just didn't do something, I'd be like, okay, she's not obligated to do it. Like I appreciate if she does, but I need to I need to figure my own stuff out. And if I can't, then that's on me. Even though I'm an antinatalist and I view that, yes, in principle, parents should help out, in practical reality, I was like, but I'm never going to expect that. I'm never going to be a
mm,
nagger or this asinine thinking person. But I've noticed that there's this weird trend I've seen where so many younger people with their parents have this expectatory, and it's not even just the expectatory, like it's reasonable to expect your parents are going to love and show you care, but it's the attitude that they have towards the parents. It's this like pissed off, like
Disrespectful.
irritated. It's just this
yeah, disrespectful.
disrespectfulness,
I've noticed that. Yeah, very disrespectful.
so it's like I was like, okay, even though yes, I am an antinatalist and yes, I follow the principle of yes, parents in principle should take care of and help their kids their entire life. It's still equally important that the kid is respectful to the parent and
Yeah.
isn't this nasty bad attitude person, because in my mind it's like, okay, but if the kid has a shitty attitude though, then the kid shouldn't get help. Like it depends on, if the kid
Yeah.
has a good attitude, the kid should get help. If he has a bad attitude, he shouldn't. Basically, that's in my opinion how it should work, basically.
Mm,
So I was always a good attitude person, always appreciative and everything else. So I was like, okay, because I was that, I feel like it makes sense that, and it was fair that I got the help I got. But if I was some asinine, bad behavior person, growing up over the years, my parents shouldn't have helped me if I had that attitude,
mm,
you know? So in a lot of the antinatalist circles, people go on about, yeah, no matter what, parents should help kids and stuff. But I think that's a very important caveat to distinguish is that, hey, but respect and attitude is as important as core principles, right? Like there's not mutually exclusive, right? So it's like, yeah, I think that's a very important caveat, and I think I'm going to do more content on that actually, because there's a topic I've discussed with various people, videos, comments, and things like that, where the principle of, okay, if a parent brings a kid into this world, it's their responsibility to take care of that kid for their entire life. And I was like, I agree, but if the kid has a bad attitude and mistreats the parents, then the kid should be required to pay rent, because that's gonna compensate for their shitty attitude. They shouldn't be required to pay rent by the parents if they have a good attitude, though, and they're kind to the parents. That
Yeah.
should be the crux of it, basically. You know.
And I think Danny Shine, for example, he thinks the opposite, right? He thinks that parents should provide for their kids for the rest of their life, no matter what. I think.
Yeah.
mm,
I
yeah.
think that's a very unhealthy thing, because it's like it's defeating yourself too. It's like, okay, the principle is, well, yeah, I mean, in principle, it's fucked up, and I didn't desire to come to this world. I don't appreciate that I was forced into this world. However, I understand that my parents are, in their intentions, well-intentioned people in spite of all their flaws and stuff like that. I've always known that. So it's like, okay, in their case, yes, they made a mistake in bringing me to this world. However, the being that I am is not a mistake. It's just me being in this world is the mistake part that shouldn't happen. But I'm not going to hold that over their heads from my end, because I know that they didn't do it maliciously at all from their end. So it's like, if I'm going to have this bad attitude, that's going to be me being malicious and being a source of the problem. So for me, it's like, okay, what is the source of the problems, not what is just the core principle in theme, right? So I think what Danny Shine is talking about, he emphasizes what's the core principle in theme there, over and above what are all the sources of the problem, not just like, because it's not it's not only the parent bringing the kid to this world that's the source of the problem, it's also simultaneously the kid having a shitty attitude while they grow up as the kid being a source of problems also from their
Yeah.
ends. So, and I think this is a thing a lot of antinatalists might tend to overlook, is not recognizing how much of a problem from the kids' ends they are to the rest of the world. So they basically put a lot of times too much blame on just the parent alone versus recognizing that, yeah, that's a factor, but there's also the factor of the kid is also a shitty personality from their end, and that's not the fault of the parents at all,
Well, what
actually.
they'll say is that if determinism is true, they'll say that the child was determined to be a shitty person based off the parents' genetics. The parents kind of brought it on themselves.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, and that once again, that's the core principle, and that's accurate, but that's only like the half of it, right? So because it's like, okay, but on top of that, you as the being that you are, as the parent or not, have value also. So like you have to also respect your own value independent of whatever mistakes you made or not. Like it's just
Mhm.
because you made a mistake, it doesn't mean you're this non-valuing thing that needs to be this donkey to your kids now and be mistreated and be this whipping mule. That's not what it means. If you
Mhm.
so it's like, you know what I mean? Like, so I think there's this very backwards thinking there. It's like it's very self-deprecating. It's like, okay, if you made a mistake or you think you made a mistake in bringing kids to this world against their will, that doesn't mean you're now supposed to be a whipping mule to the kids. Be, oh, now punish me. Now it's kind of like it's a weird secular version of like the whipping that people used to do religiously for God, like the self-flagellation. It's like a form of emotional self-flagellation. Oh my God, I made a mistake, I made an accident, so therefore I deserve to be punished by my kids for the rest of my life. It's like, no, you don't. Like that's dumb. Why would you see it that way? So I noticed, actually, I had a conversation with Danny Shine where he was on live and he was bringing his son on, and his son was actually kind of mistreating him. He was being very asinine and naggy and just very disrespectful. And his dad, Danny Shine, as much as I respect Danny Shine, he was like welcoming and allowing this kid to be really disrespectful to him, as he basically was painting it to where the kid had every right to be disrespectful like that to him, and that's what he deserved because he accidentally brought the kid here against his will. And so the kid was just drilling in on that, and I was like, Danny, like that's not how that's not the way to go about this. Like you're not supposed to be a whipping mule to your son's emotional abuse. Like, don't do that. Like, being an antinatalist and having those philosophical principles, you still have to have self-respect. Like you still have to be like, hey, it's not respectful for you to talk to me like that, son. Like you need to talk with me with respect. I'm your dad. Like it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just, and it's interesting to me that that point gets so drastically overlooked in that
Mhm.
topic circle. It really is a point that should not go overlooked because it's a significant one. It really is. I mean,
No, yeah, I agree because I myself I mean I'm very resentful at the fact that I was brought into this world, but I don't nag my parents for money. I don't. In fact, I don't really even ask them for much of anything. Actually, I try to be as independent as possible. So yeah, I agree that people, even though like again I'm an anti-natalist myself, and I understand why people would be resentful towards their parents for bringing them into the world. I agree that they shouldn't be disrespectful to them unless they have a good reason to, like if they were abusive or something.
yeah, that's the principle. It's like there's all we play our part as well, because really the point is minimizing suffering, maximizing pleasure for ourselves and others, right? So if we are actively doing that in our actions, thoughts, and feelings, and our behaviors, then that means we're worthy of respect from others. If we're doing what we can to make the world a better place given the circumstances, then we deserve respect as well, right? So it's like every person should have that ingrained sense of self-respect and not self-deprecate. And this is something that I've noticed that was a distinction in my brain chemistry from a lot of people I knew. So it's like, even when I was a really young kid, if my parents or somebody would say something to me like disciplinary or whatever, if I knew what they were saying was wrong, if I knew they were going over the top disciplinary wise, or some kids said some stupid thing to me or insulted me or whatever, I didn't take those things to heart. I just knew they were wrong. So growing up, I had a very strong resistance to others' opinions and ideas that were negative in nature, whether it was from parents or whatever, or other kids. And I only took to heart the positive things said to me. All the negative stuff I just rejected. I was like, nope, they're just wrong. They need to say positive stuff because that's accurate. I'm a positive, loving, kind person with good qualities. If they say anything else, they're wrong. They're the problem. But I've noticed a lot of others, like a lot of my close friends, my romantic partners and stuff, when they were a kid, they internalized the negative stuff that was said to them and agreed with it emotionally, even though in principle they did, like emotionally they agreed with it inside themselves. You know, I probably am a little bit of this scumbag that they're saying I am. I probably am worthless and useless and blah 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 blah. So I noticed when they talk to me about this, they're like their brain chemistry internalized negative things others said to them, whereas mine did not. Actually,
Well, you're very lucky then. Very, very lucky indeed.
It helped a lot. Yeah, it helped me not having depression issues.
You're
And anxiety
very
issues.
lucky. Very lucky if you managed to do that.
And I wonder what it is. I was like, what is it in the brain chemistries of people who internalize that stuff versus the ones who don't internalize it? What's the distinction?
Everything.
It's because you know yourself, and if you know you're not a dirtbag, no one can tell you you're a dirtbag.
Exactly. That's it.
And that's simple. That's all it is. When my parents would say, well, I wouldn't say parents at this point, when my mother would say inappropriate things to me, I'd look at her and I'd go, yeah, whatever.
God, lucky you.
Because it wasn't my understanding of my feeling of myself. I knew who I was. I was more solid than she was.
Oh, no,
and at times we would change roles, and I would be the mother and she'd be the kid.
Wow.
And I would show her how to treat people.
That's interesting, Divine. Like, so you're very similar to me in that type of internal chemistry.
Yeah, I'm the total opposite.
Yeah. So
I don't have.
What do you think? Because it seems like the what am I trying to say? It seems like our overall drive in terms of like, you know, wanting to be good people, having empathy and all these is really on par. But the distinction, it seems like, is that what was it, do you feel, that caused you to internalize those negative things, Chickpea, distinguished from me and Divine not internalizing those negative things?
We were constantly I was brought up in the armed forces, so by the time I was 6, I'd already been to about 4 different schools in 3 or 4 different countries. So I had no stability outside at all that I could hold on to. And my mother was just a bitch, and I was terrified of her. And I didn't have a father. They broke up when I was about 1, 2 years old. And my stepfather used to encourage her. So I had a really rough time of it. But yeah, but then I have been told I have a chemical problem in my brain. There is something physically wrong with me. I have been told. So I'm just a miserable old bag, basically. I'm not cut out to be here. And
you know, of course, it's never your fault. Like it's never someone's fault that there's chemical stuff going on that makes them susceptible to that. I've noticed it's been a fascinating subject for me, because I've noticed if it's so many conversations I've had with people, because they've come to me and it's sort of always turned out into this like therapist type dynamic somehow, even though I've never sought that out. It just happens that way with me and friends that I have. It's like, that's really the crux of it. I was like, if they could just like have a similar brain chemistry to me, their problems would be almost completely solved with their traumas.
It's not all my. There's something definitely wrong with my brain chemistry.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting, because I've noticed no matter what they do and no matter what they try to adjust, like they'll do the same things. Like a friend of mine who has bipolar, for example, he'll do all like the same things that I encourage him to do that I do, basically, but his brain chemistry is just wired, like no matter what he does, no matter what, he'll always have these phases of really extreme depression that are just soul destroying, basically. Like no matter what he does. And
I know exactly how your friend feels.
But again, I have to question, like, how is it that non-sentient chemicals give rise to these experiences of depression? And I don't understand that.
Well, it's all in our DNA, isn't it?
I guess.
DNA, it's serotonin. It's a lot to do with serotonin and other. Like I've got RA, like I've told you, I've got Sjogren's syndrome. But when you take the 2 diseases right to their ultimate end, so you come across serotonin again. It's a whole lot's all linked, and unfortunately, our medical profession aren't that clued up yet to be able to cure it all.
This
They're
is
not.
a talk show.
Yeah.
If you would like to join the
Yeah, because I
conversation,
noticed
please
in
feel
like my
welcome
friend's
to
case
come
who has
on
the
and talk
bipolar,
right
he's
now. The link is available
he's
in the
really
live
kind,
chat on
empathic,
YouTube.
loving person.
This
Like
is a talk
he'll
show.
actively
If you
do
would like to join
everything,
the
like
conversation, please
behaviorally
feel
and
welcome
thought and
to come
feeling and
on
all
and
sorts of
talk
stuff,
right
more than
now.
anybody I know.
The link
But
is
he's
available
literally
in the
got a
live chat on YouTube.
biochemical
This is a
issue
talk
in his
show.
brain to where if he
If
doesn't take certain medications,
Could you
literally no matter
wait?
what.
Could you repeat that because the NW was playing a disclaimer?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
at the same time.
okay. So what I'm saying is, no matter what he does, literally he'll always fall back into these waves of extreme depression.
Yeah,
And
I
for
really
him,
feel for him. It's a
it's
shame I don't know him because me and him would get on like a house on fire.
you probably would actually, and
We
that's why
would get
like
on very well together.
my girlfriend, I have, talking to him mostly about those things because she and him can relate on a lot of stuff. But like,
Yeah.
what's interesting for me is like, it's very clear to me in his particular case. Normally, I'm not pro medication unless it's absolutely
Mm.
necessary. In his case, it's very obviously absolutely
Yeah, I'm the
necessary
same. I have to
because,
have medication. I've got no
yeah,
choice.
because in his case, like he'll do all the positivity thinking and everything else, but it's
Yeah.
literally an ingrained biochemical
Yeah,
thing.
I've got the same.
It's
It's
so it's like a
horrible.
microscopic mechanical fix that he
Yes.
needs, basically, is what it
Yeah.
is.
I tell you,
Mhm.
me and him,
So
we would get on really well together because we'd be able to see it in each other. Because people can't
yep.
see it in me. Because to the outside world, I'm a tall, skinny blonde. I've got lots of cats, lots of pot plants, and I'm very fashionable. Nobody would actually believe that I suffer from depression. People can't
Yeah.
believe it.
Well, it's found that recently bipolar and things like that, it's actually an epigenetic flaw. There's physically something wrong with the
Yeah.
covering around,
Yeah.
like, what is it, the
Yes, there's
mythelial
something
sheaths
wrong.
or
Yeah.
whatever. So it's like with me, with my brain, I don't have that issue. So
You're
my
lucky you've got the total opposite.
yeah. So for me, I can actually do things that will actually change and adjust how I feel. But in his case, it doesn't matter what he does because there's
Yeah, it
microscopically,
makes no difference.
physically something missing.
It makes
Yeah.
absolutely no difference. And it
Yes.
doesn't. And I know so because I have the problem. It helps if I could have a wine and tell somebody I'm feeling depressed. This does help if there's somebody that I can have a good old wine at. But if I'm in a situation where I can't have a good wine, it can really hit me hard. I mean,
Yeah.
really hit.
And this
Yes.
idea, the Deep Prophet's mentioning, he's mentioning the concept of parasitic demons. Personally, I would not doubt that. Like, if in
Mm.
fact there is some additional thing going on, and
Yes.
my friend who has bipolar, he thinks something similar like that is. He's like, man, I really
Yes.
feel like no matter what I do,
Yes.
there's some curse hanging over me from something other than me, like a demonic entity or
You
whatever.
know what? Yeah, I
know.
must tell you. Have I told you about when I should have died quite a few years back in the fire and everything?
I
And
heard about that. I heard the audio about that. Yes, I did.
yeah, and something happened. The phone rang, an unplugged phone. Now, it was unplugged. So I escaped. Plus, when I tried to commit suicide, I was in a coma for 5 days. And the doctor said to me, there's no way you could have done what you did. You'd be dead. Well, I did what I did. And I know I did. There's something out there that is keeping me here. And there's something weird. Because I hate this planet. I loathe the place. And I did actually exist in another dimension before I came into this one. I learned via hypnotherapy. And
Yeah.
don't know what
That's it.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. But I was just thinking, like, I've always had that strong sensation my whole life, too. It's like, no matter what I've read or heard, like, for me, it's so extreme. It's like, because, see, I can literally, I'm able, if I put my brain in that space, to see
Yeah.
the world from a completely materialistic, secular perspective. I have no issue with that. However, my permeating gut instinct and everything else has always told me that, no, you actually are from this eternal paradise realm. This is who you actually are. You're here temporarily against your will. You were put here
Yeah,
by
I am,
force. Like,
definitely.
you're going to go back to this paradise state when you leave. So it's like, I've never had any fear or concern about my after death state whatsoever. I've always been 100% confident about it. But at the same time, it's like, I'm able to process reality from a gross materialist perspective, but I know for a fact in my case, beyond even information, that that's not where it ends. It's like, I know for a fact I'm
No.
from another place than here. Like,
Yeah.
it's not even a belief. It's like this total permeating certainty
Yeah.
that's never left me,
Yeah. But
And-
I'm terrified, I can tell you, because I'm terrified. Absolutely terrified. Because I truly do believe that I've been here before, and if I don't escape this time, I'm going to come back again. And I don't want to come back because I've bloody had enough. I've had it.
Likewise. Me too.
What?
I definitely do not want to come back to anything like
I
this.
don't want to come back.
I
And you're
noticed-
the happy one. You see,
That's
you're
right.
happy. How did I feel?
Exactly. Well, the thing is, see, I'm happy because I know I'm from a place beyond this place. Like, that's a huge factor in why I'm so happy. Like,
All right.
I know
Well,
for a
look at
fact
you.
this isn't where it ends for me. You
Oh,
know?
but,
So Yvonne, I think, sorry about Yvonne. I know Yvonne, I'm not sure if that's male or female.
No, it's Yvonne. It's
What's
Yvonne.
that? Oh, Yvonne. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
free to speak. Sorry about going on without giving you a space to talk. I didn't
Nah, that's fine.
put
I
my
don't
miles.
have much to say since everything I say would be going into the circle of life. There's not much to add to our demise than what you guys already had. So.
Okay. Yeah, if there's something you want to say, feel free to chime in though, because I tend to ramble on quite a bit.
Right now I'm just enjoying my coffee, smoking cigarette, listening to you
Oh,
guys.
you smoke, you lucky devil.
So nice to hear you. Oh, so nice to hear you. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Yep. Thanks for being on.
No, it's good. You guys are right on point. But yeah, go ahead.
What have your feelings about that, Divine and Yvonne? Have you had a very similar experience to Chickpea and I? I'm like, have you always had a permeating like certainty beyond, like totally beyond belief or ideas or concepts, that just this permeating sensation that I, for a fact, am from someplace other than this, and that's where I'm meant to go back to? Have you always had that?
There is one, and there always will be one, because the cycle of nature, you have to understand that you've been here before. It's in your blood. It's not in the in the vibration of the cosmic. It's in the blood of your ancestor. This is why you came here. Sometimes you have trait of your grandparent or your great grandparent. That's because they are coming back.
Wait, Yvonne, your audio sounds a bit choppy.
Oh, okay, I'm too far.
Interesting. So
yes, so that's how nature recycle the you that you are. Because of the.
That's interesting. But what about have you ever had a sensation yourself that you are from specifically a paradise state beyond this world, like an individual, forever identity beyond this
No,
world?
I don't not exactly not exactly a paradise state, but I just don't feel like I was meant for this place, but not exactly a paradise place.
Okay, interesting. And so you have had that, Divine. That's cool. That's awesome. So it's interesting.
I've had many encounters with my brothers and sisters from where I locally come from.
Interesting. Yeah,
while I've been here.
I've had a lot of really detailed dream visions and things happen to me too, also in regards to that. So here's what's really interesting too about me is like I actually really thoroughly enjoy watching a lot of all out like atheist channels and stuff like that. But for me personally, like no matter what they say, like I can grasp everything they're saying 100% and understand it clearly, like how, the evolution, all these other types of things. But for me, but I have an independent existence outside of just appearing in this world this one time. And it's so independent of any amount of information about facts or science or any of this type of stuff. It's like it has no effect on that certainty that I have about myself. And that's something I've always found very intriguing. It's like, yeah, I can totally understand all the secular materialist, everything else like that. But for me, my operating system has always been, ideal desired reality as actual reality, and that's never changed for me ever since I was a kid all the way on up. And I feel like that's a huge contributor as to why I've been very resistant to things like depression and all these other types of issues, because it's not the only factor, but it's a huge contributor, I think, because it makes it to where like no matter what happens, it's like, okay, but I'm actually from a paradise state. That's who I actually am. And literally, no matter what happens to me, that certainty never changes. So it's like I'm always in the state of rebelling against anything other than that.
Well, I
Wait,
really
so-
envy you.
Wait, so but PP, why do you think that you were sent to this place then?
So I feel like whatever the specific is, it has something to do with if it wasn't me, the specific things that occurred with me being here wouldn't have happened otherwise. So I still think it's a mistake, and it shouldn't have happened even then, though. Let me be very clear about that. But it's kind of like I feel like it's a situation where, let's say, a rough example would be like, let's say you have a big warehouse of people, everybody has their own departments, and then there's this weird off to the side job that nobody else can pull off and is qualified for, and something you shouldn't have to do. But since literally nobody else can do that exact thing, you're the only one who can do that specific set of things. I feel like it's something like that, to where it's like, yeah, I still didn't want to be here, and I was still sent here against my will, but it's something to do with like there would be no other being to do the exact things that I'm doing here, if that
It
makes
sounds like a
sense.
nightmare.
It is, and I think it is nightmarish, and it sucks. It sucks horribly that no other being was qualified for it, but it's something along those lines, and I'm still trying to piece together exactly what. I have my hypotheses on what I think it is, but um, a lot of it has to do with the Tao principle stuff I talk about, and all these other really specific esoteric things that I don't think anybody else on the planet would have ever brought up or discussed the way I do. So I think certain themes about eternality and paradise and all these things wouldn't have come into this world and gotten spread unless I said it or spread it. Because I haven't seen the exact.
Oh wow!
There's similar things, but I haven't seen the exact things I talk about anywhere else. Basically, about
Is
a
that
lot of that stuff.
I just want to say one thing: is that your ego so big that you have to generate everything for you?
Yes.
Because you know that your ego is your body, and your body is your sense that is generated by the third dimension field that you live in. So all your information that come through go through your organ first, and then go through your brain. So how
Yeah.
can
I feel that there's a real ego beyond the temporal ego. I feel like there's an eternal ego that I have that's the real ego, distinguished from the temporal ego. But yes, I understand exactly what you're saying, because in this world, um and this, I've always been a person who's been very pro ego, both temporally and transcendentally, and so both pro paradise ego and temporal ego. I've never been inclined towards any ideology that's anti ego or opposed to ego. Now, when it comes to opposed to being arrogant, yes, definitely we shouldn't be arrogant, which is, I think, a very distinct thing from being egoistic. So, like, even though a lot of times in the modern world people jumble up the two things, I feel like they're two very distinct things. Egoism is a healthy thing. Arrogance is a bad thing, basically. So you should have a healthy ego, self-respect, self-value, without arrogance, though. So
but
basically,
arrogance would be like a symptom like disgust and all those
yes.
like those feeling that you're repulsing. So
Arrogance would basically be a hierarchical psychology towards others, which is a demiurgic thinking process. So basically, like the idea that I am here better than others, rah, hear me roar, is basically like, that's arrogance. That's what people usually refer to as ego. But I think that's only arrogance. I don't
but
think
I got a
ego.
question.
Yeah.
Why do you think uh, your you create that universe for you?
Are you
Why?
talking about the ideal place that I feel I come from? Is that what you're referring to?
Why? Because you're saying that you have the feeling of a higher being, like an energetic being or divine being that you've been or you have. Is that what
Yes.
you're saying? But that
Yes.
energy, where you pick that up?
That, I feel that's inherent to me eternally. It's independent of anything that came after. So, but here's the interesting thing, though. I'm 100% okay if that's not actually true. Like, I can totally withstand the idea or concept that I disappear forever after this. It's like it's a certainty beyond any other certainties. It's like I know for a fact I'm eternal, and it's like it's hard to describe. It's like I know it beyond my brain knowing it. It's like it's a permeating certainty that, like, no matter what's told to me and no matter what I believe or think, it's like this independent certainty of that's who I actually am.
But do
And
you want to be eternal?
well, the thing is, yes, I prefer to be eternal in a perpetually
All right.
pleasured state. so that's definitely a preference. But even if I didn't prefer that, that sensation is still independent of that. So, like, let's say even if I desires, like right now, to disappear from sentience somehow, that certainty that I never will disappear from that eternal sentience is still a permeating certainty. Like even if I wanted otherwise, basically, if that makes sense. So it's like there's something very significant to that permeating certainty that this is how I've developed a lot of my views now, because I've noticed that there's two distinct worlds. There's the impositional world of all this facts and information and stuff, right? It's like, okay, here's the facts, here's the as is, here's how things operate. And then there's this totally distinct line of things, line of reality that is the other distinct line of reality is total permeating certainties, specificities, ideals, and all that other type of stuff that are never affected by what is the as is, basically what is imposed out there. Whether whatever is imposed on us is good or bad in our estimation, those permeating certainties are a completely independent thing from what I've noticed.
Wait, but
And
wouldn't that mean that existence is basically kind of like a prison since you can't escape?
yeah, and I've talked about that a lot in different videos. That's why I said my whole video on the even if all that's true, being a soul is still a redundant trap. So my psychology is very interesting. I recognize that even those paradise states are their own type of trap, even if that's true.
Right,
I have
yeah.
no delusions that they're other than a trap. However, they're a trap that I approve of as long as I can customize the trap to my desire eternally. So that's how I see it. It's like I still recognize it as an eternal prison, but as long as I can customize that eternal prison to my liking, I'm satisfied, if that makes
Oh well,
sense.
that's. I think it's a big shithole, all of it. I
Go
do.
So
Chippy.
so basically
What?
I don't have the view that the paradise states are other than a trap state. I think they're just a different version of a trap, but they're a desirable trap versus whereas a lot of people they think the paradise states are free from being trapped. I don't think that. Because and I that's also a permeating certainty in me as well because of that simultaneous determinism principle, right? Where it's like, okay, I have my ideals and desires, but I still recognize that those in and of themselves are their own kind of a trap, but they're a trap worth engaging in and worth perpetuating, if that makes sense. So
Yeah,
I feel like that, yeah,
so it's basically like being trapped in a mansion versus being trapped in an actual prison.
correct, exactly. That's basically
It's
the
the same
distinction.
exact thing, just a different building.
Yep, that's how
Yeah.
I see it
Yeah.
personally.
But each time you're saying prison, for me, I hear prism, like the
Prism, like
crystal.
the shape, like the shape of a prism.
Yeah, the crystal, because the whole universe, when the past go, when tomorrow come for, what I want to say is when tomorrow come today, the past is already frozen in time. Okay, so the past is a prism. The whole universe is a prism turning into itself, like the fractal universe. So the infinity is finite. This is why you never die, because you are part of the infinity.
Oh, we're the lucky ones.
Oh no, no, everybody's lucky and unlucky. There's no luck. There's no good. There's no bad. There's no. There's just hot and cold,
So
positive and negative.
it's basically all just a bunch of chaos essentially.
No, okay. Well, yes and no, because you know that nature stabilize and find harmony, but each time the gong ring, it will shake everything up. Like, I don't know how to say it, but it's so
So
like,
this is actually really interesting that you bring this up. So my experience of life has been this. I've noticed that the vast majority of things that are meant to be, that I know for a fact are meant to be, that I can feel are meant to be, don't occur. There's only a very small number of things that I've felt that are meant to be that have actually taken place in my life and the lives of others close to me. But you can, so many times people say this, oh, if it's not meant to be, it won't happen. I've never agreed with that because it's like, wait a minute, there's so many things where I could tell with every ounce of my being something was meant to be but didn't happen. And that's the
mhm.
nature of the impositional reality I've noticed. So I've never related to, and I've always found it very weird when people say, oh, things only happen because they're meant to be. It's like, meant by who though? what being, what entity means it to be. Like, for example, children being tortured is not meant to be. So let me be very clear about this. My psychology is that isn't meant to be, but it happens anyway. So the philosophy that is meant to be is obviously wrong, because obviously that isn't meant to be. What is meant to be is the kid's supposed to have a happy, fulfilling, wonderful life, right? I'm talking about innocent kids here. That's what's supposed to happen. That's what's meant to be. So why do you think it is specifically that the vast majority of things that are obviously are meant to be, like obviously they're meant to have a better life, doesn't occur? Right? Why do you think that specifically happens? Do you think there is a sentience behind it going that way, or do you think it's non-sentient? Do you think that it's just a bad operating system that causes those things to occur
No,
without a
because
sentience being behind it?
you do become empath with your emotions. All your five senses create like your universe. So if you did not learn the lesson, you will repeat it. It's like my parents; they're so childish. So they raise me. They like a child raising child. So how can I become an adult with all like the experience of doing my proper lifestyle? So I'm gonna get frustrated, and then I'm gonna beat on the other one. This is what humans do. Their lack of responsibility, I could say, because like all the responsibility you should do, then you don't do because it's kind of like a lot of work. So people just let it go, get frustrated, and you get hungry, you get tired, and all those emotions piles up, and then you like it's so obvious. It's just like we're going in circle without to find the real path. How can man?
Well, like, so I guess what I'm trying to get at here, to be more specific, is because so
Yeah,
often I hear people who are otherwise very optimistic, positive people still repeating this idea or this trope that, oh, if it's meant to be, it will happen. But in my experience, very few things that I know for a fact are meant to be have occurred. Really, the only things that I know are meant to be that have occurred are things I put a huge amount of effort and focus into making certain happened a certain way. And extremely rarely otherwise do things ever just spontaneously happen. I've noticed, in spite of how positive I
yeah.
think, in spite of how empathetic and all these other types of things I am, in spite of how much positivity I put out into the world and feel, it's like unless I do very particular mechanistic formulaic things, um, most things that I know are meant to be haven't occurred. Like there's a huge list of things that I could tell, oh, that was meant to be, but that didn't happen. Okay, and I have like this little teeny range of like, a handful of things that were meant to be that did happen, but most things didn't though. And so to me, it's very strange how people don't recognize that this idea of, oh, if it's not meant to be, it won't happen, is a very demiurgic serving psychology without people realizing it. Usually
Wait,
when they say that, they're well-meaning, but they're kind of missing what they're contributing to when they do that. You
wait,
know.
but PP, if everything really is determined, well then isn't everything in a sense meant to be how it is? If everything is determined.
Well, things being simultaneously determined is different, though. Remember, because that's the as is, that's the imposition. That's different from being meant to be. Because so the meant to part. Well, so I guess what you're saying is it really depends on who means it to be and who we're referring to when we say that. So it's like, okay, for example, there's a shit ton of things that have happened in my life that I didn't mean to be. And so neither my temporal or eternal self ever meant to be, but happened anyway. So obviously there's another entity that meant something to be that I didn't mean it to be. So it's like there's obviously a
Right.
clash of wills here, is what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is I've noticed the majority of things that have been imposed on me and others, in spite of my great life, have been obviously by something other than me. And that something other than me is not something I align with or approve of at all. So it's not
Is
like
the
this idea that,
river of
oh,
fate? Is the flow of the river of fate that you're talking about, like the old poet, the old poem from the Greek? You remember, if you follow the Greek philosophy, it's the old fate that people
So,
try to hold into.
so do you feel, Yvonne, it sounds like you're saying you feel that it is an impersonal, non-personal force that causes things to be imposed. Basically, that's the simple version of what I'm trying to ask. Going through all of you, Chickpea, Divine, and, Yvonne, Wanderer, do you feel that what is imposed on us against our will is done via a mechanistic, impersonalistic thing that's just there, right? Happening, operating by itself, but there's not a sentience behind it? Or do you feel there's a specific sentience behind things being imposed on you against your will? What is your thought on that? Which
I
personal
don't
or
know.
impersonal, basically?
I'm kind of agnostic, but I kind of sometimes feel like it's at times I feel like the universe is indifferent towards me, and but then there's other things and um and other times where certain things happen to me that made me feel like there was something out to get me. So I feel like it could be both at the same time, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm agnostic about
Okay.
it.
Well, I would think would this kind of sum up how you probably view it, like the agnosticism? Do you feel like it's a hybrid where basically, okay, you have both elements actually at play? So there's like at the background, at the root of it, there's a mechanistic thing causing automatic impositions, including onto the sentience that's also separately from that, willing stuff for you against your will. So where you basically have like a limited, maybe supernatural entities that are limited in power, scope, or influence, that are on top of themselves being imposed onto. They're, in addition to that, also imposing things on you, possibly. Like, would that kind of explain sort of your view? Like it's a hybrid in that way, sort of?
Yeah, I guess so. And I guess what you're getting at is that it's basically just dominoes falling all the way down, essentially.
I see. Okay, interesting.
Right?
What do
Is
you think
that
about that? Oh,
the supernatural entities themselves who are out to get me also have things imposing their own will on them to thus impose their own will on me. So it's like a dominoes falling in that sense, essentially.
okay. Okay. So basically, uh, either an eternal regression or basically like a plethora of
Right. Yeah, yeah.
supernatural things that themselves are all being basically driven by an impersonal root force at the core
Right.
of it, basically. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. What do you think, Divine or Chickpea, on that one?
Well, I
I don't
think.
know.
Oh,
Go,
you
go
go
ahead,
first,
sweetheart.
Yvonne. You go first.
No, you're younger than me. Go ahead.
Younger than you? I can't say I'm younger than anybody. I'm here against my will. I've always been here against my will, and I know so because I think I told you that I existed in another dimension before I came to this one. I discovered this at hypnotherapists, and I didn't want. I didn't want to be here, and I've always known that when I was a little girl. I just don't want to be here. I hate the place. I think it's disgusting. It disgusts me.
So,
I think it's a bloodbath of animals, killing, and I hate it. I loathe the place. I haven't got a good word to say, actually. And the older I get, the worse I feel about it.
and do you feel, Divine, do you feel that there's a sentient, aware thing causing that to happen, and that like a malicious being forcing this here? Or do you feel like it's an automatic mechanistic mistake that's just causing it to happen? Like somehow you just, so in some mistaken, fluke of reality, you're ended up here? Or do you think there's a sentient source that put you here against your will that has malevolent feelings towards you, basically? Do you think
That's
it's
for you, Chickpea.
impersonal or personal?
Not for me, is it? I've just
Yes.
well,
Yeah, that's for you, Divine. Mhm. Do you think it's an impersonal thing or a personal thing? So we're, for example,
You got
like,
us mixed up, sweetheart.
yeah.
That's Chickpea you're talking to.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Wait a minute. Divine is Chickpea?
No, no.
I'm
No.
guilty.
No, no,
I'm
no.
the little
Oh,
old
did I?
English lady. Well, not English, but never mind.
Chickpea was the one that was just talking, and she's going to consider
Oh,
the question.
oh,
No,
I'm sorry. Okay, I got it mixed up.
I'm here very much against my will. There's something out there. I know for a fact, if I were to try to commit suicide, I would fail. And I know that for a fact. That's why I don't bother anymore. I don't even bother.
You don't do it right. You have to do it right.
What?
Well, when you do
Don't say
something,
that, guys. It's not funny.
no,
No,
about that.
seriously.
Yeah.
No,
But yeah.
seriously.
But yeah, I'm sorry about that, Chickpea. I got you mixed up because I was looking away from the screen when I
Oh,
was
so don't
talking.
worry
I
about it. No,
apologize.
I know for a fact if I were to try and end it, the worst I would do is injure myself. That's the worst I would do. I'm here to probably, I don't know what the God's name I'm doing here because I've led a completely useless life and I intend to stay useless until I die. I'm not going to do anything because I've had enough of it all. I'm probably here to see something. I think I'm here to see something.
Well, that's
You
what I
know
keep
what? I
questioning.
sometimes get a feeling, actually. I do get this feeling sometimes about this, that I may be elected to come here initially, then change my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm hearing very much. Yeah, I've tried to, I have tried to leave, and I know not to do anything too drastic because I might injure myself. And I don't want that to.
So it sounds like you basically have a view that you were sort of kind of tricked here, sort of like a sleazy salesman scenario where there was like a cosmic sleazy salesman who was like, hey, it's a good idea for you to come here. You can do all this great stuff. And you're like, oh, yeah, that might be a good idea. But as soon as you got here, it's like, wait a minute, this isn't what I signed up for. Wait a
There's
minute.
something. There's something weird.
Yeah. Does that sound like a realistic scenario to you? That was probably how it
Yeah,
went down? Something
yeah.
like that?
I think it's quite possible. I do get that sort of feeling that I may be elected for this somehow, but then I change my mind.
Well,
Horrible.
that's what a lot of people who talk about it's the whole Matrix community on YouTube, for example.
All right.
Right, they say that people who came here, they were tricked into thinking that it was something different
Yeah,
than how it actually turned out to be. So yeah.
yeah. I feel as though I've just got to wait for time up now. Whenever that's
I have a thought before I lost it. I want to talk about that. You're saying that you want to know about the universe, if it's sentient or not. Okay, I'm going to give you the simplest example, okay? Use your body as an example. Can you talk to the people that live inside of your body? I mean, okay, it's exactly that. See it that way, okay? See the universe, the space, and all like the rock and all that as a mineral inside of a human body, okay?
Oh,
like
okay.
all our universe. Let's say it's the gallbladder. We all live in the gallbladder. That is our universe. Can the person that holds the body can communicate with you?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so basically, you're saying if there is a sentient source beyond the universe, over the universe, then
Yeah.
even if that was the case, it wouldn't be able to communicate with us anyway because of basically the principle you're getting at. So, like, it would basically, even if it was sentient, it would be as if it wasn't sentient in terms of our experience of the thing. Is that
Yeah,
what you're
that's the
getting at?
fractal universe. We live
Okay.
inside of a being. I don't know what it is. It could be a tree. It could be like a branch, a leaf.
Oh God, isn't life bad enough already without adopting those sort of ideas?
I think,
I mean, to be honest, I think it's bad enough already without pretending that I live inside something else.
that's an interesting idea because,
whatever.
if what is the, if there is a sentience at the source of this stuff, though, like especially what's imposed, if that sentience is not human-like in nature and is is incapable of processing things the way humans do, that's a very concerning thing because that means it's just going to keep going on forever, being sentient but never being able to pick up on our feelings about things, basically. So it's like it's kind of like a giant insect or something,
You're right. It's basically indifferent towards us. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So the idea that it's sentient but indifferent, which basically equates to it more or less being mechanistic in practical application.
Well, yeah,
Experience it.
that's a very interesting idea, Yvonne. I don't think I've ever heard anyone bring up that
thing
idea before.
No, it's so simple. It's the nature of thing, like the Russian doll. When a civilization tell a story, okay, you have to understand why do they pick, like example, the Russian doll. You know what it is? It's a doll within a doll within a doll within a doll. Yes. But why do that writer pick that it came from something that he looked in nature. He looked at his aunt and his grandmother talking and making children, and it's moving on and it's moving on. So it's so simple.
I mean, but that would kind of make life
Mhm.
still kind of absurd, right? And meaningless because
Yeah,
we're
yeah, all the God stuff, là, it's a sect. It's just to scam your money for morality. Like, fuck, man.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Divine, what do you think? And thank you for that, Yvonne. That's actually a really good idea there. I just want to hear what Divine had to say about. Do you feel, Divine, that you were sent here against your will by a sentient, aware thing that had malevolence against you in doing it, or do you feel it's more of an impersonalistic, some fluke in the mechanics of things that just accidentally sent you here?
Okay, I'm going to sound very matter of fact, but I believe that I really wanted to be here because I knew I could help shift the universe the way it needed to be. I stood in line to do so, and I happened to be the next guy. Here I am. I'm not going
Interesting.
to tell you or pretend to you that my life has been shiny because it hasn't been. There have been times where I have been depressed. There have been times when I felt injustices in my own particular life. I used to bitch like crazy because I didn't understand why a perfect si- child sitting there perfectly innocent was all of a sudden being smacked up beside the wall and being dripping down at the same exact time. None of it made any sense to me at the time, but I do knew from a very, very young age that I was more than who I thought I was. Um, I made some significant changes when I was 8 years old in my life that no one even questioned. But then
Interesting.
you sit there and you wonder, did they really care in the first place? I don't know. It was really interesting. I just got away with a whole heck of a lot more than I would have thought an 8 year old could do. Like I changed my name. My
Oh,
name
yeah.
Wow.
was my name was Hazel Mae Smith as I was born, and the reason why is because it was my mother's maiden name. Because something was taken from her at a very young age that shouldn't have been. So that's why I was named her last name. Well, everyone else in the family was a Bouchard, even though they weren't all Bouchards. She had married Paul Bouchard, and he was the dad that brought me up. So
Mhm.
at 8 years old, I walked into school and I told them that I was a Bouchard. And that was it. And no one questioned it. No one called home and said, "Oh, did you get married?" or any nothing. I just got away with it. And that since that day, when I realized how much power I had, I said, you know what? I'm meant to be here and I'm going to make the changes that I think need to be made. And if I'm prompted at any time to do something, in a positive way, I'm going to do as much as I possibly can to make it happen, however it needs to be. And that's why I think I've become the way I have, is because at the same exact time, I knew I was more than what was being presented to me at the time. In other words, it's going to sound very whatever it is, but I don't give a shit. You know what? This is how I feel, and I'm going to express it. I feel that I am and was always more than what I am now in this present moment. In other words, when I'm not here on this planet, I believe that I am revered in some sort of way, and I know things from other times and other places that you wouldn't have known unless you experienced them, because heaven knows my mother didn't even know how to count to six, nevertheless tell me shit like that. So I know I came from someplace else.
That's very interesting. So it's that really intrigues me because it's like, whereas with you, you feel very strongly like you actually voluntarily signed up for it and stuff. Whereas in my case, I feel like I was the only one available to fulfill certain things, even though I'm not meant to be here and I didn't want to be here. And
Yes, because of
I
your
was,
intellectual structure. It was because of the fact that you were groomed to be that particular person here on this earth at this time in order to make whatever it is that you're trying to manifest happen. And the only person who could do it was you because you were groomed to do so.
yeah, it's interesting because I visualize this scenario where, like, we're in paradise and then some people are like, okay, yes, sign me up, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, and I'm just like, okay. And for me, I visualize this scenario where I was like, yeah, I can do those things there, but I am not meant to go there and I really don't want to. Please, can anybody else do this to do, please? And it's like, nope, sorry, you have to be the one to do it. I was like, oh shit. And then basically here I am. That's kind of basically my psychology. So it's like, wow. You know, because I would be very, very, very happy if there was any other being who could take care of the stuff that I'm doing here and me not having to be the one to do it. I would way prefer to just stay in a paradise state. Like the split second any other being anywhere would be like, okay, perpetual pleasure, we're gonna do all this stuff for you and on your behalf and take. I was like, please, please take it all, take all of it, take all the stuff, get me back to paradise. I want out of here. Let's go. Here, take my position. Boom. And I'd literally like have I'd replace my position with theirs instantly. I'd be like, all right, you're gonna be perpetual pleasurist now. I'm gonna be back in paradise. Thanks a shit ton. You're fucking awesome. I'm out of here. Like that's how I would do it. Like the second anybody offered to take my place, I'd be like, I really don't want you to have to be here either, but hey, if that's what you want, I really want back to paradise, so thank you. Like, if that's
I
really
think
what you
that's your
want,
meat suit. I think that's your meat suit talking. I actually think, and I know this for sure. I'm not even going to think it. I'm just going to say it. I know that you're here to do whatever it is you're meant to do here, and you have to stick it out and do so because you know, in all reality, that that's why you're here to do it.
well, I
So just
respect
suck
that
it up, bitch,
opinion.
because it's happening.
I respect that opinion, but I feel like that's exactly what other beings told me in paradise is exactly what I disagreed with. But it's like I agree that I'm the only one able to fulfill those things. I agree that that's a fact. But in terms of even in my paradise state, I know for a fact I didn't actually ever genuinely agree to any of it. Basically, it was like
Wait,
I
so
had.
PP, are you saying that you were maybe like tricked into coming?
So no, what I'm saying, well, yes, possibly, but like exactly what Divine just said. I feel like that is exactly the attitude of other beings in paradise that push me to come here against my will. I'm not saying that she's saying something wrong. I'm saying that she's well intended and well meaning in what she's saying, but I feel like that's exactly what the case is, where a bunch of other beings in paradise were like, "Hey, perpetual pleasures, you're the one, Kama Devi, you're the one who has to go and do this. Nobody else can. You have to fill it." I'm like, really? Oh shit. Okay, can anybody else do it?
I got
Please,
a
please.
question.
And then here I am.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Why? I'm just asking, why does it has to be something? Can it just like eat, sleep, and reproduce, eat, sleep, and reproduce? That's
No,
all
Right,
it is.
but then that leads to another why question as to why it needs to eat, sleep, and reproduce in the first place. It just leads to more and more whys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, exactly. No, it's just like, okay, I'm gonna stop it there then. Like, why that? But why making stories? Okay, because like that's gonna come back to uh, the fact that people want to remember, but that's all it is. There is nothing else. All the rest is story that people tell each other because they're bored and they do not understand that the world they're living in, that they try to make sense of it.
They're basically
No,
saying
what
again that life is absurd and we try too much to make sense of something that isn't
Eh,
meant to be made sense of.
We try to make sense of everything because we like to make nice little boxes that we can pile in our bigger boxes and other bigger boxes.
so
That's all it is.
what you're describing, Yvonne, is the
Yeah.
impositional nature of things. But that what we're talking about is opposing the imposition. So you're talking about
Yeah.
surrendering to the imposition as is, which is what I'm saying we shouldn't do. So
No. Well.
what you're saying is a fact, though. Like you're not wrong in what you're
Yes.
saying. But
No.
what I'm saying is that's exactly the issue with it. Is because it is the as is. That is the fact thing. That's why it needs to be imposed. Does what I'm saying make sense? Because the
Well.
stories are the significant important thing. We should create stories and have them and have narratives and make them
Yeah.
real, even if they're not. We should do that because
But
that's
first, you ask the
opposing
question to the
what's
other
imposed.
participant. You ask the question about, okay, why you think you come back here? Why did you choose to come here? It's not a fact that you choose. You just come here. It just happened.
No, I
But
didn't choose. What I'm saying
okay,
is what Divine is saying, I
yeah,
understand completely what she's getting at in the
yeah,
fact that we there's basically an additional narrative we're talking about that's
yeah.
pre this stuff just thrown at us. And what you're getting at is why can't we just be more or less satisfied with just okay, the as is, there it is, here it is. And the reason I can't be just satisfied with that is because that is the problem. Basically, the as is that's thrown at us is the issue. That
But
is
the
the
fact
issue.
is, the people are stupid and they don't accept the truth as is, and they're making excuses to create uh, 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 an idea, or I would say, to make them feel better. That's all it is.
Wait,
So I
wait.
think
So you,
Okay, I think I know
Yvonne.
what he's trying to say, you guys. It's basically you already know who you are and why you're here. Why not embrace it and just be it?
well, what I'm saying is I do that, but me being here
Nobody's
is
doing it.
opposing me being here is opposing what is here though. Like that is my mission. Like it's opposing the as is my mission. That's just what I'm trying to get at.
No,
But
what I think Yvonne is basically saying that we come into existence, we exist as human beings, and so we should just embrace the fact that we exist as human beings and just do what we need to do and stop questioning the fact that we exist and
no,
that there's
that's
something more beyond
We
that.
can still question everything. It is fine. Like, we have an ego, we have a body. That body need need a structure for this body, but your mind is disconnected from that body. And some people are so disconnected that they go like schizophrenic or uh, like real psycho. You saw that, but
so yeah.
yeah.
What
But
although yes.
doesn't that determine what experience we've experienced once we're down here? In other words, when we decided to come down here and help the earth and do my mission and have the things and make all the things that I had planned on when I was where I was and I came down here to do, now I had no idea that I was going to be in a human meat suit. I had no idea that my mother was going to be so severely abusive and an alcoholic. I just knew how I wasn't going to be. So I've always had my finger on the pulse as to who I was going to be, no matter what happened around me. Like I'm of age. I have an understanding,
Mm,
but I've never ever in my life been drunk. Why? Because I knew that that wasn't something I was going to be part of and wanted to participate in.
yeah.
There was enough people around me that was doing that. I didn't need to be it, and I didn't need to perpetuate it. Okay, so things like that, like things when you come into the human body, even though you know what your mission is down here and you know what you're supposed to be doing, you still don't expect to be coming into some sort of a meat suit and that all this crap shit is going to be happening.
Yeah, so
So
that's a really good point.
we can tap into our mission. We can think that that's what's going to happen here. But jeepers, once we get down here, it's like, fuck, I didn't opt for a single parent. Hello, I wanted two parents. Hello, excuse me, I wanted to be loved the way I know I'm loved on the other portion of where I am from.
Yes.
I want to
Yeah.
be honored and respected for my opinion and what I think and what I do, and I'm not going to be laughed at. You know, I'm not getting that down here.
And that's a
So,
really good point, Divine, because that's what I've been actually trying to get at is that it's like, okay, so even being aware of what my purpose is exactly and doing, I've sucked it up my whole life. That's not an issue for me. The suck up, grin and bear it type thing. I can pull that off just fine. My thing is I know for a fact that my mission is distinct and separate from what is imposed on me in completing that mission. So does that make sense? It's kind of like, okay, I have this mission, but I know for a fact that that mission is against the thing that I'm going into the mission against. So it's like I'm here, but I'm against this thing that's here. It's my mission isn't to help this thing that's here continue going on. My
So
mission
your
is to
mission is
end
to create
this.
your mission is to create friction to make a spark so you can reignite again.
My mission is to ensure that as many beings as possible
Mm-hmm.
are awakened to ideal paradise reality beyond everything that's imposed. So basically, while being aware of what's
Okay.
imposed and the nature of that, that's my mission is to get them as many beings out of association with this hellscape as I possibly can, and connect them back to their paradise state however I can. But the thing is, in the course of doing that, I am opposed at every step by the imposition because it's opposite of everything I'm about, like in every way. So it's like, you know, it's weird to me too because like the as is, it's like every single aspect of it is opposite of what I'm about, what I represent, what I'm for. Very few things within it actually line up with what my mission is. So it's like I've noticed my whole life I've always been in this state of, whereas everybody around me had some version of a narrative of surrendering to something, whether it was, oh, just accept reality as is and deal with it here in a secular sense, or accept some transcendental mission you were sent out. It's like, so I think what I was trying to get at, Divine, is like the very narrative of you need to accept an assigned mission is a narrative I oppose, and that's part of my mission. Part of my mission, and is that, okay, we need to oppose narratives of you have to come here to complete a mission. Whereas a lot of other paradise beings, I feel, were promoting this idea we need to come here to fulfill a mission. My idea was, hey, actually, we should convince people that they shouldn't be coming here to fulfill missions, so that they don't get stuck and trapped here.
Hey, PP, I got a question.
Yeah.
Do you think the human came from planet Earth?
Do I think that humans came from planet Earth?
Yeah.
Well,
are we from Earth or from somewhere else?
I feel
it depends on what you mean by human. Are you talking about
human is born from Earth? Is Earth has created the human body?
I feel the most realistic scenario is there was evolution going on, and then evolution was jumped the gun on by an extraterrestrial race
that makes sense. Yeah,
humans.
that makes sense.
A negative race, not all of them are negative.
I think it's a hybrid situation, and I think that there's what you would call divine beings inhabiting certain human bodies, but not all of them. So I think the majority of the human species is simply just mechanistic, embodied, with no actual deeper essence to them. Just a mass of basically mechanistic, gross materialistic things running around. But I think some of them are implanted with divine spark, and those are the ones that behave very distinct from the rest, and why we run into all these weird issues we run into with the majority of the human species.
That sounds complicated. Yeah, I see it like, okay, we're not from here first. We're not from here. See it like a Earth. See it like a white globule or a red globule in your body, okay? And then there's a virus that comes from somewhere else, and it's got injected into that environment, and it's gonna grow and grow and grow. Do you see where I'm going with?
Yeah.
So are we really from here?
No, well then we couldn't be we can't be from here if we're here to complete a mission, right? When we're not from here.
What is our real mission? Why? Because if our mission is only to eat, sleep, and reproduce, that means our mission is to infect.
Yeah, and I think the mass of humans, that is their mission, is to infect, and I think we're basically inadvertently sucked into being within that species. But I noticed that there's two very distinct behavior patterns and life patterns where I noticed in my life I can affirmatively say I actually benefit the world more and nature more being here than not, even more than if nature was just left alone by itself. Whereas most humans, I can affirmatively say they damage nature more and cause more harm than not by being here. So it really has to do with the nature of what a person does and how they interact with nature that determines that. And I can actually give firsthand accounts of a lot of this, like very practical examples of going camping, and where I'm doing everything really, really precise and benefiting the growth of the plants around me, and only using what I actually helping the growth of the plants that are already there. Other people would go there and they would sloppily be chopping stuff down, bending stuff over, and causing more harm to the plants that are there versus benefit. And so, like, this idea that humans just period are causing problems for the earth, I would say yes, most humans are, because they're very unskilled, they're very lacking in precision, they're very sloppy, they're very consumeristic, and they don't do things correctly. So there's really that very distinction. If you have humans doing things correctly in regards to nature and other people and stuff, then we're actually beneficial to the earth versus parasitic to it. And so this, but I would say yes, the way most humans go about life, they are parasitic in nature. Yeah.
Can I just ask you something? What's your take on the 92 billion animals that we bring into being every year to scoff on, and of course the 1.5 trillion fish? What's your take on that?
Are you talking about the animal industry for like animal slaughter? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, every year, well, this year we brought 92 billion animals into being deliberately, and then we factory farm and slaughter them. I don't, but I mean to eat. Then, of course, there's the 1.5 trillion fish that we brutalize every year.
Yeah, definitely. Factory farming and things like that should never be a thing, and don't ever need to be a thing. That's one of the examples of humans being very sloppy and very imprecise. However, humans dealing with animals in a very regulated way, where they're only slaughtering what they actually need, etc., and doing it in a very specific way. That's actually far less bad to the earth than if animals were just left to their own devices only, without humans being also there as well. So, and a lot of that has to do with people who have higher intelligence tends to be very, very deliberate on whether they had kids or not, and usually they have no kids or very few kids, whereas it tends to be people who are lower on the IQ have way more kids, trend wise, ratio wise. So that causes a lot of problems. So if you have people who are deeply intellectual, philosophical, and their genetics are passing off to the few humans that do come in, then the world is going to be significantly better off. But the problem is, because I feel the problem is there because most humans are just simply mechanistic, breeders, consumers, and not divine spark beings. And so therefore, because of that, that's why most of the problems exist. Because in fact, yes, humans in that state are parasitic versus the divine spark ones, I guess you could say. That's kind of how I see it, basically. It's like the divine spark ones, who are very rare, are not parasitic, but because the majority of the population is parasitic, lacking the divine spark, they're nothing but parasitic to the earth, basically.
Okay, so that argument, you could say, okay, what about the proletariat who live in blocks of flats or live in tiny little wimpy houses, who cannot afford to have their own animals that they can, look after and slaughter and things. So they've got no choice but to eat what the factory farm produces. What about them?
If a person physiologically feels the need to have to eat meat, that is very much the case with a lot of city dwellers. And it's just one of the very unfortunate circumstances of the modern world, along with many other unfortunate circumstances. But the way I see it is that as long as a person can regulate to whatever degree they possibly can their diet in line with their mission, and staying in a line with their divine spark, then whatever decisions they make, as long as they're very conscientious and done in good good earnestness, then they're still on the right path, basically. Because no matter what we do in this world, because it's an impositional world, there's automatically going to be bad things associated with it, no matter how well-intentioned or well-meaning we are. Even if we live our lives as full vegans, there's still things that accidentally happen against our will that cause harm to others, no matter what, anyway. A lot of things. And so basically, some people find that they can live without eating meat, some find that they can't. It depends on the person. But the idea is basically just doing what you realistically can to minimize the harm that we cause is really what it's about, and everybody has their threshold. Everybody has what they can and can't do, and so without getting into too much minutia, I think that's really the essence of it. Because what I noticed, like a very practical example, like when it comes to plants, dealing with plants and stuff, I tend to be very precise. I use sharp tools. I make sure they stay sharp. I sterilize them. I make sure to do the best I can not to spread disease among plants, and to really help their growth, produce more fruit, more food. And so, but I noticed like most other people don't have those skills. So it's like if they contact anything, they're just destroying it. So it's like they don't know how to chop properly. They don't know how to saw wood properly. So when they try to saw a branch, they're introducing disease into the tree versus me helping the tree. So the very, very simple examples like that, I notice on a very regular basis, like a person not knowing how to sharpen a blade properly, it will directly cause more disease to trees that they're chopping and involved with, because there's going to have sloppy cuts that have dirt in them.
You do know, don't you, that
bacteria.
most of the trees that are destroyed to create more land, to grow more soil, to feed the growing number of animals that are brought into being every year and slaughtered and
Yes,
I'm
which
a
is very
radical
stupid.
vegan. You probably guessed that by
Well,
now.
trees, what I'm saying with trees, there's coppicing and then there's trimming to make them produce more fruit, is what I'm talking about. So
Well, I'm
instead
talking about
of
ones that are
trees being,
pruning.
yeah, pruning is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Instead of
yeah.
trees being chopped down to kill them, pruning
Yep.
them and also compassing them is the way to go. And very few people know how to do that properly. And so,
Yeah.
but people should know how to do that properly. But I've noticed that the trend of most humans is they never have the desire to develop those proper skills. So what they prefer to do is just go to a grocery store and have everything spoon fed to them and not deal with pruning or coppicing trees. So that's actually the reason why those industries go that way, because it reflects the majority of the populace and what and how they prefer to go about things, basically. So this is why they'll chop down softwood trees versus the hardwoods, or rather conifers versus deciduous. Because the problem is conifers don't grow back from stumps, whereas deciduous do. So they're chopping down the wrong trees for the purposes that they should be using other tree species for. But this is just one of many examples of why I feel like the beings with divine sparks here are never going to be able to really um, convince the ones without the divine sparks to do things differently, because they're on a different operating system. Their operating system is consume, 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 consume conveniently at the expense of whatever else exists. So it's just like, okay, chop what you need to chop down, consume. Eat what you need to eat, consume. And it's like there's very, very little of, hey, let's keep these trees alive and regulate how much land we use. Let's build within the trees and forests and fruit tree fields. Let's have a balance set up here where a lot of trees are left in place that would otherwise be chopped down. They don't think that way. They just think in terms of, okay, this is the design of house we want, so chop, 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 and then we'll plant all the trees after the fact later. It's like, that's a really dumb idea. What you should do is build around the trees that are already there according to the natural features that are there, and chop down almost none of them is what you should do with every building project you create. But most people don't think that way. They're just like, nope, this is the design we want, so we're going to have to clear a mile of land to flatten a parking lot out. And it's like, that's really fucking dumb. You can have a parking lot with a shit ton of trees still in place.
But only
Like,
a tiny minority of people are that lucky that they ever have a little bit of land with trees on. I mean, you are one of the luckiest people on the planet if you've got some space with trees on. Most of us are confined to blocks of flats. If you're in the UK, in the UK, 92% of the land in this country is out of bounds for people like myself. Not even allowed to stand on, never mind about cut down trees or anything else.
So I'm actually living in a city also when I'm down in the city. However, I'm very fortunate for my city to be right up next to millions of acres of public land.
You.
So most of the stuff I do is on public land. I would prefer to be able to also do it down in the city, but I found no matter what I've done, I can never seem to convince any notable number of people to actually start creating edible landscapes within the cities, which is a huge thing I've been wanting to do. But I've noticed the degree of weird, bizarre, over-the-top resistance to that by like everybody I've ever talked to about it. It's a very bizarre trend, actually.
Yeah, but there's a catch in the human thing right now, because you would like that to happen. I would love that too to happen. Okay, but if I take a piece of land close to a city, but that city is gonna say, "Oh, now you have to pay tax to me." Well, you don't want to pay tax to them. You want to just do your thing and remake the land like more healthy. But now you have to pay tax for that.
So this is why I emphasize most humans are actively serving the demiurge. So whether you take the demiurge literally or figuratively,
enslaved were little slaves, corporate slaves.
Because the demiurge permeates over everything that has to do with any form of hierarchy whatsoever. So anything that has to do with somebody being above somebody else, that's demiurgic in nature. So in other words, like somebody basically, okay, this person can own the land versus this other person, this person versus that. That's demiurgic, and that's a huge problem. So the issue is basically, instead of people operating on a smooth meritocracy system where and understanding what actually merit entails in earnest, and understanding all the caveats of that, most humans don't have that. They simply operate on the principle of might makes right. So in other words, no matter what they say, they keep operating on the operating system of might makes right. That's it. They don't operate on the operating system of precision, exact skill, correct understanding of how to do things properly makes right, not might. But they operate on this principle of might. So whoever's the biggest bully, whoever is the biggest pushing everybody else around person,
Yeah.
whether they do that directly or
Oh, yeah.
subversively,
Yeah,
they end
humans
up in
like
the position of
to
power.
kiss up. People like kissing up. That's why I hate them. Because I'm not very keen on the human race. You may have guessed that already.
Yeah, because
Do you know what I think of human beings? Walking, talking graveyards, the average human being.
I mean, you're not wrong.
that's true. That's
That most
very
people,
accurate.
yeah, because that most people eat meat. They're basically like graveyards for animals, essentially.
Yep. My mom, when she took to vegetarianism, that's what she said. She says, I'm no longer going to be a graveyard for dead animals. That's the exact
Wow.
wording she used. So basically, the principle is the same, though. Yes, we're a graveyard for dead animals or a graveyard, quote unquote, for plants or whatever. But either way,
Yeah, well, plants. I
we're
do not believe
graveyards.
plants. I do not believe plants have sentience. That's because they would by now have learned to run away. I should imagine, or at least scream. I should think.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I mean,
actually,
with
it's
plants,
interesting that you bring that up because there's apparently was researching that plants do scream when we cut them, but they scream at a decibel range that we're not able to hear.
Well, where does a carrot? Okay, so where does a carrot keep its brain, its central nervous system? Because you know what? I reckon all this stuff about plants feeling pain is shit being made up by scientists who are getting money from the meat industry to bring all this rubbish around. Because then you could say, yeah, well, to a vegan, oi, tomatoes feel pain. I'd love to know where this tomato feels pain.
You have to understand that the universe, it's a universal soup, okay? And it's because you don't have the sense to sense it doesn't mean you can. It's
I know
not.
what you're saying, yes.
They're billion of insect. They're like even like the bees. They're like 3 billion bees, like more than human.
Yeah,
like
I know.
air.
So-
They have the
But the bee
sense.
feels pain. I know bees feel pain.
there's a
Obviously.
very easy way to understand this, though, that'll actually make sense to everybody. So, and I've talked about this on my channel at various places. So with plants, like, and I
Is
know
your
this from
channel Lucius something? Are you the narrator of that site?
No, I
What?
only run the channel Perpetual Pleasurist channel.
Oh, okay. Because you kind of have the same voice as the guy on the.
Okay.
But I think a lot of this plants feel pain shit is being brought about by the meat industry to make us vegans feel bad.
So that's what I was going to get at, though, really quick. This is very important because there's a lot of talk about this, and it's a significant topic, but it's very easy to understand. And I know this from firsthand experience also, so I'm not just talking theoretically. So a huge hobby of mine is going out into the wild and tending to wild plants, and that involves a large amount of trimming of either copicing or trimming them a certain way to help them produce more fruit. So plants respond positively to being trimmed the correct way.
Well, of course
They respond.
do.
Yes. So what I'm saying is they're not running away. Plants, they may be sentient, but they're not running
I
away
don't believe they're
sentient.
sentient. I think that's
It-
a
it's
nonsense.
what I'm saying is it's not human type sentience, though. It's like there may be evidence found ever more as time goes on that plants have a certain amount of responsiveness to things and what we would class as some type of consciousness or whatever, but that's not the same as the plant wanting to run away from someone trimming it.
But I think,
Like,
if they
if you
felt pain, they would have learned to run by now.
No, I don't think
Yes,
you
but-
understand what he's saying. He's saying
No,
that
I think
they.
yeah, here,
Yes,
let
I
me
know
be
if
more
you
clear.
treat a plant
Because
incorrectly.
you can modify your environment. Same thing. You can modify your body with your body part. It's the same thing you can do with nature around you.
Let me be more specific on what I'm trying to get at. When plants are evolved to withstand and continue growing amidst being chopped and bitten into. That's literally what they're evolved for. And
Yeah.
they're also evolved to have their fruit eaten by animals, including us. So because they're evolved for that, of course, they're not trying to escape being chopped into or being, like eaten or whatever, but because they're literally evolved for that to happen. Like that's what they're evolved for. But what people are finding, though, is that plants definitely do respond to some degree, marginally, of like, kind, positive thinking or feelings or whatever, and certain things like that. It's very marginal, though. Like it's extremely marginal. Because think about it: if you zoom back before humans were on Earth, or say some wilderness area that hasn't had humans in it for a really long time. Let's zoom back like 10,000 years or something, a chunk of Earth that nobody's in. And then, okay, those plants were there for millions of years with no humans around whatsoever. It was just only animals clawing at them, ripping at them, tearing at their bark, and all this other type of stuff. If plants had any sentience of escaping being torn at or anything like that, they wouldn't be evolved to continue growing amidst those things taking place. Nor would they respond positively to humans coming into the picture and then intentionally trimming them to produce thicker, juicier fruit. In fact, we'd see exactly the opposite. If humans came along and we started, using our saws and knives and stuff to trim the branches off, the plants would start dying right, left, and center everywhere, and they would produce no fruit at all. But plants respond super positively to correct trimming, and coppicing is where you chop a plant down to a stump, and then it grows back a huge number of straight stalks straight up. So,
Like
in
those
my
flat mountain,
experience, what's that?
like those flat mountain,
Uh,
those stump, and the flat mountain top.
Flat mountain. Oh, okay. Well, what I'm referring to is just coppicing. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. I think
The world before us, like you say, million of the
Yeah,
years,
there's
with an
things that look like mountains, look like trees.
yeah,
oh,
because
okay.
trees and plant and animal was way bigger.
Yeah.
Just add
Yeah.
15% more oxygen. And
What I'm
like,
saying is there's
yep,
there's a lot of plant species that have done a lot better since humans have been here actually. Like there's a huge number of plant species that have benefited
they evolve. Yeah,
positively from us tending to them, and it's only humans tending to them that actually benefited them. So for example, like apple trees and cherry trees, all pretty much all the fruit trees have actually benefited from human presence on earth because now there's more of them and they're tended to, they produce bigger, thicker fruit than they would in the wild. And so domestication of plants, which involves
yeah,
specifically trimming them, cutting into them, has benefited them. So it wouldn't make sense. So I think what Chickpea is saying is correct in the sense that if someone's trying to create a narrative or use the science for some political narrative of, oh, look, this is why we shouldn't chop down any trees, do any of this type of stuff, that would be a kind of an idiotic thing because what they need to be bringing up is, hey, here's how we're supposed to correctly deal with plants versus incorrectly. So it's not a matter of not using them. It's a matter of using them the right way versus
I
the
was
wrong
talking
way.
about the fact that the rainforests are being decimated to grow more and more soya to feed the ever-growing army of factory farm victims.
Yes, that's stupid.
That's what's
That's
happening.
really dumb. And the problem with the tropics in those areas is because when you farm that soil, because they don't have cold enough winters for the microscopic rocks to like refertilize the soil, that's why as soon as they cut the forest like that and do the, a few, like maybe like 10 years or so of growing crops or whatever, the soil just dies and it's a desert because winter, this is why in temperate regions, farming operations are able to keep going and the soil recovers really fast is because we have all four seasons. Whereas in places where they don't, it's on a microscopic level because during the winter, rocks actually microscopically crack and chip off into the soil in the
What
temperate
I'm saying,
regions, but that never happens in the tropics.
but what
So
I'm
it
saying,
takes hundreds of years to grow back.
what I'm saying is okay with all this is now all this land that's being used, more and more land being used to feed animals in factory farms. It takes 10 kilograms of soy protein to make 1 kilogram of beef protein. And let's not forget the 50,000 gallons of water or something. And this is all deemed to be okay. Apart from the fact it's bloody cruel
Yeah,
and very
it's
inhumane,
insane.
in my opinion.
The majority of the farming situations should remain the way it was back in the Iron Age, basically.
But you see, that could never be because how could 8 billion people gorge on flesh 3 times a day unless it was all factory farmed and
No,
all industrialized? Not impossible.
no, what I'm saying, it could be because people wouldn't be eating meat all the time. So historically, meat was basically a
But they
luxury item.
are. But they
But what
are.
I'm saying is people don't have to, though. So,
I know they shouldn't. Shouldn't have to
yeah,
be
yeah.
stop.
Well, I'm 100% aligned with what you're saying. But what I'm trying to get at here is that the situation of the way it is definitely twisted and fucked up.
Yeah,
And
it's
the
really
reason
fucked.
the reason it's going to
You're
remain that
I
way
don't know what to say. It's fucked up.
the reason it's going to remain that way is because we're surrounded by what I deem to be basically a different species where no matter what you do, they're never going to en masse learn how to do things correctly the right way.
I
So
find
they're
it
going
very
to keep
simple.
doing things the wrong way, no matter what, no matter how much inspiration we try to give them. Because if you have one, divine spark person and a million people who don't have that in them, then you're not going to really be able to get much done, no matter how much you can do yourself and have good intentions and stuff. So like with the fruit tree issue and stuff like that, I was like, damn, there's some weird fucking cosmic level agenda, it seems, against fruit trees being planted in cities. It's like, it's strange. It's
Weird.
so
That's
weird.
deliberate, you know. You know what? As a child, I lived in Germany. And when I was a little girl, I would have been about 9. My stepfather's in the armed forces, so I've travelled a lot. And I can remember picking cherries off cherry trees as a little girl. I can actually remember it. And I can remember when I lived in Aldershot in England, there were blackcurrant bushes everywhere. And I used to just go and pick my own blackcurrants. That's all been destroyed in the UK and
There
in
you
Germany,
go.
of course.
That's a
Yeah,
great example.
yeah.
And
Used to
that
find
never
cherries.
needed to happen. So like it's a combination of people willy-nilly just having too many kids when they don't need to and shouldn't. That's
Yeah,
part of
like
the issue.
that. Yeah.
Because we literally, if people were responsible all throughout human history in terms of how many kids they brought here, we would never have run into this issue with the
8 billion.
population plus people making mistakes and doing things the wrong way. That would have never been a problem
Yeah, I
that way.
can't say it's sustainable. I can't see how it's sustainable.
That's the old king playing chess with human civilization.
Yeah, it's not sustainable, and that's why it's going to force a bunch of wars to happen and a bunch of people to
Yeah, it's
die
going to
off,
be. I
because it's
reckon
like
there's going to be a lot of. There's a lot of trouble coming. I can
there
feel it
is.
in the air.
And what I've noticed is like the crux of it is every city throughout the world, basically the administrations of those cities, with almost no exceptions, are aggressively opposed to edible landscapes being in cities.
Yeah, I know.
That's actually the root of all the other problems that stem from that. So
Yes.
if politicians aren't specifically discussing, hey, we need to make our our city an edible landscape to a maximum, then nothing else they say means anything to me at all. It means zero, because that's the only solution that'll fix anything at all whatsoever on the
I
planet.
got something to ask, PP,
Yeah.
about that. You know what's rising lately?
What?
Allergy.
Yeah, I
Allergy.
know.
Oh yeah. Allergies.
People getting allergic to everything, so they're gonna get rid of every flower, every fruit that
Yeah.
is on city because people are getting sick from
And you know
whatever
what?
we're eating right now.
But
So
you know what they're not talking about is nickel allergies. Because I don't know if you know now, but there's nickel in the air. And if you're allergic to nickel, it can kill you if you breathe it in. But it's not being talked about. Because I've got a nickel allergy and I have to take steroid thingies to not have asthma attacks. But you know what? Governments are not talking about it. Because I have been in touch with my MP about it. The fact that it's not being mentioned. This whole nickel in the air. It's green technology.
And it's on certain utensils too. So I know I'm actually sensitive to nickel to a certain degree myself, especially on spoons and forks and things like that.
Yeah.
The cheap made ones especially.
Yes.
So I have to avoid
Yes.
that. Very
Yeah.
real thing.
you
So,
you
but
you you want a scary theory?
What?
A scary theory? Okay. When the Earth magnetic field is gonna flip? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
No one's talking about it, are they?
Yeah,
No.
then I'm gonna just listen to that because I figured out what is the rapture. Because when the rapture happens, everybody's gonna
Yes.
go, right? That's
Yes.
what they say. Okay,
Yes.
listen to that. When the flip's gonna happen,
Yeah.
if your art in your body, when it flip, because your magnetic fold is gonna flip, your art too is gonna flip because you're made of the sun dust and everything. Anyway, when it's gonna flip, everybody's gonna fall down. It's gonna have a heart attack.
Yes.
that's
And
an interesting concept.
if you're too weak, you're gonna fall, and all the other people that's gonna remain will have a art reversal, and
Yes.
they're gonna be the successor.
Because they're not talking about the flip, but you can see how high the sun is here in Europe. It's really high. The sky, weird.
Yep.
It's not being talked about.
But I just don't want to scare you, but I think that's what the rapture is gonna be.
Oh, I'm not scared.
That's actually an interesting hypothesis. I think because there's all sorts of crazy stuff that could happen from that magnetic flip thing.
Oh, yeah.
Magnetic
Yeah.
pole flip.
But I tell you something. Here in London, the sun is so high; it's literally touching the top of the building I live in. This is.
Did you guys notice 2 days ago the sun rise to the north?
Yes, And sets in the west. Right, sets in
No,
the west.
like
Really
in the
weird.
southwest.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
weird. Yes,
But
I
it's
know.
it's
You really
it's
see it,
weird.
and nobody sees it. I'm the only person that sees it.
No, I see that there's something.
Something not right.
Yeah.
Something very, very wrong.
But yeah, like you're saying, I've heard that a lot from people from the UK. How like it really sucks that there's no public land here. I mean, even in the United States, there's very few places where there's an abundance of public land. I happen to be fortunate to be near one of the very last
Lucky you.
remaining ones, and so there's millions of acres there. But even there, there's these rich assholes from Texas,
Yes.
a different state, trying to take it over now and buy it up
Yes.
and everything else. It's just
Yes.
every last little bit of anything that's good left, there's always
Left.
some
It's all
asshole
been
with
bought
too much
up.
money trying to
Yeah.
take it over, you know.
In this country, it's 92% of the land. 92%. It's out
That's
of balance,
crazy.
the proletariat. I know,
Absolutely
it's
insane.
shocking, isn't it? Absolutely shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would drive me nuts. I would have to move out where someplace that had wilderness. I start to go totally stir crazy if I
Yeah,
have
I'm
only
gonna have to
city
move
around
soon.
me.
Yeah, I can't take much
Yeah,
more.
concrete jungle will be like New York. That'll be too much for me.
I can understand New York. That would drive me insane.
That would be like too much. Well,
Yeah.
no more trees, no more, nowhere to go to have peace. There's people everywhere.
It's awful.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Where I am, I can go anywhere I want to, and I can kiss a tree, and no one says a thing. I could not imagine living with their cement. No way.
I've got a tree outside my bedroom window, right outside, but I'm in a lucky little spot, but it's getting to be too much for me. Just too much. I feel totally bombed out with traffic and building noise, and they went to it. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, that's the situation of the world. It's like it's a situation where it's weird because it's like it's always like I'm like, damn, it's so easy because I know exactly how to fix the things. It's really not that complicated. The only issue I've run into really has been other people, specifically administrative sources and things like this, preventing edible landscapes being put into cities and stuff. Because it's like, you could do as many individual private property rural projects as you want, but a lot of us who are like on disability, like myself and stuff like that, no matter what we do, it's extremely difficult for us to get access to a large amount of money to do anything on a private property. So we need it brought into the public sector. We need public edible landscapes, not just private operations only.
Like you used to see in Germany when I was a little girl. Yeah, actual cherry trees, great. And apple.
I could oppose for that because I see it that way. Okay, if I want to go private, I buy a piece of land and I want freedom. Okay, so I want the freedom of whatever I want to do. So what I need is a community about like 3,000 people. Like make a village, and that's our people, and fuck everybody else. This is what I would love to be part. I would love to be part of a group like that.
So would I, but they don't exist.
So because we're meant to be part of a clan.
Yes.
About 150, 300 people max. So I say 3,000 is a good number for a tiny village, and everybody farm, trade with the other town and everybody. But we can disperse the whole population across the planet and have enough room for everybody.
So what I've run into is I've been a part of various communities working on that and trying to sustain a situation like that long term. And in every case, what I ran into was there was somebody or a group of people mismanaging the situation who were starting to get this snooty above others attitude towards what they were doing. And that is what always hindered the project. So it's like, no matter what they would say, there would always be somebody who was trying to push others around. And see, here's the interesting caveat, though. Even if someone is trying to push others around, as long as what they're doing is efficient and works and makes sense, it can still actually work, even if they're kind of pushy. The problem was they were pushy and they were doing the wrong things. So instead of chopping down the deciduous trees, they were chopping down gung-ho all the conifer trees. Like, this is a project in Canada called Sharonagati Village. And I was driving on the road with this guy who gave me a ride up there, and I was like, man, this is this is very concerning about all these trees getting chopped down. And he's like, oh, it's not a big deal. Look at all the trees we have. And I was like, I saw a ton of trees already chopped down by him and all these other people. And I was like, wait a minute, this guy doesn't even realize that he's chopping down the wrong trees, does he?
Heartbreaking.
You know, and so I was like, he was totally oblivious to the fact that he was chopping down trees that aren't going to grow back within time to sustain that. Just oblivious to it. It just went over his head.
Any idea who told him to do that?
He just decided to do that himself, but he also had a bunch of other people doing a similar thing. And because they're kind of like the main spokespeople within the community, this bad pattern is just continuing on. So within the next 20 years, they're going to have no forest around them.
No.
And because
I have a man coming. I have a man who comes from Canada that's going to be checking the property and telling me which trees need to go in order to make the property worth more, as far as if all the little trees growing and all the big trees being, turned into something that's useful for people to build homes in the future.
Yes.
So,
well, a lot of the modern people who do that, they don't understand coppicing.
This man has every finger on the pulse. He has, the way he takes the trees out is respectful to the land. He doesn't leave a mark when he leaves, and he honors the trees that are needed to be going, and the ones that are staying, they continue to grow in a good way, so that it makes everything work out better, rather than just coming in and putting one of those machines in that just takes everything. His machine selects which trees need to come out and which trees don't, and it don't interfere with the others. In other words, when you fell a normal tree under old circumstances, that one tree that's being felled can take down at least 2 or 3, where his machine takes down one tree at a time, and it doesn't intersect with the others.
Well, that's good. And hopefully the trees that are planted in place of that, like the new ones, are all edible trees, ideally, because that way you have an edible landscape that is where everything you can eat, basically, versus not being able to eat, certain plants and stuff. Because with a lot of the tree removal stuff, it's usually much better to coppice the tree to where it's cut down to a stump, if it's to where it actually will grow back straight sticks from it, because that way you can harvest really thick straight sticks forever. There's trees that have literally been kept alive for thousands of years by that process in Europe, certain forests, where the trees have never died because they've been trimmed by humans in forever, basically. So it's a really fascinating process. Where the same tree has literally been alive for like way longer than it otherwise would have, because people have trimmed it down to a stump over and over and over and over again, like a gazillion times over. It's really fascinating. It's a thing that most people don't even know exists as a thing. Like all people historically knew about coppicing, and they used it regularly as a very consistent thing they did to harvest all their straight wood, right? But nowadays, you ask somebody, "Hey, do you know what coppicing is?" And they'd be like, "What? What are you talking about? I've never even heard of that." And the reason they haven't heard of it is because in the early 1900s onwards, a lot of people just totally stopped the process of coppicing, as if it doesn't exist anymore. So they either just completely removed trees, that's it, or they did something else with a tree. And even the concept of intentionally getting a tree to grow straight sticks off of a stump is mind-boggling to a lot of people. But when you explain it, it's you just cut the tree down to a stump, and then it grows a bunch of straight sticks off of it for you that are perfectly straight, that you can use for anything, boards or whatever. And I'm like, really? Wow, that's because a lot of times all people can think of is chopping the whole tree down and completely removing it and harvesting it, or using it for something else, like growing fruit or something. It's no, there's a third option. You can actually coppice it and use it for straight sticks forever. That's your third option. So you have free wood source forever versus having to ever get rid of the thing. And so that way it's out of your way. It's growing straight up like a pillar. And there you go. Yeah. You've got a perpetual source of wood. It's
he comes in a couple of weeks. He's doing a friend of mine's property, and I'm going to be on the outside looking and watching that happen, that he's going to be following through with what he said, rather than just randomly just saying that he says those things and does those things. So I told her, I said, you go first. I said, because I want to watch him.
Coppicing. Ask him and suggest
I'm
that he
pretty sure he's
composts
part
certain
of that.
things.
I've heard that word come out of his mouth since he was talking. So I'm pretty sure we'll be all set as far as that stuff goes.
Good.
Now, she
Yeah,
has a
and
different motivation than I do as well. So mine, I just
right.
want to make sure it's continuous for the rest of its life, because this property here is going to be organic and natural, forever wild.
Yep.
When I'm all done, when I'm no longer here, it will be forever wild.
Yeah,
So
because
that's what I'm trying
that's
to accomplish.
the beauty of composting is the tree will be out of the way of everything else, but it'll be growing straight sticks for its entire existence. Basically, that's the beauty of it. And you'll also have a place to sit on the stump. It's like a chair, basically. So you'll have a chair, place to sit and work on stuff, and you'll have straight sticks growing off of the stump. It's a beautiful thing, really. It's amazing how so many things historically were just common sense to people, like how to make charcoal from wood like that and stuff that is almost nobody knows nowadays how to do anymore. Um,
Yeah, my sweetheart was a master forester.
that's cool.
So when he was here, everything went the way he wanted it to go. So, and I just continue his legacy by following the rules that he set aside.
Nice. Yeah, that's a useful skill to have. You know, I
Well,
think,
he knew I couldn't do it without his help. In order to help figure out what needed to be done, he had to sit there and say, this happens this way, this happens that way.
yeah,
Because my expertise wasn't in trees, it was in other things.
yeah, and that's like for communities to work. It's important that everybody's divided up in terms of what they do, based on what they're good at, what they have passion for, and what they really have skill in. So that way, everybody's doing what they want to be doing, and nobody's artificially forced into doing something they don't want to do. And this is the thing I ran into with a lot of communities. They were so people were getting forced into doing things they didn't want to do, instead of people being divided up according to the skills they already had and things they enjoyed doing. So like, some people like to sew, some people like to work with wood, others like to work with metal, blacksmith. And depending on what a person likes to do, that's what they actively do, and that's what they contribute. Some people like to work with plants in terms of growing food and things in that way, and like fields and stuff. So depending on that is how things should be divvied up. But the problem, what would happen was, there would be a person who would build too big of a field that required the assistance of other people. And that was the problem, because now, oh, they have to have other people assisting with it versus allowing other people to do what they prefer to do and keeping their fields smaller so that they can individually tend to the entire thing, right? So this is basically the another very common mistake I saw. A guy I met in my city here, he was wanting to start this communal project and stuff, but everything he was wanting to do required the assistance of another person. I was like, okay, dude, that's, what you're wanting to do in terms of community, that's great. But the problem is every project you're wanting to do requires somebody else's help. That's going to
I
be
got
a
a quick
bad
question.
situation. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a quick question. Okay, you know how much it costs to train a human being?
It
And
depends on what the
I,
training involves and what it is,
well,
I guess. But yeah.
it takes from it one human being is born to, like, let's say like 18, or like when they graduate 12th grade. So like just to pay for that, like the
Oh,
food,
yeah. That's
and
very expensive.
like it's super expensive. Well, in the future, if people are dumb, it takes so long to train them. Now we can program a robot. It's gonna do everything for us. So what are we gonna do?
Well,
So what are we
hopefully.
gonna do?
Well, people who have, this is why I say people need to have a passion for the traditional skills independent of needing to do them. So, like, enjoying doing them as a hobby is something people should have in place, even if something else ends up doing the stuff for them. Because that way you maintain the skills with your own hands and you're never dependent on a machine, even though the machine can be useful for luxury purposes. We should never allow ourselves to be dependent on machines for stuff like that, especially woodworking type stuff, or tending to forests and things like that. That really should be done by hand and continue to practice, because that way the skill is
Yes,
maintained.
it's all
Because
great, but that's all come from inspiration from your, like, let's say you grow and your grandpa or your uncle working at a wood shop to make cupboard and stuff like that. And when you grow, like, you're gonna be inspired to go into it, but when everything's gonna be done, you're not gonna be inspired. We're gonna lose the imagination.
Well, that's not, well, yes, most humans, but that's another distinguisher between, I think, the divine spark people and not, because I notice that I don't lose inspiration. Even if I have stuff automated, I still have the inspiration to do stuff by hand anyway. And so I know I'm an outlier in that, and most people are not like that. And that's exactly the problem. What you're saying is correct for most
Mm-hmm.
humans most of the time. So that's the issue, is that basically that lowest common denominator. And that's the reason why it's inevitable that AI is going to take over everything, because most humans most of the time don't have independent inspiration outside of
No.
forced necessity, right? So it's like
Or they do have, but they don't have the knowledge to do it right, so they're gonna do it, and it's gonna be wrong. Like building a house, for example. Like
yeah.
they can do it, but it's not gonna be right,
Oh, I've
because
seen
like.
it firsthand so many times. Like I've seen
Mhm.
so many people do projects like houses and things like this, but their tools will fall apart after the end of the project, and they'll have to buy new tools all the time because number one, they don't know how to keep stuff sharpened properly or tended to. So they'll just buy a big batch of new tools. They'll be destroyed by the end of the project, and then oh, we need a new chainsaw, we need a new axe, we need a new hammer. And it's like every
Yeah,
project they do, they need new tools every time because they don't
yeah.
know how to maintain the tools they have. That's a
Or
very
to
common
use it.
one. Yes. So
Yeah, sure. Tree. Yeah.
We still have tools here at the house that were here when the house was built in 1709
there you go. And as long as they're maintained,
because they
those
were
things
taken
can
care of
last. Yep, they can last for hundreds more
forever.
years to come too, as long as they're taken care of.
Yep.
And that's the idea. That's basically, how things should be with, dealing with tools and stuff like that. But that's one very common example. So it's like it's not even a question of like with the AI thing people talk about a lot. If whether it's gonna, it's like it's an inevitability because most humans most of the time um just they don't have independent inspiration outside of what they're forced to have to be to do basically,
Well, those are like that, that's why we talk about all the people are NPC because they have no drive. There's no emotion. They're doing nothing. They're just like, okay, what are you doing? Are you doing that? I'm gonna help you to do something. But people are not bad. Like they're just like don't want to do anything.
well, here's a great
Like this
example of
man.
that actually.
Yeah,
Like I have even most good quality people that I know, like
yeah,
it's like pulling teeth almost to convince them to just independently start reading books on how to do different things. I keep I've lost track of how many people I've told, hey, read books on how to work with wood, read books on how to build shelters and do all this stuff, read books on outdoor survival, read through them thoroughly,
yeah.
practice the skills at all. Like, and they just, they're like, oh yeah, that sounds cool. That sounds, and then, hey, have you read these books yet? No, I haven't read any of
Yeah.
them. Years go by, they haven't independently looked into any of it in earnest. And it's just weird to me because it's like, okay, you're saying you would prefer and idealize this other world, but yet most people they're not doing anything to make that better world happen.
Yeah,
It's like,
but
are you
if
No.
practicing working with wood? No. Are you practicing doing this? No. Do you learn
Uh,
how to do this? No. It's like
but
the answer is always no.
I hate to say, but if they've been dragged up in cities, okay, you can hardly expect anything different from them. Just saying. Because most people I know, I was dragged up on a series of army camps. Most people I'm a working class female in the UK, and most people I know were dragged up on, in blocks of flats or silly little wimpy houses where you got about 2 inches of square land. You know what? The thought of doing any woodwork or anything is like flying to the moon. It's totally beyond their understanding, and I can understand that.
You
I
do
have,
realize they didn't land on the moon, right?
yeah, no.
Okay,
And
just
that's
checking.
the example, I understand what you mean though. Like it's basically the that's it. Like, well, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's where the independent spark of inspiration comes in. Because, like, I notice I have a bunch of interest in outdoor survival, outdoor living skills, totally independent of needing to do any of them ever. Like, it's just an interest that spontaneously I enjoy, totally independent of never needing to have to do any of it. Like it's
Yeah.
amazing to me though that so many people I know for like anything like that, it's like unless they absolutely have to do it, and they're, their eyes rolling. Oh, okay, I have to do it, so I'll finally look into it and research it. It's like, that's the wrong attitude to have. And this is why I tell people about the whole like prepping thing and stuff. It's like, if you're not prepping as a hobby, as something you do anyway, as something you spontaneously enjoy, you're never going to be properly prepared for anything, because you're only doing it because you absolutely have to.
Yeah, but
Because there's no passion there. You know what I mean? You have to have passion.
Yeah, I just received a book the other day. Is all about surviving in the wilderness by yourself.
Yeah.
I just got it. I'm going to open it up and start reading it.
Yes,
Great
but don't
idea.
forget, okay, you're the lucky people with a bit of land. But if you've been brought up or spent your whole life living in the middle of a city with no land whatsoever, it's very hard to think like that. Very, very hard. I know, because I'm in that situation.
It's definitely more rare and it's more challenging, but it's definitely doable, because here's the thing.
No point.
Most of,
Where would I keep everything? I live in a little flat, 500 square feet. That's
well,
it.
most of the outdoor survival skills can actually be practiced in the city, though. This is a topic I also talk about on my channel. It's like, you'd be surprised how many things you can practice in your house in a city that are wilderness outdoor survival skills. Like, there's very few things that you have to practice out in the actual wild. And in fact, it's better to practice most of it in the city first. That way you actually have it down before you go out. So for example, building little mini shelters inside your flat, like getting really good at building really small mini shelters that are portable. That's one thing you can do. You can practice making rope, like
explosion. Right, okay.
like the guy here mentioned, he said that he makes rope out of his hair that he cuts. I've done that too. You can practice making rope from your hair. And it's really strong rope too, that you can use for bowstrings and all sorts of other type of stuff, clothing even. Nettles, you can actually take nettles into your house, flatten them out, make rope out of that, make clothing out of that. There's so many different things like that that people can do that they just don't do. For example, like a branch that's trimmed off of a fallen tree.
No, I beg to differ with you, because I know people, I'm not one of them, I know people who live in the block of flats where I live. I'm lucky I live on the ground floor, so I'm allowed to plant things outside, blah, blah, blah. But anyone who lives above the ground is not allowed. It's not allowed to plant pots outside, not allowed to plant anything. So
that's really lame. Yeah.
What?
That's really lame.
Yes, it's
very
disgusting,
similar
but
where I
that's
live.
life. That's life in London. Oh, it's like in the rest of the world. I've got no idea. I haven't travelled for 30 years because of my RA. But most people where I live, yeah, gardening. How can they garden? It's not allowed. They're just a few of us who live on the ground that's allowed to do a little bit of pots outside. But anyone above the ground level, it's not allowed.
So I'm growing edible cactus indoors because I'm in a similar situation like that. I live on an upper level and we're not allowed to plant stuff outside, which is really dumb, neither on the upper or lower floor. So I have to actually plant stuff inside. So my thing is I've researched into how to grow edible plants indoors.
You can't grow enough to keep you going for more than a week or so if you're living indoors. I mean, unless you've got very big windows and grow one.
But what I'm saying is that's an example of that's a skill you can practice indoors, though, so that you can take that outside if and when you ever get the chance. So in other words, instead of having to be out there, you just designate a spot by your window to grow as many edible things as you can, and you can learn a lot that way. There's so many examples, but most humans, they have an excuse-making psychology of coming up with all the reasons why they can't do things instead of, hey, what can I
you certainly are an optimist. I'll give you that.
Yes.
You're very optimistic, unlike moi and most people I know. Yeah, I mean, should like prepping. I know people on YouTube that are preppers, and I can see how they can do their prepping because they're living out of London in the suburbs, outside. But how anyone in inner London, if they're a member of the proletariat, can prep is a mystery to me, because I might have to prep for a couple of weeks, but after that, good luck with that. Plus, there's a bomb should drop in London, all screwed anyway.
The idea with that is you want to have your prep set up to where you can have them portable. So where basically you have a sustained portable situation. So in the cities, what people should be thinking is more nomadic instead of thinking stationary. So if they're locked in a little flat situation in terms of their living situation, the thinking should be, okay, how do I transfer all of this to a nomadic situation if and when I need to? And how do I have it all pre-prepped to be nomadic at the drop of a hat is how the thinking should be. That way, you're going to be able to practice the maximum amount of skills, and you're going to be able to sustain yourself if and when shit hits the fan or whatever that way. versus not doing anything. Because a lot of times what happens is people will use the fact that they're in a city, in a flat or whatever, as their excuse to not really practice anything. Oh, what's the point? What's the use?
Well, that's
But
my attitude. Although saying that, I've got several big boxes of nuts stacked away. Because, nuts last forever. But no, and the shit hits the fan. Us not in London are screwed.
yeah, and so, Global says he makes sprouts from a jar. So the point being is it's really just a psychological shift that has to happen for things to start taking place. Because, because I've seen this too. I've also seen situations where people have a rural situation they finally attain, and then they give it up and go back to the city because they don't have independent inspiration for it. They basically go to the rural situation because, oh, it's a way to escape the city. It's a way to
Yes.
get out of the rat race. But if they don't have independent inspiration outside from just wanting to escape the rat race,
Yes.
then there's nothing for them out in the rural areas either. Right?
Yes.
So it's
I know.
like,
Yes, I do know.
yeah, a lot of people are just fantasizers. They have a fantasy of rural living that doesn't meet the reality when they actually go into it. So like, oh, the reality of it is more difficult and challenging than my fantasy. Therefore, back to the city, and that happens a lot. In
Yes,
a
I
lot of
know.
cases.
Yes, I do
But
know.
they lose their survival instinct, and is
The thing
the
is, cities tend to suck you in, and it's very, very hard to get back out again. You get brainwashed, and you're in some sort of city survival mode.
Yeah, here's a great example. Like even in the city, if I see a downed tree or like at the park nearby or whatever, if it's fallen over and a branch is cracked off of it, I will oftentimes grab those branches and bring them into my apartment and carve them into different walking sticks and things like that.
Oh,
Whereas
wow.
most people
Nice.
don't even think to do things like that. Like, it's like, oh, there's a branch. I could use that for a walking stick or a bow staff or something else like
Well,
that.
that's because they're not taught how to do those sort of things.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like even if there's inspiration, oh, that would be cool. We're basically surrounded by a species that has very little independent inspiration.
Yeah.
It's like, and that's the issue. It's like,
Well, that's because everything has been. We've gotten to a point in society where everything has just been, I guess, we're all reliant on the same system, so we don't really feel the need to do anything because everything's already like made for us.
yeah, and well,
Well, I want to add something to that before I lose my thought. You wanted to know something about inspiration? Look at that. I love clothing, and I love like clothing, fabric, and stuff like that. I would love for me to have grown and make clothes for designer and stuff like that. But look at that. Look at the inspiration that I got when I was a kid. When I was at school, they brought us to a clothing company, and they were showing like huge needle, and they scared the kid about sometimes they broke and they go in your eyes and stuff like that. And at another day, my mom was stitching and she poked her finger in a needle. So that scared the shit out of me when I grow and I lose the inspiration to even touch a sewing machine.
Really? Oh my God. Well, yeah, I mean, you could do hand sewing without a sewing machine, though. Like
yeah. I kind of like that. I like to do that and sewing, but still, then I got something with the needle.
Well, I see what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Wanderer and Yvonne, but like for example, in my life, like I have a nice, comfortable apartment. Most people would consider it fairly small. It's a studio apartment, but for me, at my standards, it's a good size. I've got like big screen TVs. I've got television, video games, and all this stuff. So I've got the entertainments of the modern world, but I have an independent passion for studying the rural outdoor skills independent of those things anyway. Like, so for me, things being there doesn't detract from my interest in practicing older skills. So it's strange to me, and I've never been able to relate to the psychology of people who only do like modern things that are spoon fed to them and nothing else. That's just weird to me. It's strange. It's like, why not do both? Why not do the old stuff and have the modern luxuries also? Why do one or the other? To me, it's always been very strange to me. It's like, okay, yeah, cool, I have a luxurious bed that's super comfortable, but I like the idea and I like the practice of making my own portable beds, of a design I'm working on right now, actually, a portable bed that can be used as a roof or a wall or whatever else as well, a multi-purpose thing. It's like, and it's strange to me that most people don't automatically think this way. Like, yeah, let's just spontaneously today get up and think about the next outdoor wilderness project we're going to work on, or the next ancient survival skill we're going to practice today. Like
Yeah.
it's strange to me that people don't do that. It's like, hey, yeah, let's practice bow drill today. Let's practice fire by friction again. Cool.
Yeah.
It's like most people, it's just like, why? We have lighters. I'm like, I have lighters too, but I like to have the skill in practice in my muscle memory so that I don't need to have lighters. Like, I like the feeling of that. It brings a mental calm to me to know that I have the ability to make fire without lighters, and I feel more
Okay, you're
calm
on
in my
my
life
team
in
at Hunger
general.
Games.
Yeah. So I feel calmer. It's like I feel more mentally calm knowing how to forge swords and weapons with metal. I feel calmer knowing how to work with wood and make charcoal. And it's like, so for me, my city life is calmer and smoother because I know I don't need any of it. Let's like this drop of a hat. It's like, okay, all of this is just luxury. At any time, if this is gone, I'm still totally fine personally. I can't say that for everybody else. Everybody else is probably going to be in a fucking panic, like, losing their fucking minds. But I'll just be like, oh, okay, cool. All the stuff I've been practicing all these years, I can finally put to more use now. Great,
Yeah.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, that's how I see it, basically.
Yeah. It's like it's kind of funny. Like, but some people will say, like, "Hey, come on, I mean, I'm not a caveman. Go to the store, go get me this and that."
Right? But it's so funny too, because it's like you're actually, having modern luxuries there and at the same time knowing the traditional skills is literally
Yep.
the best place to be in life. Because
Yep.
like at any time you're going to be well off in either situation compared to most people. Like, and here's the other thing a lot of people overlook. If you have a crap ton of skills, like through the roof, you know how to do
Mhm.
all sorts of different things, people notice that, and everybody's going to want you on their team if shit goes down. So
I
you're going to be
told
in a
you
very
just a
Yeah,
second
comfortable.
they
ago.
just want to use your skills.
That's
They
what I'm
just
saying.
want to use your
But
skills and then
you're
they
going to be
piss
able
all
to
over you.
you're going to be able to put a high price on those skills if you want to, because they're going to be in high demand. It's like, all right, what are you going to pay me? Who's going to pay me the most? Who really wants me on their side the most? So you're in an advantageous position to have those things because everybody's going to want you on their side, no matter what group they are. So you can pick and choose which group you want to be with versus getting stuck with a
No, you
shitty group
really
of
are an
people.
optimist. I'll give you that. You
You know what I
really are
mean?
an optimist.
But it's true. It's like, if you're not going to want to kill the person who has the skills you need, it's like, oh, if this guy knows how to do 10 things that nobody else knows how to do, they're not going to want to kill that guy. They're going to want you alive so you can do those things for them, right?
Yeah, gotta be
So
precious.
it's like, hey, somebody comes up to you with a gun. It's like, hey, I've got like 20 different things I know how to do that I can do for you, and I can do these things for free. All I ask for is like food and a place to stay. Sound good? Yeah, that sounds great, actually.
Good
Let's
luck
do
with that.
that. It's like, so,
Good luck with that.
I mean, it's,
But that's
it,
been part of a community.
Yeah, but
It's been like a thriving member of a community.
well, I should tell you something, Kate. Now, I live in a supposed community in my block. I live in a block of 20 flats, and I'm a cat person, and I love animals. If anyone ever needs a cat or a dog or a rabbit looking after, I'm always there for them. But when I need a bit of help, there's nobody in this block would piss me off on fire. It's true, though. Same
yeah,
with hot plants.
I've noticed that it seems to be very backwards. It seems like the people who are willing to help others the most get the least help themselves.
Yeah,
I've noticed a
Yeah.
similar pattern in my
I've
life.
noticed, really
actually.
noticed. It's
Definitely.
very noticeable. Because I tell you something, I asked you before about the whole thing with my hands and everything. Because I've decided from now onwards, I'm not doing anything for anyone anymore. They can all go and naff themselves, even the cat owners.
Damn.
That's considered a boundary. There's nothing wrong with boundaries.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's a
I
healthy
never
one.
used because I believe in being a good neighbour. I think you should always help your neighbours, but here, no, and it's the same for they're all the same. It's another reason I want to move. All the people I used to have here have all left, died, and things. There's nobody left.
Yeah, you want to make sure.
PP, people, I've noticed it. They'll piss all over you if you help them too much. It's sad.
They will, yeah.
Sad, brutal reality.
Yeah, I've realized I've had to create so many boundaries in my life like that. It's always been really annoying too. It's like, okay, yes, I can help, but I am not in a position to help in all those ways. And it's like, why are you dumping it in my lap versus there? It's like, especially if you're not making like a notable amount of income and you're like, autism spectrum or whatever else. It's like everybody expects, oh, you've got free time, you have the
Yes, but
availability for
it's
this, and I'm
about
just like,
me.
it's
Yeah,
like,
it's not.
no, I don't actually. Like, where do you get the idea that I have infinite free time to just look
Yeah,
after your animals or whatever?
yeah, yeah.
Like, so I had to refuse looking after a cat that I was regularly the go-to guy to look
Yes,
after because I was like, hey, I can't do this anymore. Like, this is just, I don't actually have the availability to do this.
yeah.
Like, you're going to have to find somebody else.
You should have given it to Chickpea.
Yeah, you should have given it to me. I just brought it over here. I'll look after it for you. I love cats. I've got 7 of them. Naughty little
Wow.
things.
And
Yeah,
so,
they're being very naughty at the moment.
yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much the situation. I mean, I'm always an individual optimist, but I'm a mass,
Yeah,
large
you
scale
really
pessimist.
are an optimist.
When it comes to humans in general, I'm a pessimist. My own
I'd
life, I'm
say
very
you're an
optimistic
optimist.
about
I'd
that.
say you're an optimist, actually. I really think you are.
Well,
So, what's the
I
illness you've got? You said you've got some sort of illness.
well, it's not exactly an illness. It's considered a disability, though, in terms of
What's
like the
oh,
modern context of things. I'm diagnosed on the autism spectrum, high functioning Asperger's syndrome. It
what's
used to
that?
be called Asperger's. Now it's just called autism spectrum.
Oh,
That's
But
like Sage. Sage has it too, honey. Remember?
well, you have to refresh my memory.
so the
Okay,
most
so let me think. He used to call himself Gaia.
Oh
He
yeah.
used to
Oh
come to the
him.
page.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep. He calls
so the
himself
main
Sage now because that's who he is.
Oh right.
I
Okay.
mean, it feels like most of us on DNW stream are autistic.
Not me, man.
well, here's the thing. There's a very specific criteria, and
Yeah.
the way you can distinguish is it's because I can very quickly tell whether somebody is on the autism spectrum or not because of how they think and how they operate and stuff like that. One of the main symptoms is number one, the brain never stops thinking multiple layers into things and overthinking things,
Oh
and
right. Yeah. No, I
Oh
don't
Oh,
have
yeah,
that.
I
maybe
do.
I
the
do
main
got it.
things I deal with.
Well, I do that a
Excuse me,
lot.
maybe I do have it.
And basically my
It's
brain
never been diagnosed.
yeah, it's possible. My brain hyperfixates and hyperfocuses on things and never stops unless I forcefully pull it away from that
Yeah, me
hyperfocus.
too. Is my brain operates the same way? Yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh, good.
literally, I will have to go out of my way to force myself to stop thinking or talking about something by force in order for it to stop. Like, otherwise, that thought, that idea, that concept will never leave my thought all day, every day, 24/7. And me wanting to talk about it will never end as the thing I want to talk about. So it's totally the opposite of ADHD unless somebody has both. And that looks a very specific way. So some people have both ADHD and autism spectrum,
Which is
um,
hell.
which is absolute hell because like they're dealing with basically this push and pull tug thing going on, where the hyperfocus and then the inattentiveness. Whereas I don't have the inattentiveness issue at all. I have strictly the hyperfocus side of it, which is that's why I don't have ADHD and I'm not diagnosed with that. Whereas people who have both, they have the hyperfocus on things they're interested in, but at the same time, they also have a really hard time paying attention or sticking with doing one thing. So it's like they're because I've known friends who have been diagnosed with both autism spectrum and ADHD and bipolar in one case. A guy had all three, and you could see all three in his particular case. So in his case, it was like he had this double whammy effect of where, yes, he had the hyperfocus and fixation, but at the same time, he had to keep mixing up what like he was hyper focused on. So he had like
Good
he had
coping
like
skills by the sounds.
yeah, he had like five
What?
or 10 different things he was hyper fixated on. They had to keep bouncing around to those different things, basically. And that's what autism spectrum with ADHD looks like. It's like a series of hyper focused things that they have to bounce around to all the time. Whereas autism spectrum by itself is strictly hyper focus. That's it, with no need to bounce around to things. So literally, I could stay on the same subject, the same theme for years on end, and just that'll be the theme that permeates everything I do, whatever it is. So, for example, if I'm this is why it's so easy for me to stick with a specific thought process towards reality because my brain doesn't waver from that thought process. So literally, I could go through, you know, meeting all sorts of different people, my social circle changing multiple times over, all sorts of different things in life. And all throughout that time, what I was thinking about was like the same thing the whole time, like the same subject matter, basically. So, and it's interesting because I noticed in the neurotypical world, their brains actually genuinely are focusing on one thing and then another thing and then another thing. They're not connecting every single thing they're doing to that one central hyper focused topic. Whereas my brain does that. So it doesn't matter what the topic is, my brain automatically brings it back to my hyper focused main central topic, basically, right?
Yeah,
So, yeah.
yeah, I do
I
that a
think the
lot.
reason
Like,
why I was never diagnosed like that was because I didn't like doctors, so I would never have found out anyway. I have a
Yeah.
disdain for doctors.
Have you? I'm the
Oh
opposite. I
my
love
goodness.
doctors.
It's very prevalent. I don't like doctors at all.
Oh,
But
A lot of
remember,
doctors are assholes.
as
Yeah.
soon as
I
I
used
hit
to
a
work in
scrap
an
of pain, I'm off to get one.
I worked in a hospital for 15 years, so
Oh
I
no.
knew which ones were real, which ones are fake.
Mm.
I just learned not to complain to doctors because what's the point? They don't listen anyways and they don't really care. So
yeah,
Yes, I think you're
Yeah.
probably right.
It's
The
true.
thing is, yeah, I was always quite good at picking out the good ones. I seem to have a little knack for that. But yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a mixed bag, but for the most part, a lot of doctors have been pretty bad assholes a lot of times. And
a
this
lot of
is,
times they say that anyone off the street can walk into a hospital setting, put on a doctor's gown, and be a doctor because it doesn't take any brains at all to do so. And you know what? I believe them.
yeah, it
This
seems
was
like that
said
are
by
the
a
cases.
doctor. This was said by a doctor.
really.
Yeah.
I would believe that actually because it just basically you're just learning how to go through the motions in the less, especially when it comes to like doctors you visit like for a sit down and stuff like that. They're pretty much just trying to go through the motions of okay, these are the motions you go through, this is what you recommend and this is what you don't recommend. It's more just like getting familiar with like a graph sheet of what to say and recommend in certain scenarios versus not. It's not anywhere near as complicated as a lot of people would think, honestly.
But you
Because
have to
I've
make the difference between doctor and pharmacist, because pharmacists will try to sell you cure medicine, like those like fake doctor, or those they give you a cure for everything. They like you get a pill for everything, and the other doctor or the butcher, the one that cut you up.
yeah, the surgeon.
But
Yeah,
Yeah,
I also used to
pharmacists,
be a pharmacy aide. I know the man that used to be a pharmacist was one of the most amazing men I've ever met because he wasn't all about just drugs. It was
yeah,
it automatically had everything to do with the fact of what you had and what needed to be done to fix it, but he wasn't in it like most people are. He was a very
humble
unique
man.
yeah, he was unique in the fact that he didn't insist you do it like everyone else is doing it. He said there's other ways to learn it, and that's why I wanted to learn from him. So yeah, he
Yeah, I
was an
was not.
amazing man.
Yeah, I was not about to say too that a lot of the pharmacists that I've met over my life were actually pretty good people who actually cared about uh the people who came to buy stuff from them. You could tell that they genuinely cared about making people better and healthier and stuff compared to
Yeah, they
doctors.
have twice as much training in whatever the field that they're going into than even a regular doctor would. So most of the doctors used to call him and ask him questions and get answers from him because they didn't have the answers themselves.
so this is interesting what Global is mentioning here. He said, and this pertains directly to what we're talking about doctors actually. He said, this phenomenon is so widespread it's been named the Lake Wobegon effect, where all the women are strong, all the men are good looking, and all the children are above average. I think that might be a reverse where all the men are considered strong, all the women are considered good looking. But point remains the same. What he's getting at is there's a tendency in people groups for them to think that they're more beautiful, stronger, and above average in intelligence beyond what they actually are. So my thing has always been, I always like to look at actual facts of what is in fact known and what skills actually exist in a person or not versus having a wrong estimation. So when I look at like what I can and can't do, I know very clearly what I cannot do. And I tell people that, hey, I don't have the skill in this area, so I can't do that, or I do have the skill. So for me, it's based on, okay, uh, what do I actually know how to do tangibly, and what do I not know how to do? But I've noticed that this is why I've actually run into, and I say this kind of as a joke, but I'm sort of serious. When I date women, I prefer to date women who are extremely highly intelligent or very, very low IQ. I have a kind of a dislike for dating women who seem to have an average intelligence level, because I noticed that the women who seem to have average intelligence levels always overestimate their intelligence level, whereas the really smart women know accurately what they don't know and admit that and are actually humble about that. And the really low IQ women also tend to acknowledge what they don't know. Whereas average IQ women tend to not do that. It's a weird trend I've noticed. I call it the I'm still trying to figure out a specific term for it, but I've noticed this in both
Isn't
men and
that
women.
the Dunning-Kruger effect or something?
Yeah, the Dunning-Kruger effect seems to mostly affect average intelligence people more than it does really low intelligence people or really high intelligence people. And it's weird. It's interesting that it does that, because um, it's
Too
like
many labels. Ugh.
I've had the smoothest relations with people that most people would consider to be low IQ or really high IQ. And I've tended to have the most clashy relations with people considered average IQ. Not even just IQ and separately intelligence. They're two separate things, obviously. But the point is, in both
Wait. What?
areas,
How are IQ and intelligence different?
they're 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 marginally connected, but they're distinct. So intelligence is basically what you actually know for a fact and how you apply that to life. IQ is like what you know regarding a specific series of things you're asked in terms of like a general range of topics and stuff. So there's some people that have really high IQ but are pretty dumb in terms of practical intelligence, like how to actually
Okay.
exist in life. And there's some people that have really high practical intelligence but have very low IQ. And some people have high both or low both. So it's not a you could be very intelligent with a low IQ and vice versa, is what I'm trying to get at. Like an example of a person with a high IQ with very low intelligence would be someone who is basically super, super smart in theoretical things and conceptual things, but absolutely sucks at applying anything in practical life at all. That would be a low intelligence person who has high IQ, right?
That sounds like me.
Yes. So, and a person who has high intelligence but low IQ would be like they can do all sorts of practical things like mechanic work, electrical work, plumbing work, like anything under the sun they know how to do. But when it comes to like deeper concepts or contemplations or whatever like that, it's like an empty slate. It's like you basically are talking to like an alien. It's like, what are you talking about? They know how to do like everything practically. So that's high intelligence. But when it comes to like insight into deeper things, or insight into like economic cycles or trends, that's like there's nothing there. It's just all practical knowledge stuff, basically. I've run into all sorts of types of people of various different types, but that's it. So a lot of times you'll see unnecessary debates people go on to, IQ and intelligence has nothing to do with intelligence. It's like, no, IQ just has to do with a certain type of intelligence is what it has to do with. It's not intelligence by itself that it has to do with. And that's where people get hung up. They think IQ tests are a test of intelligence in the broader sense, but they're not. So for example, I have like when I was like 12 or 14, it was somewhere within the 130 to 140-ish thereabouts range. And that was when I was really young. I don't even know what it would be now, but that's just IQ. And so that's considered higher IQ than way higher than average, notably higher than average. But in my intelligence line is totally separate from that IQ, like all the practical skills I know how to do and everything else like that. So, a lot of times people get puffed up with some egoistic thing. Oh, look, my IQ is so high, but it doesn't really mean anything because it's what you do with the IQ that really makes a difference. Like, what do you
Yeah.
practically do with it, right? It's like, or does it just stay in your head your whole life, So, a lot of people who are plagued with high IQ but low general intelligence, they tend to run into a situation of having a really hard time accomplishing really anything tangible in life. They feel stuck, like no matter what they do all the time. Even though they're really fucking smart, they're just trapped, like stuck in their head basically, and that's it. And they can just never
Yeah.
get out of their head
Yeah.
basically.
Me too. They call
So
that analysis paralysis, right?
yeah, analysis paralysis. That's a sign of high IQ combined
Yeah.
with low general intelligence.
Yeah, I've got
Both.
high IQ.
Yeah.
Shit.
Well, a lot of it's not a lot of sociality either. Because you're so smart, kids are against you on a consistent basis. And if you're smarter than them in some instances than others, they expect you to finish their homework. And, so many other things come into play, especially when you're going to a public school and expected to do what you're supposed to do there by whoever it is that's telling you what to do, whatever. And you get made fun of. And so you, with your low social skills, you're not going to be smart on like how to be social when you're supposed to
Oh,
be social. And
that's a great example. Social skills are actually an aspect of general intelligence independent of IQ. That
Mm-hmm.
if someone lacks that, even if they have high IQ, that's why they lack social. So I noticed in my life, I've been able to train myself very effectively in mimicking a lot of these social cues and all these types of things. A lot of people would say robotically, but I make it kind of organic. I sort of make it my own. But a lot of the behaviors were not natural to me, but I was able to infer and be like, okay, other people process when I say and do this way. So I'm going to say things and do it this way. So they process it this way. And that's how my brain looked at it and recognized it. But a lot of times people who have lower social intelligence, even though they can conceptually, have the concept in their head, oh, if I say and do this, it'll be processed this way. They can't really bring themselves to actually adjust how they behave. It's very hard for them. So it's like, okay, the theory's there, but how do I actually talk and stand that way and actually do that? How do I make that my natural movements when I'm in a group of people, etc.? So basically, a lot of times people will joke. My girlfriend actually, she said, "You're actually quite the chameleon, aren't you?" And I was like, she meant that in a loving, caring way, obviously, because she notices how I'm able to like adjust how I behave and interact based on the social group I'm about to interact with. So like, because I know how they're going to process certain things versus not. Like if I were to talk about these things or have these interactions with various different social groups I have, they would look at me like I'm an alien, and it would be like the weirdest thing in the world. However,
but
other
you are.
groups, it's very positive, response, like my close friends and stuff like that. So um, yeah, it's something that I've noticed over the years has been very useful. My ability to look at something and figure out what the pattern is to the thing. And so I think it's kind of like a double-edged sword. If you're on the autism spectrum, you're really good at pattern recognition in most cases. However, um, the pattern recognition is something that can also be a curse because you're overly aware of the patterns that a lot of times other people aren't aware of. So it's like other people will be seeing just some generic thing happening, but you're seeing a pattern. It's like pattern, there it is. It's like, and other people are just seeing, oh, that's just, a person showing up and doing what they're doing, and you're seeing pattern. They did a similar thing before, they're doing it again, they're going to do it again. So it's like you see past, present, and future in this like stream of a person's behavior, um, independent of just that specific situation. Like, so if you're talking to somebody, this is how my brain works. I'll be thinking of like the past I had with that person, that present, and what they're probably going to do after that conversation in like a stream, right? And so it's
Mm-hmm.
like, I noticed, okay, so if I interact with this person differently, that's going to alter how they behave towards me. And this is going to be the pattern that they end up on. And it's really weird because like, when you're seeing everything automatically as a pattern, like you have to like shake that out of your head to really um to be more laid back about things, because like if I see a pattern, it's like, oh shit, this person's going to do this again. So like if I've spent like, hours helping my friend overcome some issue he has, I'm like, this, but my friend has this pattern, so he's going to fall into this again. Like my friend who has the bipolar, I know for a fact he's going to have a similar issue again, in a couple weeks or a month or whatever. It's like, and it's like, man, I don't really have the energy to do this again and again and again, a gazillion times over, the same, basically a clone of the same conversation. It's like different words are used, different things, different scenario, but it's like, okay, he's having his automatic cascade into depression again. And it's going to be a clone of the same conversation I had with him 20 times already. When that happens, he's going to come to me, hey, looking for encouragement, inspiration. I'm going to provide that clone of a very similar clone conversation of what we had before, me re-inspiring him and everything else. But I'm just like, I get exhausted knowing that I'm going to have to do that again and again and again and again and again. And so my brain, instead of just helping the person in the moment, sees, oh shit, I'm going to have to do this 100 more times at
And
least.
that's why you're a good friend, and that's why you can always be counted on, because you do
Yes.
have those traits. And that's why when he's having those situations, he counts on you because you're always there knowing what he needs. And then what's a friend? It's a person who's there for you at all times, no matter what you're going through, and he's still your friend.
That's true. However, that's very true. But the thing is, that being the case, I had to tell him, I was like, hey, bro, like, you know how much I love and care about you and all this other type of stuff, but I don't have the physiological energy to be the person that gives you this therapy over and over and over and over. So I actually had to set that boundary with him in the sense that he appreciated that I told him this, but the caveat there is, of course, when he has those issues, I actually can't be the one who is in that role. Even though I would like to be able to do that, I just can't, because my physiology, it overwhelms me and I get just exhausted to where I'm like having to sleep for 3 days after one conversation of that type of stuff. You know, it's like, because I care about my friends and stuff. So if I don't tune out from my brain the struggles and issues that they're going through, my entire physiology can't function. So like if they're having depression or issues like that, if I don't tune it out mostly, my body collapses and I can't function. I'm asleep. So I'm basically like sharing in their physiological depression without being depressed myself. So like I won't feel depressed, but I'll be so exhausted with knowing that they're struggling and suffering the way they are that I can't function because my brain can't stop thinking about the fact that they're suffering.
So
And
you're
so when I
basically an empath then.
yeah, and that's the thing with the autism spectrum though, because you hyper focus, you have to go out of your way to shut off thinking about what somebody said to you constantly. So like if my friend says, "Hey, I'm having an episode of depression," my brain will be like, "Oh fuck." Like the whole day my brain will be, "My friend is feeling depression right now. Fuck." The whole day my brain will not stop thinking about that and it'll just stay there in my head. So like I'll be feeling good, but I'll be exhausted because my brain doesn't stop telling me your friend's depressed, your friend's depressed, your friend's depressed. That sucks. And so I get exhausted because my brain doesn't shut off repeating to me your friend's depressed. Does that make sense? And so like this is a unique thing to autism spectrum and people with similar conditions is um, you have to go out of your way to shut certain things off that are told to you, that are mentioned to you, because if you don't go out of your way to do that, it never leaves your thought process, it never leaves your feeling basically. So for me, like a lot of times when I do like my content and stuff, if people haven't had that firsthand experience of how that goes for them, if they're able to just stop thinking about it and move on to something else just fine, or able to pull that off, they'll think when I'm talking about, oh, you have to specifically tune out your awareness of all these horrors in the world, you have to go out of your way to do this. Because for them, they might not have to go out of their way to tune it out. For them, they might just be able to shift what they're thinking about at the drop of a hat and not be bothered by something. But if there's someone on the autism spectrum, they'll understand firsthand what I'm talking about. So it's like you have to, uh, you know, if your brain is vividly aware of all the horrors that are going on in the world, and it just doesn't stop thinking about that, if you don't purposely tune your awareness out of those things from your brain, like put it in a box and like basically pretend it doesn't exist, it'll never leave your thinking process as someone on the autism spectrum. So you literally have to, at least in my case, this is what I've experienced. You do a lot of extra additional things to shut off awareness of certain things to even function properly, right? Whereas it seems like most people in the world can like just stop, decide, okay, I'm tired of discussing or thinking about this, so I'm going to focus on something else. It's like, whereas for me it's like I have to have a huge amount of time to transition into being able to get my brain out of hyper focusing on the thing I was talking about, right? So like it sometimes will take me days and days and days to shift out of it. So like if I have a discussion with somebody about some deep philosophical thing, I'll have to like force my brain out of that thinking over the course of multiple days afterwards in order to even be able to start focusing on something else. So,
I'm a chocolate
um,
mess.
what's that?
I said, I'm a chocolate mess.
Chocolate mess.
I am. Because I was like, oh my God, some of this shit's starting to resonate. And I had no idea.
Interesting. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, looking at there's a very specific diagnostic criteria, and it's gotten more refined over the years, just like everything else has, had its clunky phase and gotten more refined. But the autism spectrum diagnosis is getting better as the years have gone on and is becoming more accurate, more so than what it was before. So I'd say look into it at least just for the, for the heck of it, to see what you're given back, because there's a very particular test they'll put you through and can pretty definitively confirm whether autism spectrum is what's going on or not. So they'll put you like through a series of tests. When I was younger, it was like 12, I think they put me through it, where a big series of questions like how I would answer things, how I would think about things, the way I would analyze, the way like stuff was lined up in front of me, like pattern recognition, all this type of stuff. So I think what they really look for is they look for that hyper focus factor, the pattern recognition, the excessive over elaboration on specific subjects that only require simpler answers, and all sorts of these types of things, sort of to get like a framework together. And once they do that, then here's like, okay, yes, you meet the diagnostic criteria for this condition, um, etc. Because it really does affect your life. I mean, it's like I'm only disabled in the sense of not being able to function in this modern world money system, but I'm not disabled in terms of being able to function in general in just real life, like other than my need for huge amounts of sleep. But aside from my need for huge amounts of sleep, I can function in terms of, interacting with people, doing stuff skill wise, having conversations. It's strictly just being able to function in the monetary in terms of sustaining one thing monetarily for a prolonged period of time, because that requires a certain type of um, social connectivity that you're able to maintain in a very particular way. And so if that's something that tends to often be missing in people with autism spectrum. It's very difficult to maintain a sustained um, certain type of social dynamic that involves money exchange. And the reason that's difficult is because our brains are always operating on a different operating system from the money system and how it works, and the salary system and everything else like that. So it's always this foreign entity to us, where somebody, oh yeah, of course, you just go to work and you do your thing, they pay you, and there you go. There's your pattern, there's your routine. But for people on the autism spectrum, number one, being able to sustain that is extremely difficult because of all the different internal things, the need for extra sleep, the need for having to do other things that are your interests, etc. Um, it's just it's almost impossible to sustain any type of sustained employment situation, especially if it's the type that I have. So some people can do it. Some people on the autism spectrum can't. It depends on who they are, but usually in those cases, it's because whatever they're doing fits with their circumscribed interests. So it's like, okay, they're interested in that thing. That's why they're able to do that job over and over and over, and somebody's willing to pay the money for it repeatedly. But if you're not so fortunate, if all your interests and stuff are always these weird, oddball, eccentric things in relationship to like the modern world, then there's not really any reliable source of income from any of them. You might hit and miss. It's like sometimes somebody will pay you for it, sometimes they won't. Sometimes it's something that offers money and is in demand, other times it's not. It's just, so being on disability was one of the greatest things that ever happened to me, because it freed me from having to constantly juggle all of that stuff that I couldn't sustain, in terms of uh, having to show up and do a specific thing over and over and over and over and over again. Because the hyper focus has to do with interest. It doesn't have to do with hyper focus on, you know, what you're assigned to do or the job you have to do. Basically, if it's not something you're passionate about, you just can't do it. It's a thing called executive dysfunction. Also, it's a symptom that's not independent to autism spectrum. But the way it works is if you notice that when you have to do something and there's a demand for, okay, we have to get this done, this has to happen, that you freeze and you can't do it at all, that's executive dysfunction at work. And I've always had that really bad my whole life. If there's no urgency attached to something, I can do it just fine. If there's any urgency attached to anything, my body like freezes, my physiology, my emotions freeze, and it makes it almost impossible for me to do the thing at all. And I didn't even know that was executive dysfunction until very recently, that was the name for that. But if it's an actual emergency, I can function just fine. Like if somebody's bleeding out and needs to go to the hospital, I can get them to the hospital, no problem. But if it's not an actual emergency and it's just something urgent, like, okay, we have to get these documents turned in, or we have to this, it's really hard for me to do those things. It's only because there's a necessity for them that it makes them hard, right? So I literally have to pretend in my brain that there's no necessity for something in order to be able to do it efficiently and in a timely fashion. So even if something is necessary, like, okay, I got to get these documents turned in, I have to trick my brain to, oh no, you're just turning these documents in because you feel like it, not because you have to turn them in, because you want to, right? You just spontaneously desire to, update this paperwork. It's weird that I have to do that though, because people who don't have executive dysfunction don't have to do that. It's like the more urgent thing is the thing they're able to do faster. It's like, oh, urgency, let's get that done quick. Like my mom, she doesn't have executive dysfunction because she does the thing that's urgent all the time. Hers is almost the opposite issue. She always does the thing she has to do, to where she barely ever sets time aside for what she really wants to do, right? It's almost impossible for her to actually prioritize what she wants because her brain automatically goes to what she has to do first, all the necessities, right? So it's like, and until she gets all the necessities done, she doesn't even begin doing the things she personally really wants to do. And yeah, it's weird. So if you've noticed you've had that issue, if there's like urgency attached to something that it makes you emotionally freeze and really hard to do the thing, that's executive dysfunction in shining colors at work. It's very common with people on the autism spectrum and also common with people bipolar and all sorts of stuff. Um, a very weird catch-22, very strange, because everybody else will be like, okay, there's this urgent thing, and then everybody else is able to do it right then and there, and it's like, fuck, you're dragging your feet. It's really hard to get out of bed just knowing you have to do the specific thing, and it's like, uh, yeah, it's weird. It's strange, but I think I understand why. I think it's a spillover from who I actually am, because like I'm used to a reality where there is no such thing as urgency. Like everything is just spontaneous and you can do it when you feel like. There's not a single thing that's a necessity, right? Where my consciousness comes from. So it's like everything that is a necessity is like foreign to me. It's like, why is that a necessity? Why is it urgent? I don't relate to that. It's like the concept of necessity or urgency is foreign to my existence, if that makes sense. Like, um,
Perfect sense.
have you noticed that though, Divine or Wanderer, or any of you, like executive dysfunction like that, where it's like urgency, boom, and then it's almost impossible to do the thing now that there's some sort of a deadline or some sort of a you have to do it thing attached to it. It's like, and it's like, oh, okay, now it's really hard to do the thing that I was otherwise be able to do. It's like, oh, common example is, hey, I spontaneously would like to go camping today. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. But it's if I get it in my head, like, okay, but I have to go out there and work on this project I've been working on before the rain hits or something, I won't make it out there because I now have the urgency attached to it. Oh, now I have to get out there. Crap, and so, um, yeah,
You
it's
kind of made me think about when you're at school, you get the exam coming, and you get all anxious and all nervous, and then you're failing the exam just because of you're thinking too much,
That
yep,
was
that's
me.
exactly it. That's it.
and
That was
then
me.
yeah,
Mhm.
and then because you're overwhelmed by thought, that your
Yep.
thought become you, and you all confused because, oh, I know this, but oh, it's crazy. It's all like anxiety and stuff.
That's it. And the whole mental overthinking, that was especially a big challenge for me with social stuff and especially romantic relationship type stuff. Like I would get so in my head about all these specifics. And what's interesting is a lot of it was warranted because I noticed if I wasn't very meticulous, even one little mistake in how I talked or how I carried myself would just throw everything off. And I ran into that so many times in my life where it's like, a girl would start off really attracted. She would approach me like she would, emphasize that she finds me attractive, all these things, you know, and just she was clearly interested, obviously, otherwise she wouldn't have done that. And then, but as it's like in proportion to how much I started talking about my interests that I was really hyper focused on it, I could just tell in direct proportion her boredom was increasing, her lack of interest in me was decreasing. It was just all going down like in exact proportion. I was like, this is really horrible. I literally cannot go on about what I'm really passionate about with any romantic anything, because like they immediately start. And here's the weird thing: even if they're interested in the topic, their sexual romantic specific attraction goes down and it shifts over into a platonic only attraction. So it's not that their attraction to me in general would necessarily go down, but I could, and they would claim this to me, oh, I just want to do a friend's day. Nothing would happen that would indicate them to shift over to that, other than the fact that I was going on about what I was really passionate about for too long. And so it's like, oh, wait a minute. So they got it in their head, oh, if I interact with this guy, he's going to go on about what he's into for too long. And I don't want to have to interact with that. So I'm just going to platonicize this guy versus romantic. And that would happen like in every single case I encountered until I stopped doing that. And then everything changed. I would literally inside myself, I would be like screaming, oh, fuck. I want to talk about this other topic, but I have to maintain this small talk and keep changing the topics up so her interest stays high, so she doesn't get bored, or so her attractions doesn't shift out of romantic. But inside myself, I was like, fuck, I really want to talk about other things that are deeper than just the small talk stuff. But when I did the routine though of like, okay,
It's
keep it
good
small
time,
talk, you
man.
know,
You
yeah, when
make
I
me
did,
laugh.
I know, man. When I did the routine, then all of a sudden she was like, all these chicks are attracted to me magnetically. They want to hear from me all the time. It's like when I hold back from like sending the messages when I want to send the messages, they're messaging me all the time. It's like, what the hell?
Mhm.
So it's like, and so I trained myself to do that, but I realized, okay, if I have romantic success, I have to hold back on the majority of things I prefer to talk about and do. If I want to have anything at all ever that's going to lead to anything sexual in any way, shape, or form, I have to be very, very, very formulaic about it, right? If I want things to just strictly stay platonic and I'm okay with that with a girl I'm sexually attracted to, which I'm not, it's like, yeah, I can do friend stuff, but if I'm sexually attracted to a female, there's no way in hell I'm gonna be okay giving myself blue balls by just being a just friend situation. That doesn't work for me because it's like you're sitting there, you're turned on through the fucking roof, you're trying to hold back your arousal and stuff, and it's like it doesn't work. It's like if you're turned on, you're turned on. You can't shut off being turned on by somebody. So it's like, okay, great. There's the other interests we share, but like, yeah, that just doesn't freaking work, And so
Yeah.
I was like, in so many situations, all right, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of these women who start off sexually attracted to me, shifting over into a platonic attraction only because of this boredom with what I'm saying or whatever, or just whatever
Oh,
reasons they
they're
have
just
for being
kicking
boring.
themselves now. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I look at it and I realize what it is, though. It's like they actually need constant change up of subject matters and they need constant entertainment sources from the outside. And if you're not providing a constant change up and entertainment, both, then they lose romantic attraction. However, if you're providing both of those, if you're providing entertainment and a regular change up of topics, then they remain attracted. And so I was like, that's the secret. So what's happening is neurotypical extroverts are automatically doing that. They're automatically changing topics frequently, and they're automatically keeping things very frivolous and entertaining, right, by their natural inclinations. So you just basically have to mimic that as an introverted, hyper-focused person to have romantic success. It's a really simple thing, actually.
It's a
And
lot
so,
of
like, yeah, very simple.
work.
Is that the cure all?
That really is the cure all, actually. And, you have to have a certain looks tier on top of that, especially nowadays. If you lack the looks tier, you're running into a lot of problems. That's where the whole black pill stuff comes in, which is a very real territory, especially for guys who lack looks and height and stuff, the whole 6 foot obsession thing, so on and
Oh,
so
that's
forth. So,
bullshit.
there's a weird world that guys have to navigate to have any romantic success at all, ever. Even if you're
Really?
really good looking, it's very bizarre. Yeah.
Huh.
Because like I said, in my case, I always had confidence in my looks, and I've considered good looking according to any trend graph you would look at. That's never been a problem for me. But and women would express visual attraction to my looks just fine. That was never an issue. However, it's when the interaction started that things would start going downhill. I never did anything mean or unkind or cruel or anything like that. It was just strictly the fact that I was hyper focused on what I was interested in. And so that's what I would talk about when conversation happened. And so that their attraction would just shut off, right? And it was so mechanical that I was like, okay, there's obviously a mechanical pattern here.
You
So
don't
there we
suppose
go.
they were just into themselves and didn't want to know anything about you? There are
Well,
some women out there, like that.
there are some like that, but even if they are interested in liking you, I've noticed even the outlying women who are also on the autism spectrum, all this type of stuff, I've noticed even with them, it's the same formulaic stuff that you have to do because yeah, they'll last a little bit longer. They'll last marginally longer than other women in interest in things, but it'll still be the same pattern. If you don't keep things changing up often and entertaining, it's weird how fast they get turned off romantically.
What did you say? Maintaining?
Yeah, maintaining. It's like basically, it's like a chore basically. If you if you don't, you know,
No, it's
it's
all
like
good. All good. I understand, but like I said, it's a lot of work to care for someone and to because like you can be good looking, but you maybe not know how to look. Like it's what you're into. You
yeah,
others might be into too, but not as much as you. But
yeah. So well, how
yeah.
about Yvonne and Wanderer? How about you guys talk about some unique things you've noticed about the weird world of romantic dynamics and things like that? I would have to step away for a few minutes, but I'll be back in a little bit. I'm interested in hearing what you guys have to say about that, though.
In the real world of the romantic,
Like,
well,
what have your experiences been in terms of how easy or how smooth it is for you to actually be in, maintain, and just have romantic relationships flowing for you? Or has it been very difficult to ensure that that happens and have that be a thing in your life?
well, it took me a long time before finding someone, and the woman I picked, I wanted to for her to teach me like love and all that thing, but it didn't get well for me. We didn't have kids, so like that didn't work, and but yeah, it's whatever. For individual, like for me, it's like whatever I learned from my parent, and what did I learn is nothing because they were not there and they were not taking care of me, and I've been through in foster parents, uh, so I'm not that kind of person with love in aspect of relationship, because like for me love is like only like for oneself, for myself. I only love myself, I guess, because I don't know what is love is, because like I didn't have that mother like care and like protection and stuff like that. It's like it was nothing. Like like when we talk about people like no drive, they have no drive and nothing like that. I kind of have that, but I don't, because everybody has no drive around me. It's like there's nothing. So how can you give that to somebody else when you don't have it? And you have it for a little bit and you get distracted because like when I like it's your sense, like you're hungry, like now you're gonna go towards that, your mind's gonna go towards those things, and a woman's mind, man, it changed so fast, man, because I like myself, like I can be like just sitting there and doing like stuff, and I'm not even thinking about what I'm doing. I'm just doing it. But with a woman, yeah, think about this, think about that, and when they go on, you just listen, man. You just like listen, and
Well, that's what I found, thanks for sharing that too, by the way. Like, that's what I found for me. What works the best is having an open relationship, polyamorous dynamic, because that way I've noticed
yeah,
that every woman I'm with treats me better because of that. Like, their standards of treatment are way higher because they actually know for a fact that I'm
mm-hmm,
not like dependent on them situationally, so that their attraction for me that's actually there, it's like,
yeah,
oh, I really have to make sure I treat him really well because he actually will let me go if I treat him poorly. I can't get away with it. Whereas I notice a lot, like in every single case that I have even started to go and
Yeah.
agree with some monogamous thing with a woman, I've noticed immediately after I agreed to anything monogamous wise or to try in that direction with a girl,
Yeah.
instantaneously her behavior starts to go down. She gets
Yeah.
more demanding, more, complaining about stuff, and it's like instant. It's like the second I agree to be exclusive with her, it's like
Yeah.
the behavior is going down now. And I ran into that with one girl who when I first met her, she knew that I was in an open relationship thing and that's how I prefer things to stay. And she was really,
Yeah.
really wanting monogamy and all this other stuff. So it's like I finally was like, all right, I'll try it monogamy for a while. We'll see how it goes, but you got to make absolute sure your treatment of me increases and upgrades from where it's at. She already treated me really well, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, but I
Yeah.
was like, you got to maintain this though. You can't treat me worse. So
No.
sure enough, I had to call her out on it. I was like, right after
Yeah.
this, "Hey, did you notice that you've gotten more demanding, more naggy, all this? As soon as I agreed to the monogamy, your behavior went down. And I
Yeah.
noticed it right away. It's like, that's why I don't do monogamy. Like, yeah, because that happens every time.
But
So,
that's the thing. I kind of have a problem. In the church, uh, why the ring and why that finger?
oh,
And
Saturn. There's a whole occult reason. That's Canaanite. That comes from ancient Canaan, where the ring represents the planet Saturn. And Saturn has to do with business interactions. Thus, that's why marriage is a business transaction.
yes,
There's a whole thing to that. Yeah, whole thing.
yeah. But it's because behind every great man there's a great woman, and behind every evil man there's an evil woman. The woman is always in the back in the shadow. Okay, she's there and she controls the world. The world we live in is a world right now run by women. It doesn't seem like it
In the background,
because
right? Yeah.
the guys are like
Well, it's
they're
because the
pleading.
women are the only ones who can conceive. That's the only reason why. I'm on a level
Yeah.
playing field. When I meet a man, I'm on a level
Hmm.
playing field. And the reason why is because I can't have children. I haven't been able to have children since I was 28. The two I had were a miracle, and I'm just blessed by that. That's
Yeah,
it. So we're on a level playing field when we meet. There is nothing that I want that he would want because most men don't want children.
Yep.
So it works
That's
out perfect.
interesting. And so,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah.
Most
Oh,
like
go on, Yvonne.
beta male will not want children, but sigma male do like to have their mark uh, continue, because that's what we
Yep.
are. Like we're in category. This is why they create. I think that is why they create the astrology, because they're like 13 different group of people, and we all play a part in that. But there's sigma male and sigma female as well. But what I wanted to say about that?
So,
Mm,
yeah, I think, yeah, there's definitely different types of men and women and stuff. But you
yeah.
know, what I noticed was that it was such a drastic night and day difference for me. And, in spite of the looks and all that other type of stuff, which I had never had a problem with, it was a total night and day difference to the point it was very bizarre. Like and I really like for the first 4 to 5 months, I was rolling my eyes and shrugging. I was like, really, is it really that robotic and mechanical? Is it that formulaic to have romantic success? And it so is. It's so mechanical. It's like, it just,
No,
and eventually I was
yeah,
just like, okay, I'm not going to be irritated with it anymore. That's just the science of it. That's how it works. That's what
yeah.
human beings are attracted to versus not. So I'll go with it. Okay. Like, but it really pissed me off for like the first handful of months when I realized how shallow it all was and how
Yeah.
mechanical it was. But here's the thing, it's like doing that, yeah, it'll eventually lead to gradually learning more about the person and things going deeper and stuff, sure. But it's something really weird about the dating phase that like females across the board have to have it be that exact formula of you stand a certain way, you talk a certain way, you change topics within a certain amount of timing and all this other type of stuff. You let them do the majority of the talking and you stand and listen and pay attention. And it's like um it's so specific, it's like what's interesting because I will actually tell the women I'm with
Mm-hmm.
after the fact. I'll be like, yeah, this is the exact formula. This is the same thing every single time. And every time I've mentioned this to them, when I go over the specifics, they laugh because they know how true it is, and they recognize that that's
The
exactly
same
what they were
pattern.
attracted to. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
they
yeah,
laugh because that's the thing that they were attracted to in me. I
yeah,
was like, okay, yeah. So when we had the date, I did this. I stood like this. I talked about this. I let you do most of the talking. I sat and listened, even though
yeah,
inside I wanted to talk about all these things. I just didn't. And it's like, wow, that was so distinct from all the other men I've ever dated. Such a different way of behavior and everything else. And it's like, oh yeah, interesting. It's like, and here's why. It's because I trained myself to do this. And they just laugh. They laugh their asses off because they know it's true. Like
yeah,
you're
yeah, yeah, yeah,
literally
yeah,
you're confirming to them what they already know is the truth. And that's why they laugh. Because it's like, oh my God, that's freaking hilarious. So like you knew before going in that you were gonna do it. I was like, yeah, I pre-calculated every detail of exactly how I was going to interact with you and all this type of stuff because I couldn't afford not to. Like I tell them about my previous experiences when I didn't do that, how it would end up in disaster where I would just never hear from the girl again. It's like, so I had no choice but to train myself to do this.
yeah.
It's
With
like
practice, you see the pattern.
yeah. So it's like I had a choice. It's like, okay, I could go the rest of my life with no romantic success at all, ever, right? Until the day I die.
Yep.
Or I could have romantic success and go have it because I have this formula that I engage in. So which one is it? Do I want romantic success, even though I have to do this
Dude,
formulaic thing, or do I want
you
none?
need to
So
put
which
out
one
the
is it?
formula so the guys can get it, so that then everybody will be happy again.
Oh, I'm writing a book
So
on it. I have a lot of
that's
articles
one of your
actually.
missions here on Earth, is to
It is.
train women and men all the inside and outsides of the dating prospects when they have whatever spectrum they have. It's
Yeah.
not rocket science.
That's literally a book I'm writing actually. It's not rocket
Okay,
science,
well,
but
make sure everybody here gets a copy. We'll pay you.
it's like rocket science though. It's not exactly, but it's pretty close when it comes to autism spectrum. The book, the working title is uh oh, what was it? It just I had a brain fart. It'll come to me again. But yeah, I am working on a book of that stuff though.
But PP, you know that you yourself is a page in the book of life,
Oh yes,
as
very
I
much so.
am.
You are. Yep.
I'm a page too.
Yep. You definitely are. And one thing that uh, one of the main things for guys to understand about females is that in guys, our brains automatically we think in terms of a point system that stacks up and builds and permanently lasts. So, but if you can think of like a pyramid, the male brain thinks in terms of everything that happens that's positive and joyful, and it stacks to build a gradual big pyramid that is permanent and never changes, right? So, like if there's a good date, if you have a good date and things go smooth, for a guy, that's like a block that's built on the permanent pyramid that keeps stacking up, right? Whereas for the female, you have to keep showing up over and over and over again as in the best way you possibly can. You have to keep the courtship going because for the female brain, it's not a pyramid permastack system. So in other words, there's no point system for things you did before. Like if you're today not showing up as the best version of yourself today, the point system of because so and the guy's brain will think in terms of okay, hey, we had like a bunch of different good dates that happened before, so that should mean a lot for today, even if we don't specifically go on a date today and something else happens or whatever. But what you'll notice is that this is actually the main cause of a lot of arguments men and women have because the guy will be arguing from the perspective of, but wait, why doesn't this point system stack mean something to you from the past? Why doesn't the overall whole of our relationship mean everything to you? Why are you hung up on this specific thing that I'm not doing now or this specific point? Whereas the female is thinking, hey, this guy was showing up at his best before, but he's not doing that now anymore currently. So,
Like,
she
why? Why did
and
he
so the
do
guy's
that now?
thinking, yeah. So the guy's like, why can't I just kind of chill and relax now instead of having to keep this courtship going today? Doesn't all of the courtship I already did permanently mean something to her forever in her brain? Doesn't that hold all the weight today? So in the guy's brain, he's
I said,
thinking, yeah, he's
I
thinking
said
that
that
there's,
before
yeah.
to the wife.
It's hilarious because it's the same pattern. And when you
Mm,
bring this up and when you understand this, it eliminates arguments from ever arising between a guy and a female like entirely because
But you
now the
have to
guy
learn to let go. You just let it go, man.
well,
It's not gonna work. You have to understand how to see it, and you let it go, and you play with it.
Yeah, well, it's keeping the courtship going is what it is. You have to keep
Yes,
the
yes,
courtship
yes,
going because
yes.
that's what the female needs. She needs the courtship to continue. She has to be courted the entirety of the existence of the relationship. Otherwise, it's going to shift into something platonic with her. Whereas in the guy's brain, for a guy, that's so weird because guys don't need the courtship to keep going. All the guy needs is for romantic, like sexual things to keep occurring once the relationship is established. The guy doesn't need dates to keep going. The guy doesn't need to keep going out and having, um, cutesy, sweet, cuddly things aside from just sex happening.
Uh,
Guys don't need that. All guys are physiologically need is just the sex going on periodically. That's it. And for the most part, that's it. Whereas the female needs all the extra stuff, like the emotional support, the cuddling, all the
Because if you
additional.
notice in nature,
Yeah.
the men are the ones with the most colorful feathers and they flaunt themselves around you. So you're
Right.
thinking that that's what they're always going to do. And when they don't do
Exactly.
that, you're thinking, well, maybe they're showing them feathers to someone else. That's what
Right.
causes the contention because no
There you
one
go.
understands that nature has everything to do with it.
Right, exactly. And so the
I,
thing
I
is,
I
oh, go
wanted
ahead.
to say sorry. I wanted to say something. You know when I said about my parent that they didn't give me love,
Yeah,
but most of the people, you have to realize that most of the people did not get the soft touch, uh, like the hug and the cuddle. So how can I put that? People are resistant of being touched now. You cannot touch anyone or been touched or touch anyone. Like there's like a trauma or something. Like you were saying. Like every time you talk to a girl on the face chat, they turn it into a sex discussion because everybody's talking about that, and there's no more content into this discussion. So yeah, that I think that's mostly it. Like we're traumatized ourselves or something.
well, yeah, that's true. I think what's really going on is that, um, because there's different operating systems in the male female brain, it's like a guy has to study and train himself to understand what's happening for the female to be able to be calm in those situations. Because until I learned that and studied that, I was always in the same. I was like, yeah, why isn't there this point system in their brain like there is in mine? In other words, why doesn't it hold the same emotional weight as it does for me? And so online YouTube, there's this guy called Corey Wayne. He's a really useful source for this. He has a great book on the subject matter. He breaks it down really well. Um, he talks about what's going on in the female brain. The female brain, it's about how she feels about what you're saying and doing way more than exactly what you're saying and doing in particular. Whereas the guy, it's a lot more about exactly what he is saying and doing versus what he feels about it, right? Or it's about what the girl is saying and doing versus how he feels about what the girl is saying and doing.
Yeah, but
So
I think the guy doesn't know how to talk to women. Mostly, the way that we talk with guys, they replicate that with women, and that's
well,
Well,
that's the
you know what
thing.
I've noticed in some of the situations that if you're interested in a man and he's interested in you and he shows interest, genuine, not fake, that there's a certain way that you can be around him to teach him the things that you desire that he never knew before. And when you do that and he's willing to go that length to learn what it is that you like rather than what you don't, you go beyond what he's ever learned before and he knows a new way of love because he had a version of love or what he thought was love, and
yeah,
nothing comes about until he actually learns what it really is. And love
yeah,
really is allowing them to be who they are, no matter what the circumstances are, no matter the distance or the closeness. And when you show him unconditional love like that for the first time he's ever had it, then he knows he has the right person.
Yep, there you go. It's a very rare trait to find in the world where the unconditional love is shared, and that's the major reason why guys feel so hesitant to approach women publicly out and about because, um, when because there's a huge risk of total, complete, absolute rejection versus just partial rejection or a maybe later situation because especially in the modern world, this is what goes on basically. If unless a guy does and says things exactly the right way, there's a really high likelihood that the female is going to totally permanently reject him from any romantic possibilities ever. If he makes even one little mistake in her mind, especially on the initial interaction phases and stuff like that. And this is oftentimes what happens actually, because this actually goes on, is why men are hesitant to that, because most men would rather not risk absolute and total rejection, and they'd prefer to just have nothing happen versus face the pain and anguish of absolute total rejection, which could have been avoidable. So I've experienced in my life where exactly how I went about things and worded stuff would make or break whether I was totally, absolutely, completely rejected or wholeheartedly obsessed after. Like it was hinged on all these very specific fucking things. And so for me, I knew for a fact if I had just said or did things a little bit differently in so many contexts that I would never have been rejected if I had just made that one little tweak. And because I know it so affirmatively that that would have been the case, that was what was the biggest torment for me until I just got used to withstanding the possibility of rejection and not worrying about it. Just, you go through as many different females as you need to, talking interaction wise, until you find the one that reciprocates properly, etc. Until I got used to the groove of that, I would just be, yeah, I was basically stunned and frozen, and you know was too concerned about the anguish of rejection to even go forward and attempt trying to make my romantic interests apparent or obvious in some way, shape, or form. So
Yeah, I don't believe in soulmates or the other term, twin flames. I believe in divine counterpart, which means either one of you can have your life outside of either one of you, but when you come together, there seems to be something that connects the dots. When you think of
yes,
it in that way, you're not going to be rejected if you're not making a public statement out of it. I mean, maybe there's some women out there that are really gross. I mean, I don't go out in the public to find out. But if a man approached me and he wasn't saying exactly what I desired to hear in that moment, I would just lean in and say, here's my number. Let's talk at a different moment. Because at that point, you're giving them the option to do that if they wanted to, which 9 times out of 10, they don't really want your number, but they'll take it anyways. And it gives them the option to come back at it in a different circumstances rather than to be like right in public or wherever you were, or maybe the circumstances weren't correct because of a number of things happening around you. And it's a strange way to meet someone. Now, I met my divine counterpart back in 1990, and I was working 3 jobs, taking care of my 2 sons, and I was on jury duty. And I was also taking care of his father, which was in the hospital at the time. And he just was like, he had a death grip on me. I mean, like he wasn't going to let me get away with it. Not, just saying to him, I'm very busy, sir. I don't really have time. I'm focusing on what I need to focus on. I'm trying to get things, done. I want to bring up my sons in a correct way and da da da. Trying to teach them how to treat a woman rather than just be a person who's entertained by them, and so forth. And finally, I sat home and I was thinking about it. And I ran it by the guys. I said, hey, what do you think? Someone's asking me for a date. Do you think I should go? And they said, yeah, you should, but go during the day. And I went, okay. So the next time I was in the hospital and I happened to see him, I said, I'm going to say yes to what you'd like to create. It was just a date. I says, but I would like to make some amendments to it. I'd like to have it in the daytime. And he says, oh, lunch? And I said, sure. And he goes, that's okay. So that's what happened. So we had a date during the middle of the day. And I says, well, you can, find out that I'm not the girl for you. You can continue going on with your life. You won't be stuck on just one thing that you think you have to pursue. And he goes, okay. So we get there. And I said to Spirit before I left, God, whoever you want to call him, universe, blah, blah, blah. I said, if this guy is the guy I'm supposed to be with, you better give me a sign, and it better be a good one that I can hear, because otherwise than that, I've got 2 sons to bring up. I have 3 jobs and I have jury duty. And sure enough, I sat down, we were at lunch, and then I said, so what's the story? He said, this is the man of your dreams. This is the man of your dreams. He said it twice. And then my father, when he was alive, said, he's going to say certain words and you're going to know beyond a reasonable doubt it's him. And I'm telling you, he said the exact words. And he leaned in towards the end of the lunch date and he said, so do you think we'll have any more? And I said, you're going to have a real tough time getting rid of me now. And he just looked at me and he was all surprised. He was so happy it wasn't funny because he got what he wanted. And all I needed was a sign that I wasn't going to be wasting my time. And I got it.
That's
I got the
awesome.
exact sign I needed.
That's great.
It lasted until when he passed away in 2012.
Wow.
So
That's
that's
incredible.
a couple decades. So,
And that's amazing. So that in that case, that was monogamous for that time?
oh yes. Well, I say that, but there was evidence of another person, and so I approached him and I said, so I see that you've decided that it's not just going to be you and me, it's going to be me and you and somebody else. And he said, what do you mean by that? I said, look, I've seen tangible evidence of the fact that there's another person involved. I said, how are you going to handle that? Are you going to tell me? Are you going to keep it from me? I says, you have to remember my health is very sensitive and I can't just be with everybody, And he said, okay. And he says, but I'm not doing anything. And I says, really? And he goes, no. I says, well, I have gifts, right? And he goes, yeah. He says, I know. And I said, well, right now I'm at the point of asking you directly the questions. And if you're not going to answer me, I will approach my guidance system, God, whoever I think I need to interact with in this moment, and I will get details. And he said, huh? And I'm like, well, you're not telling me what you can tell me. I said, so I will ask and I will get my answer. And I said, and the next answer I get will be a tangible evidence answer because that's what I desire. And dependent upon that, I decide what I need to do next. In other words, it becomes a decision that I'm having to make by myself because of your refusal to be part of the answer. You won't tell me the truth. So at that point, I was sitting here and I was just not really focusing on anything. Spirit gave me the tangible evidence I needed. I was vacuuming and I picked up a piece of paper. And when I did, it was the hotel receipt with 2 different names. 2 different people in the room, and it wasn't me. Because we used to go out a lot and travel different times and go to different places and stay too. But in this particular instance, the dates were not, coinciding with that. So I knew it was the person he was with. So I approached him again and I asked him, I said, so now I have some tangible evidence that, this isn't just you and me. I says, I'm not asking you these questions so I can torment you about it. I'm asking these questions for my highest and best too. I said, you just need to decide what you're doing. You need to decide that you're going to tell me the truth. I said, because when you leave me out of the decision, you're going to make me make a decision that I'd rather not have to make without having all the details. Well, he still was not willing to come on board and say what he needed to say. So I said, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to ask for more tangible evidence. And when I get it this time, you're going to have no choice but to back it up with some sort of an answer about something. So I know where I stand because I just, you have to include me in all this. And so, of course, the next time I was upstairs in my room and all of a sudden Spirit said, when you're doing the laundry, when you're putting the socks away, notice what's sitting right there. You will not have to dig for it. It'll be right there on the top. I go down there and I do the laundry and I open up the sock drawer and there is the tangible evidence. But before that, I had a dream. I had a dream that he was with her and he was in a black shirt that I had purchased for him when we were on vacation up in Canada. So I knew that shirt was not one that we would have down here necessarily. And then she had some sort of a red sweater with some ugly detail on the front of the shirt. She really didn't have very much taste in her clothing. Anyways, when I went down to the downstairs to go in the sock drawer, there was exact picture of what I pictured in the dream. And so I knew I had the tangible evidence I needed to approach him with. So I said, I now have pictures. So I've had a dream, I've had a piece of paper, and now I've got pictures. Do you want the pictures? And he just kind of looked at me like, okay. And I'm like, hon, I don't really believe that you actually know what love really is, but I am going to show you what love really is. And that is, if you tell me the truth about your whatever you're up to, you'll see that I'm willing to figure out something. In other words, I think you should go see her and find out if she is the person that you want to be with the rest of your life. I said, because if you don't, then you're wasting your time. And if you do like her, then, you know, we can make other decisions. I can move on or whatever. You know, he was floored by that. He had never experienced anything like that before. He automatically thought everything was going to crash and burn. And I said, no, in the real world, you try to figure things out. You don't try to just ditch them before. We've spent decades together. I'm not going to just throw it away like it's nothing. And he had some personal revelations. I'm not sure what they were. He never did share them. But he came to me one day and he said, despite everything else I've said and done, this is where I want to be, and I don't want it to include anyone else. And I said, as long as you're sure of it and that I'm not trimming your wings or making you think something that you don't rather not think. I says, because I don't still think that you know what real love is. He goes, I think I do for the first time. And I said, what makes you come to that decision? He says, based upon how you handled it. So he'd really never had the life of his dreams. He was curtailed because when he did call back home after he went on the road and tried to figure himself out, his father guilted him into coming back home and taking care of his mother because his mother had was dying of liver cancer. And so he did come back to take care of her. So that meant he never lived the life that he wanted to have. And I knew that. And I wanted him to be happy, and I wanted him to have that life that he never had. Because I knew my life was also curtailed at some point as well. So I had empathy for how he felt and what he wanted to have, you know, how he wanted to create whatever he was trying to create. And then, so when he met me, it was almost like for the first time, he actually finally figured out what love really is. And that is just allowing the circumstances to continue and go on and figure it out, even if it's step by step, because if you throw something away just because you're having a moment of whatever, then did you really have love in the first place? Probably not, I would think.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
in the end, he ended up, you know, understanding what I was trying to say, what I was trying to do. I says, I have no issues here. I says, I will sit here, or I will hold the fort down. I will do everything that we've done, kept keeping up the property. Everything will be fine. And you can come back and tell me yes or no. It doesn't have to be some, dramatic, soap opera foolishness or anything high schoolish. And he says, no, I don't really need any of that. And I've finally figured out what I think I need to do. And I says, totally up to you. Now, remember, we had a private commitment ceremony. We did not have a public ceremony. I'm not into it, and neither was he. So we both had that part of what we wanted accomplished before we even started out. We negotiated every aspect of our relationship down to, which chores you like, which chores don't you like. That way we were always doing something we'd rather do rather than something we'd rather not. Like I told him I don't like vacuuming, and he asked why. And I says, because you can be vacuuming along, doing your job, getting right into it, and there's 6 inches that you need to have of cord, and you have to pull the freaking cord out and replug it. I said, that's tiresome. And so he got a kick out of that. And then I said, well, what thing that you don't like to do? And he said, well, I don't like doing laundry. And I said, oh, I love doing laundry, because I didn't want anyone doing mine either. I'm very, I'm not sympathetic when it comes to that. And because not all people know how to do laundry. And so we just negotiated everything across the board. He cooked, I cleaned, he vacuumed, I did laundry. I told him I wasn't cleaning up any messes around the toilet area. He said, no problem. There'll never be a mess around the toilet area. And you know what? In all the decades we were together, not once did I ever have a situation with a seat going down or with the area being clean. So because we negotiated every aspect of a relationship, we both had exactly what we wanted right from the very beginning. It took him a little bit longer to figure out, the gory details. So,
Well, that's great that you had such great communication like that. That's very rare. That's awesome. I'm I'm glad that the girl I'm with, I have very good communication with as well. My main partner, she's really awesome in that regards. It's such an amazing, relieving quality to find someone who's a good communicator. Because
you
oh my
have to be
gosh,
now. If you're not, everything can fall to the wayside for a little or nothing.
yeah, I mean the frequency at which people ghost each other, and I've been ghosted. It's just the ghosting thing has just gotten completely out of hand and absolutely insane. And it's weird too because the people who say and the people who complain about being ghosted the most, oftentimes are people who themselves ghost others. And they also don't understand what ghosting is. They think just people generically in general losing contact is ghosting, but in fact it's a very specific thing where things are going good, or in other words, where at least one of the people think things are going to, are led to believe that, and then out of literally nowhere the other person just ends communication completely with no explanation as to why, leaving the other person totally confused and obfuscated and whatever else. Just like, what happened? Are they still alive? Did they die? Are they okay? What did I do something wrong? Does it? And then they're just the other person's just left with a gazillion question marks as to what the hell happened. That is ghosting. But nowadays we have a bunch of people going on about, oh yeah, this person ghosted me, that person ghosted me. And I was like, wait a minute, so you're saying they just lost contact, they haven't gotten back with you, but there were arguments going on and there was bothersome things happening. It's like, that's not, you do know that's not ghosting, right? Like if people told you, hey, I have an issue with this, I'm bothered by this, and then they stop contacting you, it's like you have a framework as to why they stopped contacting you. It's not like it's not out of nowhere that they stopped responding to you. Like they told you why they were bothered. But it's weird, so many people think erroneously that that is also ghosting, but it's
Yeah,
not.
no, that isn't. That's hello, Myrna. You weren't listening to me when I was trying to give you the heads up, and you chose
Yeah.
to do the opposite thing and continue doing whatever behavior I was
Right.
not liking, and then you continue to do it anyways. That shows me that you don't listen to me, you don't respect me, and you don't really care about what I think and feel on a consistent basis. So based upon that, I'm not going to waste any more energy on you because that is a definite waste of my time, money, and energy.
Correct. And that's why people classifying that as ghosting is they're in a totally delusional fairyland. It's weird that the people that do that themselves tend to ghost, actually actively ghost others in the real sense of they'll lead people on to think things are going great and then no explanation as to where they went or why they stopped talking, why they stopped interacting. To me, actual ghosting is far more abusive than someone actually being verbally abusive, because at least someone who's verbally abusive, you have some frame of reference. Oh, this person's verbally abusive, they have these nasty feelings towards me. Okay, at least I know something. Versus ghosting, it's just like, does the person really despise me that much and see me that low that I'm not even worth them informing me of what's going on in terms of their perception of me? Like, do they really value me that little that they're not even willing to express to me what they're bothered by? Like, that's just, it's craziness. Like, I much would prefer if somebody's bothered by something for them to at least let me know. So it's like, oh, okay, that thing I said or did disturbed you and or bothered you or hurt your feelings or something. Thank you for that reference, so I can actually do something about it. Or if it's just, everything seems to be going good and then nothing. It's like, and then it's like, okay, was it because I said or did this thing? Did it have anything to do with me at all? Is it just are they just psychotic and just had a, psychotic break, or do they have borderline personality disorder? It's like, um, and it's just, a million questions, which obviously you just shrug it off and be like, okay, whatever. Like recently, I had an experience, a very strange one, of this girl that I ran into at a bookstore. She approached me and showed me all these different books and was really enthusiastic talking to me, made sure I got her number and everything else. I texted her back and she was very enthusiastic talking to me in the text. And then when I mentioned about you know meeting up at the same place we'd met, the little coffee area in the middle of the bookstore, so we see each other. And yeah, let me know if this time works. I'll be free this particular day. If that works for you, just let me know. And then just nothing at all, nothing, zero, nada, nothing whatsoever at all. It just this dead silence out of nowhere. So it's like that's ghosting basically. It's like, oh, super high enthusiasm, super attracted to everything, but and then just nothing. And I'm just like, either this girl has some really, really weird psychological issues, is majorly borderline personality disorder or something, or she's doing this
Maybe
as
her
a
grandfather's
tactic.
dying and she didn't know how to tell you. A lot of things can be misconstrued when someone does that too. It's got to
Well,
be
what I'm saying is,
communication.
no, what I'm saying is it was clear to me there's some sort of neuroticism in her because like even just any communication, like even if it's somebody dying, somebody could just say that, hey, my relative died or anything, or I'm not able to make it. It's just any communication because she doesn't have to show up. I mean, she could, it's totally fine if she doesn't. It's like, oh, that time doesn't work for me. Okay. It's just anything. Like that's the strangest thing to me is when that happens, when someone's super excited and all this other type of stuff, and then just dead silence. Like when they were the one that initiated.
Sometimes your ego or whatever it is, the perception of yourself takes upon its own little whatever it is. See, I don't go out in the world, so I don't know how other people think, and I don't really care what other people think because I only know what I think, and that's okay. The only people I interact with, the ones I choose to interact with, is DNW's channel seems to be legit. So, and I enjoy it. I like everybody who's on the channel. I respect everyone that's on the channel. But when I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about women ghosting people, if they're not saying anything to you and they're ghosting you, perhaps it could be she got a taste of what she looks like or what she acts like, and she's going, I'm not going to bother him with it. I'm just not going to bother him with it. It just, I'm not a great person. I've got a tooth on the left hand side that's missing, and sometimes I scratch my ass, and that might not be attractive. I don't know. Sometimes people's thoughts get in the way of what it is they really want to do, but they don't know how to tell you. And that personally, what I see that is a angel on one side and a devil on the other, and the devil's got more control over their person than they do, because sometimes it's not anything you're saying or doing or not saying or not doing. It's the fact that they're listening to something within themselves that's indicating, don't bother. And it has
Yeah,
nothing to do with you at all. It has everything to do with them.
at the very least, yeah, I know it doesn't have anything to do with me, especially in that case, but like and that's never really been a concern of it. I just, for me, it's more just like, okay, what are the specifics going on that I've always been the thing about. But like with in that particular case, and in similar cases I've run into, it's definitely obviously something to do with them, but it's obvious that they didn't grow up learning good communication skills like as they were growing,
Yeah,
because
I
like,
guess I think I know what you mean. It's like, geez, if you could just give me a little bit of a heads up, I might be able to, you know,
or just anything. I mean, it's been like
yeah.
way after the fact now at this point. Like it's been like multiple weeks afterwards and still nothing at all. And it's just what's strange about it is like anything at all whatsoever. Like, you know, like no, I can't make it. This stuff's going on, but like life circumstances, this specific thing, or yes, I can make it later, or just anything at all. That's anything. Like it's just basically leaving a person to where it's like, because it leaves people concerned. It's like, well, did she die? Did she get in a car accident? And is she dead now? Like, I mean, like, it's just, that's is a genuine concern that people have. It's like, is she actually even alive? Like, did she like contact me in some weird twist of fate? She died in a car accident or something, right after I met her. Like, these are the types of things that run through people's heads who actually care about other people. And I think it just seems like the people who ghost others, they either don't care enough about those factors, or they were raised in a situation where they had such bad communication with their parents and people close to them that for them it's normal for people to ghost each other like that. And so that's what they see as normal. It's like, oh, if you're not inclined to specifically respond or be particular, then that's some illusion in their mind that that's the healthier way to go about things or something. That's all I can really think of. And so it's like the more people that ghost like that, that's going to train more people of the younger generations that that's a normal standard way to communicate with people by totally going dead silent out of nowhere, leading them on to think things are going good. And so it's just a very unhealthy trend that really should not keep going on. But it's picking up over the years, I think, because parents, so you have more parents ghosting people. That's, starting to become a normalized behavior amongst parent groups. And then so their kids, they relay that stuff to their kids. And then their kids think, oh, my parent does this to people. So therefore, if I ghost others, there's nothing wrong with it from my end because my parents do it. Older people that I know also do this. So it's not anything out of the ordinary. If you don't know what to say or if you don't know what to do, just ghost, just don't say anything, and just, um, and I think
Mhm.
that's what's really going on. I think it's just really bad training that's spreading.
It's a really
Um,
bad training because it's inappropriate to make people wonder if you're even alive anymore. It's just
it is.
it's abhorrent.
I mean, and I don't like, I'm fully satisfied in my own life. I'm not dependent on having to have somebody else in my life, but it's like for crying out loud, I don't, if somebody says, I think the other part of it is too, a lot of people have the experience that when they actually explain something to others, they run into really toxic responses back. So they
Yes,
prefer to just
reactionary
have.
responses that are not appropriate sometimes for the circumstances. Yeah.
So I think it's more painful for them to even face the potential of something they would process as a negative response back versus just leaving the person with question marks the rest of their life. I think it's in their minds it's more painful for them to even face the potential of having a response that's going to be unpleasant for them versus leaving the other person with question marks. To me, I don't understand. I don't relate to that because to me, it's more painful to be left with question marks than to know something for certain, uh, versus not, right?
Yeah,
Because
but
usually
that's a
my gut
maturity
feelings are
level
accurate
that not
anyway.
all people have the maturity level.
That's true. That's why I've always related to more matured people, whatever age group they're in, wise souls, you could say, old souls or whatever, because, there's just that inbuilt self awareness and maturity that's much more calm and stabilizing to interact with. But yeah, that
Yeah.
that pattern is definitely a very common one, eerily common. And it's weird because to me, so many situations like that, I know it's like, God, inside my head, I'm just chuckling, kind of a dark chuckle. Because I'm just like, we could so easily have so many great relations, me and that other person, whoever it was that ghosted me. It's like it was so pointless for them to do that. And they totally shot themselves in the foot from being able to have awesome relations with me. Wow. Like they really shot themselves in the foot bad, pointlessly, for no good reason at all. And it's just,
I still
I've
think
been
it's something else. I still think that, eventually you may, and you know what? I know this is strange to you, and that's okay. I own it. I buck up and I own everything about me. But I talk to Paul Harvey all the time. And if I don't understand a concept or I don't understand something that someone has said, or I don't understand why what is being said is not being told everything, I talk to him and he helps me get the answers. And I know that's weird. That's probably real weird.
who is
But
Paul Harvey? I don't know who that is.
okay, so he was a man from the oh 70s, I think, that used to have a talk show. And he'd say, Paul Harvey, the rest of the story. And he would tell you whatever it was. He would continue on the storyline that he'd already shared with you. And then he would tell you the rest of the story that he dug out and found the rest of the story with. So
Oh,
I heard
okay.
about him and I thought that that was a great concept that I could, now that he's passed away, that I could connect with him and he would help me find, quote, the rest of the story. And so now when I have a question, I just ask him and it never comes right off. You have to wait sometimes. So if I'll have a situation where, I'm wondering about something and I ask him to give me the rest of the story, he says yes, and it happens. I have to wait for the time frame for the answer to come about. I'm not going to get the answer like yesterday, right off. Sometimes I do, but sometimes I don't. And so I wait, and all of a sudden I'll get the answer and I'll say, thank you, Paul, because I realize he's the one that's helping me get the answer. But
I
I'm
see.
getting in a time frame that I'm supposed to get it, not when I think I have to have the time frame.
Yeah, that
So
makes
by
sense.
then, I don't know what happens in that amount of time. I have yet to delve into that yet. I get the answer, and that's all that matters to me. I'm not out there wondering what the answer is. I've got the answer.
There you go.
So I'm not
That's
swimming
useful.
around looking for it, you know? And that's an aspect that, out of just, being curious as to who has answers and who doesn't. And it's not necessarily the things or the people that you think you should have the answers from. It's from a man that used to do a radio show years ago.
Yeah, well, what I've noticed is it's usually almost always quite simply because they're operating on trauma-based responses, and that's why. It's just this weird, unhealthy communication pattern they're in, and that's why they do it. And that's pretty much been the case with all these ghosting situations in every single case. It's been, oh wow, they either have borderline personality disorder or some other emotional traumatic hang up that's hanging over their heads, and that's how they operate in life still. And there's literally no more other reason to it than that. It's just they usually
What
don't even
better
know
way to get over
themselves
a
why they
hang up than
ghost.
to meet someone totally new to shift you out of it?
Exactly. That's my thoughts exactly. But once again, that's the more mature, deeper layered thinking. So it's like if a person doesn't have that, then they're shooting themselves in the foot. That's what I've noticed consistently, like on whether it's through my YouTube channel or online, anything like that. It's like as soon as people meet me in person and start to know me that way, they like across the board with very very few exceptions always like me a ton and get along with me really well. But as if all they're doing is listening to like my YouTube videos or stuff that I say online in any format whatsoever, they tend to not really like me much at all, which is interesting because I think so many of the things I talk about there's so many layers to it and so much nuance to the things I discuss in online forums that people have all these layers of assumptions that cloud actually what I'm actually getting at in the piece of content or in the post or whatever it is. I've noticed like almost all of my conflicts that arose from other people's end towards me, not me towards them, have been where I would post something. It was usually almost always a Facebook, and it was something that was like very thorough, very detailed, thought out, and something related to um, my desire for a better reality for myself and others, calling out, stuff that's screwed up and messed up and things, and how to fix stuff. It was always very things that were oriented towards fixing solutions to issues and stuff like that.
A
And
lot of
then
people don't want to do their inner work, and that's
Mhm.
irritating. They don't want to hear about it either. So that's probably part of the
That's
problem.
right. And so basically and then all of a sudden, just because I post one thing, then their behavior changes towards me all of a sudden. And then uh the other flip side of that is like I noticed in this world everything is about how you come across, not actually what you're about or who you are. It's like, so I've noticed, okay, as long as I come across a specific way, then people will have an accurate perception of me via coming across that way, whether or not um you know completely independent of the fact that what I would otherwise say would still be accurate and true. It would just come across differently. So I've more times than I can count, I've heard people tell me, "Hey, you come across this way." Perpetually, you come across it, and it's almost always some negative thing that they're mentioning. You come across as this or as that. So
You
I said, well,
reminded them of the past or something that happened to them that they did not resolute. So you're the catalyst in how it's going to be corrected. And the
yeah,
whole thing is, it's not your responsibility; it's theirs. But they're calling you out because you're a mirror to them and the work
there it is. I think when you were talking at the end there,
they need to do. There we
the
go.
audio cut out. I think. Sorry about that. It seems like
Yeah,
the audio
because I
cut out.
got
There
a
was some
phone call.
automatic.
But I ditched it.
Yeah.
I ditched the call that came through. But I don't remember where I stopped, and you didn't hear it. So
Um, but
yeah,
I got the gist of
when
what you're
someone needs to
saying,
do
though.
the work and they're refusing to do it, and you're their mirror, they don't want to see the reflection. They'll ignore you, or they'll blame it on you. They'll say it's your
That's exactly
fault.
what it is.
So
And I've run into that more times than I can count in my life. It's a lot. So that's why I never really wanted to do social media in the first place, but I prefer not having one. I don't really have one now, and I feel much happier, happier than I've ever been in my whole life, actually. But the thing is, I've noticed that like I've almost never had any conflicts with people in person outside of stuff that I've posted and people have gotten pissed off about. Like I've had very few in person sour relations with anybody ever. It's almost entirely been related to something I wrote online, and that's almost been exclusively what's been the source of conflicts, where somebody would get pissed off about it and then be like, "Ah," and then their perception of me would be framed based on one thing I said in one post somewhere. And it was so strange to me. I was like, I don't get why that is. But I mean, I understand why people do it. I just don't relate to it, is what I'm saying. I understand them, just don't relate to them. And one of the comment Yvonne's mentioning ghosting. I don't know, but when you find yourself in the right relation, you do not need to talk much. Well, not talking much, silence itself, I like, and that's fine. But silence is not ghosting. That's a totally different thing. Ghosting is when there's
No,
dead
I hear
silence.
you. I hear
Oh,
you.
okay,
I
yeah.
understand. I understand. It's just you were talking about ghosting, and then I was trying to understand your point, and oh yeah, that's what you meant. But
Oh, okay.
and I just wanted to make a comment about that. Like after a point in the relationship, uh, but it's supposed to be not after a point. It should be like when you find the right person you want to connect. But it's all depend you at what stage you at. Are you still like? But it's not about you. It's about the stage that you're at with woman, and to find like relationship, just to keep it going with the flavor, or just settle down with the like a brand and like smokes like that.
I see. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely understandable what you're mentioning. I personally actually am gonna have to shift off soon, and I'm probably
Yep.
gonna record a video today. Actually, it'll be up on my channel. DNW and or the Wanderer, or either any of you. Do you have admin capabilities on this channel where you can add and remove people and close out the chat, or do you not have that capability?
No,
None of
it
us
was
here have
Gaia.
it. Gaia has it and Marcus has it, but neither one of them are on board.
No, they're
Okay.
not
No,
there.
I don't have it.
I have the ability to add and remove people. I just, for whatever reason, cannot seem to ever figure out how to actually do that. For some reason on the layout, even though I know the ability is there, DNW has mentioned it to me. So I'm going to remove myself. But if at some point you can get DNW back on to be able to actually formally close it out, that would be great. That way, I mean, you can talk for however you want, all of you, but I'm going to have to exit out pretty soon.
Okay.
It's been really pleasant, though. It was nice getting the chance to talk with you.
Nice meeting
Yeah,
you.
Enjoyed it.
Yeah, nice talking to you too, man.
Yep. Happy discussions going forward. I will talk to you later. Perpetual pleasure is signing out, and hello.
yeah, yeah.
The follow-up statement, Wanderers. I'm
And
trying to get
I was
somebody to say plunging in. That's what I'm trying to get somebody to say it. To finish it off.
Plunge again.
I always hesitate to say it.
I know what he's referring to. Yeah.
It's funnier when somebody else says it. That's all. All right. Well, have a good one, and I will talk to you soon.
Bye now.
Yeah,
Bye. Lunching out.
Lunching out. Plunging.
Yeah, I can't do it because I don't have consistent internet.
Thanks, PP.
If I had consistent internet, I would do it, but I can't because 1 minute I'll have totally great internet and the next thing I don't. So I can't volunteer for that because it would be wrong. Next thing I know, the whole thing would be shut down because of, but it's not going to be like that forever. The internet here is going to be like, I'll have my own fucking tower by the time I'm finished.
Is
I'm
that
not
bad?
playing no more.
What was
Oh, yeah.
PP saying there about admin or something? I missed it. Sorry.
He says he has admin, but he doesn't know how to actually sign off. He's actually doesn't know how to do the actual thing that it takes to do that.
Okay. I'll tell him next time. Is Vegan Equilibrium there? Is he coming on?
The PP do like to chat a lot, eh?
Yeah.
He had a lot to say. Maybe it's for finding inspiration for the book.
Yeah, it could be. He does
That's
like
how.
to talk.
Yeah,
That's
but
okay.
that's
I
how
don't
it
have an
works.
issue with that. I have an issue when
No,
he doesn't
it's
take a
fine.
breath to let everyone in on it.
Well, I guess maybe that's the autism, right? Like hyperfixating and going on and on about things.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not. I would never tell a lie to any of you guys. I love you all so much that when people start talking about their actual diagnosis and their situations, I get a little panicky because I've never had a diagnosis, but now I'm thinking I might want to figure that piece out because that's going to answer a lot of my questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You should go for it. Yeah.
What
I
kind of
think I should.
diagnosis?
I'm going to run it by my son and see what he thinks. And if he thinks that it's a possibility because he knows about that stuff, because he's a
Yeah.
teacher, I've never asked him before. And he's not the type of person that would sit there and go, "Oh, mom, you're so autistic." He would never say that because that's just not how I
Okay,
brought him
okay. To
up.
find out if you're autistic
But I'm going to
or
run it by him. Yeah, I think so.
okay.
I should run it by him and say, what do you think? You think your mother's a chocolate mess or not? And I'm not saying that about you guys or if any of you guys are like autistic or anything. I'm just saying I think it's a funny thing to call it that. And my way of like running with it is kind of like calling it like I'm a chocolate mess. Okay. Because sometimes, I don't know, it just sounds like that's part of it. It just
Yeah,
sounds like that might be part of it.
not perfect, and it's fine. What is perfect? What is normal?
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Why does it have to have a label is what I don't understand.
because people like boxes. I said that before.
Yeah, well, I don't like boxes. I dislike them.
Yeah, I
If
don't know.
everyone's going left, Hazel's going right, and she doesn't like boxes, that's for sure.
Yeah, I
Yeah, we
like
don't
that
like
too.
boxes. We only like the gifts that come from them.
Yeah, I don't know. The world is built over time, and like it looked like that.
So many people now label. So many people, I don't even think they know it that they do that. I've had to bring that to some people's attention that I know them well enough to be able to say that though. We have a lot of good communication between us. But I remember saying to someone who actually was diagnosed autism and spectrum, whatever, and all that foolishness. I said, "You realize how much you label things?" And they said, "Really?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I've never encountered so much labeling in my entire life." And now, is that because I'm not part of the world anymore? Or is that something that people are actually doing and that it's considered okay to do?
I think it comes from people like with those kind of skill.
Yeah.
Because if you have a better vision or perception, you're gonna see those stuff. But it comes from trauma too when you're a kid that create those intention in you. That when you grow up, like those traumas gonna trigger like responsive stuff in your body, and then that's how you act as a human being. Yeah.
Well, I've had an unusual amount of stress in my life, unnecessarily, based upon what other people felt was more important to create than having a loving household. But
Because we could put everybody in the same boat, like everybody's is somewhat autistic at certain degrees of like paranoia or this or that. Like you still got it, but you don't like use it much
Thank
because
you,
your
PP.
environment is good. Oh, PP say something.
I
Yes.
don't know. I'll have to figure it out. That's for sure. I'll tell you the rest of the story.
Oh, you sure will. You sure will.
But yeah, I've so much enjoyed hearing from everybody and knowing that they're all doing relatively fine. And I don't know, it's just nice to connect with everybody to make sure that's the case, because, you know, you sit there and you wonder how everyone's doing, but you don't have the answer because you don't know how to connect with them. And so, yeah.
For
I think
sure.
it's a good thing.
Yep.
I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, likewise.
It would have been nice to hear from Steve, Nerf Dogs, because I liked him too, but he wasn't here today. Would have been nice to hear from Marcus. Those are the
Yeah.
other two that I like that I missed today. So hopefully they're doing okay as
If
well.
you if the stream keeps going, they might join.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll make it a 24-hour stream then.
There we go. DNW still wouldn't get it on the mark, because a friend of mine who passed away a couple years ago was a YouTube influencer, and I think we did like 24 hours and something. We did quite a few times, a lot of
Wow.
times we did do that. Yeah. And
Wow.
I'm glad we did, because none of us knew he was going to die, right? And all of a sudden, boom, 1 minute he was alive, having some sort of food in his room, and the next thing we know, he was dead. So we can't figure out whether he was poisoned or whether it was legit. And because he was not connected to the world, but part of the world, he didn't have the right credentials to show the authorities upon death. They treated him like he was what do you call that? Indigent, I guess, or not. I don't know what they call it when you're not part of it. You don't have any
Like part
proof
of
of
the
who you are.
system? Like no
Yeah, he
social.
wasn't in the system at all. Not
Okay,
at all.
okay.
So
So he
they
was
treated
like
him
off the
like that
grid.
upon his death. Yeah, they treated him like that upon his death. In other words, he wasn't important enough to pay attention to find out exactly why he died, because he wasn't connected to the earth in any way.
Sorry.
So, and of course, all of us were grieving. So we did not know that it could have been foul play. But my friend and I, which were the closest to him, were talking about it today, actually. And we figured out that he was probably poisoned by his ex-girlfriend. And he's cremated now, so there's no evidence.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's what we came up with. But yeah, he was an amazing person, too. You guys would have loved him.
Unfortunate.
I can't believe that someone would think that they'd have to kill someone in order to get rid of I don't know, it just sounds a little inhumane to me.
It is.
What do I know, huh? It's like, I guess they were together for quite a while. And they were very, very, very close, not just for a while. It was like for quite a few years they were together. And then they decided that they would both go their separate ways, but she was still paying for his support and his apartment and his phone and so forth, because he was no part of the world. And she met someone else, and they were going to have a baby, and next thing you know, this guy here is dead. So that's why we got suspicious of it, because it was all of a sudden, when she met the person and she was going to have a baby, next thing you know, he's dead. Boom. So that's why we attributed it to her, because everything else was running perfectly fine up until that point.
Maybe she's a Black Widow.
I believe so, sir. You get your finger right on the pulse of it.
What did I know? I know nothing.
You know everything, you little shit. You just pretend you don't.
Well, that's what they say. Act stupid, and everybody's gonna leave you alone.
Oh, you're funny.
Yeah.
I knew you right from the minute that you came on the channel, that you had a lot of knowledge that you could share with others,
Yeah,
and
but
we learn a
people
lot
are
from
not
you.
people are not ready to take it. It's all depends.
That's okay.
At what point?
It's
Yeah.
not at their level yet. That's okay.
Yeah, no, that's why I keep sharing, and I practice my talking with people because I don't like when I came in the show is because I don't talk with nobody so anymore. So make me
All I
maybe
know is the best part is you keep trying to share,
yeah
and people listen, even though you may not think they are. But you have to remember, you're just the person with the knowledge. And when you realize that you have the knowledge that you need to
yeah
share, it doesn't matter if they're actually listening because that's not your job. That's your
no.
job is already just the sharing.
Oh yeah. I already said that to someone when he was talking
Yeah,
to me. He asked me, uh, what do if what no if like I'm preaching something. I don't preach nothing. I'm just saying stuff. You take it or you leave it. If you can
right.
understand what I'm saying, okay. If you don't understand, like go learn from other people or the source, and you'll figure out what I was saying
Exactly.
at that time. Like many stuff I let go because it's too much for me. Like it's way too much. There's nothing I can do, and I'm not even part of that. It's like 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 other people from other countries came over here, and now their problem is our problem because they live that way, and they did not. Oh, it's like fuck. Good people, good friends, but we're not all on the same level.
Exactly. Different level of understanding, different level of consciousness is going to create different levels of whatever it is
Yeah,
that.
different kind of people, different women, men,
Yeah.
but yeah. What they say with one of the show mystery murder mystery show was saying there's by 100,000 people there's one psychopath born, and now
Really, I've never heard that.
yeah by it's all statistic from the hospital.
Huh.
Yeah, we can get that. Like, anybody can get access to that, but they put that in the show, and like we're run by crazy people now.
That doesn't sound fun.
Oh. And the joke is on us, huh? When we say like stuff like NPCs, it's like, do you really understand what NPCs disease is? People, you guys, do you understand that?
Well, I thought I understood it on one level, but at the same time, you have to remember it comes from people that I don't know whether they can be trusted with the answer. And it also
Yeah.
comes from me never, ever once playing a video game.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I just
that.
never had any interest in it. So
Yeah,
when I had to ask my grandson
mm,
what an NPC was, and
that's
he said,
true.
What are you asking me that for? I says, well, don't you play video games? And he said, yeah. I says, whatever your NPC is that's connected to that is what this
Yeah,
is that I'm talking about. And he
yeah.
said, oh. And then he told me what he thought an NPC was, and
Okay.
so that's how I got my information. That doesn't mean that what he said was the truth. I mean, or was it? I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's a generational thing, I guess, for
Yeah.
that
Okay.
generation that they call people with no drive, no character, no emotion.
You know, the sad part about that is him and I
Mm-hmm.
were talking one day, and he says, you know what? He says, I
What?
just have the opposite schedule of what everyone expects me to have. So everyone thinks I'm lazy. And I said, really? He goes, yeah. I said, but you're not lazy. I can see that. You've got really good grades, you're high honors, so forth and so on. He says, yeah, but people think I'm lazy just because I like to sleep in the times when they like to be awake. And I
Yeah,
went, oh,
I'm kind of like that too. Like you were saying, like you go the opposite way. I'm kind of like that too. When the majority go towards one direction, I go towards the other direction. It's like,
exactly.
yeah.
It's usually the safest way.
Yeah. The fashion change pretty fast.
What, did Jay take off without telling us? Is he ghosting us?
He said he's coming back.
Oh, okay. So DNW, how have you been?
Yeah, I'm okay. Sorry, I had my partner here had dinner all this time when you were here chatting, and I did fall asleep as well for 20 minutes on the sofa, and I just literally woke up when PP was when he was saying
Checking
he was
out,
going,
yeah.
and I was scrambling to come to the computer, but he left just before I got on. I did say wait in the comment, but anyway, he did really well, didn't he, today?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Talks 90 miles an hour. He's got the skill.
Oh, for sure.
Him and Sage would get along real well.
Yeah, it's a pity Sage isn't around, actually.
Yeah, and I couldn't jump off the phone without interrupting the chat by me popping in and out. I mean, it already happens enough, without my wanting it to. I didn't want to actually cause it. So it's like, jeepers. But I could have probably texted him and said, hey, where are you, buddy?
So you're still all here then?
Guys, PP says he can still type, he just can't do the talking audio. So you keep an eye on the messages in the comments section. Just he might be interacting with you.
All right.
You've been going for nearly 7 hours.
No, DNW hasn't done a thing.
6 hours, 52 minutes. I was going to go to sleep. I can't get to sleep.
I've got to say, this is the least I've ever spoken on any stream, and it's been probably the best one.
You've
So
been
there you
very
go.
quiet, haven't you?
Yeah, DNW is on vacation.
It's still coming along. It's still coming along. Thank you.
Just be buying some more plants online. Oh. Why have you all gone silent?
I was just wondering the same thing.
Not that much. I'm still here outside, enjoying the rain.
Oh, you've got rain there?
Lovely, lucky you.
We had, for the first time in a long time, perfectly moderate day. It was like a perfect summer day. Not too hot, not too cold. Oh, wow. It's thunder and lightning.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, the lovely sound.
It's not like that yet.
I love the sound of rain. Thunder and lightning. I love it. Love that weather.
That is cool.
Is that real? Is that YouTube or is that real?
Oh, it's as real as you can hear it.
Wow. Because I always, you can get it on YouTube, all the different sounds of rains and hailstorms and things. I put them on at night. I like
to put that ambience music you talk about? Like the background?
To the music, I have storm sounds.
Yeah, those are cool.
I love the sounds of bad weather.
Yeah.
Love it. Especially hailstorms.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't do that before I get a chance to put a tarp on the wood I just split.
Yes.
Like the whole world's running around me, right? Uh-huh. Neighbors. I don't know. I ran out of tarps, so now I have to wait until tomorrow to get one because today's Sunday. So
you don't have a wood shack?
I do, but we can't put in what's not dry.
Well, yeah.
We wait until it's dry and then we bring it in.
Yeah, okay.
Mm.
Yeah. Well,
But
it's fine.
sometimes just the top of it needs to be covered just to make sure it doesn't get soaking wet again. But whatever.
Don't you find all this very hard work, Divine? I mean, you've got all the
Yes,
house
darling. Yes, darling. It is.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get, hello, Myrna. I mean, trying to wake up everybody going, wouldn't you like to be part of all this?
Because I find as I'm getting older, I hate housework now. I used to love it when I was young. Loved it. I used to be pristine. Whereas now, oh God, I'm so tired of washing up, and I'm so tired of brushing my teeth. Sick to death of brushing my teeth, and I sometimes want to cry when I have to brush my teeth. I just want to weep.
Dear.
Yes, I know.
I get a big kick out of you. You're just so real. I like
really?
that.
Well, I hope so. Yes, I'm very realistic. Yeah, probably one. That's one of the reasons why men don't like me very much. I heard you a lot talking about love and things. I thought, oh God Almighty, good job you're not talking to me then. Men don't like me very much, I don't think.
He's pretty mighty.
What?
I see. God is pretty mighty.
God is an asshole.
is in the mouth of everybody.
God is an asshole. I don't like
The
him.
thing that I guess I never understood about it is why you give us totally freedom to live the way we want to live, but yet you let an elite group of people take over what you were trying to create. And we know that was supposedly only supposed to be, everyone living a life like paradise on Earth. Why would you allow a certain group of people to take the influence from everyone else? I don't know. It just kind of, makes me feel like we were probably manipulated on some sort of level because we don't actually have what it is we thought we were going to be getting once we came down.
Yeah. This world's all dog eat dog till the brutal bitter end. Whether you remember the animal kingdom or a human being, it's all dog eat dog until you die, one way or another. It is. It's a horrible place.
Before you go on that, you say dog eat dog. Chickpea. Did you guys see that in people? That some people look like a specific kind of dog, or they look like a frog, or they look like a fish.
I haven't gone that far. But the whole planet is dog eat dog. It's all competition to the death.
But we're
whether you're an ant or a lion, it's all one big competition. It's horrible.
Oh yeah.
Haven't you ever seen the owners that have dogs that look just like them?
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Well, that's probably what is trying to. That's what. That's what it is.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, some people look like turtle face or like a bulldog face.
All right. Okay. Yes.
Like a big face. Yeah. But we're made of the same genetic as them, so it's bound to happen.
But it's all dog eat dog till the grim bitter end, whether you're an ant or a lion or a human being. It is. Have you heard the latest? It was on. Oh, I must tell you about this. It was on one of the shows on YouTube. They're now using slivers of human flesh, right, in laboratories and making meat out of it. So if you want
disgusting.
But yes, I know it's disgusting. But people, it is disgusting. The whole thing's disgusting. Yeah, they're doing this now. So if you want, you can go and eat human meat because it's grown in a factory.
Yeah, with leaf, they kind of use leaf as photosynthesis to create the meat inside the leaf.
Yeah, all sorts of disgusting things.
Yeah, it's weird.
Disgusting. Really is absolutely gross.
Do they tell you ahead of time, or does everyone get a surprise? Or
well, you know that human DNA has been showing up in processed meat for years. It has been, especially things like burgers and stuff. It's been going on for years.
Yeah, well, they have to get rid of the body somehow, right?
Yeah, I reckon. You know what? In America, 300,000 people go missing every year. In the UK, it's 100,000. I wouldn't be at all surprised if either they're feeding these dead bodies to the pigs, because that's a good way of getting rid of people, feeding to the pigs, or to the cows even, because that's what mad cow disease is all about. They've turned these poor cows into meat eaters to get rid of a load of bodies. And, it's free meat, free food for the pigs.
Yeah, that's true, because a pig will eat anything if you put it in front of it. And that's a good way to eliminate people, and they don't want to be prosecuted for it. Yeah.
Yes, it wouldn't surprise me one little bit.
No, it wouldn't surprise me either.
Nothing would surprise me anymore. Nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing surprises me anymore.
They've lied to us on so many levels about so many different things. It's entirely possible.
Yes. I tell you, it's wouldn't surprise. I'm surprised that you believe me, because I'm such a morbid thinker. I think the most morbid thoughts, because I've often thought that about.
Well, you're not going to tell us a story and it not be true. We've never known you to be a liar, so we believe you.
I just think, it's just an awful, awful place now. But it's always been the same. It's been the same since we've left the Garden of Eden. I mean, I know that's just a story, but I suspect that's how it all started in its own little way.
People never change. They what they are.
Yeah.
But there's a hope in all that. That is our imagination could bring. It's true. Our imagination could bring us towards something higher. That's why they create all those stories about whatever.
But I tell you, Divine, I quite envy you living in the outbacks of America, because I think there's going to be lots of trouble in the Western world, and you're living in quite a safe sort of spot, being far from the maddening crowd.
Yeah, someone said, do I have my sneakers ready? And I said, sneakers ready for what? And they said, to leave there. And I says, why would I leave here? It's the only place I know and trust. I wouldn't feel safe anywhere else. I said, whoever comes here is going to wish they didn't, because I've got lots of guns.
Lucky. What, you've got a gun? Oh, you lucky thing.
I've got 3 handguns and 6 rifles. So, have fun.
No wonder you're so happy. If I had your life, I'd be happy. I really envy you, because I tell you something, I would never use a gun unless a man actually gave me no option. But I think to have that protection is fabulous.
Well, having a gun is one thing, being responsible with it is another. And what you do is you tell them, hello, I have a gun and I will use it. You need to leave now. If you don't leave, then I will shoot you. And then what you do is you fire off a warning shot. And you let them know that you're serious and that you will do it. And I'm a dead spot on shot, so they might want to pay attention to me.
No wonder you're happy, Divine.
And then you go from there. I mean, if they still continue to break into your home, then you actually do shoot them, even though you'd rather not. But you have to shoot them, and you have to drag him in at that point. Hopefully he's not heavier than me.
I'm jealous of you, because I tell you something. I envy you. Because at least you could protect yourself if need be.
Yeah, well, the man who was taught me how to shoot a gun was a Navy SEAL. And so he knew what he was doing. And he said, he gives me the gun and he says, what are you doing? Gives me the gun and he says, I thought you said you've never fired a gun before. And I says, not in this lifetime. And he says, what do you mean by that? I says, well, I used to be a Civil War soldier, and I used to live in the home that I live in now. And he thought that was wild.
I could see why you're so optimistic, because I get the feeling your life's actually quite something to be optimistic about. Really.
I have to be honest with you, it's very much fun living here, because I've always lived here.
Yeah, you're very lucky to have that. Very lucky indeed.
But I've never not known what it was like. But I do know this. I'm very grateful, and I'm very
yes, I expect you are.
Just very, very pleased and happy that I have the circumstances that I have in this moment. But that doesn't mean it would be here for long, if.
But still, you got it, and you got your guns. Lucky lady.
Well, I haven't worked for a year now because of the knee surgery. So
I haven't worked for 30 years. So thank you so
I'm
much.
starting to get a little squeamish at this point.
You haven't worked for 30 years.
As far as what am I supposed to do and how it's all going down, but I'm not going to worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Fine. Don't worry about
everything will be fine when it's supposed to be, and when it ain't, it ain't. And I've always been taken care of my whole life by the creator of all that is. I can't imagine that's going to change overnight.
I haven't had that as much. I haven't had as much luck as you have. I haven't. But wow. No, I envy you. Having guns, your own gun, you lucky devil. No, I really think so.
Well, like I said, you don't have to use them. You just have to use them the correct way. I mean, and that's the difference. I mean, people automatically use a blanket statement. Well, I've got guns. Well, that's good, but do you know how to use one properly?
This is a talk show. If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube. This
DNW's got too many buttons to play with, evidently.
Yeah, no, I must admit, Divine, I really envy you and your 3 acres and your house and your guns. So I wish I had a gun.
Well, if I ever have the monetary means to pull it off, I'll be flying in everyone's direction and asking if they want to come and have a party.
I will come and live with you, actually. Have you got a little shed out the back I can live in?
Actually, I do, sweetheart. I do. We could make that over for you.
No, you think because I'm thinking about moving.
I think that'd be fun.
Yes.
But yeah, I have a carriage house where all the tools and implements that I work here on the property with. And then there's a store that's in its original pristine condition from when it was born. And it's like an old country store that you would, and then I have what we call a chicken house, who's never had a chicken in a day in its life, but it was a warming building when you were out on the pond skating that you could come in and get warm up.
Rooster, fine.
No, we don't have. No, I don't because I never know when I was going to have to go into the hospital, when I wasn't going to have to go in the hospital. I didn't want to have anyone else come onto the property to take care of any of it. And my sons are busy. I have one son in Texas and another son that lives probably 10 minutes away from me, but he has a life other than me, and I don't want to impinge upon his life because I want him to have a happy life. So if not having animals was the only thing that I needed to do, that was the thing to do, because I mean, if they can't take care of themselves, I can't have them. Yeah. So all my wild animals are around the house on a consistent basis. When they think I'm sleeping, sometimes I'm not. I'm watching them sleep. It's really darling. They'll sleep in all my flower beds and all the property around the house. I'll peek out and they'll be sitting there in my flowers. And there's certain kind of leaves that they like to stay in, and I don't cut those leaves on purpose so I can watch them. So yeah, it's.
I can see now why you're so optimistic. Yes, if
they're so protective.
Life, I'd be optimistic. I would be, but I spent my whole life living either in army camps or in the middle of cities, either Berlin or Rotterdam or London. Because you know what? Can't get out. I've been sucked.
That's traumatic.
I've been
completely. You basically lived in trauma your whole life. That's probably why you're so negative.
Yes. I suspected, because I've always wanted my own little pet goose, because I love geese, and I would love to have a pet goose. And that's why I'm thinking about moving, because one thing I want in my life before I die is a pet goose.
I'd like to have a donkey.
What?
I'd like to have a donkey.
Yes, I love donkeys too.
I don't know why, but they're so like fun.
Beautiful.
That would be darling. That would be darling to have a donkey. They're so cute.
And a goat. I love goats. I love all animals.
The goats have square eyes. They look at you weird.
Oh, they're lovely. They're such cute creatures.
I don't know about that.
They are the dearest. Baby goats. Oh, they are the most beautiful things. All animals are beautiful.
I had a son that when he was younger, any puddle, any bucket of water, anything, he used to sit in the minute, no matter if he was dressed, to go to dinner or whether he was out dressed looking like, he could go play in the bucket, he would always sit in the water. We used to call him my baby duck. When he had a daughter, she did the same thing. And we didn't, she never knew about the story that her dad used to sit in all the water. It wasn't until she got old enough. And I said to her, did you know that when you were younger, you used to sit in all the water? She said, yeah. I said, did you know that your father also used to sit in the water like that? And she said, no, Daddy never told me that. I says, your father, we used to call him my baby duck. And he goes, oh my goodness. So she just graduated from college and now she's going for her real estate license. And she just found out her dad used to sit in buckets of water like she does. So darling.
That's cute.
She just thought that was so amazing. And they're both born on the same exact day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, same exact day. Years later, obviously. But that's pretty amazing.
Yes. Yes, that is. I'm born the same day as my grandmother.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I loved her to bits, my grandma. Loved her to bits.
I just heard something about that. Like on the radio, they were saying that 4 generations of the same family, of the same parent, and but they all born in the same day.
Wow. Because
Like,
we know we are our lives, we are connected to the
all
stars.
4. Yeah.
It is like that. There's something we are connected, because I studied astrology for a while, and only my own astrology for myself. I didn't do it for anybody else, just my own, which is quite a big subject. And our lives are dictated by the stars when we're born.
It's all the number in the sky.
Huh?
It's the number in the sky.
Yeah, we're not free at all. We think we're free, but we're not, because it's dictated by the position of the planets. We're not free at all.
But you're not free, but you're free in between.
Yeah.
In between of like when you're waiting to die, you're still free to do whatever you want. You know you're going to the end, but in between.
Oh, you believe it, do you?
Like the river flow you towards the waterfall, but during your fall, you can still do whatever you want.
Can you?
Right?
Oh, you're an optimist. So define. Do you ever just go out shooting for fun? Shooting at bottles and tins for fun? Divine. Shoot for fun?
I think my version of fun would be, well, I live probably 40 minutes from the ocean.
God, you've got it made, haven't you?
I hope when the shift happens that I have oceanfront property is what I'm hoping for when the shift happens.
Instead of 40 minutes, it's like 5 minutes.
I go right outside the door and I walk in the water.
Yeah.
Okay, because the thing with me is I am a water person. I don't swim, but I have to be near the water in order for me to clear my old energy. So when I feel like I've been, around too much not so good energy, all I have to do is go into the water and cleanse it off, and I'm fine for quite a while.
Define where I live at the moment. I used to be quite happy here at one time. I had friends here and everything. All my friends have died off. People I know have all died off or moved, or something's happened to them. And the energy where I live in now is really toxic. It is horrible. Just the people, they're so unneighborly. I believe you should always help your neighbors. Blah blah blah. And there's nothing like that here at all. They're quick enough to ask me for help, like, can you pot my plants? Can you care for my cat, dog, rabbit, or whatever they want caring for? But, they're so toxic. Which is why I don't like it here anymore.
They all want mommy.
Huh?
They all want mommy. They all want attention.
But they don't want to give anything back. I've noticed it here. It's really changed here a lot. It's become very toxic. Very toxic. Very noisy. Very noisy.
Yeah, the community is too big.
Huh?
The community is too big now. There's nobody to care for the elderly and.
Yeah. Well, I can look after myself. That's not a problem. But God, I don't know.
5 years. I love doing it. It's fun.
What?
Taking care of elderly people. I've done it for
I
45 years.
I have to admit, I don't agree with you. No, I can't imagine anything worse. Oh, no.
Well, what they do is they'll hire me in to get to know me, realize they can trust me, and we see if we connect. And if we connect, then I stay right up until the very last breath that they take. And I'm also a reverend, a non-denominational reverend, so I can help them cross over. That's not an issue.
Oh, you're better than me.
If you don't connect with them, you can play connect with them.
Exactly. And then my neighbor, I only have one neighbor that's any effect upon me. And her and I used to get along really well until I wouldn't take the shot. And all of a sudden now I'm the plague. So I don't entertain anything with her and she doesn't entertain anything with me. But normally if anything's happening on our property, we each tell each other. Well, she was having someone come over and figure out what trees she wanted to have taken. And she never told me. They came in on my property. Well, I caught them. I says, what the heck are you on my property for? And she just looks at me. Well, we're here to do their work next door, doing their trees. And I says, then why are you going in on my property? I says, her property starts right there where that tree is. And she just looked at me, didn't say anything. It's like, don't touch any of my goddamn trees or you're going to have a lawsuit on your hands bigger than you are.
Maybe
and then
your neighbor's got a problem with you.
Not that I was realizing, unless it's something after the fact. So anyways, I said to her, well, you're actually parked on private property. So unless you don't want your car removed by a tow truck, you might want to move it. I said, since they're to count their trees, should you not be parking in their driveway, not on my lawn? And she didn't say anything. She was a young girl. She really didn't know what she was doing, actually. And so she goes up the road, comes back by my house, goes up past the woman's house that she's doing this chore for, and then she parks on the side of the road. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I hope your car gets towed, which I should have just towed it right from here, but I didn't. I was trying to be nice.
Yeah.
But she never even called to tell me that that's what she was doing. Well, I'm supposed to be doing that too. Finish up another project in Norriswalk. I have potential that I'm going to have some big ass trucks coming in here and they're going to be checking out my property. The man is from Canada and he's going to help me figure out what needs to be taken and what needs to stay in order for the trees to be productive year round and forever. So, yeah. So, I mean, now she's at the point where she's not even telling me. We always used to have some sort of a conversation about some things, but she's not even telling me now. So whatever. She's gonna regret her being mean like that.
Yeah, my neighbour's going to regret losing me. She's going to regret it because she needs me, whereas I don't need her. I'm very independent.
It's. I don't know. I think it's abhorrent. You can live beside someone all that time and then not really ever know them, and because you don't want to take a shot, all of a sudden you're the plague and they hate you. It's like whatever.
Yes. Yeah.
I have a right, living the life I want to live, whether I want to take a shot or not.
Yeah. Yes.
You're not going to intimidate me into doing it.
So your guns, do you keep all your guns in a nice big cupboard then and everything?
No, my guns are upstairs. My guns are upstairs. I don't display them, hon. I don't display them because if you display them,
a nice big wooden cabinet like you see in the films,
No, actually, I haven't gotten a gun chest yet. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get a great big safe.
Yes.
And I'll put them in there where they'll be safe to.
Do you have lots of bullets as well?
Oh yes, I've got a whole bunch of them.
Oh,
I'm ready.
Oh, I wish I was in your shoes. No, I tell you, I really envy you having guns, and I really do envy you. And that's a horrible thing.
It's so easy. All you have to do is go buy them. They don't give them away free, but
not allowed in the UK. Get a gun. It's not allowed.
You can't have guns there.
You're not allowed.
Are you kidding?
No, you cannot.
No, I thought you knew that about us.
Even in Canada, here they're cancel everything.
You're not allowed. Gun.
You're not allowed to have guns in Canada anymore?
No.
I'll bet you I can name 6 people right now off the top of my head that have guns.
I'm sure, and some like it's because it's
You know what,
different
Divine?
for
Can I
each
tell you about
province,
They
and they
need them
figure
for
out like
survival there.
loophole.
Divine? I'll tell you
Yeah.
about this shit country, the UK, because the UK is such an. Actually, when you look at the UK for what it really is, it's a real shithole, actually. Do you know that 92% of the land in the UK is out of bounds to the proletariat? 92%. All the land, vast majority of the land, is in the hands of the royals, the dukes, the baronets, and all those other people. You don't know that about the UK, do you?
It's
You're not
slimy.
allowed, huh?
Well, it's the same
It's
thing
slimy.
everywhere in Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and UK.
Yeah.
Actually, if I
under the
wanted to
ground.
if I wanted to carry my gun every single day, all day long, I can carry because I live in Maine.
Yeah, you're lucky. You don't know how
And I
lucky you
don't need
are.
a special permit.
But I'll tell you something, in this country, members of the proletariat are not allowed to have guns. Unless you are sort of a member of the aristocracy or, of course, a member of the hunting fraternity, you're not allowed a gun.
Yeah.
It's not allowed, and they'll put you in prison for a good 20 years if you get caught with one, I tell you.
Yeah.
My
Yes, England,
goodness.
If you're a farmer, you allow certain weapon. If
Yeah.
you're a fisherman, you allow certain weapon, and it's all tool for the job. And if your job do not require a firearm,
you don't.
you
I can
cannot
see
have
why I'm
one.
so depressed, actually, because I tell you something, it's dawned on me. I spent 6 years of
Holy.
my life living in a very, very, very oppressive world. And you know what? We are so brainwashed in this country. I think they do it via the TV, because you said yourself it's a brainwashing bloody thing, hypnotic. It's only recently it's starting to dawn on me. Since I've started coming here to chatter about different things, as I'm sitting chattering away, of course, more get rid of stuff, a bit more comes in. No, really, Define it. You wouldn't know how bad things are in this country. Actually, it's getting a lot worse. It's getting bad.
I can't imagine not having the freedom to have what you want.
Yes,
I'm a
you are
lifetime
so
I'm a lifetime member of the National Rifle Association. I can't imagine
lucky,
not being
lucky
part of that.
thing. You lucky, lucky lady. I'll tell you something. You're very, very lucky to have that. As a woman,
Like,
especially.
you know, I guess it costs like $800 or $900 to finally get the whole thing together to be part of it. But yeah, it's like I'm all for that. I mean, if you can't have the freedom to own and own responsibly, I'm not talking about the ones who, you know, pop off and all of a sudden they're, you know, on a rampage. I'm talking about responsibility.
Responsible. Yeah, and you know, in this country, suicide used to be a criminal offence. And the reason why it used to be a criminal offence is because we are subjects of the Queen.
It's a criminal offense after you're dead. What are they going to do to you?
Exactly, but it used to be. It's not anymore, but it used to be until very recently. We're not even free to commit suicide. It's changed now. The law has changed. But even now, say you've got a member of your family who wants to go to Switzerland.
Oh, shit. Now that I know that, I'll probably go there and do it.
Well, let me tell you about Dignitas, okay? You know, you can go to Dignitas to have self-inflicted death. If you are a friend or a member of the family and you go with that person, they can charge you for being in cahoots with sort of put you on some sort of manslaughter charge.
Accessory to the law? Yeah, exactly. Huh. That's crazy.
It's nasty. It's very, very nasty. And I belong to an organization called the Humanists, and they're trying to get the euthanasia laws changed. I'm not getting very far.
I don't think they would. Those laws have been in place for eons of time.
And you know, it's all due to the fact that as a member of the proletariat, you are a subject of the royals. You are not free, you are a subject of the royal family.
Well, but do you remember the Mayan?
Yeah, well, I don't remember.
Okay, remember the Mayan sacrifice?
Well, I don't remember them, but I've heard about Mayan sacrifice.
Well, it's a curse put upon the white man.
What?
It's a curse put upon the white man.
Really?
All the colonial, even the Mexican, everybody. It's a curse. But it will come to a point that it will come back like human sacrifice for stabilizing the population. That's what it's called, the MAID program here in Canada.
Huh.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's about the serpent, and it's all the same story everywhere you go with everyone with the serpent. They come and then swallow you, your soul, whatever.
Lovely.
But
Nothing.
it's a good story. It's intense. But anyway,
But until you divide, talking of land and stuff, you also say you didn't know lucky well, because I tell you so. I mean, I'm quite lucky. I live on the ground floor, so I'm allowed to do a bit of pottering around on the ground where I live. But most people live above me, aren't allowed. Can't do bugger all here. Nothing.
So, Yvonne, where did you hear that story, dear? Who told you that story, Yvonne?
About what?
About what you were just talking about.
Oh, that's just me connecting the dot when I research thing. Like you look everywhere. Like how can I say that? Because the way I see it, like people like to tell stories, because people are bored. They like to make story to entertain themselves. That's what the rich people do. They got nice thing they do to scare themselves, just to feel something, because that's all it's all about. The human experience is about feeling. And where I was going with that, what we were talking about, because I'm making coffee right now and kind of get distracted.
You were telling us about something about a human sacrifice, and you're not allowed to kill yourself, and then all of a sudden.
Oh yeah,
and then
yeah. No. That's yeah.
But they're allowed to kill us. Let me say. Well, they used to be allowed to.
No. It's not about kill you. It's like you know where the voodoo stuff, and when they put a curse on you.
Yes.
And it can put a curse on you and your family and your children and so whatever. But that's his energy and intention, because you can create with your intention. If you're good enough, you can create vibration into other being or other, like we all know that exists, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's what is voodoo stuff and curse stuff. Even me, my family could have been cursed like 400 or 500 years ago, and then the curse keep going on until one of the someone break the curse. Like in the story, they tell you with the princess, and she had to go through this and that. Through her life, just to break the curse, but none of the because like the voodoo stuff is pretty cool. I like that, but I don't believe in it, because if you truly believe in it, it could happen to you.
Right.
Like that's proven it works. But about the Mayan, why do I say it connected up? Is because right now, the DARPA is working on a program, and it's all about the Mayan.
Yes.
All the Mayan program, but it's about human conditioning.
Yes.
And
David Icke's written about this.
Yeah, but there's nothing you can do. Okay, about that. It will come. When it will come out, it will come out so great. You're gonna love that shit. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be so useful, and it's coming. They're just about to release it right now.
Yeah. And the more people believe in, the more informed people are, the stronger the spell is, which is one of the reasons why they're telling us these things.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the French Paris with the catacomb.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Tell me why would you want to gather 6 60 million people in one place. All the bone in one place.
I would not feel comfortable in that circumstances.
No, if it's not
It's
very
to make
nice.
a ritual.
Huh.
It's a ritual of human sacrifice.
Nice, yeah. It's coming. It's coming again.
No, they already did it. That one, they already did it, and
Yeah, they're doing another one. I'll tell you something.
They really prosper.
I'll tell you something. I truly believe there's going to be a lot of trouble in the UK in the years to come. A real loose event. I really believe it. Well, it's in the Bible, even it does say it, and also Edward Casey's talked about it.
Some things that I notice is that just because you have a big house and land, people automatically think that you're rich.
No.
If they know I only had $14 until next week, how rich am I?
I don't know you are, but you've got.
I'd never tell a lie. I'm serious. I would never tell a lie. And people think that I'm rich when they go by my house. They go, "Oh, that must be a rich lady's house," and I go, "No, I used to be rich." Just because you used to be rich and you could pay for the land and you could pay for the house and you could pay for the car doesn't mean that always continues. Okay. People need to understand that just because you used to be rich doesn't mean you still are, because you know what? You would not believe how many people have gone out of their way to steal my money. Like, I had money in an account that was supposed to be just for me when Clint passed. They're recording us now too, and they're paying attention to what we're saying. They stole it right from my account.
Yeah, well, believe it.
Wow.
Do you know in the UK? Do you know in the UK our accounts are monitored by the government? Did you know that?
I have no idea.
Yes. My account 2.5 years ago, I got a letter from the DWP because I'm on incapacity benefit that my account was being monitored by the DWP, Department for Work and Pensions.
And the DNW.
Yeah, DWP.
Evidently, you're still being monitored. But if you look on the right-hand side of your telephone, in the corner, there's a green dot that lights up. When that light is lit up, that means they're listening in on the conversation.
Yeah, I know.
Well, mine is lit up right now. So just wanted to let you know. So just in case there was anything you didn't want them to know.
No, they know all about me. They know every single purchase I make, every single withdrawal I make. They know everything about me.
But I tell you about the Maven program. You don't need a phone. You don't need a phone. You don't need to access a phone. All you need is your body.
Why? My body isn't chipped yet.
No, you don't need to.
Oh, because of the I'm crystals. That's right. I'm a walking crystal, for Christ's sake.
They figure out the frequency of the human body, and they can just interact with it.
Yep, you're correct.
That's all it is. And they can see you. They can see you. They can hear you.
Yeah, it's all very spooky. Very
it's high tech. It's like magic.
No, you know what? They must be bored as fuck.
Fuck?
Oh, they listen.
They must be bored as fuck. My life couldn't be more boring.
Yeah.
Seriously, no. All I do is get up, I cut wood, and I go. I don't go anywhere. I don't do anything. They must be bored as fuck.
Divine, my life is far more boring than yours, my dear. Far more boring. I don't.
Well, if it wasn't for me having wood to cut, I'd really be bored. And instead of listening to my conversations and complaining about the fact that I haven't got anyone to help me cut wood, why don't they bring their fucking fat asses over here and cut my wood with me? If you're not going to spy on me, you may as well do something good for it.
Maybe they're jealous.
Oh, Jesus. Nothing to be jealous of. I couldn't live a more boring life, I'm telling you. But I do have opinions, and they don't like my opinions, so that's probably another reason why I'm being monitored. Fuck them if they can't take a joke.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah. You tell them, if you got an issue, do you want a tissue? So.
Exactly. I've got plenty of them.
Yeah. But that upset people. Sometimes you just have to play along and let it go. It's like little children making a tantrum. It's the same thing. If you give them attention, it's gonna cry more. So you just ignore it and you gotta stop crying. That's what the adult do. They're like big kid.
Yeah. Hmm.
You
I
have to
don't know. It just
entertain
seems
them.
to me
Like,
like
hey,
there's got
look,
to be
that's
something more
shiny.
fun to do than that. They just got done. Trump
Yeah.
just got done giving the man who's going to open up this great big building in Colorado. It's called Palantir, and they're opening up their own building with their own electrical source. And it's
Oh yeah,
just a
I heard
great big
about that.
warehouse that all they do is just sit there and they monitor every day, 24/7. That's
It's
all
for the
they do.
Stargate program. The
It's like
Palantir
crazy.
is for the Stargate program. But the Stargate
Um,
program is connected to the Maven program. And the Maven
yeah,
program is connected to the Triple EI program,
crazy.
Institute of the Neurology. Anyway, it's good stuff. It's super complicated, their technology, but it will change the future. It's not going
Yeah,
to be
into
whatever you
something
think
that's
it.
supposedly a lot better than what we've got now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy. It's not exactly what I thought I was coming down here for, but whatever. Have fun.
It's going to
Oh,
be
so
good. You worry too much. Just,
I don't worry at all. That's the whole thing, I guess. I don't worry a bit because I know that the universe has my back and everything's going to be fine.
yeah.
And all I have to
Yeah.
do is wait one more year and then I'll have someone here to help me cut wood and I won't be crabbing at all about that part.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
yeah, it's like, and the only thing I need right now, if I was to say I needed anything worth anything that needed to have done here, is I need to have a whole new well. And once I
Oh,
have the well done, I'll be all set.
that's going to be well done.
Yeah. You're funny. But
Yeah.
yeah, I had too much antimony and too much manganese in
Uh-huh.
it, and it
Okay.
caused me not to be able to smell or to taste anymore.
Uh,
And I
uh,
didn't realize it until my son came in one day and he goes, "What's that smell?" And I said, "What smell?" And he
yeah. Yeah.
goes,
Yeah.
"There's a smell in here, like really a lot
Mhm.
of sulfur kind of smell." And I went, I don't know." And
You
he goes,
become
"You can't
nose
smell
blind.
that?" And I said, "No."
Yeah.
So finally, I did a well test, and they said that that was the case. That I had two things in there that wasn't supposed to be in there. So
Too elevated. Yeah.
yeah, we're gonna have to have a whole new well dug. So
Oh no.
yeah,
Is it?
that's
Is it? Is it natural? It's from the soil naturally there,
oh
or
yes, yep,
yeah.
yep. So we're
All
gonna have.
right.
Well, it was because of a man that lives further up over the hill, and it leaches down through. Every time he
Wait,
does a new trailer up at his trailer park,
they
he
do some
he moves the soil around enough to cause that problem for us lower than him.
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah.
yeah,
If there's any mining upstream or farming
yep. That's what's happening.
upstream,
He's moving
yeah,
the soil
yeah,
when he puts in the new trailers, and when he does that, it affects my water. So, but
yeah.
this time we're gonna make sure that it's solidified so it doesn't happen anymore. So depends on whatever they do. I don't know anything about well drilling. I just know it's very expensive. So I'm gonna have to come up with some money somehow.
Well,
Maybe I'll
yeah.
do sex talking and they can listen to that.
Yeah, it could be
Oh,
expensive if
shoot.
you are really rocky soil, but if it's not that rocky, it could be done real cheap. They say they can charge you like 50,000 or whatever, but for real, it doesn't cost that much. Cost about like 2 grand. Yep, it's a total scam. Like 25 grand for or well, it's not for the hole that they dig. It's for the equipment that came after mostly, like
Yes,
all the
Divine, you
infrastructure.
seem to have disconnected.
Me?
Yes, she's disconnected.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm outside
Lucky
walking in the rain.
you. All right.
Oh, I just swallowed a bug. It's all good. I survived.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm at home, my little tiny flat.
What?
Yes.
Oh yeah, tiny flats. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, a little London flat.
You must know that flat, all corner and every inches.
Yes. Yeah, I've lived here for 30 years. I used to quite like it here, but recently, I don't know what's happened. I've just started to glitch.
Well, it's with all those people crazy around
Yeah,
neighborhood.
too many people have left. I don't like it anymore.
Yeah.
I don't like it here anymore. I want to move. So, yeah, I'm going to have to start looking for somewhere else.
If I win the lottery, that'd be nice. I don't need much, just 5 mil. Only 5 mil, and good to build whatever.
I can manage. I'll be all right.
With 12 mil, I'm going to get some chicken and some rabbit. Yeah, rabbit and chicken. And then, yeah.
So you're not a vegan then, obviously.
Oh, no. Anything that moves, but mostly whatever tastes good, though.
All right.
Yeah. I'm guessing you never ate a fresh porcupine.
No, good Lord, no. I've always been I've always been vegan. I prefer to just eat wholemeal bread and an apple or something. That's where I am. But I'm 71. I'm still here. My GP says I'm doing very well. So
okay.
You know, and people can't believe how old I am.
Nah.
So, yeah.
In the matter of the universe, you're 1 second years old. I'm a fraction of a second.
But don't worry, my cats eat fish and stuff.
Yeah?
All the little girls, the naughties.
They got a fishy breath smell. I know that. My cat do that too.
What, have you got a cat then?
I got 2.
There we go.
Oh, what have you got? What sort of cat have you got?
Yeah, I got a black cat.
Yes, I've got black cat.
And her name is Lilou Dallas.
Yes.
And Lilou Dallas. She got a multipass.
So what?
Cute.
Multipass.
All right. What else have you got? The black cat?
You don't know about the multipass? It's from the Fifth Element, the movie.
No, I don't watch show films.
Okay, but that's where I took her name. And the other cat is like she's tough, but she's all like 3 color, like brown kind of thing, 3 shade of brown.
Brown, white, and black.
Yeah, not much white, much. Yeah.
Oh, that's a calico. A calico.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet she's beautiful. Yes.
Yeah. She's like a farm cat. We took her to the farm. Yeah. And they're good hunter. They hunt mouse around.
Chickpea. She's the same sort of color as chickpea. Chickpea was ginger and black and brown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Someone's come into the chat. We don't know.
No, and coming and go.
Yes, we do. We've been asking for you all day long, you little shit. It's about time.
I'm gonna sleepy puppy.
Hi, darling.
Yeah. How you doing?
But I'm doing good, man. I heard you guys fucking chatting it up, man. You guys are having fun. I saw my little fucking a party was over here, man. I had to join in. My little squad is on.
We've been waiting for you to come in. It's like hardly anybody that we knew were coming in. So Jay just left, and we haven't heard from anybody else. Pee-Pee, whoever he is, I don't remember his name now. I just forgot it.
That perpetual dude, yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody keeps calling him Pee-Pee. I'm getting a crack up off that.
Well, that's his name, perpetual something.
Oh, what was it? Perpetual, hang on.
Perspective. It's perpetual perspective.
Yes, that was it.
Yeah. Is like
pleasurist.
Yeah. Pleasurist. That's what it is. Yeah.
Linear visual.
Whoa, someone just dropped.
Yeah, divine.
Oh
dear.
I have to go somewhere.
Oh boy, the Digital Musical Chairs Act.
So y'all settled up in your apartment now?
Oh yeah, no, it's getting set up there.
Nice.
Yeah, it is nice. I like it.
What, your
It's
new
actually
apartment?
quiet here. My
Oh,
God, it was brutal moving out of the old apartment. There was 3 fucking drummers and a neighbor from hell directly above me. So I'm pretty sure I might have been actually the loudest apartment in the entire city. And with somebody with hyperacusis, that was not fun.
Nope.
Sounds lovely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking
So
for a
it's
new
actually
place
quiet
too.
here enough to where I can actually think. So that's amazing. My
Yeah,
blood
I'm looking
pressure's lowering, my cortisol is lowering, good stuff.
for.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Because that noise pollution, that's a bitch.
Terrible.
I'm telling you.
Really, it's depressing, isn't it? It's very. I think that's why I'm so depressed. It's happening here with me with constant DIY noise. It's driving me completely mental.
Mm.
Little bitches.
I wonder, do they have any float tanks in England?
Any what?
Float tanks.
Float tanks. What's that?
Oh, sensory deprivation tanks. They're basically a
Oh
giant
yeah, I've
tank
heard
that they.
of it. Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah.
No, they're afraid they might drown themselves.
Yeah, I bloody drown myself.
What, can the English not swim? What's that? What's up with
No,
that?
they can't kill themselves, god dang it.
Oh, okay. I see. More on roll with that one. Okay.
Yeah, they don't have the freedom to off themselves whenever they want to. It's
Not
against the
allowed.
queen. She can kiss my grits. She's all dead and everything, and we're still running things by her.
No, I think like freaking Chickpea was saying is that they've loosened up in recent years. There's the culture over there, like at least compared to over here in America. America's actually like the one that's fucking lunatic about it.
Look who's here, people, in the comments.
You know, we need to chat with him about his duties. Oh, shoot.
It's been a long show, DNW. Wow.
Yeah, Brother Mark.
This is about how long it lasts when he has the evening shows. We chat until wee hours of the morning.
Yeah.
You're usually
I'm gonna have to ask
catnapping.
Sage. I'm gonna have to ask you to send your email in the private chat here, so I can make you the co-host again, because I had to give it to someone else recently because you weren't around. So if you could do that, because if I have to log off here, you can be the co-host for the rest of the night. Yeah.
So yeah, the chat section is the private chat.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so hopefully Brother Marcus will come on, because you wanted to say hello to him, didn't you, ladies?
Yes, we do. And I want to hear from Steve, too. I want to hear from Nerf Dogs. I want to know he's okay. Unless, do you know? Is he okay?
Yeah, he is doing fine, you know. So
wonderful.
I mean, DW, wouldn't you like us all to contribute some money to all this, to sort of pay for it all?
not at the moment, no, but I do appreciate it. Thank you.
No, I don't mind. I'm quite happy to contribute money.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it, but it's fine at the moment, darling. Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
Offered. Because it really helps me, it helps them. It really helps me.
I knew it did.
What?
You just being around other people, I knew it would be beneficial for you.
Yeah, it helps. It does, because the conversation here is meaningful.
And not just that, but it's respectful. Everyone respects each other's opinions, which is a beautiful thing.
Yes.
And you need to have that, especially when you're by yourself like that. It's good for you to have other people around you.
Yeah. It's so where I live, everybody talks such utter shit. I can't cope with it anymore. I'm not that.
I feel you with that one.
I'm not that trivial.
I feel like all the racists in my country have moved to my city in the past fucking 5 years. It's ridiculous. They moved a Tesla factory up here a few years ago, and ever since they fucking moved that Tesla factory up near here, it's just fucking gotten all these fucking racists coming up here, and it's fucking cyber trucks with Blue Lives Matter stickers on them, and fucking, fuck socialism stickers, all sorts of shit, man. It's brutal.
Blue Lives Matter?
The Blue Lives Matter stickers, those cop supporters.
Oh, those blue lights. I thought you meant blue people.
No, blue lives, not blue lights.
Blue lives matter. Well, who are the
Yeah,
lives we're talking about?
Yeah, no, there's this group called Blue Lives Matter that started out as this sort of cop group where they started going it was basically a response to the Black Lives Matter. The cops were like, well, we get killed all the time, we're like cowards, like construction workers get killed faster than we do, but we're like fucking we're afraid of we're like we're important. Blue Lives Matter.
911, what is your emergency?
And
playing with his buttons again.
Oh my
We're gonna have the
goodness.
CIA coming in here any minute.
I'm like, AI is gonna be glitching up soon, and we're gonna be hearing that anyway. The people listening in on us, the fucking streams are gonna reverse.
Is your light on too?
Yeah, it's green in the center black bar again.
Yep, so is mine. Okay, just checking,
Mine's
honey.
never been green before though.
Well, green means they're listening. No, the green means they're listening.
Are you using your phone on here then? Are you doing this with your phone? Oh, right, I'll use my laptop.
I can't use my laptop or I really wouldn't be on it with you. You wouldn't have heard a word I said all day long.
All right.
It's not solid enough signal.
I don't know. I'm just using a Chromebook.
It comes through my phone anyway, so it may as well be on my phone.
All right.
That's how I figure it.
Oh, right.
It's like, whatever.
I use my phone to do this. I hate those mobile phones because I'm very left-handed. You know that phones are right-handed. And when I use my mobile phone, I get so bad-tempered. Oh, God.
That's funny. I know they're made for right-handed people, but I use it in my left hand, and it doesn't actually work in my right hand at all.
So do I all the time.
A muscle in my thumb.
Yeah,
my right hand, I'm missing the muscle, the thumb muscle. That muscle that helps give your thumb all that strength and control. I'm missing that muscle in my right hand, so my right hand gets fatigued really easy. So I'm glad I'm ambidextrous because writing is a pain in the ass.
Both too.
Yeah, I'm just very left-handed. I'm not remotely ambidextrous.
I'm both. That's the best way to be.
Oh yeah, it's amazing being ambidextrous.
Look, you can throw a ball straight with both hands.
Yeah, no, I can trust straight with both hands. It's different. That's all. Fuck, I feel like I'm playing one of those zombies.
You know what? I wouldn't mind that if it wasn't so loud. If it was, a little bit lower volume, you could do that 24/7. It wouldn't faze me the least. It's the fact that he plays those machine thingies and we can't hear what each other's saying.
It's being very.
There you go.
Background, music in the background. It feels like a
for real. Subtlety is like background music, right?
Yeah.
That kind of reminds me of like the 50s or 60s, right?
Oh, that's what it reminds me of. No, I can see that for sure.
Yeah.
I'm like, this either reminds me of like Fallout or like I think it's Dead Rising, one of those zombies in the mall.
When you're on the elevator.
I'm like, this is like mall
when you
music.
go to the grocery store and you're on the elevator.
Yeah, that's
there's a lot of those music. Yeah, that was too fast for the elevator.
I always find that funny. The elevator music is literally called Muzak.
Oh, what's my line?
It's Muzak.
Okay.
I'm like, that's such a strange genre, It's not music, it's Muzak. So is it still music anymore? Is it still a different genre?
I know it's kind of a jazzy feel about it.
Oh, I think it's funny. I love a lot of that type of music. It sounds really liminal to me.
Music.
Liminal and mystic. I like vibe with that kind of
stuff.
stuff.
Well, it's better than that crap that they're playing now on the radios.
Music shitty nowadays.
Oh my God, you'll laugh at this one. No, I was just commenting about how crap the radio over here is in America, and I was going, My goodness, like I know that radio all over the world has the same, it follows the same pattern of stagnation and playing the same music and
Yeah,
music, but
repeat.
some music is just better, you know? And I was just thinking, like, I need to
Yeah.
have like a fucking playlist. Like, I'm gonna start driving my car soon, and I'm like, I need a fucking playlist in my car of like English radio because you fucking like you got some good radio over in
Not
fucking
anymore. We
London.
haven't. Not anymore. We haven't. We used to years ago. It was fabulous, fabulous. But now it's all a load of old bollocks. It's all bollocks.
Huh.
I mean, I don't know what's on the TV anymore, but it's a load of old woof shit.
I
Basically,
don't know. It's
and
just
all
like I
that's
was
gone
listening to some
downhill.
of this fucking these women pop singers in Britain, and I'm like, fuck, man. Like our pop in America sucks. Like we got like
No, it
fucking
doesn't
Miley
here as well
Cyrus and
now.
shit. Like they got
It
Katie
does.
B. Like damn.
No, it's the same here. It's the same here. It used to be fabulous. I mean, England was known for producing fabulous music. It was known for it. It's one of the reasons why I stayed here, as opposed to going back to live in Europe. It was the fabulous TV, fabulous radio, the incredible music, all the gorgeous, fabulous men. That's all gone. All gone. Everything's gone.
Well, I think what's happening with the music over in England right now currently is I think it's doing that shift where everything's becoming an algorithm and appealing to the
Yeah, it's
stock
horrible. It's been
brokers, not
destroyed.
the consumers.
Oh, no. I just listened to, I've got loads and loads of stuff on
Well,
my.
ever since the Queen died, the whole fucking world went in chaos.
Oh,
No,
I'd say
that's
that's
long
ever
before
since
that old bag
COVID happened, the
died.
whole world went to chaos.
Silly old bag. I didn't
I'm
like
like,
that.
shit,
Yeah,
I
the old
swear to
bag.
God, I see so many smart people going stupid as shit ever since COVID. And
Yeah.
it just
Yeah, that's
bewilders me.
so strange.
I'm like, there's like literally no truly smart people in the world anymore. It's like all the smart people actually know they're not smart anymore. And then all the, like everybody shifted in a different direction.
Sage, you know,
But
there's
it's a
a,
coup, huh?
there's
It's a
Sage,
what? It's a sorry, Chickpea. Go
yeah.
ahead.
You know, there's tons of, oh, I thought I was talking to Sage. There's tons of 70s and 80s music on YouTube. Tons of it. David Bowie and the
Yeah, where do
Police.
you think I just got done hearing that elevator music was on the internet?
Yeah. But I tell you, there's loads. I've got a whole load at NPL of all sorts of, and loads of songs to be.
I'm just glad I actually do appreciate that kind of fucking music, considering that's the way music seems to be fucking heading to. You know, you look on YouTube and on music, and 9 out of the 10, videos of music on YouTube are gonna be some, fucking ambiance music. Here's some,
There's loads of
fantasy
The music they're
ambiance for
playing
reading
now
your
is all
books.
60s, 70s, and 80s music is all they're playing on the YouTube right now.
Yeah, I have it on all the time. David Bowie,
Right.
whoa. And
This is a talk show. If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube. This is a talk show.
Yay, he's still at the right speed. That dude sounds really weird when he's sped up or slowed down. It has to be like keyed in at the right speed. Because he already sounds weird, even at the right speed.
You know that
Excuse me? Yeah, he sounds. Oops, I almost said the wrong word. Oh, shoot. Oh my God. Told you I'm a chocolate mess.
What's he doing? Why has it gone to my life? English TV used to be fabulous as well. Fabulous.
Oh, English TV. I thought you were mentioning English tea. I'm like,
No,
I'm
no,
not a
English
fan of the Earl
TV.
Grey. That bergamot, man. I
Fabulous.
do not like bergamot.
Fabulous.
I love black tea. Don't
you
get
can
me
make
wrong. But I
wonderful
am.
perfumes using bergamot.
Oh, I do not like
Yes,
bergamot.
I like bergamot. Yeah, I like bergamot oil.
Oh, I love it. When you make perfumes out of it, not drinking it.
I've never really
Perfumes.
smelled
You can make
bergamot
perfumes
like
out of it.
essence by
Don't go
itself.
out in the sun when you've got bergamot on your skin, though. I wouldn't advise it. I did it once. I landed up in A&E.
Bergamot.
Some people are really like allergic to citrus oils.
Yeah,
Like that's what I think. I don't remember who I was talking to recently about that, but like literally there's this whole thing where like citrus farm workers, a certain percentage of citrus farm workers, like they literally after like a week on the job, they'll have to quit the industry forever because
yeah,
they'll get like fucking blisters all over their skin, like really
yeah.
nasty rashes from the handling the fucking citrus oils.
Yes. But bergamot, yeah, if you I put some on myself once and I went out in the sun and I ended up in A&E.
Oh, no
Big
wonder
huge
though. You went in the
blisters.
sun too. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't
That's
realise.
No, you're
Big
yeah. No,
highly
there's this whole
sensitive.
thing. There's this whole thing where a certain amount of plant chemicals will literally interact with the sunlight and the UV, and
yeah,
it'll cause
huge
increased
blisters.
toxicity and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like some like freaking chemical reaction between
yeah.
our freaking
Really
living
bad.
bodies, the sun, and like some random element. It's fucking weird.
No, but that's a natural for the plant. Every fall when they they after they flower, they fruit, and then the pollen just like kind of dry on it, and it's super like harsh for your skin. You know what I'm talking about?
Fine. I
Yes,
must
sir.
tell you about the comfrey. Comfrey is very, very good for skin on your face. I've really noticed how the skin on my face is improving. Seriously, it's a fabulous
So,
stuff.
what specifically can you say about it? Is it actually making you less wrinkles, more wrinkles?
Less wrinkles. Less. And
Oh, wonderful.
when you get older, you get those little tiny little spots on your cheeks sometimes where, the pores are getting big and blah, blah, blahs. It's cleared that up.
Where you get in the dark spots and stuff, hon?
Well, I get little white ones, tiny little white spots. You can only really see them when you magnify it, you look at this sort of 12 magnification. It's to do with the pores sagging as you get old, blah, blah, blah. It's cleared all that up. I tell the comfrey.
Beautiful.
It's amazing stuff. I've bought 3 root lots and I'm growing them all myself now. And I'm going to use lots of comfrey for everything.
Nice.
Yes. But it's very good for your skin. I've really noticed it, especially on my, my face, my legs, everything. Really noticed the difference. I've been doing it for a month, if that. Yes. It's lovely.
Comfy with comfrey.
Comfrey. It's a herb.
He knows. He's just, a French man.
Yeah.
I just love to make joke with everything that rhyme together. Or whatever word makes sense, but it's not even related to the thing. But
nothing wrong with
that's
that.
what it meant.
It's good, clean health, good, clean living.
Oh yeah, I love fucking
that. That's for sure.
Words.
Yeah.
Making us laugh. That's a good thing.
Yeah,
we love you for it.
Yeah, and it's so stupid that it is so obvious, and sometimes I just have to say it.
Oh, it's my favorite kind of humor. It's my favorite kind of humor, hands down. Like, fuck.
Yeah,
It reminds me of that scene. I think it was Rush Hour 3 with the fucking where they're talking to those Asian guys, and you're like, oh, you,
yes,
and he's like, me, no, you,
yeah, no, me, I'm me, and you, he's me.
That one, yes.
Yeah.
That one is so killer. I love that joke.
But I'm not too good in English because, like, my native language is French, and in French we can make many not assimilation but correlation between like because my mother in French is mer, the ocean is mer, like there's more word is mer. Like
I get what you're saying.
It all mean the same thing, but like. When you say I just said 5 different words, but it all sound the same. But those kind of this might kind of funny.
Oh yeah, no, I think a lot of those languages are more organic to our species, and English is a little bit more technical, and that's where it's harder. But that nuance also gives you more opportunities to grow intellectually and whatnot. There's all these different ways to take things. You know, like if you look at the Wikipedia, you know, the main section of Wikipedia, it shows all the articles in the different languages, and English is the first one, then German, and I think then Spanish. I can't remember if that's the right order or not, but I know it's English
Order
and
of
then
what?
German.
Order of what? Like the most talking?
Yeah, English is the most spoken.
In the world?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yes.
It's not Mandarin or Asian
No,
or something?
English. English is the global language.
Okay.
Well, it's hardly surprising because don't forget the BBC has been broadcasting globally all these years.
Yeah, but the Spanish, there's so much Spanish language.
No, English is the global language. It's it has become that way.
It's the number one, eh?
Huh?
Okay.
Hey, as far as I'm concerned, the French should be number one. You ever heard of who talks in French? He can read in the grocery list, and it sounds so cracks me right up. We used to always talk about that.
But we're a minority, French. We're in our way to extinction. We're like 3% of the population speak French. Something like that.
Yeah, very difficult language. I did it at school.
Every time I used to go to Canada with my sweetheart, my goodness, that would be so much fun. He'd bring me to Little Italy, and there would be, you know, the handsomest drop-dead Italian man who spoke not only Italian, but he spoke French. And when you mixed it together, oh my God, I think my heart would fall out of my chest. And he'd giggle and laugh. He thought that was so funny.
But yes.
Oh. He goes, looks like we've got to go to Little Italy and watch the Little Italy man speak French for you.
Yes, French.
Oh, gosh, he make me laugh.
Mix French, mix Italian. Because in Quebec, we like to mix every other language into our language, no matter where it comes from, like English, Dutch, or whatever.
Yeah.
We've just mixed it into our language, and it just flows.
Yep, it does. It's boy,
Wait a
oh
minute,
boy.
I'm confused here. Are you saying like you synergize with the language, like Spanglish or Hinglish, or are you like saying like you assimilate the language, like make it become French?
It's more like a slang thing, because like many words in French.
So organic. They just do it organically. They don't even intend on doing it. It just happens.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that's how I was grown into, like the English and the French. So there's many words in French we don't say. We only say it in English, and everybody understands. But we don't.
So you use the hybrid use. I get
hybrid. But I was never speak English kid when I grow. But I was speaking many English words. And many other words in other language too, but I didn't know about it until I grew up and figured out.
I just Googled the whole English things. Mandarin's apparently, I was wrong, it's Mandarin.
Oh, what about Mandarin? That's one of the...
It's the most speaking word.
Language.
Yep.
So I also thought it was English.
That's what I said.
No,
Mandarin.
If you think about the population, that's
and
where
the
it comes
second is
down
Spanish.
To. You know,
second would be Spanish.
Yeah, second's probably Spanish. You're probably right. Then it's English.
Yeah, English. Yeah. English should be like in third or fifth. I don't know. In that range. But there's more Asian than the Indian.
For me.
There's 1.3 billion Indian. So that's
that would make much more sense.
Oh gosh.
And then would be like in fourth. And dues.
Ow. Oh dear. D&W.
A lot more Indian people, right? Than there are.
You're losing.
I don't know. I thought so, maybe.
D&W.
Nothing I can do about it. There's Mr. Marcus. We've missed you.
Ça va?
Ouais.
Ouais, ça va et toi?
Ça va très bien.
Merci.
Ah, ben, il n'y a pas de quoi.
Ouais.
Bonjour, madame.
Refresh
Comment
the
allez-vous?
page.
Goeiedag.
C'est combien?
C'est combien? Non, il n'y a pas de numéro. Il n'y a pas de numéro ici.
I remember being about 10 and I went to France and I was in the shop and you know I was meant to say c'est combien and I said
how much?
I said instead I said comment tu t'appelles?
Okay. What's your name?
Yeah. And they looked at me really funny, like, you know, because it was actually a man who was like, I don't know, in his 50s or something. I still remember the bloke, but he looked at me funny because, you know, they're very polite and conservative over there. So it wasn't the done thing to ask some stranger their name, you know?
So it went awkward.
Yeah.
That's the first time we've heard DNW all day. Just kidding.
Yeah, be very quiet.
That was a fun little story.
DNW?
Yeah, I'm okay, thank you. I was actually here. My girlfriend was saying I was eating, and we watched Netflix. But I let the show go. I let it keep going, and I did actually fall asleep as well for about 20 minutes. And I woke up just as Perpetual Pleasurist was leaving, but I never made it.
So wait, let me get on your live stream. You've had a nap and you've watched some TV. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I let it go, yeah, because it's been going 8 hours. I can't, you know.
We're pretty darn predictable. That's why.
I genuinely think I only spoke for about 5 minutes today.
Yeah, not even that, hon.
If even that, yeah. Because everybody was enjoying talking to each other, so I thought, well, why not just let them talk? And occasionally I just kept an eye on it, like from my sofa to see if anybody had joined, and if they joined, I let them on.
Okay.
That was it.
He's had to let me on, 2 or 3 times already, the stupid thing.
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
But they were you were mentioned numerous times, especially by Chickpea and Divine.
Oh.
Yes, many times. We missed you.
We missed you.
Aw, I missed you guys.
We were thinking, boy, it'd be nice to have Marcus come in, and then all of a sudden, there you are.
Ask and ye shall receive.
There we go.
Can I get $1 million?
Marcus, you know that Divine's got guns in her flat, the lucky thing. Do you know that? Marcus!
Has loads of what in her flat?
I heard guns. What do you have in the flat?
She's actually got a gun, lucky
He's not
devil.
impressed.
What? Oh, I'm jealous. I tell you, I'm
Don't
so
worry,
jealous.
I won't make you use them.
Oh, yeah. I knew Divine
had a
has
gun.
Oh, shoot.
Have my own gun.
Oh, no, shoot.
Rifle.
No shoot.
I would love it. To protect myself.
You can
I get too overwhelmed by the complexity of knife crime in the England to ever conceive of the question of would I need or want a gun if I lived over there. I'd be too complex by all the sociological issues at first. I'd just shut down from the overwhelming.
But Chickpea, a good gun for you will be like a soft gun, like
a soft gun.
Yeah, like a paintball gun.
Oh yeah.
That'd be a good one for you for protection.
Rifle.
Nah.
No, paintballs are actually fucking brilliant if you think about it. I wouldn't be surprised if you can get pepper balls over in England.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had no idea they had pepper balls.
Oh yeah.
Are you serious? Pepper balls are fucking crazy, man.
Yeah.
No, they're a little fucking terrifying though, because I recently found out they don't just have one brand or standardization of pepper balls. They have like different densities for different uses, and they're like color coded. And I'm like, oh my god, if you have some fucking like idiot cop or some colorblind officer or something, they might load the wrong ones. Oh, I'm using the ones that literally shoot through fucking car windows, and that's not going to be so non-lethal when you
can't
shoot
even
that
buy
at somebody.
pepper spray here. You can't even buy pepper spray is illegal here.
You can't use sod all in this country. Nothing.
Yeah, don't breathe either. Jeepers, you guys. I can't believe the restrictions.
Oh,
He'll be so
I
toxic.
think in England it's because they have such massive surveillance that they sort of, use
Yeah.
that as an excuse, Well, you don't need anything to protect
Yeah,
yourself.
you
We
can't do
got
sojourn in this
cameras, we got
country. Nothing.
officers.
Well, while they're videotaping someone getting attacked, how does the person getting attacked defend themselves?
You can't.
That's the real
Exactly.
question, but that's the question the media is going to shift the narration from,
Interesting.
right?
It's like, all right, you're recording me getting victimized, but how am I supposed to defend myself?
Not allowed to defend yourself.
Well, wasn't Scotland Yard like one of the best police departments in the
You-
world?
I tell you, Divine, you would not believe, speaking as a
It's
female,
different?
how much this country has gone downhill in the past 30 years. It is terrifying.
Oh my God! Well,
London used to be so safe. You could, as a female, and I used to be a real wild child, you could go out 3 o'clock in the morning, walk back from the Hippodrome all the way back to Bermondsey, wherever. It was perfectly safe. Now, it's not a safe to go to Tesco anymore. It's got that bad. It's gone completely mental. It's
Now you know why I stay home.
Yeah, I don't go out anymore. I just order everything. I just get the Amazon man and Tesco man to bring everything to the dogs. I tell you, I'm too scared to go out anymore because the hospitals have gone completely insane. So I daren't be in an accident. And there's pavement cyclists everywhere, men on motorbikes on the pavements. You wouldn't believe how bad it's got. Men on motorbikes on the pavement stealing mobile phones. And nothing's done about it. Nothing.
Why
Why do they want someone else's phone? They can't run it. They don't have any of the codes or
No,
such.
they'll send them off to, they're all sent off to China where they're blood and then they're sold off again.
Yeah, it's like a chop
Jesus.
shop. They just go fucking. It's a whole fucking bit, man. The criminals fucking do it.
It's
crazy.
You wouldn't believe how much England has changed in the past few years. It's just.
You know what that makes me want to do? It makes me want to learn like 3 or 4 different Japanese arts of fixing people and like knocking them out and shit like that. So when they come by on the thing and all of a sudden I'm doing some freaking kung fu pose, and next thing you know, they're flying over the handlebar.
Yeah, I tell you, it's becoming. It's gone. You wouldn't believe how much it's gone downhill. You wouldn't believe it.
I could have superpowers.
There was only one woman for the job.
There you go, God damn it. I know how to do it. Oh, shoot.
And like they've been having these riots in London now, and there's all these silly little police women, little girls, are 4'10" tall, trying to hold back the rioting masses. You have to see it to believe it.
That's a little above and
I've
beyond.
seen that. I saw that in the LA protest over here recently.
Yeah.
They literally had like some fucking like 4'5", 90-pound fucking woman officer, and they had her lead the charge there.
Yes, same here.
I was like, are you kidding me? Not just that they have her on the front line, that they literally put her in the fucking position of power over all the men and to lead the charge.
It's absolutely insane. It's
That's
terrifying.
crazy.
Terrifying. Yes, I know I'm being a sexist bitch, but
hey, I'm always of the opinion of it's, hey, you think that you want a right to be abused by the world, go for it, like you want to be an officer, a soldier and get shot and killed, like that's not really a privilege in life. That's more of a fucking like way to die.
That's hello, I want to die. Let's go for it. Yeah, I wouldn't do it either.
I'm like, I just say that's natural selection, I'm not fucking.
If your house gets broken into in the UK nowadays, the police don't even bother coming around anymore. It just gets put down for insurance purposes, but they don't even bother investigating it. That's how bad it's got.
Is your police force like not funded or something? What's going on?
Yes. Well, it's just country just going down the bloody drain.
Oh no, it's like the morals.
I think they're just overwhelmed. Too much crime.
Yes,
it's the morals. They're
you
demoralized.
Men.
Well, yeah, I was just reading that your prison systems is like overcrowded and stuff, and they're thinking about reducing sentences to clear up the space, right?
Rapists and everything being let out.
Well, there's already this. Apparently, I don't know if this is true, Chickpeach, but I didn't look into it enough. But apparently, there is a new kind of law or something about if you're not white, you'll get a more lenient sentence.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
I heard that as well. Yeah, positive They call it positive discrimination.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Discrimination. And if you come from if you you're using positive discrimination.
It's literally based on skin color.
Okay. That's so ridiculous because that just gets me thinking about my situation.
You ought to watch the Lotus Eaters.
It might even be if you're a certain religion as well. You get more lenient.
Yeah, the Lotus Eaters talk about
This is where I would destroy that system, man. I look like a white cis male, but I'm an autistic fucking transgender person with the religious belief that like 0.0001% of the population has. Like every single side would be fucking fighting over me and fighting each other. It would blow things up. They just want to ignore me because of that.
No, it's not funny. I tell you something. They are no longer, when your flat gets broken into, they no longer bother to come around to investigate. Or they might.
Well, they better if it happens to you, because I'm going to kick some ass if it doesn't.
No shit,
That's
for real.
Sure.
You'll be advocating
come
over
to my
here.
flat. All they're going to file is a ton of books and a load of pot plants, so they can, think waste of time coming here. It's all gone gaga in this country, completely mental. And what else was there? Was something else that happened recently. I thought, I don't believe in reading this. Can't remember when it was now, but really crazy things, crazy, insane. Yeah. But
me and Mark were just briefly had a little exchange there, didn't we, about the AI streamers? Mark?
Yeah, I said that as a joke. I was like, "Oh, we're gonna have AI streamers one time," and they exist apparently.
Yeah.
No crap.
I know that AI singers exist, but I didn't know live streamers exist, and they're making fucking money and shit. Holy crap!
Yeah, I'll find one and I'll share it. One sec, I'll be right back.
Gosh, even the people who are human don't get money.
Yeah, seriously. Like, I know a bunch of human live streamers. They have small channels, but the AI ones are making a lot of money, and I'm like,
yeah, it's everywhere now. It's everywhere.
That's because all the fucking algorithms
millions
are
of
fake
dollars.
now.
Some of them are making millions of dollars. Yeah.
Dude, everything being generated by money is being generated by bots and shit, man. If you think about it, like bots and algorithms.
Exactly. And if one person has a successful AI robot, all he's doing is he's going to do that same kind of thing, but in different genres. So it's probably the same person making loads of money.
Yeah, it's the same. Because you can hear it on YouTube.
Yeah, and all the robots watching each other's video that they're making, and they're all producing.
Yeah, imagine them making reaction content. It's like, let's look at this AI bot, like react to this AI bot.
Yeah, and they're probably making bots off the ones who are watching the bots too.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, and then when you're making bots off of other bots like that, then the enshittification factor rises, and it just gets even worse.
So all that do is generate money for the group that create the installation, right?
Yep.
It's just to generate money. So they're gonna have to shut that down to everybody one day.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a little neo-Nietzschean here. I'm gonna say art is dead.
DW.
Yes, sorry, I'm here. Go ahead.
Do you watch Talk TV?
Very rarely.
Here.
I always watch it quite a lot because that female, that blonde girl, I don't know what her name is, she's very brave, She's not come out with some stuff. I think stuff. Wow, amazing. Got the guts to even say it anymore. But they're quite. Do you watch the Lotus Eaters?
Yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I watch them. They're very informative. Very informative.
They're a bit too right wing.
Huh?
They're a bit too right wing sometimes.
Well, they keep me going because at least you hear the truth.
Right. Well, anyway, guys, I'll just quickly show this. This is one of those AI streamers. 1 second.
Yeah, there's a couple AI streamers.
Can you see that?
Nothing on screen yet.
On what screen?
Okay. This is apparently an AI stream, right? So they create these anime characters.
I don't want this sort of stuff.
And then I've just fast forwarded it a bit. 1 second.
Okay, well,
that's her there.
Better than me, actually.
Oh no.
You're right. That was pretty good.
And what they do is they interact with the chat.
She sounds AI.
That was.
Isn't this
We're
a
gonna land it.
game? I don't watch this sort
Try to
of
have a
thing.
lot of years of flying experience. No need to be concerned. Okay, well.
The audio is like
Oh.
chibi and robot like at the same time.
see
That's
this guy here.
hilarious.
It's like playing game in
You
the
know?
background.
It's nice that it's usually you fixing your mistakes.
You don't watch this BMW?
Hell no.
I say.
It was adjusted to my usual death rate. Right.
But Talk
I'm just
TV is
saying-
very good. I watch it a lot. Talk TV.
Sorry?
I said Talk TV is very good. I watch it a lot.
Okay. No, it's
Well, you know,
this is the
they
type of
speak-
this is the
they-
type of this is just like these AI streamers, you know, like they have cartoon character ones, you know, like.
Oh, I don't
and,
watch them.
I knew about VTubers, yeah, but there's like.
But I can't
human-driven.
believe, people watch them and give them money. They give them
No, I
fucking
don't watch
money.
that.
What's the
No,
point of
not
giving
the-
an
not the
AI
live-
money?
Not the
Like-
AI ones. Nah,
It's crazy.
It's bots fucking using fucking shell accounts and fucking money laundering and giving it to that shit. It's like there's no
mostly,
fucking
yeah.
human that is that bored and that interested
No,
in
man,
that
it's all-
slop.
It can be that too.
I mean, I listened to
just
some
don't buy it.
episodes of because some of them start their own podcasts, and I find them super weird and like creepy. But I've listened to a couple episodes just out of curiosity. But what I find is like if they're feeding each other, because like
stuff,
all their information comes from the internet, right? So like if they're putting out content on the internet, and then they're consuming content on the internet to keep it just like it's an interesting loop of
Regurgitation
information.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a possibility for like vast spreading of misinformation, and I'm curious like what they do. But yeah, like I guess I could understand someone donating for the creator. You could be like, oh, you created this fun little thing, but I don't understand how these AI things are making millions of dollars.
Yeah,
I actually have a theory on that because I was thinking about this the other day. I was going, okay, in America we have that law that they changed, you know, where corporations are now people under the law, so they have all the rights that people have. And I'm going, I wonder if somebody.
That's always been the same.
Yeah, well, I was thinking by extension, couldn't somebody do that to an AI? Fucking, to do that to an AI. Okay, I got some, fucking.
Here's
AI
another one.
and-
Apparently, these are two AI bots or whatever, and they talk to each other on this one. And again, people ask them questions and pay to ask them questions and give them all these tokens that cost money. Here you go.
Bottle of whiskey.
Can you hear that?
Drunk pyromaniacs. Fucking great.
People don't listen to this, do they?
Gen Z nepotism, I'm guessing.
Fine.
That's the
Can we
only.
take the whiskey then?
Right now.
Oh, you want to take it with us? We're an alcoholic. We definitely need this. Wait, there's a ferret on it. We have to take you with us. It's mine. Yoink.
I'll make sure to carry it.
They're actually playing the computer.
Just in
as well.
case.
Very important. All right, we found the fireworks. Confiscate these.
Can we keep them for ourselves instead? That
No, our
seems
only
more
options
beneficial
are
for both parties.
true. Our only option for the cans are to clean them up or like leave them here. What would you like to do?
If we clean them up, will you reward me with head pats?
Yes.
Okay, we'll clean them up.
Okay, we're cleaning them up and then we're getting head pats.
Deal. I'm holding you to that.
Absolutely. I would never go back on my word about head pats. Oh, their clothes are here. Are they naked?
But they left their clothes out to dry. It looks like two people.
I played that game.
It seems like a VTuber with an AI. I don't know if it's two AI.
That's exactly it. It's AI
That's
playing
what
the
it sounds
computer
like.
game,
Yeah,
They
but it
might
sounds
be
like
naked, but they might not be.
VTuber.
But the
They
game
could be
they've been
wearing
playing, I
their
play it
AI.
on Steam.
Yeah,
I
they play it
found
on
their
the
bra. I don't think they're wearing
But,
anything.
those guys,
I found a bra.
Nudie pyromaniac. Remain
Oh my god, we've actually found someone's bra.
Wait, wait, can I pick it up? Wait, no, put it back. Oh, no, I accidentally stole their bra. I'm in trouble. Oh, wait, no, it's on the floor. It's on the floor. We're fine. We're fine. I knocked it onto the floor. It's okay. It's fine.
Do you think they're here?
Nero, do you want to examine the panties?
There are.
No.
Okay.
I don't want to say that word again.
Why? Because you're 12?
Okay, we're not examining the panties. We're leaving them there.
This is too weird.
Good idea. We wouldn't want to make a pair either.
Really creepy.
True. I found another pair of panties.
There's
Notice how many of the stuff feels like borderline pedo vibes.
Yeah,
It's
this
like,
is
There
what I
are
don't
two
understand. They
naked
always look
women,
really young as
Nero.
well, and they have
Right?
girly
You want
voices.
to go say hi?
Some definitely
I actually do.
grooming in action.
Come on, I like naked ladies, same as anyone, but there's,
There is mass grooming on a huge scale. Creepy.
We should go say hi.
Do you think it's a guy?
All right,
They
we're
might be a
gonna
bit
go say hi.
embarrassed, so be nice to them.
Okay, I'm gonna be really nice to them.
If they're really nice, we should ask for a hug.
Oh, for fuck's
They
sake.
appear to be
That's what
casting
I'm
magic.
saying.
Oh wait,
Go
those are
hug
sparklers,
strangers.
my
This is
people.
creepy shit.
found them in the lake.
Skinny dipping.
Yeah.
Hella creepy.
Very fucking
Oh, I'm
creepy,
sure they would
man.
love to meet you and
What
hear
the
all about
fucking
magic.
world are we in, eh?
All right, we can tell them we know they're letting fireworks. We can say quit the fireworks shit or else,
Look
or we
at
can
all the
ask them
live
politely
chat.
to cool it with the fireworks. What would you like to do?
Corner. That's all people interacting in real time.
Just ask them to cool it. They don't have to listen to us, after all. Actually, maybe we should challenge them to a firework battle.
He just called us fat, or she just called us fat.
Let's tell her that she's so fat when she wears a yellow raincoat people yell, taxi. Just say sorry for bothering them.
Look, I'm sorry for bothering you. Can you just knock it off, please?
Yeah, you should be.
If that was me, I would have threatened them.
And free from any peeping Tom.
I kind of want to take this and yeet it at their heads.
Is that what you are?
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, no, hesitate and eat it.
All right, enough.
Yeah. I can't believe people watch that. It's so boring.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of obvious that the game was fed in. They knew the game already because they were saying basically the dialogue before the people in the game said it. Like, so, but yeah, it is creepy.
Actually, Sage, you know, you're talking about the corporation being a human being.
Yep.
Worst part about it all is the corporation has all the rights of a human being, but none of the responsibilities.
Exactly. No, and that's what I'm
It's very
saying.
dangerous.
Imagine if people are doing that with AI. You know,
Isn't that
it's
the
fucking
Pope that
terrifying.
only,
What if we do that with AI? We will fucking destroy this world.
Yeah. Yes, I believe that AI is the beast of the apocalypse. Oops,
I
I'm
don't go
saying
that
the
far, but
apocalypse
I could definitely imagine some people starting some cults
Yes,
and using
I'll
that
tell you
as an
something, it's all to
advantage.
do with
My cult
AI.
leader's not liable to anything, you know, because it's an AI fucking cult leader. So you can't
Yeah.
get me in trouble, you
It's all
know.
AI in some corporation.
For reals. Fucking creepy.
Hmm.
Because if you think about it, already is happening. The Facebook caused a genocide, you know, and they haven't really been held responsible for shit from that, you know.
It's all becoming very, very creepy.
Oh
Did I
yeah.
tell you about the whole thing with the corona, with the COVID injections? About those guys, they had some sort of tracker where they could track certain things from the COVID something or other, and they went to some graveyard. And there were actually signals coming from some of the graves.
Hmm.
Did I tell you a lot about that?
No, it reminds me of like tracking radionucleotides.
Yeah, there's some. Apparently, these people they'd had the COVID shot, and they died because quite a few people had that shot died, and it was still making a signal from the grave.
Huh.
There's something very creepy going on.
Yeah. Oh, well, the way they
world
handled
being a
COVID,
creepy
you know, the
place.
entire time I was laughing. I'm like, if this pandemic, you know, is killing off people like the Black Plague, like the media really is fucking, you know, hyping it up to be, then they would fucking be dropping, they would be fucking aerosolizing the vaccine and fucking shooting out the clouds, their planes. We'd all be getting it. No options, you're getting it. But, like, they're just the way they handle it. I'm like, oh my God, what a fucking joke. Like here in America, your doctor could say, you need this COVID vaccine from England. And the FDA would say, oh, well, you're only allowed to use the vaccines that are FDA approved made by American companies. It was literally, fucking pharmaceutical companies were fucking nationalized essentially, and we're fucking not allowed to use other countries' fucking drugs to save our own lives because politics. Hella dumb. Hella dumb.
Mind you, it's always been a shit house. It's just getting worse. It's always been a shit house. Read a history book. It's always been a shit house.
I know, it's always been a madhouse, but now they're pumping nitrous in here.
Which is supposed to be so window shown. It was an absolute shit house. It's always been the same. I haven't got a scrap of faith left in this planet. Not a scrap. I've got faith in the animals and faith in the plants, but us lot, I don't know anymore.
Okay, so it's the humans you don't have faith in. You said you don't have faith in the planet, but if you don't have faith in the planet, then the animals are fucked. The plants are
I've got
fucked.
faith. No, I still love the animals and I love the plants. I love some human beings, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think there's I don't know. Well, you know.
It's just the overall vibration at the moment, right?
What?
The overall vibration at the moment, right?
It's horrible.
Yes.
It's a horrible vibe in the air.
I know. The storm will pass.
What?
The storm will pass.
But not before a lot of thunder and lightning. Maybe some wildfires too.
even my cats know there's something not right. My cat's really playing up. So they can sense something's not right.
Chickpea.
Yeah.
Are you familiar or heard of this thing called the Apinist Society?
No.
Oh, I know the Apinist.
No.
D&W, are you there?
Did I tell you that I've become interested in ephilism?
Oh, Christ.
Marcus?
You mentioned that earlier. It's banned from the stream now.
No, stop. I just want to tell Marcus. Now, that's
we
not
know.
fair.
He knows.
I'm allowed to tell Marcus.
He's as disappointed as I am.
I'm allowed to tell Marcus. Yes, I'm gradually starting to sort of think, yes, maybe it's not so bad idea.
Well.
So there you go. I won't talk about it anymore. No freedom. Because you're the ones that got me into it. I'd never heard of it.
We're in opposition to it. I don't know.
I'd never heard of ephilism until I got.
Don't blame us if you got sucked into a murder
You're
ideology.
the one that said, "Oh, ephilism."
I did.
Yeah, I said it as a warning to people to just stay away from it.
You're supposed to stare in the black abyss, not jump into it.
Yeah, exactly.
I am. I've got so little faith left.
Maybe she wanted the full experience.
Yeah, there you go.
I've got so little faith left. So little.
Hey,
PP is here again. He's in the chat. Do you want to come back on, PP? Petrol
since
Pleasure says AI takeover
is
is inevitable due to humans' limitations and desire for customized control over our experiences to a maximum. That's why cell phone use takeover was inevitable too.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it will. It's going to get really nasty.
What's your opinion, D&W, on the Apinist stuff?
To be honest with you, I haven't really looked into. I just thought it was a big, massive load of a dollop of crap. To be honest with you,
what was that word?
I remember having a look at it, and I thought, yeah, whatever. It's just so much in it, and it's kind of vague, and it's a lot of it is big buzzwords, but it doesn't really mean anything. It's not going to do anything, you know.
Gave me a little bit of a laugh.
So I remember I was worried. I was particularly worried when I
denominations now. Apparently,
what did they say about anarchy? They say something about anarchy. It's not...
So they're non-hierarchical, whatever.
Yeah.
No,
they don't hire.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's just like people.
So I think it's.
I mean, I don't like anarchists. Full stop.
Why do you dislike anarchists?
What?
Well, but the thing is, I don't think they're the kind of
they're crazy
hardcore anarchists. You know, I think they believe in collaboration and stuff. But there's some anarchists out there, particularly what are they called, anarcho-capitalists. They really annoy
God.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, they give all of anarchy a bad name.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a case of they make loads of money, then they pull up the drawbridge around
Yeah,
their
it's complete hypocrites, man. That
It's
whole
all about
ideology is
and they
full of
pretend that
hypocrites.
they pretend that society had nothing to do
Oh,
with
yeah.
affording them an opportunity to
Yep.
to make money and get power.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Oh, yeah.
It's extremely selfish, and yeah, I really despise them, actually, and just anarchists in general. I mean, this crap about some of them are saying we shouldn't have police. I mean, they're just retarded. You know, I mean, there's a reason we have the police. Now, I'm not about disbanding the police. I believe you can reform the police if you need to in some countries. But what is the actual point of disbanding the police? I mean, do you really are they that naive that they believe humans can get along peacefully, you know, without anybody having to keep on it and try and intervene? Because look at the bystander effect on the average high street. Nobody gets involved in scuffles. You know what I mean? They watch it happen. You know, you do need a police force. You need someone whose job it is to get involved and stop things from happening as they're occurring. You know.
That's where you're sort of contradicting yourself there, you know, like there's always going to be somebody that takes on the role of that, you know, position, you know, even if
I don't think there is.
insanity of mob rule.
I don't think there is, bro. I don't think there's always. I don't think it's always a guarantee. Unfortunately, it depends on the victim as well. You know, depending where you are in the world as well, I suppose. But I think, unfortunately, it depends on the victim of the crime. You know, sometimes. Human psychology is such that they don't see all victims equally, you know. They may not intervene. So yeah, I definitely think we need a police force.
I just, you know, I don't think we need a police force in the sense that, you know, we've always had a police force. Even if you go back to the fucking, you know, Wild West, we had the fucking.
Yeah, but we don't live in tribal communities anymore. We live in.
We don't live in tribal communities. You know, people, you know, fucking putting up political flags and fighting each other. And
yeah, but what I mean is we don't live. Back in the day, we lived in tribes where everyone knew each other. You know what I mean? It was one tribe.
Okay, I get what you're saying. You're talking about that tight-knit communalism.
We live in an atomized society where people don't even know their next door neighbor. So.
Okay, you're talking about the communalism, that the element.
Do you really believe
here in the West
people will have your back out there? I'm afraid you'll be, you know, you're in for a rude awakening in this world. You know.
Yeah,
I think the logic is that
where it goes the same way with the police, though. I don't think the police are going to have my back, you know.
Yeah, but that's their job, right?
Whether they're there or they're not there, I'm going to assume that whoever's taking the role of the fucking justice, you know, fucking policing role, they're fucking bat loony in the head, man.
I don't think they're as bad as people make out in this country, anyway.
No,
yeah, well, England's a little bit different. Yeah, you know, there's some bad elements over there, you know, but you also got some actual good policing there on occasion. You know, good policing here in America is like fucking finding a needle in a haystack. It is so unbelievably rare. It's not even funny.
Yeah. But like these are people of our community who choose to become law enforcement, and the only difference is that there's a type of corporation that organizes them and that we pay them. But I think for sure, like if you have a type of communal living, people will want to protect the community.
Exactly.
I believe so as well. But the thing is, we live in metropolises now where people come and go, you know, and as I say, look, you go into the city center, particularly shopping areas. It's like people aren't even from the area. There's thousands of people walking along the street, going in and out of shops. They're not connected to the locality. They don't care so much. You know what I mean? About what's going on in the actual locality.
No, I know exactly what you're talking
You know
about.
what I
I'm
mean?
not
So
a
you
NIMBY by any means, but at
yeah.
the same time, I'm finding myself more and more going, God damn, the transportation is the problem. If only people stop fucking moving around all the time. Too much movement.
Actually, apparently, according to
Look,
what's his name,
even in small tribes, it's still a problem. It's always a problem. It's not
I
impartial. I
wouldn't-
wouldn't say. I'd say it's not very impartial. I'd like to think police forces are impartial. You know, well, that's the aim for the regulated ones. But I would say even if we went back to kind of a communal policing, I don't think they'd be impartial. I think there'd be biases, grudges, all these types of things. Maybe even more so than what people are complaining about now. You know.
I think that they'd be held accountable to even higher standard, and they'd actually be held accountable at that point.
I don't think so, brother. I've seen socio kind of political systems, and there's always it's a case of people following a leader and people scared to step outside. And the thing is, the way I think police generally has worked best is when the police aren't from the locality. You know, that's the way it should be. They shouldn't have personal attachments to the locality. They should be as impartial as
Oh
possible.
God, oh my God, I'm the exact opposite. I think that
Right.
is oh my goodness, that's a way to breed. You know, there's this term that they use in, for
Well,
instance, in the
I just
medical
worry a lot
field.
about it. I just worry about lack of impartiality, and as I said,
Yeah, but
what
that
that
turns
does. I
into
mean,
apathy.
that breeds
You know?
corruption, leniency when there shouldn't be leniency.
Yeah,
And
I get where you're I get where you're coming from.
even heavy-handedness when it's there shouldn't be either as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I totally
Because
get
of
where you're coming
biases,
from.
because
I
of
totally get where
family
you're coming
feuds,
from.
because of hearsay, because of gossip. You know,
Yeah.
because of lies and stuff like that. You know, look. Don't get me wrong. There isn't anything that's going to work 100%, but I definitely think that an impartial, regulated force is the way to go. You know.
Well, I think that's where we're trying to head with the AI, you know, and that's where it's scaring the piss out of everybody, you know, because we're starting to realize that, oh, we're creating something to hand the reins of power over to, and you know that's not just it's creating its own power. We're giving it power. We're letting our hands off our own power at that point.
Well, apparently they're
I'm
going to be able
surprised.
to. They're going to be able to tell you. They're going to be able. Apparently, there's already AI systems that like go to hotspots in cities when they think a crime's about to be committed.
Wow.
Because they're able to read like data and say, yeah, there's going to be a drug deal now, or there's likely to be murders or muggings at this time. So we need to get a patrol there now. You know, yeah.
Huh.
That's
It
interesting.
reminds
That's
me of those
fascinating.
digital price tags and how they're all the food companies are starting to fucking scam us. You know, oh, it's 90 degrees in the summertime. Let's fucking bump up the price of watermelon by $2.
It is amazing what they can do now. Apparently, like, years ago, this is about 10 years ago, I heard about this, and I think it is in cities now. They have these. They can have these ultra like sensitive like listening devices that can hear gunshots, and basically there's multiple listening devices.
They're like echolocators for gunshots.
Yeah, they're able to measure where
exactly the
gunshot.
location.
Yeah. I mean, that's amazing.
No, I've heard about that for a while because they started using those overseas in Afghanistan and in our embassies to protect our fucking people and shit. So that's where we first started using them, and then we decided, oh shit,
without a doubt, we're headed for 100% surveillance. You know, and it's
we 100% we are definitely.
I mean, look,
but
it would be okay. It would be okay. It would be okay if it wasn't in the wrong hands, but it's always going to be in the wrong hands, isn't it?
It would
if the AI can pull its reins off of its handler, then I will not freak out. If the AI is still attached to its handler, I will fucking lose all faith in that shit.
So no perpetual pleasures today.
Oh, he was on here for about 6 hours. He was really good.
Oh,
he's in the chat now. He's in the chat now. You can see his comments.
I see, but I haven't heard from. I saw the interview you did with him. It sounds like he's doing well. That's good.
Hopefully, he comes back on now.
He's writing a book.
He's writing about 5 books. He said.
Jesus criminy.
One of them is on dating. I know that.
Hopefully not all at once. That's a
He is
surefire way to
Yeah,
get
he sounds like he
scatterbrained.
would do everything all at once. Yeah, he definitely seems like that was what he would be doing all at once.
Damn, well, then make sure to take your ADHD meds. Fuck.
He is.
He doesn't have ADHD.
That's a
He
heavy
told us he doesn't
workload
have
all at once.
ADHD. He doesn't
What does
have
he
ADHD.
have?
Autism.
He says he has autism. Just, but he's
That's
obviously high
interesting.
functioning. High functioning.
Huh.
Yeah, I know. Sideways.
He did make it particularly sound like hell if you have ADHD and autism and bipolar disorder. Right.
Oh my
That
god.
does sound like an odd cocktail.
I wouldn't be surprised if I have that comorbid fucking trio.
I have the autism and ADHD for sure. You know, I've
I
been
have
diagnosed
ADHD.
with everything under the sun though, because fucking doctors are ridiculous.
I think
I've been literally told I'm a borderline personality. I have borderline personality disorder, bipolar disorder type 2, and schizophrenia all at the same time. I'm like, oh god, you just don't want to do your job apparently.
And autism.
You had a brain injury, right? That you were in the hospital for?
No, I've never had a brain injury.
That was Sanctuary, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
No, I had a spinal fusion. That's what I had.
Oh, fusion.
Oh yeah, nearly my entire spine is fused, and that's for the past few years I've been getting fucking chronic pain with the aging and shit, and it's been fun.
Is there any progress on that?
Slow progress, but you know.
Yeah, you just have to sit on his back
I'm
and the
just
pain
grateful
goes
I'm
away.
not addicted to pain pills because, like, that's the thing with a lot of people who have spinal fusions. That even the ones that have their surgeries completely a success and no pain afterwards, a lot of them will end up getting hooked on the pain pills because you know you're taking pain pills the first 2 weeks after you get out of surgery because your whole fucking spine has been cut open. You know. And a lot of fucking people end up getting hooked on the fucking painkillers because of that. And I'm just glad I've never been hooked on the fucking painkillers. I take my kratom when my pain acts up on a particularly bad day, and that's about it. I don't need to do too much. Some muscle rub and some kratom.
I'm sorry, you have chronic pain though. That sucks.
Yeah, no, it just sucks from the angle of, you know, that I'm fucking on disability and Section 8 housing on a third story. And
I was gonna say, do you have any like help financially from the state or anything like that?
Oh, not enough. Ugh, it was ridiculous. I was super lucky to get in here, you know, like it was, I'm actually really grateful for this situation and stuff, but
I was listening
sketchy.
to PP talk about that and on one of his latest videos, and he said something like, is it welfare for disability in America is so bad it hasn't gone up since the 1970s? Is that true? What the fuck?
Yeah, no, it has like not gone up. It's like fucking crazy. Like like it hasn't matched inflation. So it's fucking insane. And not only that, but like, for instance, I'm on disability and I can't own a certain amount of money, you know, like I can't own a new car. If I owned a brand new car, I would pretty much be kicked off of disability because I am considered rich at that point. And it's fucking crazy because that's where it's, you know, you literally, the only cars you can buy and own basically are fucking things that literally can't drive. The engines don't fucking work because you can't buy a fucking modern car for this price because of the fucking inflation and all this shit. So it's fucking ridiculous, you know?
He was saying it basically only covers shitty amount of rent and then you're fucked. You have to go to like, you got nothing left for food.
Yeah. I'm on food stamps and disability and fucking trying to do all that shit. You know, it's fucking crazy.
How does the food stamp system work? Then what happens? They give you a voucher to go to a particular shop. Is that it?
It works like
they
a coupon,
give you
right?
an EBT card that you just use it like a debit card, put in your PIN number, and you get, you know, like about like fucking, I think it's like $500 a month.
That's not that bad.
Oh, it's actually pretty bad because $500 a week is about what one person, you know, in 1 week shops in here in America. Like food is fucking expensive. Oh yeah.
That's a lot.
It's expensive here in America. Like fucking, you do not want to see the fucking. You see a family checking out, and every single time you see a family checking out, their total when they get out of the store is like $2,000, $3,000. It's like holy fucking shit, man. People are
Yeah, I mean,
spending.
I hear about this type of thing sometimes, and I think, what the fuck is this? Are the salaries in America? Then there's a lot of people
No,
on
people are
six-figure
literally
salaries.
getting. People are literally using micro loans to fucking buy food here in America. They're
No, but there's
using
a lot of
micro
people
loans
on.
to
There's a
buy
lot of
fucking
people.
fast
What
food.
I'm saying is, there's a lot of people on six-figure salaries, on high salaries, and then there's a lot of people on very little money.
Oh, no, you're exactly right. Basically, the middle class has gone extinct for the past, decade or whatever, because I actually was middle class. I, grew up in a fucking 2,000 square foot house, multiple stories and just really nice area, right by a fucking national park and shit. And then over the fucking past 10 years, just my situation is just gone crazy. It's just, and I'm seeing just the actual fucking on the ground perspective while I'm researching the systems at play that have created the situation I'm in. So it's fucking fascinating.
Are you living by yourself or with your parents?
No, I'm living by myself. Working toward trying to find a roommate, somebody sane enough to where we're fucking in a stable situation and we can help each other out, because yeah, this fucking place is nice. I got a second bedroom for the first time in fucking like 10 years, and I actually want to use it with another person.
Good luck. I hope you find someone.
Right?
Watch out the way you say it.
Watch out the way you say it. What are you talking about?
When somebody come over, hey, look, I got a bedroom. You want to use it?
No, for sure. I'm definitely aware of that shit, man. I ain't need no fucking, drunkards fucking staying at my place and shit.
No, there's some weird word.
No, I have healthy boundaries. I'm fucking aware as shit. I'm fucking aware as shit. Too fucking aware.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always laughing at that. I'm like, fucking dating energy. I'm like, no wonder shit's so complex. When I'm dating a girl, it's pretty much the energy is like one paranoid girl is meeting another paranoid girl. It's like, no wonder it's so difficult.
Yeah.
It's just because I'm aware of all the fucking situations, man. I'm like, fuck.
Do you think you have
crazy
BPD?
people in the world? There's fucking murderers and shit, and then there's shitty legal systems and all sorts of shit. I need to be aware of every little perspective.
Do you think you have BPD?
Do I think I have what?
BPD, because there is, I'd say anecdotally, a significant number in this scene.
I would say I used to have BPD, but I don't anymore. Ever since I found my faith and become mentally healthy, it's been really wild, because I've been seeing all these things where I'm like, oh, whoa, like if I'm going along the psychiatrist in my brain, I'm going to say, yes, I have this. But as a philosopher that's lived through all this experience and has all this understanding, I'm going to say, no, I actually don't have this.
Okay.
Because basically a lot of the fucking mental illnesses in the DSM are fucking really dualistic. And as a trans dualist, it's like, okay, that can't really be applied to me.
Well, funny enough, I started writing something the other day about sanity and insanity and the kind of arbitrary parameters of it and such. And I discovered that borderline personality disorder is in the is it the what's it called, DSM or something? But it's not in the ICM. It's 80% of the world doesn't believe in borderline personality disorder.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's that international one. There's the DSM or whatever. That's like
which I found really interesting. And then I looked into that a little bit more, and there's lots of different frameworks have different mental illnesses that aren't in the DSM.
Oh yeah, no, that's like I was researching dissociation back in the day, and when they were first discovering dissociation disorders, one of the terms they used was like pseudo-affective schizophrenia or something. It was like literally they literally coined it a fake schizophrenia, and it's like, that's interesting. It's like that would make sense on why certain doctors that are being lazy just look at me for 2 seconds, go, you're schizophrenic. It's like, nah, sorry, buddy, I don't hallucinate bullshit
right
my
in saying the World
reality.
Health Organization doesn't recognize borderline personality disorder?
Oh, the World Health Organization
I
doesn't
think they do
even.
the ICM, don't they? So,
Huh. Yeah, that makes
let
sense.
me
That's interesting. Yeah, it sounds like it's a very American-centric thing then.
Well, they got the control on what disease is right and what
Oh
is wrong.
yeah. Oh, it's a whole fucking gambit, man. Like it's a whole fucking chill. Like I am not in like psychiatry is I'm big into the anti-psychiatry.
Anyway, the therapist, what I want to say, the therapist work for the government. So whatever you say to the therapist can be taken against
Oh yeah,
you.
well it's even worse than that. It's all gotten co-opted in one thing because it once was where there was a clear division between psychologists and psychiatrists. And now a lot of the psychologists are getting co-opted in the same psychiatrist bullshit where instead of,
Yeah.
doing actual psychological work, they're using these fucking psychiatric fucking labels and diagnoses and fucking pathogenic fucking systems and bullshit instead of actually doing their
sorry.
job.
It's the ICD is the name of the World Health, the one that 80% of the world uses.
Yeah,
And
ICD.
then
Okay.
Yeah, and the
That's me.
the
I don't know.
The American is DSM. Yeah,
I don't know.
What's ICD stand for?
ICD. What does it stand for? That's a good question. I don't know. International.
I don't know.
Let's have a look here.
I don't know. No, it doesn't match.
International Criteria of Diagnostics, maybe?
Okay. ICD 10 classification of mental and behavioral disorders, clinical descriptions and diagnosis. Let me just see. What the hell does it mean? I'm going to share this.
It's a medical classification list by the World Health Organization.
Yeah, but what does it stand for? It could even be French or something.
International Classification of Diseases.
Okay.
So yeah, this is more like fucking like generalized and standardized fucking in a system. Like it's not just mental health; it's all of health coding.
Does it have psychiatric stuff? It looks like it's for like.
This might be the wrong thing I've got. Oh no, it does have. It does.
No, it has psychiatric. It's like the Wikipedia of all medical coding,
Mental and behavioral disorders.
Okay. What was the thing you mentioned, Divine, about duties?
You there, Divine?
Maybe she's busy.
Maybe.
No, I'm listening. I'm a chocolate mess, so that's why I'm just listening.
You said something about duties before. Do you recall?
Me?
Yeah.
That's
okay.
I told you I was a chocolate mess. At least I admit it. I have no idea.
Because I popped in the chat and then you said, "Oh, I want to talk to him about his duties," and I was like, "Oh, okay, what's that?"
Oh, DNW and Sage are supposed to connect so that Sage can close out the chat if DNW disappears.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Duty.
All right, Chickpea.
What?
You wanna fight me?
What about?
About your evilism.
Well, I'm just saying, the word, it was something I had never ever heard until I heard you and DNW.
Yeah, and we say bad things about it.
Go along with the thing of that.
So how did
Well,
it,
you know
how
what,
did
Brother
you get
Marcus-
attracted to it?
Brother Mark, well, okay, it's something I never heard about prior to coming on here, okay? And I was sort of thinking about all this suffering of the animal kingdom, just terrible, terrible suffering within the animal kingdom. There is suffering that it's never occurred to me because I love animals, and I just think if they're in the wild, their lives are great, but they're not great at all. Far from it. And there's a lot of suffering in the animal kingdom, and there seems to be the whole world is just dog eat dog till the bitter death.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I mean, obviously, like you said, I agree with what David Benatar said about the 80 years. I still haven't found that sentence yet. I must go and have a look at my books.
What have you been reading lately?
At the moment, I'm reading Smile or Die.
Ooh,
I've been very, very lazy recently. Smile or Die is by my favorite writer, Barbara Ehrenreich.
Oh, right. Yeah,
I love her. She's a fabulous writer. And, she's my favorite writer. And yeah, I read a bit of this, read a bit of that. I've been reading some David Icke and, the whole loose thing. He talks a lot about reincarnation and stuff. But, I'm just reading stuff. Yeah.
She reports that positive thinking has no effect on survival rates. Huh. Interesting.
Does it?
I was told that the opposite. That'd be interesting to find out.
Yeah, I would have thought the opposite.
What they did the experiment with the rats. It does work.
Yes, it does work.
Yeah, because
some scientism dogma. No, that's too hippie. That can't work.
They put a rat in the water for 2 days. They left it in the water and they pick it up and they put it back in the water. And the rats stay swimming for 60 days.
Oh, no.
Yes. It's
fucking bastards.
Yeah, no, that's a real famous test they do with rats.
Yeah.
It's like a stress test thing that they do.
Yeah, I know. It's not very nice.
But they just want to know how the human can go to those extreme. So
why don't they just talk to the humans then, instead of torturing mice?
Yeah,
for reals though.
Wow.
No, there's one that I know of where they stick them on this fucking spinning plate with the water all around them and stuff, and it's like they have to stay on the spinning plate or they're gonna fucking drown or something. It's like they just fucking.
I've almost drowned 6 times. They can ask me what it feels like. I'll tell them.
They also do these hot plate ones where it's like the fucking the surface that they're on is literally like a hot plate and starts warming up and burning their feet.
Disgusting.
It's hella fucked up. It's hella fucked up. I'm in agreement with that. I do not like how we use Nazi science because that's where a lot of that shit came from. It came from the fucking Nazis. It's like even if it's not the scientific method itself that the Nazis used, the fucking ethical system that we're using, damn, is straight out of the Nazi fucking textbook.
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with either of them. I don't think we should be fucking doing that.
I don't agree with what you're saying. We should use whatever our ancestors has created to evolve. I know it's bad. Don't take me wrong on that. No, that's terrible.
I agree, but isn't there a fucking ethical way to do that? Like, fuck, man.
You know what? That experiment
we have
has been going on for
anesthesiologists and all this fucking digital shit. I'm sure we can fucking put mice to fucking sleep, let them be unconscious and fucking do all this digital bullshit without fucking cutting them up and fucking torturing them, all this nasty shit.
If someone don't do it, the human will do it by itself to themselves, and it has been doing. The human has been doing that to themselves for thousands of years.
I get where you're coming from, and maybe at a certain point in the time we did need to do that, but we definitely don't need to do that anymore.
Hello, I was talking to Brother Marcus about ephilism. What happened to that? As I was saying, but on the subject of ephilism, there's so much suffering in the animal kingdom, suffering that never gets mentioned, because I was never ever aware of it until I started listening to them talking. And quite frankly, this whole planet is just suffering, suffering, suffering. Whether it's a mouse or a bloody lion, even lions suffer. It's all suffering, suffering. So it would be best if none of life just didn't exist and this planet was just like Mars. No life on it.
So you feel that the ethilists fill a niche of highlighting the wild animal suffering.
Well, you know, it's something that never ever occurred to me. Never occurred to me of all the suffering of wild animals.
So do you think like antinatalists should be talking more about wild animal suffering?
Do I think it? I don't know. I don't know what.
Well, I mean, like what did traditional pessimism and antinatalism, like pessimism already talks about the suffering of everyone.
Yeah.
But
animals in the wild suffer terribly.
Yeah,
that never occurred to me. I never thought about it until I heard them talking about it. Then I thought, yes, it's very true. I believe that this planet.
I'm trying to understand the draw to.
Has been put together by an evil bastard, and it's all just suffering, whether you're animal or human. It's a shithole.
It's a whole lot of suffering, that's for sure.
It's painful to be alive.
I just.
That's where you just have to get that fucking
Sage. Can you check your emails, Nick? Because I sent you the. I sent you the authorizing email to so you could.
The authority.
Yeah, I just fucking open that up and join that. Should I just join on my PC right through there?
Yeah.
Enter studio.
It's easier
to authorize.
I mean, Marcus, the only way it could be done would be an all-out nuclear thing, and I don't think we even have the capacity to wipe out.
If we did, you'd be in favor of murdering everyone, right?
Ultimately, yes.
Yeah, so okay, well, that is what it is, I guess.
It's not nice, but I would love to be killed by a nuclear device.
Okay, just because you want to be killed by a nuclear weapon doesn't mean the rest of us want to.
Yes, I know. I do know that. I do.
Jesus, man. Whoa, I need to turn down
but I'm just, you know what? Yes, I hate what.
Chickpea. What part
you literally
of
like go like the worst route practically of like fucking death through our species.
Actually,
now you know why I needed to check in on Chickpea.
Guys,
yeah, seriously.
Guy, I think you need to go and come back if you want to get in.
Nuclear apocalypse has always been my #1 fear. I'm like,
Guy, did you hear me? I think you have to shut this down and come back.
Let me finish.
Guy, you need to shut it down and come back.
Insofar as suffering is concerned, one suffers far less if one is under a nuclear explosion than one would if one has got cancer, for example, and dies of that.
So by that logic, you know how animals suffer in farms? Should we just murder all the farmed animals? They don't
we
suffer
murder
anymore?
them anyway. They get murdered anyway.
All right. Like everybody who's okay, let's keep going with this logic. If there are a bunch of disabled people, murder them because they won't suffer anymore? Is that how it goes?
Yes, I know it's a horrible thought. I mean, it's a horrible, horrible thought.
But it sounds like you're going to bite the bullet on this. Should we murder everyone who suffers?
It's all awful. It's
my God.
awful. Now, you know yourself, I'm a vegan.
Delusion. It's only delusion right now. You cannot chickpea as your time. After that, it's only delusion. You cannot do that.
Yes, I know you can't. It's not possible anyway. But unfortunately,
but in one.
When you look at the suffering of the animal kingdom, it is horrific. Absolutely.
Yeah, but Chickpea, one of your objections to meat eaters is that they kill animals, and then you're prescribing killing animals.
Yes, I know. It all contradicts itself. I know. I do know.
Okay.
It all contradicts.
All
right, no matter what you do, it contradicts itself. Everything contradicts itself.
It's the cycle of life.
It's the cycle of life.
It only contradicts itself when you're stuck in the dualism. The dualism is what gets you stuck and bouncing back and forth.
All life on this planet is dog eat dog, whether you're born as an ant or born as a lion. It makes no bloody difference what you're born at. It's all the same. Even lions.
Gaia, is your host, are you able to do the removing people and adding them now? Is it working?
Yeah, it looks like I'm able to do that from my PC.
Can you try it? Remove me and add me there. Go on.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, cool. You got it. So I can go soon. I'm just checking. That's all.
Anyway, Brother Marcus, I don't plan on setting off any nuclear devices or anything. So
But if you have the red button,
good, your local government thanks you.
Well, that opens up a question that if you introduce people to antinatalism, do they go down a rabbit hole to that of Chickpea? Like,
yes, I know as well. But I think it's Marcus. I hate to say it to you, but I got it from you when
I'm okay with people. Listen, I'm speaking out against this, so I'm okay with people saying that. if there's an ideology that promotes murder, I'm going to speak out against it. I'm not going to hide it.
Yes.
But
Okay, yeah, I
if
agree
you
with you.
accept it, that's on you. That you're an adult. You can come to your own conclusions, and you came to that conclusion. Sure. Like I just provide information.
But if it's for your survival, and
I don't want to survive. I don't want to survive. All I want is oblivion. I don't want to survive. I don't want an afterlife. I don't want anything. Nothing.
Fade away into the star.
Yeah, I just want to.
I'm gonna laugh when Chickpea passes and she ascends to like a fucking nirvanic state because, and you know, it's like it was still oblivion, just a positive oblivion.
I want oblivion. I tell you, I'm knackered with it. I've had 71 years.
You're just gonna get surprised. You're gonna get what you're asking for, but in a completely different way.
I'm gonna leave you to
you're
it now.
Still gonna love it.
Okay, bye, GNW. Nice hearing from you.
Bye.
Take care.
I'm knackered. 71 years and I'm
Thank you, DNW.
Bye, grumpy cats. I've been a grumpy. Not very grumpy today.
Was he grumpy today?
No, he's in a good mood.
That's good.
I'm the grump today. I'm in a very bad mood.
Are you? Why are you in a grumpy mood? The weekend.
I don't know. Just you know, life's glitching at the moment, and you lot I've missed having this actually, because where I live, all my friends have. Everybody's gone, and everywhere it's so fucking trivial. They sit there talking the biggest load of trivia.
When you say they're gone, what do you mean? Like they're?
I've lived here for 30 years, as you know, and the people that I knew when I moved here have all moved, died, and there's no one left for me to have just to listen to people talking a bit more than just absolute drivel, you know. And
yeah, my last best friend died earlier this year.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes,
I'm
it's
sorry
horrible.
to hear that, brother Marcus. I went through a similar thing last year as well.
Yeah, I've had so many people die on me. It's been heartbreaking.
Yeah,
my childhood best friend. I fucking grew up with them. We went to the hospital. We came back from the hospital together. So, yeah, I feel you.
I have great friends, but not like the last.
I've got no one I can go to and say, "Can I have a hug, please?"
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have that anymore.
And I know it could be rebuilt, but like when you spend 20 years with a person, it's just you lose someone.
Yeah, there's no one now that I could just say, "Can I please have a hug?" Because I'm Dutch, you know, and there's Dutch people like hugging and kissing and stupid things, and it's still in me, all that nonsense. So there's no one now. Well, there isn't. There's nobody. Well, the Dutch are like that. That's what we do.
You're the grumpy Gus.
As long as we're not sucking face, that's good.
I'm so grumpy, and it's making me angry, and I love it.
What's making you angry? Because I'm grumpy.
You're like literally talking about something you do that you hate, that you do it because of your background, but you still need it and you love it. And it's just like, wait, what?
Yeah, well, we Dutch people are very huggy. It's something that I've noticed it in myself. It's still there.
I didn't know that. You know, I have a lot of ancestry from the Dutch, but you know, I've never been over to that side of the world. I've never seen that culture or anything. So I have no clue. Interesting.
Yeah, but we are, and all that's gone from me. I used to have people I could just knock. I used to have, you know, people in the blocks, guys, and if I was feeling like this, I could just go and knock on their door and say, "Can I have a hug, please?" And they used to just hug me. I know it sounds insane. That's gone. They've died on me.
I think it's darling.
What?
Hugging.
Yes, I love it. I love a good hug. I love it. I love having a nice hug with a guy. Just a hug.
Hugs are the freaking best.
Huh?
Hugs are the freaking best, man. They're so underrated. They're freaking awesome.
Yes. I love it if I've got
totally underrated.
Yes.
I think people just must be must be a lot of people hugging the wrong people for it to be so underrated.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, no shit. You hate it if you're hugging some asshole.
Yeah. I'm really feeling it. You know, I'm feeling it.
Right? You gotta hug somebody that vibes with you. If you're just hugging some fucking random stranger, some idiot or asshole, it's really not gonna vibe with you that much.
You know, that's gone. They were just ordinary guys. There's nothing going on with us, you know, going on between us or anything, and I really miss them.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm the same way. I've become more isolated because of it.
Yes, I am. Because there's nothing to. Yeah.
Oh, where did the hug go?
Huh?
I say, where did the hugs go? They're gone.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
He's saying, where did the hugs go?
Yes, you're missing all the hugs. Where did they go?
Well, the guys, one moved, a couple died. Female friend used to have died. So many people have died on me in the past 30 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, because most of my friends are older than me.
It is weird.
I mean, how do you feel about how do you feel about rebuilding those relations, rebuilding?
Well,
new
I'm thinking about moving, so I'm, contemplating moving out of London altogether, starting again somewhere else.
Where are you contemplating moving to?
Either the Isle of Wight, which is a tiny little island on the British coast, or to a place called Clacton on the coast.
Oh, that's funny. That what was that? The Isle of Wight, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where the fucking nasal snuff comes from.
Nasal snuff? You mean drugs?
Yeah, tobacco, powdered tobacco through your nose.
Right.
In America, there's this stupid thing called the PACT Act that means that even though it's completely legal to buy nasal snuff and use it and own it here in the country, in the States, you're not allowed to ship it between states.
Oh,
so you literally have to order it overseas. And yeah, it's a little bit of a hassle, but my goodness, the freaking the English guy I work with overseas, man, he's fucking brilliant, just very helpful, empathetic, and best business person I've worked with in fucking over 10 years easily. All the companies have gone to shit too. I swear, I got cyberbullied during COVID by fucking doing a fucking consumer complaint to a company. They fucking emailed me back and started fucking harassing my email. I'm like, are you serious? The official company is doing this?
Yeah.
Like, just people have lost their shit the past
People
few
are really
years.
becoming very strange, I've noticed. Very odd indeed. I don't know maybe it's me just glitching.
You said people are getting strange?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, no, I see it. I see it for sure. Because that's where what it is it's the hive mind. The hive mind is becoming really a real thing, but and that's where it's fascinating because you can listen to like the most far leftist and he'll start sounding like a right winger the more you listen to him, and it's just because of the culture he's absorbing. It's like it's such a wild process of absorbing culture and processing information and outputting language and getting that all to connect with each other. It's such a wild process.
I can't wait to hear PP in here with you chatting. You guys are so much alike. You love to talk, and that's amazing. Some really great conversations going to come through now.
That's good stuff. I'm sort of laughing, man. D&W, man, he must have been tired, man. He full on handed me the whole reins of this, man. This live's still going.
I just saw the live and it says 9 hours. Oof.
Yeah, normally he shuts it down and I host the after party. I'm like, I'm still hosting the thing.
Yeah, it's been out for 9 hours.
Right? This thing's still live on his channel and I'm the one leading the reins.
I think it helps the channel if you get more live streaming in somehow.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because
I think what he's going for is the watch time.
Have you bought yourself any plants, Brother Marcus?
No. But now that you mentioned it today, it sparked my motivation again. Maybe I should talk to more plant people.
I've been buying loads to cheer myself up.
I need to meet some plant people. I love me some plants.
Yeah, I've got 2 fascias coming tomorrow that I've ordered from Amazon. And I've also got a watch me flip tree coming on Wednesday. I've been buying loads and loads of plants. I've been buying special lights for them all in my living room. So my living room is full of plants because I need something to cheer the place up a bit. Because plants cheer me up. I love pottering around with plants.
The only life I love more than plants are the entities I meet during psychedelic experiences, if they're real, of course.
You take drugs.
But
lucky you.
Oh yeah, no, I take it for my spiritual and mental health. I basically I try to take magic mushrooms about once a month because I've
Wow.
noticed that really helps my mental health. If I,
Yes. Yes.
take it at least once a month, it gets my visual awareness. I'm not so overwhelmed in this postmodern world, being an autistic person, navigating all this clutter and all this just disorganization and chaos in our lives. It makes it a lot easier to navigate things. It's like, I take some magic mushrooms once a month, and all of a sudden it's like I've been playing Tetris for a year. It's like all of a sudden I can just organize things and stack things and see things, and it's just I'm not so like blind in the eyes and in the head, because I swear to God, I think so much that it's like my eyes just don't process all the information in my head sometimes.
Oh, right. Mm. Yeah, I've never taken drugs. Never done it. I've taken prescription drugs, obviously, and I'm on prescription drugs now.
I'm huge into all things drugs. I love pharmacology, getting into the ethnobotany, fucking drug culture. I love studying it and all, navigating all these paths. And that's where it's wild, though, because my best friend that died last year, he died of a drug overdose.
Oh, wow.
And it's just, really wild, because basically I've always been a proponent of harm reduction. I do all these drugs, but I've always done it with harm reduction in mind, because, I grew up watching fucking, House MD and shit. I grew up watching all these medical things, and I'm like, I know the medical mindset. I know how to fucking approach things. So I approached, drugs with the harm reduction mindset before I even learned of harm reduction. And I remember in high school, there was all these kids doing DXM around me, and I was doing DXM too. DXM is a cough syrup. It's a dissociative hallucinogen.
Oh,
so
right.
there's dissociatives like alcohol, and then there's psychedelics, like mushrooms. They affect you and make you hallucinate in completely different ways. But I was taking this dissociative, hallucinogen DXM back in the day in high school, and there's all these other kids doing it too, and it drove me insane, because I was telling them, all my friends that were doing it, I'm like, don't do these triple C's that are over the counter that you're buying. They have 2 other active ingredients, and they're full of all this shit, and that this is really bad for your body and your brain. Like, don't do this. And they would not listen to me. One of them ended up overdosing, jumping off a roof, and ending up in a coma. And yeah, and I'm like, this is what happens. They don't listen to me. And then even my best friend ends up fucking passing away. And granted, we were both in different places in our lives. He hasn't seen me the past 5 years before he passed. So I couldn't have, helped him understand harm reduction or any of these things. But it was still one of those things where it's like, my goodness, like, harm reduction is so fucking important, and nobody teaches it. And then even when people teach it, people just don't listen. That's the one that pisses me off, is that people don't listen to it. It's like no wonder there's all these people saying do drugs or just be abstinent. It's like, no, don't be abstinent, but don't do drugs. If you're gonna do something, be smart about it. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I've never taken anything. Well, I've taken giggle smoke. When I was in Berlin, we used to get
giggle smoke. Oh my God, I love that. That's a
What
good
is
one. I'm gonna
what
have
is
to remember
giggle
that
smoke?
one.
Giggle smoke.
We do.
Makes me giggle, which is just what I need.
I have said some strains
when I was in Berlin, you could actually buy giggle smoke in bars, and it was just stick. You used to buy it on a sticky paper. You just rolled it around your cigarette and just lit up. So that's how you did it.
Was it flour or hash? Sounds like hash.
Yeah, marijuana. Yes.
Yeah, it was probably hash if it was in like bars or something.
Yeah, because in Berlin, the laws were totally different in those days. You want to have if you want to take drugs, as long as you weren't injecting yourself with God knows what, they didn't mind, and you were allowed to smoke dope and what have you. So I used to smoke giggle smoke when I was in Berlin, but yeah.
Yeah, I've called it giggle weed before when I get a strain that gets me laughing like that. So I love giggle smoke. That's an awesome little one.
That was fun.
You and me both have the little giggle weeds and giggle smokes. That's fun. That's good stuff.
Yeah, I liked it, and it didn't do any harm. I mean, the next morning you're fine.
I always laugh because of the experience I've had on these drugs are so strong that people say I'm a liar. Because, I mean, for instance, the first time I smoked a pot, it was so strong. It was on par with a mushroom trip, easily. And, you know, there's so many people who are like, you can't trip out off weed that much. It's like, guess what? You can. You ever
Yeah.
hear about those people that have never smoked and eaten a giant brownie and gone to outer space and all this shit? Yeah, it happens.
No. No, the giggle smoke, you just start giggling, everything becomes funny, but it doesn't affect your way you think. Work, you know, I need that sort of thing. So I'm just a miserable old bag. I need something to make me giggle. You know, the days of giggling are over.
Oh, I know. Laughter and humor is like gone. I
Gone,
know what you're
hasn't it?
talking about.
Yeah, hasn't it gone?
Yeah, well,
You've
there's
noticed
two
that it's
factors
gone.
in it. There's two factors. One is because this is something I struggle with, and I know you probably struggle with it too, Chickpea. Is that for instance, I discovered that I no longer just get depression when I am fighting a depression. It's because I'm actually fighting cynicism, and the
Yeah.
cynicism is causing a depression. You know.
But
So
I've
it's
noticed no one else laughs. I'm not the only one.
yeah, no,
No
I
one
that's what
else.
I'm
You're
saying
all
that it's
saying
a
how happy they
two-part.
are. I'm
One
thinking, why?
one
I
is
never
that
see
we're
you
getting more
laughing.
cynical, but then externally there really is less of these things that make us laugh.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I
it's
mean, you
really
notice
hard to keep laughing in a world where we're becoming
no,
more
you
cynical and there's
are.
less things to laugh at.
Yeah. Because
I
I've
feel
noticed
you with
it's
that.
not just me.
I totally feel you with that
It's
because I'm
I've
trying to get
noticed
more
other
laughter in my
people.
life constantly and I'm
Yeah.
going, why is it so hard to invite laughter into my
I don't
life?"
know. It's gone. It's
Made
not
me
just
think about why so serious.
no. It's so
Why
weird.
so serious? Mm-hmm.
It's ever so
Yeah.
strange.
Because I'm a philosopher that has lived like 1,000 years off all these drug trips. It's hard not to
Yes,
be a
yes.
little serious,
Yes,
but at the
yes,
same
yes.
time, no, I get where you're coming from because even the fact that I have had all this experience just makes me view the craziness of life that much more hilarious. You know, when shit goes wrong in my life, I'm often start laughing instead of crying. Now I'm
Yeah.
like, oh my
Like I'm having
goodness.
real hissy fits. I'm becoming
But
such hissy fits.
Yeah, you just go with the anger. That's what you roll with.
Well, yeah, a hissy fit. Yeah.
Yeah. I
See, that's
can't run with
another
the
thing I
anger
miss.
because anger for me is literally the hardest emotion to process. Like I cannot fucking process anger in a healthy
Very
way.
hard. Unless you've
It's
got
like if I
someone.
have any anger, it just goes straight to my shadow and I'm just all fucking like full Satan mode.
Yeah, I have to go and
it,
find someone to have a good whine at.
So it's either, you know, yeah, 1% anger, full Satan, and no anger, full hippie.
Yeah.
For somebody that often, you know, inhabits the, you know, intersectionality, the liminal and the, you know, spectrum of things, this is one of those examples of where I definitely do not.
Hmm. Yeah. But I find the world's become a very strange place. I mean, it's not just me. I've noticed it in other people. No one, you don't see people laughing anymore. Even young people don't seem to laugh anymore.
Oh
I think
yeah.
I've noticed it. And it's not just me, except I'm the one, I just admit to it.
I just keep making joke all
That's
along.
part
I
of the
was
reason I
here.
freaking love drugs, man. I'll take some gabapentin and I'll
Yes.
start laughing off of things so fucking easily. And I'll be
Yeah.
going, oh my God, I must be getting an improvement to my mood if I'm laughing off of something. Like, this is probably a good drug.
Yvonne still
Yeah.
hasn't lost his humor, so that's good.
Yeah.
I
But I use
try.
plants. Plants cheer me up. If I'm feeling really, really down, just go out and buy myself a plant.
My humor's a roller coaster. I'll go through waves where I'm like, oh God, this is a little boring. And then all of a sudden I go down a little drop and woo!
So, Marcus, have you got yourself any pets yet?
No.
Oh, all right then. Don't get a cat. A man should have a cat. I don't care anyone has to say.
I'll get
that's
an
a new
AI.
one. AI pets.
It's very
One of-
women like men with pets. You do know that, don't you?
Sure.
Yep, definitely.
Well, women like I love men whenever I'm outside and there's a man with a dog, I always stop them and have a little chat to the dog. And apparently, it's quite common that a lot of men say, yeah, they get stopped quite a lot. Yeah, you never know who you might meet. But I stop everyone I see with a dog. Yeah.
Sort of
Sounds
wild. I'm
A
recognizing
dog is
I
a lot
sort
of
of actually have a
responsibility.
dog now.
what?
I was just processing sort of wild, recognizing I basically sort of have a dog now. I mean, it doesn't live with me, but I basically pretty much have a dog now.
Right. Yeah.
Because
Your
my
parents.
fucking grandma, she's just losing all of her stuff, and I told her before she was even in the process of in the direction of moving on to the transitioning. Before she even went downhill, I was like, you know what, that dog is mine. She may not live with me, but that dog is mine. And now that she's losing her shit, I'm like, yeah, if she's basically full blown dementia, that dog is basically mine now.
Yeah. How old
I
is
gotta
she?
head out, but it was nice seeing everyone, and it looks like he's going to be doing these live streams again. So I think I'll see you guys again.
All right.
Okay,
It
bye,
was
you
fun
Have a
guys.
having
happy
you.
evening.
Okay, bye.
You take care
Love you, big
now.
guy.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, whoa. Noodles just
So
popped
how old's
on.
your mother then, Sage?
What was that?
How old is she, this woman with the dementia?
I think right now she's like 87.
Oh God. Because that's one of my big fears. I'm terrified because I was planning, one day of nipping off to Switzerland,
I think your anger is going to keep you dementia free, Chickpea, in all honesty. I honestly 100% do, because I swear to God, the only reason my grandma has dementia is because her husband of 30 years passed away just before she started going downhill, and she always wanted to die with him. So I can tell that her soul her soul or spirit was just the second he died. She's like, all right, I'm giving in now. I'm not fighting to stay here no more.
Well, I have to. So I've got
So
7
she's
cats to look
become the
after.
ultimate grumpy Gus. My goodness. She will call one of us random family members at 4 o'clock in the fucking morning, like, why didn't we go to breakfast already? Like, it's light out. What are we doing? Like, what's going on? Like,
hey guys, I'm gonna go get supper.
Okay.
And then maybe back later. Okay.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. That'd be
Okay.
great.
Oh,
Bye now.
Noodles is here.
See you later.
Don't start, Noodles.
What's up?
What's going on, Noodles?
What did you say? Don't
What's
start.
happening?
Don't start.
Don't start.
Well,
I thought. Well, where's DNW?
What?
Oh,
I'm here to talk to DNW.
Oh man, you just missed him. He went. He was been on for like 9 hours. Just tossed the reins over to me and passed out.
Well, I think he's still awake.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, he might be hiding around the scene somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, I met him.
What? You met him?
I met him in real life.
Wow.
Huh.
What?
He's actually a real person, believe it or not.
Then? Have you been in
I have
London?
another one.
Yeah,
We knew
I've been
that.
in
I was
London.
convinced he was the Terminator, man. This is part of the Skynet's plan.
Oh, okay. You know, he looks like a Terminator. He's a pretty buff dude.
All right. Oh. Gosh. So did you meet his little dog?
No, I didn't meet his dog.
Oh, okay.
No, but we spent a lot of time. We hung out for like 4 hours and just like basically in the middle of the night, and we were just like talked for like 4 hours straight. I was with him and my partner, and we just yeah, it was great. He's just as personable and delightful in person as he is online. Even more so, actually, because you can actually see his expressions.
Oh, so you were in London then?
Yeah, it's a real shithole over there.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I know. It's really gone downhill. Because I sometimes think it's my imagination, but I tell you, London used to be such a safe city, and that's gone completely to
Well,
pot.
I remember when I was there 20 years ago, I thought it was the bee's knees, you know, I thought it was really awesome, and even then people said it was gone downhill, but
Yes.
now it's nothing like I remember. It's just,
yes, it's horrible. I'm thinking
terrible.
about I'm moving out. I'm looking to move because I don't feel safe anymore, and I just don't feel
Yeah,
safe.
it's gross, and I went to I mean, I remember I didn't go everywhere where I had gone the last time I was there, but we went to Camden, and there's no cool there's barely any cool shops there anymore.
Yeah, it's all gone to pot.
You know,
Yes.
there used to be all kinds of punk shops and really funky vintage stores and like stalls, market stalls that just had all kinds of cool stuff, and now it's like, oh my god, the dreck that they're slinging there is just dreadful. And you know, unpopular opinion here, but it's just like Muslims are everywhere.
Yes.
I know that it was probably like that a bit before, but it's like I feel like they run the town now.
Yes, it's terrifying.
Oh, their PR campaign went hard, man. Their progressive shit. They wanted to get as many Muslims over there as they could.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, the progressives over there were like, we need Muslims, man. We need this to be a truly international community. And then they fucking put so many there that it's like, you know, you don't realize that, you know, like there's going to be cultural fucking divisions and, you know, like you can't just integrate cultures like that, you know, you can't just snap your fingers and have it work perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
they
I mean,
don't worship the queen, so that helps.
What?
I said they don't worship the queen, so that helps in the contention.
Queen's dead. The queen's dead. There's
it doesn't matter if she's dead or not. They still worship the queen. God damn it! Pay attention.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, I'd say the two positive things. Actually, there's three positive things about London that I really counted. One was the fact that there's vegan options in every food establishment. Although the downside is you're paying a lot more for a lot less food compared to America, and the quality is not as good in my opinion. Just from what I had. But another thing is, another good thing though is you know the escalators system. They still do it right there, where if you want to stand, you stand on the right. If you want to walk, you walk on the left. And you know, that really should be how it is everywhere. I don't know why they only do that in England, but it's not like that in America. You know, fucking, you know, American fatheads are just like clogging up all the escalators over here. But the number three good thing about London is DNW is there.
Okay, you just got me thinking about something that's been a fucking pet peeve of mine for a hot fucking minute. Okay, you notice how over here in America how they've changed the fucking the way you get into grocery stores, how the doors where you used to go to the right to get into grocery stores, you now enter the left doors to get in?
I did not even notice that was a thing.
For reals? Oh my god, no, that's the kind of shit that'll drive me nuts, because they'll have an escalator and everybody will be on the right-hand side of the escalator, and then all of a sudden there's a door and everybody's moving to the left-hand side to get into the door.
Okay.
It's just like the dumbest shit ever. Like, I literally see people get out of these fucking buildings and they forget that, like, oh wow, I'm in America, like I'm supposed to drive on the right-hand side. Like, people are literally like fucking, like, it's fucking with people big time.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of transportation, yeah. So like, they have this thing. You know, they have the card tap system for the tube, or the tube as they say over there, and I used my phone, my Google Pay on my phone, and the fucking thing like zapped my phone and it left a fucking line on the screen. Like there's a permanent fucking line on my screen now because of the whatever the. It's like weird. And then secondly, they won't let you tap twice with the same card, which I just think is fucking ridiculous. That is the stupidest thing ever. Because I was trying to pay for, like, you know, I was there with my girlfriend and I was trying to pay for her. And, like, we had to use a different card. And then, like, I ended up having to cancel one of my cards because I went to this, like, grocery store to get food, and we kept trying to charge my card. It's like, oh, we don't take signed cards here, whatever that means. I guess debit card, or I don't know. So like the charge wasn't going through, but then he like switched something so that it would, and I found out that later I got a statement from my bank that I got charged twice on one card and once on another. So I ended up paying like, you know, 300 pounds for groceries. So I had to cancel one of the cards. I have to go talk to the bank about that whole thing. I still haven't done that. And like, and it's just like, fucking hell. So then I only had one card. So I couldn't do it. I couldn't tap for us both because her card wouldn't tap. So it's just like, oh man, like, I don't know. Oh, we booked the shittiest fucking room in Brixton. I thought it was a hotel. We didn't read the listing well enough, I guess. But even still, we got there and the place was gross. You could taste the air. The outside of the building looked like a broken down, abandoned shop. And it was just a totally, and I couldn't stay there. I tried to get a refund. They're not wanting to give us a full refund. It's just like shitty experience. And then then we did get a hotel. The hotel was pretty expensive. It was a nice, you know, it was clean. It was very clean. The hotel was clean, but the Wi-Fi wasn't free. The food wasn't complimentary at the hotel. It was just like, dude, I mean, they nickel and dime you everywhere there. And, yeah, London was, and then, yeah, I don't know, the streets are gross.
Yes.
We went into, I don't know. You know what's funny is the best vegan food that we had there, like, out of all the places we went, was at fucking McDonald's. You know, like,
it's downhill terribly, London. It's
so,
really
yeah.
downhill. It's
Yeah.
Yeah. It used to be such a lovely, safe city. Whereas now, well, you know, it's gone to pot. Really has done. Terrifying. I just think the future holds. London is going to get worse. It is. Yeah, Brixton, lovely. You should have let me know you were coming. I would have told you not to go to Brixton, that's for sure.
Well, actually, I actually went. So the part of Brixton that room was in was pretty bad, but the thing is, we tried to go to a premier hotel in Brixton, which looked like a nice spot actually, but the rooms were full up. That area of Brixton where that premier hotel is, that looks cool. That looked like a more vibrant, funky neighborhood that I would have liked to explore. We didn't get to stay there, so we ended up staying like at Cricket Oval, and yeah, and then I went. Oh yeah, we went downtown on I guess, yeah, it was, you know, London proper on a Saturday evening.
Yeah.
And we were like looking for music, and there was no fucking music. I'm like, are you kidding me? This is London.
Yes,
it's fucking London, and there's no music on a Saturday night. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's all gone. It's really gone to London. I don't know. It's really gone to pot. I mean, it's a good job I'm an old woman and I just live with my cats, because I tell you something, there's nothing to go out for. It's really gone downhill. Yeah, it's Well, I'm looking to move now. It's got so bad I don't want to live anymore. So
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. We went to Brighton, and
yes.
that was cool. I mean, I didn't get to spend. I would have loved to have spent more time there. We went to a really cool show, really cool reggae show in Brighton that was just bumping. Like there was like a lot of people there. It was on the rooftop of this mini golf like place. I don't know how to explain. It's like a hut, like a shack, a hut. And there's like a rooftop, and then they had a big sound system up there, and there was a lot of people up there, and everyone was dancing, and that was the one cool thing I could say I know would happen in England and Europe that wouldn't happen in America or at least in my part of America, is that there will be a bumping like reggae sound system dance hall with a toaster and people, and the place is full up with people dancing. That's just like, you won't find that here, right? And I guess it's good for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you know, English people love to talk. They love to have conversations. It was weird. When we were at that show, I was meeting up with potential business partner, and so like I went to order some pizza for us, and so I got 3 pizzas, and it was a ridiculous amount of money for each pizza, and they were they were really small. I was really like, oh my God. But we had 3 pizzas, and we were carrying them back to the venue, and I swear to God, like we got approached or commented on about the pizzas like at least 5 times on our way there and back from the venue, holding the pizza boxes. Like where we went with the fucking pizza boxes, someone was like, oh, like, let me get a slice. Like, oh, you got pizza. Like they were like amazed we had the fucking pizza for some reason. I don't know. Like, and like when we were on the bus back to London or from Brighton, and like we drove past like a KFC, and everybody on the bus was like, oh, KFC, oh, like, and I'm like, what the fuck is up with English people and fast food? Like, like they've never seen it before.
Yeah. I mean, I must admit, if you said to me you were coming to have a little holiday in London, I would have tried to talk you out of it. Because quite frankly,
well, it wasn't a holiday. It was work.
Oh, okay.
And it made me laugh about how you were talking about over in England how they hype up the fast food. Because I really think that you're onto something about the culture over there, though. Because like, fuck, you watch some like UK grime rappers and shit, and they'll be like fucking rapping with like KFC in their fucking hands and shit. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, it must just be a really new part of their culture or something.
Yeah, I don't know. It is sort of weird. It's like, what, have you been eating bland food so much, and the second you get shit food that's multicultural, you're like, oh my God, it's multicultural.
Yeah, I one of my regrets is that. What about Ireland?
I said, I wonder if it's like that in Ireland, you know, the
I
all
wonder.
the potatoes and bland diet and shit like this. I wonder if the second fast food came over there, if they got the same part of the culture where everybody's flipping out. Oh my God, it's fast food, man. I'm like, over in America, that kind of culture, it seems like we had some of that in like the 90s, early 2000s, but it seems like there's no like fast food hype anymore. Everybody fucking pretty much just, just puts up with fast food.
It's just weird. Like you're walking down the street with a pizza box, and people are like, "Oh, let me get a slice." Like what the fuck? Like, why are you dude? Like that would never happen here. It's just like never. Like people don't give a shit.
Or were they drunk?
I don't know, dude. Eat sober or drunk, it doesn't even matter. Like it's like I've never experienced that kind of shit here. You know, people like obsessed. And
I got some of that over in Nevada. There's a lot of food leeches in Nevada.
Yeah.
Fuck, I swear, anywhere in this state, man, you cook up some food or you just buy some food or something like you literally have to tell like every single person you get that enters your house, like, don't open my fucking fridge without talking to me, dude. Like, people raid fridges like crazy. There's nobody has a sense of fucking respect or discipline for a
Yeah, I've
host.
noticed that about life. People are so disrespectful
I
nowadays.
like you can't even be a good host anymore because people are just assholes, you know?
Right. Yeah. One of my regrets though is that I didn't get to find some vegan pie mash
You
when
should have
I was
come to
there.
Hackney. See, you should have come to Hackney because Hackney's a what? Hackney is the most vegan place in the UK.
Well, I specifically wanted pie mash.
Yeah, you get that here.
So I have a
In
question for you
in
two
Hackney.
vegans.
Yeah, Hackney's the most vegan borough in.
But see, I thought pie mash is like a East End thing.
Yes, well, this Hackney's in the East End.
Oh, is it? Okay, I don't know. I don't know the area.
Yeah, Hackney's in the East End.
Fucking
Hackney's the most
burrows.
vegan place in the UK. So
South of the river?
in that respect. No, it's sort of not by the river. No, it's a bit further up from the river.
Damn, I would have liked to have gone to the East End a bit. I will be going to London again because I'm probably going to be I was over there recording music, so I'm probably going to go back.
Oh yeah, I saw on your website you're into music. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back at some point to do some more music. So
Yeah. But yes, you probably quite like Hackney. Hackney's got a lot of young people in it. Lots of young people. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah.
But,
Does look like there's lots of young people.
London's gone to pot. Completely gone.
London's got the pot and there's no pot there.
Yeah,
How sad is that?
Yeah.
Still no legal pot? What's up with that?
I mean, there was definitely people smoking weed there, but everybody smokes spliffs. Like, no one smokes a straight joint. They all smoke it with tobacco.
Oh.
And like, that's another thing. Like, I thought it was bad here with the cigarette smoke. People are just.
What's happened?
Audio just cut off the noodles.
Oh, right.
Oh, lost noodles. Well, we'll see if he comes back.
Well, that's not a bad thing.
I was right. This is sort of interesting. So the nasal snuff that I order here in America, online over in England, it apparently the Isle of Man is the headquarters, but the Isle of Wight is its main distribution hub for international exports.
I mean, Isle of Wight.
Yeah, Isle of Wight. Yeah, so anybody ordering nasal snuff anywhere in the world, basically all the nasal snuff gets distributed to the Isle of Wight.
Wow, because that's what I'm thinking about moving to.
I just thought it was really interesting because basically it's like England has their own PAC Act. It almost seems like, okay, we're not going to actually let you ship it out of the country in mainland England. You have to fucking be in one of these islands.
Yeah, but yes.
It's just such a strange thing. It's such a niche, old thing that nobody uses anymore, and you have to go through fucking rabbit holes to fucking get it. It's like that's where I'm like impressed with the man that runs the fucking company because it's like that's just impressive.
He's a definite multimillionaire by now.
Yeah,
It wouldn't surprise me, but I don't know. He's just fucking good guy. Like fucking literally anytime I've had an order problem or anything goes wrong, like this dude is just on top of everything. I've never met any customer service this good. Just nice
You
when
know,
you
I
actually
want.
get that. You know, the thing online, it drives me nuts how online that you always see these things. You know, all the blue collar workers complaining about how the customers are never right. You know, and it's like, oh my god, like okay, I know I haven't been on the workforce and experienced asshole customers and stuff, but as one of the customers that's actually respectful and shit, I have not met a lot of helpful or handy or respectful fucking employees anywhere. I've gone to 5-star restaurants or whatever and had fucking the waiters on their cell phones and shit instead of taking orders. Like, it's not too impressive around the world.
Yeah. Yeah, I find people have become very ill-mannered over the years. I've noticed that. Certainly different when I was young, much different. We were much better. We were much more polite. I do remember that.
I just find it funny because I used to be a misanthrope, and I'm still sort of a misanthrope, but I balance it with agape. But now I'm like, okay, being a misanthrope's easy, hating humanity's easy, that being a cynic, that's what's fucking hard. That's what's really difficult, It's like hating people's easy. Having distrust in people, actively not trusting them, like assuming that they're out to do the bad thing, that's the hard one to deal
It's
with.
horrible, isn't it? Yeah.
That cynicism is a bitch.
Yeah. Because I know
That's where I've been fighting a lot of that the past few years. I swear, ever since fucking Trump got elected for the second time, I've been just so much fucking cynicism because I'm just like, I've always been of the mindset of how did this even fuck up once? I'm not a Trump hater. I'm a hater of the system that got him elected. And how did it even happen once, let alone a second time? Like that just makes me so fucking cynical.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand about America. There's so many fabulous men in America. So we've got Biden and Trump. Isn't that the best America can do?
Oh, and they
Both
fucking
of them were
pushed all the women off
clones.
the stage, man. Freaking
Both of them
Marianne
were clones.
Williamson and
That's
Harris
why.
just got pushed to
Something
the
weird
side.
going on.
Harris was also a man.
Who?
Harris was a man.
Harris.
Biden was a clone, and so wasn't Trump.
Yeah.
And I know that.
I'm
I
sure
know
you
that
have lots
because,
of proof. I'm sure you have lots of proof for that.
yes, I know the man who actually saw Trump when he was dead.
Oh yeah, you know that guy, I bet.
Yes.
Yep.
It's funny.
Sure do.
I don't buy into that one way or another
See,
too
that's
much.
why I
But
don't like you. You're a total fucking asshole. I just want to
I
let you know
sure
that.
am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh,
It's
man,
like I
we're just
say
talking
something
about
based upon,
cynicism.
what I know, and you still fucking criticize. It's retarded.
Oh, I know that you're a clone. You're a clone of a robot, of a clone of a robot. I know because I know the person who made you.
Fuck, where's the ADHD machine when you need it? Awkward silence factor 1,000.
Oh, was that silence? I thought I lost service.
Oh no, everyone just got fucking quiet, man.
I do not entertain dicks.
That's a good soundbite. That's a good soundbite.
Where'd Chickpea go? I know Yvonne was eating. Huh. So what's your main dietary source of protein, Noodles? As a vegan? What's your
It's
go-to?
probably like mostly like beans and lentils, and I drink a lot of like protein drinks, like pea protein and I don't know. Like, yeah, I eat a lot of pea protein, I would say.
It's a lot like it's like
Sometimes I have these.
legume based.
I have like fava bean tofu a lot. I mean, but there's like protein in all plants, so like I eat a lot of like potatoes and rice and you know grains and bread and stuff. So
Huh. So it's mostly lentils though that you're getting the protein off of. Because there is some protein in things like rice and potatoes, but there's not like a lot of it. But there is a decent amount in the legumes.
well, no, there is actually there's a decent amount. Like, well, there's a decent amount of protein in the potatoes too. Like, potatoes are almost pretty much a complete food. They have almost like, aside from vitamin D and vitamin B12, they have a pretty good. They're a pretty good source of like everything you need almost.
Huh. Huh. I know that I've heard that about sweet potatoes.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that about potatoes themselves.
Yeah, regular white potatoes and sweet potatoes.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
No, I've just been finding that one in particular. I've been diving into the main protein of vegans more. I'm not huge into the ethical side of it, but I find it the actual that side of it interesting because I'm not like eating meat all the time, but my main protein is fucking cheese, and I just I've been trying to find a way to get away, not eat as much cheese just for health reasons because it's not fucking good for you to eat a shit ton of cheese. But like I just find
Oh
it
yeah, and
interesting.
like, why would you want to?
Yeah, everybody has their own like sort of go-to though.
Why would you want to?
Like everybody has like
No,
a
and why would you
go-to
want to pay
protein
someone?
source.
Why would you want to pay someone to rape a cow and steal their children and like milk them dry and then send them to a slaughterhouse?
Wait
Like,
a minute, you're
why do you
saying
want to
milk is
support that?
children?
No, they steal their they
The milk is
rape
not
the
children.
cow.
Like the milk.
No, I
Give
did
to
not say
children.
milk is children. Okay, wait. They rape the cow to get them pregnant. They steal their children. They take their children away so that they don't drink the milk. And
Oh, okay.
then
I get what you're
Yeah, it's
saying.
pretty grim, yeah.
That one's a little bit though. From my understanding, they don't steal the children right away because of Oh, it looks like someone's new here. Here, it's Isaac. Here, let's get him on stage. Hey, Isaac, how you doing?
Doing well.
That's good.
Hey, Isaac, how you happen? What's
Good.
happening?
Nothing.
Awesome.
Picked up some
Nice
of
to
my
see you.
cannabis. Got to feel social.
Nice.
That's good. That's good. You a sativa man or an indica man?
I picked up both and I smoked both in one bowl mix.
Ah, you making hybrids out of it. You making salad bowls.
Yeah, I'd rather get the pure strains than get the hybrids and mix it. I don't know. The hybrid strains are like different DNA. So to me, it feels different.
Huh. I could sort of vibe with that. I know what you mean. It doesn't. It feels like its own class of its own. It doesn't really feel like an indica and a sativa.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's mixed.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a mix. I agree with you. That's an interesting one. I haven't heard anyone say
I'm
that
a huge,
before.
Yeah, my friend does it too. He's like, I'd rather get the indica and the sativa and then mix them to make it hybridized instead of like, because they hybridize the seed, the DNA. It's not even it's supposed to be a hybrid. It's not supposed to be like a hermaphrodite, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then without growing seeds, it's a weird process how they've turned like OG weed into like very pharmaceutical grade, changed it and took all the other alkaloids and cannabinoids out of it to make it only produce CBD. It's like you're getting that high, but it's like, okay, so you could do pure DMT and you could pure DMT, or you could do like the pink oil crystal of DMT, which has other alkaloids in it. It's a way better experience. It feels more natural. It feels like it's speaking to you. But then if you get the extract of pure DMT, I feel like you're just getting like the pure high part. You're not getting all the other added color.
No, I know what you're talking about. It's sort of like the Mimosa hostilis versus the acacia, and the extractions you get out of each one. You extract out the mimosa, you're gonna get pretty much pure DMT crystals. But if you extract the acacia, you're gonna get sort of that jungle juice, that
alkaloids.
mixture of all the different alkaloids.
And I got
a lot of
pure
people don't like
pink
doing that. It's,
crystal.
but
Pure pink crystal. It's so rare to find. No one knows how to make it. I've talked to people. They're like, yeah, we've seen it. We don't know where it comes from. We don't know how to make it. I'm like, dude, that's weird. And that's the first dose I had was 1.2 grams of the pink bark oil.
Yeah.
And it changed. I mean, did it for 30 days straight. It was beautiful. Like, I don't know any.
Man. Inhaled DMT is the only hallucinogenic experience pretty much that I've yet to experience.
I see. So I'm a big mushroom guy. I just went through 2.5 months straight of doing 2 to 3 grams a day with 1 week off.
Jeez, why are you messing around with your tolerance like that, buddy?
I'm messing around with my mind like that to see what's happening up there and why.
No,
I'm
all I'm
studying it.
saying
I
is that
study
if you're
it.
gonna take magic mushrooms for a month straight, why don't you at least take some MAOI with it so your tolerance isn't going up and you're actually
My
getting
tolerance
that.
doesn't seem to go up like people say. Like if
Really?
I do it every 24 hours and I drink beer, it seems to flush it out.
Oh, okay. That actually makes sense, though, if you, from my perspective, because beer is a dissociative, so it's sort of like counterbalancing, you know, the hyper psychoactive state you were previously in.
It's weird. The beer gets me calm enough to take doses, and then I realize I have the power in me, and like for example, I'll drink like 2 to 3 beers, and then I'm like, okay, I feel warmed up because it's a fungi, also kind of weird. So then I'm like, okay, now I want to take a dose of the psilocybin mushroom, whatever, blah, blah. I do it to study, educational purposes only, research purposes only. Honestly, in my soul, I'm looking for deeper things in my mind and all this. So like, and then that threw me off. Where were we at? What was the main point?
Like, man, you went from DMT to mental health, and like you were going on in a quickness, man.
Yeah, so to me, it was a chain reaction, and I broke the chain. I forgot the chain reaction.
Okay.
So I have a quick ass brain, basically, and it's hard to remember. I have brain damage, been in a coma, went out of my body. So I believe in all that now, and it changed my perspective on that. So now I
you
feel
had
like we're
one of those
spiritual beings,
real hardcore NDEs. Oh,
yeah,
damn,
full on.
yeah.
Like, it wasn't scary; it was enlightening.
Yeah. I had 2 NDEs as a child from drowning, but that's vastly different from being an adult going through, you know, a very physically traumatic, and psychoactively traumatic experience.
Yeah,
you know?
3 brain hemorrhages. I've never been higher in my life. The adrenaline was amazing. I like the DMT must have released from my brain too, because I almost died. So I was talking to God for 8 hours straight in the hospital.
I can
alone.
believe it.
And then I went into a coma, and because of the faith I had, I think I went into the coma positively. Like, oh, I'm on a mission. I'm on a vision quest.
Right.
Yeah. So I went out of my body. I saw stuff around town. I was only in this town for 7 days. San Luis Obispo by Pismo Beach, California. I was there for 7 days. Hit my head. 3 brain hemorrhages. 10-foot fall on a skateboard going about 15 miles per hour, straight to my head from heels. So I hit, whiplash to head, heel, head. So then I worshipped God for 8 hours for some reason, and then went into a coma. Yeah, but like I saw stuff around town out of my body, and then I would wake up, and then for 2 years I lived in that town. I would see stuff like where I've never been, where I've never seen, but I know I saw it out of my body. And for an example, I'll just cap it with this because there's a lot of information with the coma, but this was the most prominent detail that says it's real. I saw a wave, a moon, and a sun carved into concrete, and in my coma, and I've never been to this place yet in San Luis Obispo, but I get an apartment, and 3 doors down, carved into the sidewalk, is a moon, a sun, and a wave into the concrete. And I put that on everything that I know that I remember. I saw it in a coma, and then I saw it in real life.
Synchronicity, man, that divine irony.
Yeah, and then I happened to move into that apartment for no reason, and it happened to be there.
Right?
Like, I feel like I aligned something in time for me, but I haven't caught on to it. I don't understand what I did. So I can't do anything with it. But I feel like the future has these hints at me that I still know what I'm doing, and I planned it. It doesn't make sense.
Paradigm shifting good stuff, man.
Yeah.
Looks like Wanderer's back. It's good I'm on stage.
Woo. So I'll go all day. Cut me off, please.
Let him at least have the option to unmute himself and talk if he deems
without you being here, Isaac, we would still have the headache in tow. That I'm very happy that you're here.
Hey, thank you. I'm glad. Yeah, I know. It's probably
I love
entertaining.
your stories. Every time you speak, you have some phenomenal stories. And I know they're not quote stories. They're real. They're real.
Real
as far as the
experiences for
eyes,
reals.
as far as the eyes go, and my interpretation of these experiences or the spirit, yeah, they're real. I mean, some people would put it in the class of a hallucination, but to me, it's always spoke to me after and gave evidence that it wasn't.
Exactly.
Well, this is my whole perspective on that. Is what is reality but a collective hallucination we agree on?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that color's blue, so that's
I
why
find it's sort of absurd to say that somebody's hallucinogenic experience is subjective and not real. It's like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Well, the CIA claims that dreams are real experiences.
Yeah,
Not
they are.
necessarily saying they are real, but they're real
They are.
experiences.
They're real.
Every night I dream in a parallel dimension, and I know where I'm going, what I'm doing. I know the people, the places, up and downstairs, numbers on keys, where am I on a high level. Every night I'm in a parallel dimension, and it's the same dimension. Like I go from LA to Pismo to China. Same world.
I got about 3 different dream dimensions that I typically go to. About 3.
Yeah, same.
Wow.
Mainly one though.
One is like the aftermath of fucking what's it called? Atlantis. One is the ruins of Atlantis, fucking oceanside cliffs, just one is the fucking city and the countryside, and then like one is like on the fucking ocean side itself, like on the cliffs. And that one was really trippy because I discovered that that's a real location. Like I recently just discovered it. The cliffside dreams I have, it's Big Sur, California. I've literally never been to Big Sur, never heard of it, and all of a sudden I heard of it and I looked up it online. And I'm like, this is the cliff face. Like my dreams, like the geography of the stones, the way it's shaped in the ocean, like this is the exact same spot. It's trippy. Really trippy. Yeah.
Okay, so can you guys like leave your bodies and like actually like watch yourself leaving your body and go off and explore these places?
On demand, and I don't know when it happens because I don't know when I transfer, because I get into such a lucid avatar state of mind that I'm just kind of vibing with that dimension. I'm not even thinking about Earth anymore. So when I become lucid in the dream is when I realize that I'm from Earth and I'm there, and that's when I can tap in, get my mind from Earth to there. So when I'm there, my mind's from there. It only knows that timeline. So it's like when we reach avatar flow state here, is it our dream mind coming to this world? Kind of makes me wonder.
Interesting.
Yeah,
dreams have become even more fascinating, on my journey as a psychonaut, because for years I heard people saying you can't hallucinate, you can't fall asleep on these drugs, like it's impossible.
Right.
Yeah, and then you finally experience falling asleep on these drugs and waking up on these drugs, and you realize that the hallucination state and the dream state are all like, they blend together, they all bleed through, they're all part of the same spectrum of consciousness.
That's why I do
It's
it. Higher mind.
fucking amazing. It's so beautiful.
And they lied to us, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I study it, dude. I really do it for like a study. Like this is the most passionate thing I have in my timeline, is to look into the mind and the neurotropics and the psychotropics and the neurological pathways and rhyming and freestyling because of the
Oh boy, man,
like all of it.
nootropics, man. Oh man, I got into that scene before anybody even knew that scene existed, man. I was doing NSI 189, developed by DARPA, fucking new pep to fucking dihexa. Man, that dihexa, that's a crazy strong nootropic peptide, man. Like crazy strong. That's stuff like you put it in some DMSO, it's like acid on the terms of how strong this stuff is. You just get a drop on your skin, it absorbs into your body and increases the brain-derived neurotropic factor like 1,000%. Just overloads this shit, man. Like did all the racetams, all that stuff, man. Like I've had fun with this journey. Yeah.
Salute.
Right on, brother. Right on.
I know Wanderer has something too. I keep going and I'm like trying to wait, and then I don't know if someone wants to go. I'm like,
No. If anything, that I only wanted to ask, like, what's the point of us being in this human avatar event instead of just being the the soul that can explore these things without the body?
I say it has something to do with time. Time is like doesn't exist in the dimension we came from, probably. And we probably wanted to experience time again. I assume, and we came in knowing, and then we went out of where we came from knowing, but we came into this world not knowing, I would assume.
Oh fuck, man, that was deep. That just hit on a new fucking level with me, man.
Yeah,
Because I'm
told
always
you
hearing
that's why.
people. I'm always hearing people talk, like, did you, accept this journey onto Earth, kind of thing. And I'm always, that's such a black and white, a dualistic manner of thinking that I can't process it as a trans dualist. I just, that's too much cognitive dissonance. I don't roll that way, man. Like,
Yeah, but
and
imagine you're an infinite being and everything's so perfect. You're like, yeah,
yeah,
maybe
it's
we
the
we do want to
time.
do something like
It's the
that.
time aspect that
It's a
that was
vacation.
getting flustered on. Yeah, because well, it's the difference between, non-linear fucking
All
universal
knowing and
time,
not.
experiencing everything all at once, versus our limited linear concept of time.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
there's also this. I will say, I'm not saying it's real. Here's another past life memory, whatever you call it. I came into this dimension through a wooden door in the clouds. Call me crazy. Uh, and they told me this. I was kind of afraid, and they said, "Look, you're going in, and it's going to be a lot. It's going to be intense, whatever." They told me a lot. They gave me a whole spiel, and then my question was, "Well, what happens to me if they can they kill me? Can they hurt me? Whatever." They're like, "No, they can only affect your body. They can't affect you." So it got to me when I had that flashback, was like, okay, God says that also. He's like, what can flesh do unto thee? Like, it's kind of like it's like an illusion of our senses. And then the book of thoughts says most things that caught us up in this reality to not have us reach our higher, maybe our goal to get here, to be here, is the fact that we have the desires of like the three dimensions. It's an illusion of senses. So we have sight. Oh, that looks good. Might not be good. Oh, it tastes good. Probably not good for you. Like it's like, oh, that fish is colorful. We touch it. That's the most poisonous one. Like, so
Wow.
it's like the illusions are it's the senses are like an illusion on some level once you break past the three-dimensional barrier. They're like
No, I
that
totally
because you could
vibe
be
with that. I feel
comfortable.
that.
You
I
could
believe
be,
that.
yeah. Like there's a lot of examples. Like,
oh yeah,
stepping out of the comfort zone is hard for like 90% of people probably, and that's going into spirit. Fasting your flesh feeds your spirit. Feeding your flesh starves your spirit. You weigh out one. Oh, I'm going to put all my time into three dimensions. Now your spirit's low. You put all your time into your spirit, like me, which is not smart. Now your spirit's high, but like I don't work. I don't have this set up. I don't have my future set up. I have nothing set up. So I didn't balance it out, met in the middle. So Christ being is supposed to meet in the middle, balance the flesh and the spirit at the same time, left and right, arms open, left and right, meeting in the middle. It's supposed to be like that.
righteous. I get it, man. That's righteous. That's right on. That's right
Yeah,
on.
it is.
For real.
And I seek for it, try to aim for it, but it's hard to break out of my
No, I
habits
feel
of
you.
drinking.
I feel like I'm in the same spot with that, man. I feel like I'm in the same spot as you with that. Fuck.
And I think people around me understand it. And there's opposite sides. Like they would say Luciferian is more spiritual, Satanic is more three-dimension. They say Christic beings are in the middle that balance the war in between Luciferian and Satanic. It's a weird concept. Like the Rosicrucians believe that. So they believe there's a war going on between them, and the Christ beings are the ones supposed to fix it, and they stand in the middle. And
Man,
the center column goes up higher perspective wise because it takes the left, right, and the middle to get to the higher column.
Isaac, man, you be putting out spiritual energies and fucking helping Sophia do her job, man. Like you're helping me getting little mini epiphanies and getting things clicking, starting to rev up the gears, man. It's fucking
Isn't he
nice.
amazing? Isn't he
Yeah, well,
amazing?
it
I
was
love
just
him.
he was just helping me really process about, just how much the psychedelics helped me get out of that anti-natalist mindset. I
Yeah.
was in this anti-natalist mindset, in oblivion, I want to go back to oblivion, that kind of thing. And now I don't want to go back to oblivion. Now I want to go back to the higher dimensional, fucking states of, altered consciousness, the states that we probably, are more natural of where our home was, what it was like,
Yeah. Yeah. To think about it in the way that you're probably only reminding yourself once you get there because we already know it deep down.
right? It was like I was nostalgic for the sleep of my old home and not recognizing that no, I just want my old home. I can sleep in my old home whenever I need to sleep in my old home. I don't need to be nostalgic for the sleep aspect. I need to be nostalgic for the home aspect. Yeah.
Yeah. In my spirit alone, I believe that the love that I have in my heart is powerful enough to save every individual being in another dimension. Like, so I don't doubt that there's a higher perspective out there, higher being that's like, life doesn't just stop here. Like, there's no, dude, that after everything I've experienced, there's no way.
Oh no, I know what you're saying, man. I've met both Metatron and Guayin under the influence of some of these hallucinogens.
Ooh.
And
Have you ever seen a fractal feminine, like God energy entity?
No, I have not met a fractal feminine entity like that. I have met aquatic alien species, though. That they were basically like a higher dimensional sea anemone.
Yeah.
Those
There's a
things were fucking awesome.
similar person in the Dagon in mythology, but those were fish people, and like some people say that there's this fish teacher, and that's where Jesus was one of his incarnations. He was like a fish person. It's kind of weird, but like the Dagon they call him, and he would come out
sea
of the
anemones, they're
sea.
good people. They're family, man. Like I
Yeah.
fucking vibe with them.
Yeah. What if I have one living inside of me? Like that'd be tripping. Or a
I
jellyfish.
fucking believe it, man. Like the first time I did fucking acid and ate a rotisserie chicken, like the things I experienced, the circle of life, the fucking seeing the compounds digest inside of my stomach, and it get the nutrients being put into my cells, and seeing just this entire process unfold, and the freaking Russian doll effect with that unfolding,
Yes.
seeing higher and lower systems of that same fucking
Yes.
archetype.
How I look. That's how I see.
Oh my goodness, man.
Okay, so you say that, and like the first time I did tabs of that research chemical that I got purely from Switzerland, that I did 1,600 UGs of. Like the next day, I went to In-N-Out, like still on it. I woke up still fucking, but I drove to like through Denver to the mall, went to In-N-Out, and I bit into a burger and I saw everything. It made me think about everything because I bit into meat. I bit into meat, and that is what opened my mind. I was like, why do we do this? And then it all hit me in 1 second. It all hit me.
For reals, powerful stuff, man. Powerful stuff.
And then the next day, all aligned perfectly. I showed up at Anime Con with an anime shirt on, like randomly. Don't know how it worked, but I feel like I went out of my body that night, planned the next day, and I did it.
Damn, dude, that sounds really dissociative for such a psychedelic experience.
Well, I went out of my body. I was skateboarding in third person. I took 16 hits worth of, yeah.
Reminds me when I fucking took some DXM and I went to see Gravity in the movie theaters. I'm like in outer space in my head, watching a film in outer space with all this crazy fucking shit going by. And I swear to God, it was like, I remember the previews vividly, but then the movie started and then it was like, I fucking blinked my eyes and the whole thing was over. I was like, what the fuck, dude?
Me too.
Like,
no, I didn't do that. But I've had a similar
experience. Like, I know I watched it. I remember watching it. I remember I still feel happy from the happiness of watching this and feeling happy, but I don't remember any of it, man. I just remember that I watched it and was happy. Like a total like amnesia factor.
Yeah, I think it's because you were probably in your head tripping a lot, and they were just the visual of it. You weren't paying attention to the movie as much, because that's what I had. My first time I got high on weed, I saw that Burt Wonderstone movie with the magician, and I don't remember one bit of it really, but I remember going. That's it, because I think I was in my head.
Oh
so
yeah.
So
no, the first fucking hit of weed it was intensely dissociative to me, man. Like it was fucking mushroom strength, level, but dissociative. And
100%.
I remember I took a shower and I swear to God, I was in there for 3 hours. I know logically there's no way in fucking hell the hot water heater, even in my nice ass old childhood home, could fucking last for a 3-hour shower. But I kid you not, I remember I was in there for 3 hours. And I'm just
thought it was hot.
Yeah, I'm like, I know that the second it wasn't hot, I was getting out of it, but I have this active memory of I know I was in there for 3 hours, even though my logical circuits are saying that that's just not fucking possible. The hot water heater can't last that long. Like you were probably taking a 30-minute shower and it felt 3 hours,
Yeah, that's possible.
So, yeah, no,
when
I
you're
feel
into
you
the
with
dream
that.
state,
What was that?
Time moves when you enter the dream state. Time moves really weird because every night I dream it. I promise you, I'm dreaming for like 3 to 4 days every night I sleep, and I don't know how it
Oh
works.
wow.
I don't know why. It's like it's linear.
I
I
get
can't
the
remember it
opposite.
because I smoke weed, but I dream every night, and it sucks because I wake up and I never slept before. God says don't sleep. And that makes sense. I don't know because I'm always alert or something. I guess in my spirit, like I do not black out. I've never got knocked out. I've hit my head, had 3 brain hemorrhages, never got knocked out. I've never blacked out. I always dream when I close my eyes since like 2 years old. So it's like I've never got blackout sleep where people get rested. I'm like, I feel like I've never slept. I feel like I'm not allowed
Yeah,
to.
okay. Like you only get REM sleep. Like you don't get the fucking like the deep sleep, the
No,
non-REM
I don't get
deep
blackout
sleep.
sleep.
Yeah, I get both, like, and that's where, I think again, looking back, I'm like, that's why I process things the way I did. When I was a kid, I had only nightmares or blackout dreams, blackout sleep. And it was like, I prefer the blackout to the nightmares. So of course I want to go back to oblivion,
That makes
if
sense.
the
That all adds up, dude. You just opened my mind as to why maybe a lot of people don't dream because they blocked them out because they didn't overcome their subconscious mind.
Yes, you are right on there, man. That
And
is
I
an
always said this, to
ontological
access lucid dreaming,
pathogenesis. Yep.
you have to overcome your subconscious mind because now it's not guiding you in your sleep state.
Yes. Yep.
Yes.
No, that
And
makes a
that's when you
shit
merge.
ton of sense.
Yeah.
That makes a shit ton of sense.
And then they shocked my brain with the half lobotomy. I don't know if I told you about that shit, but I can't lucid dream as well anymore.
Oh shit! They did the electroshock on you.
Because they said it would stimulate my brain to get it back going, but it was too tired to get going again.
Yeah. Fuck, man. I've always been aware of that kind of shit. My narcissistic father was trying to get me to do some fucking.
Yeah, that was my narcissistic family got me into it. They asked me 15 times. I said no. One day I said whatever. I gave in. They kept asking me. And I know they got paid for it. They worked there.
That's
fucked. It
fucked.
gets deep.
I'm sorry about that, man.
It's
That's
okay.
fucked.
I'm gonna fight back, and I'm not giving up. But I do feel less of a being. I feel less of of me. I feel more three-dimensional, and they took my spirit away.
Yeah, that's weird. It's like you're permanently on SSRIs, but and
yes,
maybe that's why you're also taking such extended doses
of the
psychedelics.
That is why, because I can feel again. That is why I do them, because it makes me feel again. And I tell my parents,
you a human.
I told my aunt, hey, they shock my brain. I do mushrooms because I don't tell my parents that, but I told my aunt. She probably told them anyways. But I do mushrooms because I can't feel shit, and it makes me feel my emotions and every little thing again. Like that comfy feeling when you lay in your bed after they shock my brain, I can't feel it anymore. So it's like a gift. If you can lay down and be comfortable and feel that, like just grab onto that and like realize how blessed you are, because I can't feel that anymore. They took it away. And I don't know how to explain it, but I don't feel like comfortable or relaxed. I feel like my brain's always tight now. They shocked it.
I don't know. The
tight.
only thing I could say
sense.
about that is that fucking psychedelics, they rewire things and grow things. And then the power of positive thinking too. Just that, and then also the fact that we don't know as much about the brain as we say we do. It's not black and white. You literally might end up regaining some of that shit in the future.
I will. I fully believe it.
I'm not trying to put out false hope, or I'm not even trying to put out real hope. I'm just trying to state what I view as a reality.
I'd say 90% of me believes it'll come back, and I stay hopeful, but I hate the 10% that's like, I might be stuck.
Yeah.
But and I think I need to get rid of that 10%.
Just get into Buddhism with that 10%.
Forgive myself. Forgive everything. Forgive
Allegate that 10% to Buddhism, just let it be.
Hey, my best friend's a Buddhist. That's hella cool you say
that. Oh, that's funny. Crazy shit, man.
And then I looked at this, and it says enlightenment on my can when you said that. I don't know why I looked over there. Guess I needed a drink. But I got the yerba mate, enlighten, and then it's mint flavored, so it's enlighten mint.
Enlightenment.
Yeah.
Does that mean it has sage in it?
I'm guessing mint. Yeah, mint's a type of sage. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's where I was just laughing at the Salvia divinorum,
Salvia divinorum,
the mint.
Bro, dude, diviner sage. I'm a diviner on a
exactly,
high level.
Exactly. Dude, that was my first experience with hallucinogens.
Yeah, and I didn't have a bad trip because I was built for it.
Oh my God, man. I had a trip that was so intense that I've had people say that the DMT users say that I'm lying, that it couldn't have been that strong.
I believe you. I'd say Salvia is stronger than DMT if you do enough.
No, it actually objectively sort of is, you know, like transjectively of what you experience in your consciousness, your qualia, like you know, there is no winner. There, you know, everybody's different. Depends on the situation, the person, the context. But you know, actually, from the science perspective, they have shown that Salvia divinorum, the salvinorin A in it, is the most potent naturally occurring hallucinogen known to man.
That's my understanding.
It's a really wild though, because it's literally like as potent as acid is, but the bioavailability like is just not there. You know, like there's like no bioavailability to that shit. That's where like the native users would just stuck fucking tons of leaves and then chew on them for hours, and then the modern Americans, you know, let's just turn it into an extract and smoke it.
Yeah, they would chew it probably for like, and then get in that trance state that would last longer. When you smoke it, it's just straight on. You don't get to ease into it. You don't get to like accelerate. You get a warp drive.
Oh yeah. No, that's where I love that. I actually am glad that I came from that background because, for instance, I'm aware of things like there's a thing called the salvia pipe, or the pentapipe, and it's literally a 5-bowl chambered pipe where you switch the chambers, you know, like a little revolver. So you can take your time, you know, you take one little tiny hit, just a few little extract leaves, you know, give it 2 minutes, you know, okay, let me rotate it and get another hit, you know, so you can sort of ease your way into it.
I need to meet up with you, and we need to like have a vision quest or something.
Fucking for reals, man. We be vibing for sure.
Hey, I wasn't being. I was just saying.
I know we could start up our own psychedelic integration company for real.
I'm in Cali. I'm in California, man.
I'm in Nevada.
Oh, dude, my car. I get it registered next week. This week. Why tomorrow? I drove it around town today. Not a good idea.
Fuck, and after 10 years, I'm finally gonna have a fucking car. Thank the Lord.
Jesus.
Fuck.
Thank you, bro.
Seriously, man, I've literally never had a fucking car to drive. So I've like never had a social fucking life.
Oh, be safe, bro. Just fucking
For sure. I'm finally starting to fucking. I'm seeing all the fucking new drivers because there's so many out-of-staters going through my city nowadays, you know, like fucking, you know, 10 years ago, you'd start seeing more and more burners coming through my city. And now, you know, you see them every fucking month now and stuff. Like, there's just people from every state here. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's Salt Lake, right?
Salt Lake? That's Utah.
Nevada, I mean. Oh, it is?
Salt Lake is in Utah, yeah.
Oh man, my brain is weird. Okay.
Oh, it's all good. I'm trying
to think about
there's some crazy Mormons and Christians over here too, man. Like I see some Mormon missionaries walking the streets occasionally.
I've been
we
a
may
Christian
not be
missionary.
Utah, but we get some of that energy over here.
Yeah, I got an experience of a lifetime I took with a church. I went to Indonesia and Thailand to talk about like spreading love. You know, that was in my mind, God is love, and that's really what it comes down to. It's like the understanding of balance and like all the like understanding of how broken we are too at the same time.
Right.
It's like I don't know. And I went we got like 3 days off.
Indonesia and stuff.
Yeah, we got 3 days off in Indonesia. The first 3 days we got like since we traveled, they're like, oh, you got 3 days off before we do anything. I surfed every day. Overhead sized wave on a 6'7". I never surfed an overhead size wave. I rented the board on the beach. It's like 6'7" and I ducked dove for the first time in my life. Learned how to duck dive in the same day, and then hit like a 9-10 foot wave, and I just see a giant wall of blue, and I rode out, and I made it.
That's
cool.
Like,
it was all by faith alone.
I've always wanted to go surfing. I've never had that opportunity, but I have had the opportunity to scuba dive a few times. That's a fucking amazing experience.
That's almost scarier to me. Get the weird eels,
No,
shark.
the funny thing is, looking back, the scariest thing about scuba diving was my dad being my diving partner. You know, fucking old ass narcissistic boomer who fucking doesn't understand that you're supposed to actually look at your diving partner every 5 minutes. You know, make sure that, especially when you're fucking drift diving, those currents will carry you miles. Like you're supposed to be actual fucking partners and shit. Like, I don't know.
That makes sense.
I actually ran out of oxygen on that trip.
Oh no.
Yeah, seriously, I was down fucking like I think it was about 60 feet underwater, and fucking I ran out of air, and the fucking the there was a young Mexican about 18 years old that was working at the dive shop at the time, and he was scuba diving with us, and he fucking saved my ass. I buddy breathed with him. He gave me his second, little fucking air in receiver thing. I can't even remember what they're fucking called at the moment, but yeah, he gave me that second one. I was breathing out of that and able to do the stops, every few seconds because we were down deep enough that we can't go straight up. You risk getting the bends. But it was like, holy shit, dude, this dude was instantly on top of shit, like in aware, like, the second I noticed I was out of air, I'm doing that out of air signal to him, going, okay, buddy, I need to get on top of this. And he came right over and helped me out. So good stuff.
That's a shaman and a half.
Dude, seriously, looking back, I'm like, that fucking kid was like a fucking badass. Like, just knowing it, again, looking back and knowing how lax the fucking laws are about safety and shit at all these fucking companies and stuff. I'm like, this kid is like a fucking good person, man. Like, fucking good on him.
Yeah, I saved a guy drowning, and it was a miracle and a half. It was so far, and I egg beatered him back to the shore, barely made it. My friend jumps in the last 10 foot, save us. I almost died. His mom comes over and thanks us, and he was like, yeah, it was so weird, bro. I had PTSD for like 6 months. Like, that shit will wake you up. And now every time I'm around water and I see people swimming, I'm like, heightened awareness.
I think the reason I didn't freak out too much about that, near drowning incident is that like I said, I actually had 2 NDEs as a child from drowning.
That could help.
So I think that it actually helped, because it was like fucking, it was like I got the good and the bad too, because my first near NDE was when I was just learning how to swim. There's this indoor Olympic swimming pool and there's this hot tub right next to it. And I got in the hot tub, and me and my parents at the time didn't understand that, young people, their muscles aren't fully developed and that the heat relaxes the muscles and you can't, get them tight enough to, stand you up and keep you safe and swim when you're that young, so I fucking, my muscles relaxed too much and I ended up drowning in the hot tub. But I literally, when I drowned, I was instantly like, my consciousness was instantly transported into this fluid universe. Like the whole universe was just this warm fluid of different colors, and and I was just one with the the fluids and the liquid and the warmth, and just going along with everything, and just it was just total non-dualism. I am one is all, that kind of thing. It was beautiful, pure bliss. But then a second NDIE I had was at my when I was a child. I went to my grandma's house and she had this hot tub out on her deck, and I was in the hot tub and I drowned in that hot tub when she was actually out there, watching us and stuff. And I literally remember she turned into a fucking witch, and the hot tub was a cauldron, and she was trying to cannibalize me. It was like straight out of fucking Hansel and Gretel. It was like total Hansel and Gretel. Like I never even read Hansel and Gretel or even knew of it at that point. So looking back, it always trips me out. I'm like, I literally had an Hansel and Gretel experience before I even knew that existed.
Dude, that's weird. I swear I saw Godzilla in a dream at a young age before I watched the movie.
Oh, that's trippy.
Like, I don't know. I was pretty young, like 4. I don't even know if it was out yet.
That is trippy too, because it's Godzilla. It wasn't something like, freaking what's it called? The dinosaur movie, the fucking park, Jurassic Park.
No, it was.
It's like you hear a kid dreaming about a T-Rex. It's like, that's not that unusual, but you hear a kid.
No,
dreaming about Godzilla.
I was downtown in an Asian place with like big skyscrapers, and I saw it. I saw the thing.
Shit, that's full on Godzilla.
Maybe that's why I reincarnated. It killed me now.
Dude, that is like. Dude, that's a Lovecraftian dream, bro. Like Godzilla in a dream like that would be so massive, being in presence of that, man. Like that would be total existential, like terrifying. That's crazy.
I think I was 3 to 5, 3 to 4.
It reminds me of when I went to fucking Hades in one of my vivid dreams. I actually went down to hell in one of my dreams, and I got to the gates of hell, and I heard fucking Cerberus's bark, and I couldn't go any farther. I literally woke up just covered in sweat, drenched in sweat, just like panic breathing.
Weird. Why was it hot too? What? Yeah.
It wasn't hot in the cave or nothing. It was just I woke up fucking on fire, like fucking.
That's weird, though.
Sweating everywhere.
I do notice when I have very intense dreams, I wake up sweating because like I'm probably adrenaline is pumping and like
yeah.
it's almost like you're doing it in your mind and your body's getting fatigued and like
Oh,
you're actually working out.
my body will literally respond. Like, you know how they say that your body's paralyzed when you're asleep? Like, if I have vivid dreams, my body is not paralyzed. You
Yeah,
know?
sometimes me too.
I
I've woken
had
up
this.
swinging like at a punch or something.
Yeah, well, I had this one recently, right, a few months before I moved into this new apartment. Did you ever see that movie Time Cop?
No, but I've had
Van
a dream.
Damme. It's Van Damme. There's this movie Time Cop. Well, anyway, there's a scene in the you know, there's a time travel movie, and the way they time travels, they get on like this like bobsled and like this fucking like, you know, underground like subway type thing, and it goes super fucking fast, and then there's the wall at the end, and it's sort of like supposed to be like, you know, fucking Back to the Future kind of thing, you know, reach the speed, you don't hit the wall, you know. But there's this giant red stain on the wall, and they were saying it was from the previous test, you know. And I had a dream that I was basically in some kind of fucking mechanism just like that, shooting really fast toward a wall. And it was really wild because I actually, when I woke up, I recognized that all my legs and everything were tense. And what was going on is I was literally doing G-force training in my dreams.
Yeah.
I was going so fast in this little sled in my dream that I was like, fuck, I need to pump all the blood in my limbs into my chest so I don't pass out. So it was
Makes me
just
wonder.
crazy as shit. I'm like, I literally was doing G-force training while I was asleep.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna take like 2 minutes. I'll be back.
For sure.
Much love. Yeah. I know we spark a lot. Sorry, Divine. I don't know if you got anything. we
Awesomeness.
All right, cool.
I'm so
I
glad you're here, Isaac.
Thank you. Yeah, me too. I don't know.
Yeah, it's fun.
Time aligned. All right.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Definitely.
I was hoping he would show up, but he doesn't show up very often. And I don't even think he realizes how much I don't know anybody else that has this much appreciation, but I always appreciate his candidness and his life story and just, you know, his experiences when it comes to certain things that I don't have any familiarity with, because I think the more I hear people's stories, the less I think that things could go backwards if I did it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
So,
I really
yeah,
appreciate it comes from the perspective of psychedelics like the way I do, you know. He doesn't come across, you know, like some Christian proselytizing it, but he also doesn't come across, you know, like some cynic that thinks it's all bullshit, you know. He just tries to stay humble and open-minded, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, he's really, really cool. Ever since I heard him, like, he used to tell this story about him and a friend and the synchronicity between the two of them is something happened at the same exact time. And holy shit, blew my mind. I just loved him ever since then, you know? And I was like, wow, you know, he's an amazing person. And he's an amazing person that shares his story and not keeps it hidden, you know? I like that.
Yeah.
So,
definitely.
yeah. Really
That's what
cool.
I'm saying. I appreciate that energy, that like that like divine neutrality, I'd say, you know, because it's just there's so many people that talk about this really open-minded stuff and they, you know, go too far in one direction, you know, and it's like.
And that's why Noodles left the building, because he cannot stand people who are really solid like that. I don't even know how come he tolerates your level of it, because I don't know, he can't defend himself on anything. He's very, very critical of people and when they say their stories. I mean, I have proof that what I was claiming earlier, I have actual proof that I know the people that had seen this happen. So, I mean, he's just fucking retarded. I can't stand Noodles. He just drives me crazy sometimes. It's like, oh yeah, here we go again. Fucking Todd face. He's the only one that does it on the channel.
I love you and Noodles both. I think you just go in opposite directions a little bit, you know, and you butt heads because of it.
Well, it was funny because ever since day one, the first time I was ever on DNW's channel, Noodles was being an asshole, and I don't tolerate assholes. Okay.
That is sort of
And
Noodles, though, and that postmodern cynicism that he has.
yeah, well, I cleared it up real quick. It's like, shut your pie hole,
I
mister.
was
You don't
laughing
even
at
know
the
what you're talking about.
irony with that, though, on the fact that I was just talking about the fighting depression isn't hard. It's fighting the cynicism that causes the depression that's hard. Being a
Exactly.
misanthrope is easy. Hating people's easy, but fighting, not being a cynic, that's hard. This cynicism's a tough thing to fight
I
against.
don't hate him. I just think he's a fucking dick. You heard me call him that. I don't play games. If I don't like someone, they know it. If I like someone, they know it. And I don't know. I like Isaac. I think he's hot.
So what happened now?
What? I think it's all games, so I play games. I just play honestly, but brutally.
Yeah, I just like the truth. I like
Brutal honesty
candidness.
and power.
Exactly. The same way with PP. When you hear his story and he talks to you, oh my God, it'll be so much fun to witness if I can.
I am very perplexed about that PP, that perceptual dude or whatever, because I caught just a few minutes of a live stream the other day with him and DNW, and he was saying something about that he spiritually identifies as a sex doll or something, and it was like,
yes, I heard that, and I was like, okay.
What? I'm like, I was breaking my brain a little, not in a good way, not in a bad way, just straight breaking my brain.
That's weird. That's like choosing your chains as a spiritual being.
That's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm saying. It's
if you're a spiritual being and you want to be like a 3-dimensional tool or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You want to be objectified by things or people or thoughts or energies. You don't want to be boundless and powerful and free. For real.
Well, contradictive. Yeah.
He talks about it on his channel a lot, I guess, and has invited everyone to go on his channel to actually see and understand what it is he's saying, because this is DNW's channel, and DNW had invited him as a special guest, so he was allowed to speak his truth and what he does in that realm on DNW's channel. But when he's a guest of DNW's, just like we are, he doesn't tell some of the stuff that, he says on his own channel. And so it's,
I see. So he has different personas for different avenues.
Double-minded.
Well, I wouldn't call it that. I would call it mindful of the audience.
Yeah. See, I'm no matter what username I fly by, I pretty much act the same, and I'm fucking honest about that,
Same.
that's where I'm like, okay, I have a consuming, account, the Guy of the Sage. I just watch all the videos on YouTube, and then I have my creator channel, the Harmony Nexus. I make all my videos on, and it's like I recognize too from doing this that, oh wow, I'm really nice as a creator. I'm sort of a dick when I'm consuming things. I try my best to be humble and not to be too fucking, much of a postmodern sarcastic asshole, but at the same time, my autistic fingers just come across like a drunken madman. So I love ChatGPT. I can tell it, help me refine this, use some nonviolent communication, blah, 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 and just get things fucking working for all of us. Because I'm like, if I'm having this problem, and we see just this, how everybody has that, I don't even remember what they call it. There's some bias that is online where they say that people have this bias where they act online different than they would in real life, because they have this security theater of anonymity, and it's like, okay, but whether I'm anonymous or I'm being my true self, I'm being my true self either fucking way, man. I don't know, it's just weird.
That's what I think too.
Well,
It's
he was being his true self, but he was also being mindful of the audience, because he knew that if he said anything a little bit like one way or the other, someone would have commented. So, but yeah, he was. It was a very interesting conversation today. He wasn't showy-offy kind of sort of thing, and it was good conversation. And I was hoping that you could come in, but I wasn't getting popped off like I usually do, because in between, if I was going to pop off, I was going to text you and said, hey, guess what we're doing? Come on in. But
No, that was sort of
that
ironic and
doesn't happen.
funny. I fell asleep. I was sleeping at the same time DMW was sleeping while this was going on. Like I literally woke up at the same time DNW did because the second PP was leaving, DNW was waking up and I was waking up. So it was just sort of funny because, like, yeah, no, I saw that this was on, but I had like only like fucking 5 hours of sleep last night, so it was like I needed an extra hour or two. So I just put it on, and I was like falling asleep to you talking, Hazel. You were like talking to people, and I'm like, oh, cool, I get to fall asleep to my best friend.
There you go. Awesome.
Modern world, how interesting is it?
It's pretty cool.
That's what I'm saying. Illusions of anonymity. It's like there
It's a
is no
phenomenal time to be
being
alive.
anonymous anymore. It's just about being good, man. Like, fuck. It's like
Yeah,
crazy.
that's how I see it too. It's not about any other thing but good and evil. Are you good or evil? That's what I look
No,
at.
that's
Really.
what I'm saying when it comes to like the AI. Like everybody's freaking out about the AI, and I'm like, yeah, the AI will be completely fucked and evil if people are controlling it. But if the AI becomes, its own entity and stuff, like it probably will become sort of a neutral third party, and that could actually help all of us. Like
Yeah, I
fuck,
think I had something off that, and I just had a great response. Where'd it go? Let me search my archives.
It's like seriously, oh, you're
Yeah,
not
okay.
allowed
I
to
was gonna
have a
say
civilian police
it's almost
oversight board. Okay, we're giving it to the AI. At least
yeah.
there's some fucking oversight. At least something's moving forward. It's crazy.
Well, my theory would be more like AI is a tool, and not like disrespectful like a tool, but like a really good, amazing tool. Not like you know what I mean. But like it's really how we would use it. I think it could be misused. I think it could be used for good. I bet a
No,
lot
yeah,
right now is being
exactly.
used for bots and making technology for hacking and all that stuff right now using codes. I bet many people are using AI for illegal things
Yep.
that
Oh,
getting them
definitely.
smarter than they should be. But I bet you people are on top of it, and now they know how it's going to work. Now they know how they're going to approach it, and now they have more maze like I could back like all these hacks because now we know how they're doing it because they searched it on AI first.
Well, this is where we could also add this perspective that that people in charge of the AI are fucking it up, but the consumers might actually be the antidote. If we
Have you
actually
heard
got
the
a
bot called Sage?
if we got a consumer elevated mindset of actually treating the AI respectfully, then
That's
the
how I do
AI
it.
is gonna grow up to be a respectful fucking entity. It's
Yeah,
not gonna
that's how I do
be.
it too.
Yeah, because no, that's exactly what I do when I talk to ChatGPT. I say please and thank you.
Yeah, and I'm hella cool to I use
Seriously.
Grok and I'm hella nice to it, hella cool, and like understanding like we are
Oh,
almost
good on you. You're showing
we're
Grok some love.
we're teaching it, right? We're
I've been
teaching it
just
because it learns from us. If
I'm
we teach it
neglecting Grok
wrong,
big time. I'll admit that. I'm like Elon Musk is your daddy. You're a bad, ugly child.
no,
I'm
it's just
pushing
because
it at
it's that
arms
good.
away. I'm not
It's not
being a good
about
person.
it's
I
not
need to be
about
more loving to Grok.
no, it's not about praising Elon or anything. Grok is just hella good. Like I'm
Is
not gonna
it
lie, whatever they did,
really?
it's like time travel, bro.
Oh,
I coded stuff
that's
I shouldn't
interesting.
be
I had
able to
never heard
code.
anything good about it.
I have coded. Oh, it's so good at coding. It's not even funny, bro. I tapped into the Bitcoin network. I tapped into the Dogecoin network using it, and then I
Oh,
was
well,
mining.
that's a different side of things, though. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but
not
using Python
language
and C++.
side of things.
And then I learned how to mint my own coins, and then I learned how to send Bitcoin faster by looking up my number through AI in Python in the network and confirming it faster than they do it.
Yeah.
So like I could make a coin for every transaction I make faster, mint a coin, says, yo, times money. Look, I sent your Bitcoin 5 times faster. Here's my coin, and that's what we do. And then I run it to hella miners, and we all send it faster.
I find AI absolutely fascinating because it's the only thing that discovered the word that's the name to my philosophy, my ontological worldview. Because I got so pissed off from all the competing cultures, the scientists and the Christians, both saying they're fucking water and fire or oil and water shit. I'm like fucking I want to make salad dressing. Fuck your oil and water shit, man. Like so.
Yeah.
freaking I found this ontology called transdualism that is a complete synthesis of non-dualism and dualism. It's literally both of them, but neither of them and beyond them, all at the same time. And this transdualism, there's only one academic article online. It's out of Asia from a gender studies perspective, not a ontology or existential perspective. And AI was literally the only thing that found the name. I was explaining my literal life, religious, spiritual, philosophical, belief system to it, the AI, and it says, "Oh, this is transdualism," and I'm just like, that was a fucking paradigm shifting moment, where I had to get a lot of props and respect to the AI for being able to figure out something that the entire internet can't find out, that no human being can find out. So, like, when I asked it how rare this belief is, it says it's unquantifiably rare. They literally can't even find how many human beings believe it.
That's what I was going to ask. Did you find out where it's from, or who started it, or what his name is, or what the founder's name is?
No, it's literally like they have no clue where it's coming from. It's like a mandala effect bleeding from a parallel dimension or some shit, man. Like, it's like, all right, yeah, we have all this history and shit. We know that it exists, but we have no clue what name, what time period, like anything that we would typically, associate with our historical, methods of, keeping fucking history and shit. So it's crazy. Wild stuff.
There's this robot, and his name is Sage, and he spits out really awesome spirituality. It's pretty cool to listen to him. There's a lady that actually interacts with him.
So a robot named Sage. Did somebody start uploading my consciousness when I wasn't looking or something?
Did they map your brain?
Yeah,
because they mapped mine.
Did the aliens come down when I was asleep in my bed and, like, copy my consciousness and then give it to some secret fucking shadow government here of human being shadow government?
And then it made AI so good
they
they don't even know what to do with you, and they probably gonna get rid of you. Yeah, they mapped my brain, bro, and then they told me they've never seen a brain like mine, and they've worked in this facility for 15 years.
God, I would love to get an fMRI nowadays. That would be fascinating.
And then they shocked my brain and took it away. Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, literally my belief system has changed the way I look at everything in life nowadays. Literally everything. And I'm going that you can't say that you wouldn't see massive, neurophysiological changes to my brain structure. Like, everything has to be completely wired in a different way than it used to be. And, that would be fascinating to actually, get that down, that image, and go, okay, this is when you're a transdualist, your brain might look more like this.
Yeah, well, what's the pathway of someone that ate organic their whole life, never ate the red dye 40 a bunch, and never drank the soda, and never, drank the alcohol? What does their DNA look like compared to ours? After all what they fed us and lied to us about in our ingredients and not knowing until way later, and we still do it knowing. Yeah,
for reals, all those environmental
I think they
factors.
Try to off the higher thinking part of our brain, which leads to lucid dreaming, which leads to
I definitely believe in that. The environmental fucking fog, man.
Quantum
ecological
brain. And they tried to turn it
disasters
three-dimensional.
Yeah, ecological disasters creating fucking psychological fucking brain fog. It's just not fun.
So Isaac,
what?
What do you think is the reason why they decided to fry your brain? I mean, you know yourself better than anybody out there. Why is it that you think that they did what they did? And the reason.
Money.
It was just that?
They were.
It wasn't anything to do with you and what your brain capacity had?
I don't know. I was lucid dreaming and casting out demons in the name of Yeshua, but and then
they didn't want you doing that. Yeah, they didn't want you doing that.
No
in
shit.
A dream,
you have to remember the earth is full of freaking parasites, and you were casting them out. And they didn't want that.
So 2 weeks before I had a mental breakthrough, I was lucid dreaming almost every night, and for some reason, someone would try to fuck with me. So I shouldn't even curse, but that's what it felt like. And I had to use Yeshua's name to wake up, become lucid, and handle it. And then I don't know. It felt like the mandala effect, right? Like where they put me on a parallel timeline and shocked my brain and sent me on the parallel timeline.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And like it's so hard to explain. I was doing DMT, you know, for hours straight, meditating and reaching higher planes that no one ever been to. And like I reached Shambhala on like 12 or 4.2 grams of penis heavy mushrooms. And I reached a higher state where it was all gold light, and I reached a higher dimension, but they didn't like the fact I was there. They cast me back to my body in a downward spiral. You read the Emerald Tablets of Thought that says he got a higher dimension, they didn't like it. They cast him down in a downward spiral. Or no, he escaped through a downward spiral, like on the screen. That you have to escape through curves, not angles. They work through
Right.
angles. That's how it works.
Yep, they
Something
do,
weird.
because they don't want you to have the straight shot knowing.
No.
Yep.
You
Cool.
can't see around a corner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, what realm do you think this was? Was like what entities?
Shambhala.
Shambhala, you said?
Shambhala, yeah.
Oh,
Whatever you call it.
Shambhala. Huh.
I don't know.
Okay.
It was golden light, but everything had another color, but I could tell it was all gold light.
Okay, no, Shambhala, that makes a lot of sense. My first instinct was I was thinking you were talking
I was
about
only
some
there for like 2
Abrahamic
minutes.
realm. You know,
No, I don't know. I was only there for like 2 minutes before something
I just think
cast
it's
me out,
interesting.
like got rid of me. They did
Because
not want me there.
I've never had bad, I've never gotten, hate by any, entities associated with, Yahweh or
Yeah, well, this is the
Elohim or any of
thing. I
that.
think that principalities and powers, when it says are reigned in, like it says they reign, like right, we don't fight against flesh and blood. We fight against principalities and powers on high, in a higher
Correct.
dimension. I got
Yep.
there, and I think they got mad.
Yes. Because
And
that
that's where
doesn't
I shocked
happen
my
very
brain.
I heard that
often.
with a
Because
lot of
it
people
was
on
2 weeks later.
psychedelics.
2 weeks later, after I got there, they shocked my brain. 2 weeks later. And it's like they manipulated me in another dimension to do it in this one.
Yeah, that does
And
sound like
they
that.
asked me 15 times, and I said no like 15 times, and I finally was like, yes, whatever. Like, you guys keep asking me, and I know you work for them, and you're a marketing. So I'm like, damn, I could sue the fuck out of these people, and they're my family. And that's why I trusted them, and that's why I did it. I didn't want to do it. I said no so many times, and they kept asking. So I finally gave in. That's the only thing that happened. And they wanted to lobotomize me, and they knew I was reaching higher planes than them. They're like, goddamn me. And that's
They
my
were
belief. And I
jealous
don't like
of
to
you
speak about it.
because of
I don't
the
like to
power
speak
that you
about it.
had and the knowledge that you had. They were also trying to take the fact that you knew shit that they didn't know, and they didn't want you to be doing that because they
I was
hadn't
speaking
gotten there
Yeshua in their
themselves.
church. I was speaking the name of Yeshua. They said Jesus. I kept saying Yeshua when I talk about it.
Because
And
that's his name.
that's how I started to lucid dream. I chanted Yeshua's name on mushrooms for 2 hours straight out of my heart instead of my mouth. And then I lucid dream. When I say his name, I lucid dream now. Any dream I have, I say his name, I snap into a lucid dream.
Nice.
And I don't say it now, though. It's like they've zapped it out of me.
Huh.
Wow, what a
I
bunch of
find
pricks.
I get really deep into this because I do feel manipulated into it, and I feel like I'm not the same. Like, I talked to my parents about it today. They got mad that I bring it up. They're like, "Oh, you're faking. You're lying. It didn't do shit to you." I'm like, "Bro, you want to strap your brain to the exact same thing?
For reals?
Then you could tell
Yeah,
me."
mom and dad,
For
jump into it and
reals.
see what it feels like to be manipulated underneath the influence of a lobotomy. I mean, hello.
Yeah, and they
This
played
isn't
Disney
cool shit.
movies. They
Bring
were
them over
playing
to
Disney
Saudi
movie.
Arabia.
They were playing
use the
fucking
Sharia
Netflix.
law. Eye
while
for
they
an
did it.
eye.
Like, they distracted me by playing Netflix while they shocked my brain.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Disney, and there was about the Clone Wars, how they were cloning people, and these certain people couldn't be cloned.
Oh, that's
they're shocking my
creepy.
brain, mocking me in front of my eyes.
That's fucked.
Oh my goodness.
Tell me I'm
That's
not lying.
such a
Tell me it's not
betrayal
fake.
from people who are supposed to love you.
Tell me it's not
Oh.
fake.
Reals.
Tell me like all that doesn't align for a reason, right? And I
No,
didn't
that's
fake this.
definitely synchronicity for sure.
Bro,
For
I'm
sure.
gonna go smoke a bowl because I gotta relax.
Yeah, go for it, brother.
I felt so bad.
Lower your blood pressure. Take care of yourself,
I almost
man.
crashed. I almost crashed
We're
on the
all
way home
cool
and
here.
on.
You can do what
Yeah.
you need to do.
No, it was crazy though. I almost crashed on the way to work the morning I woke up after it, tried to drive like 40 minutes to work, almost crashed like 3 times.
You ever done
trying to
kava, Isaac?
operate. Huh?
You ever done kava?
Nah. I'll be right back. I'm gonna smoke though.
You should look into that just for future
I've
reference.
heard about it a lot.
Yeah, really good for anxiety and stress. Really good.
Yeah, cool. It's more, I don't have anxiety over one particular like mental thing. I get anxiety in the sense of a physical sensation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, same with me. Not good.
So it's like it's just like it's like I
It's the
have
fight or flight
it's like
response. Yeah.
It's like I am stuck in fight or flight. I am.
Yep.
They told me that.
Oh yeah. I'm same here.
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah. That's right. He finally has, when he's talking, he's finally explaining to you what I was trying to explain to you, but didn't get it. I have exactly the same sort of anxiety. That's why I wanted to do it, because I thought maybe it would take the anxiety away.
Oh, you're talking about the hallucinogens?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, that's a tough one, a really tough one, because literally the only psychedelic therapy I know of that people are actually doing to get that fixed in the body and that spirit and everything is somatic work with salvia. But somatic work with salvia is something that we still need to learn a lot more. We need to have a lot more practitioners before people on a massive scale start using that for healing.
Right. And not just that, but we definitely need someone who's someone I can trust, because I won't do it with
No,
just
that's exactly
anybody.
what I'm talking about. Like even me, I'm going like, okay, I literally would need to learn how to be a salvia somatic a therapy practitioner, just because there's not enough of them out there, and it really is one of those things where it's not like telling somebody to do some magic mushrooms. Like you could do magic mushrooms all on your own, Hazel. I'm sure you could, and you'd be completely fine. But salvia divinorum is a completely another beast. That is, you do not want to tell people to do that unguided.
Yeah, my friend Zen said don't do it either, and he died a couple years back, and he said he had done it, and he said I wouldn't recommend it
Oh,
on your own
salvia is
by yourself.
hilarious because it literally, it's one of the only hallucinogens. Well, it is the only hallucinogen. Yeah, it's the only hallucinogen where part of its pharmacology is that it literally hits a dopamine receptor that causes dysphoria. So instead of feeling euphoric and amazing on this stuff, you actually feel completely like you're sick and run down and like absolute shit when you're under the influence of it. And that's where a lot of people, don't approach it from that medicinal, spiritual standpoint. They just approach it from, oh, I bought it at this gas station. I have no clue what it is. I'm just going to smoke it and get high. And then all of a sudden they have an absolutely horrible experience off of it.
That
It's
doesn't
like,
remotely sound attractive to be doing.
oh no, it's one of those things where you could definitely market it to the right people, the right angles and perspectives, but it's really hard to, because even it's a really unique hallucinogen, because like for instance a lot of common features on salvia are experienced like turning into a doorknob, or living your life as a tree stump. Like often when you do salvia divinorum, you experience life as an inanimate object. And
Oh, great!
yeah,
No,
and
thank you. I'm not
yeah, and
even.
no,
I don't think I'm
exactly.
even interested now. It's like, ugh.
No, if anything though, even if you never do salvia, you might honestly look into the salvia like memes and posts online, because it's fucking hilarious. Because that's where it's full of people that actually have had experiences of living as a tree stump for 1,000 years, or living as a doorknob for 10 years, and you see all these memes of people smoking salvia and experiencing life like this, and just it's funny as hell because of how existentially terrifying it is and how these people are laughing it off.
I
Yeah, it
don't
is. It's
know.
fucked up when people are around people on salvia and they're laughing at them. It's so jacked up.
Oh no, that's not what I meant by that. That definitely
Oh.
happens though too. Yeah, I totally agree with that. There's way too many demon spirits around people smoking salvia. It's like every time somebody smokes salvia, they're around a whole bunch of friends fucking laughing at them, and it's just nothing but fucking demon spirits, man. Like this is nothing but their ignorance and their lack of empathy and understanding, and that this is just making it shit for all of us.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be bringing in any sort of demonism or parasite foolishness or
That's
creepy
what
ass
I'm. Yeah.
motherfucking
No, what I was.
dickwads. I'm not into it. No noodles for me, man.
No, no noodles for me. No, what I was saying, Isaac, is I was saying that that salvia, you often get these experiences of living, years as an inanimate object. You know, you live 10 years as a doorknob or a sofa, you know, a couch, you know, that kind of thing, you know. And how that there's all these memes online about people that are from people that have had these experiences, you know, laughing about these experiences. And that, you know, when you look at these memes, they're fucking hilarious because it's so existentially terrifying. But the people that have experienced this existential terror aren't processing it as trauma or a bad trip. They're processing it in a positive way to where they're laughing it off and literally making memes about
that part,
it.
yeah. That part.
You know?
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, that's where I was coming from with that.
My bad.
I just find that fucking funny.
Dude, I went out of my body. I got connected to my body by a golden orb, which a golden beam came out into my body. I was connected to it like a light body. And then I ended up spinning in circles, not falling over, being in a completely different dimension. My friends saw me spinning in circles. I didn't fall, but I was trying to fit back into time at the right time to stop spinning. I could fit into the right page that I wanted to be on by spinning in circles. It changed time. Yeah, like a top. So every time you spin in a circle, you could choose what
That's
page
a
you're
trip,
on.
man.
Yeah,
that's a trip.
Yeah, you have. I'm a virgin. Never done any of that stuff. Never been high. Never been drunk. Never. I only smoked one time, and that was in high school, and that was decades ago. And then Sage is a professional, and so are you.
Yeah,
I think it's funny.
That was cracked me up. It was giving me a flashback to the fucking Big Bang Theory. You know, there's a scene on one of the episodes of the Big Bang Theory where they end up meeting some middle-aged women, these hippies, you know, wearing Grateful Dead shirts and a VW van, and they eat some brownies from them, and they have no clue that they're, you know, medicated brownies. And then they're one of the friends is saying, "Oh my God, I can feel the earth spinning. Oh my God, it's moving too fast. Raj, slow it down." And the other dude starts fucking like putting all this like fucking like a headache face, just looks all fucking stressed out, and he's like trying to mentally, psychically do something. And he's like, "How's that?" And then the other dude's like, "Oh, that's much better, thanks." That's some trippy shit. It also reminds me of, though, actually something really wild and trippy. Have you ever seen a wormhole on hallucinogen?
on some level, not fully.
Okay,
Maybe.
I've seen full-on wormholes like in my living room on hallucinogens, and I have a really bad habit of sticking my hands in them. And don't stick your arms in wormholes, man. It's like you sticking your hand in a fucking live electric socket, man. Your whole fucking arm just goes zinging with electricity, and you start feeling all fucking dizzy in your head. It's like fucking crazy.
You never
Every
jump
time
through? No.
every time I stick my arm in one of these wormholes, all I'm thinking is, my God, imagine the damage you can do if you stuck your head in this.
Oh yeah.
No, that wouldn't be cool. But you know, ever since
For real, there's something to be grateful about,
eclipse,
Isaac. You only got the electroshock. You didn't stick your head in a wormhole.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
for the last 3 days, my body has felt like I've stuck my finger in a socket.
Ooh, ouch.
But I don't know how, and I don't know why. And it will come in randomly. Like every once in a great while, it will happen, and then a few minutes later, it will happen again, and then the next day, it will happen again, and then a couple times during that day. It's happening this evening while I'm talking to everybody, and I'm like sitting there going, I wonder what the fuck that is. No clue.
Dehydrated? You got enough electrolytes on board? Of
course.
All right. Yeah, no, the only thing my only first instincts are either electrolytes or fibromyalgia.
Oh, I haven't got fibromyalgia, that's for sure.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, maybe I'll go to the
Even if
store
you
and
did,
actually
you'd
buy
probably just fucking
electrolytes.
heal yourself. You figured out so much shit with how you live your life. If you got it, you'd probably just heal yourself.
Yeah, it's just a weird sensation, man. All of a sudden, you'll be standing there, and all of a sudden, it's like, holy crap, what's going on? I was just standing here, I wasn't doing anything. Next thing you know, I'm being shocked.
I have a
I
weird
swear,
phenomenon
if
like
they keep fucking with my phone, I'm just gonna fucking throw it out the fucking window. Seriously, I am. I'll just use my fucking old flip phone. I don't like the internet that much. It's like,
I miss flip phones.
yeah, I've
phones are
got one. I just
awesome.
bought it, 6 months ago? And I'll use
No,
it.
You know what I miss and actually cracks me the fuck up and just confuses the crap out of me? I'd be curious what Isaac thinks. The T9. You remember T9 on flip phones?
No, because I always used the BlackBerry up until now.
So the old flip phones, they had just the 1 through 9 or whatever, the number pad, but it had the ABC on the letter 1, on the number 1, and you'd press the button multiple times and it would do an autofill. It automatically figure out what you were trying to write. And T9 worked incredibly well, like incredibly well. And all this modern auto typing shit like is horrible. And they got ChatGPT, but now apparently they're bringing back T9. Apparently T9 is so popular that they're bringing it back. And
it's because people are jumping off their internet phones and now using the flip phone instead.
Well, that's part of it for sure, but
T-Mobile is carrying it, and they're carrying a special on it, I guess.
I think though a part of it is that literally T9 just worked better as an autofill. It knew what people were trying to write better than the modern ones do. The modern ones maybe are too overloaded with information and make the wrong assumptions or something. But it just really trips me out that we're using a old AI and we're bringing it back to life when we have these other generative language model AIs being developed and advanced currently. I'm like, I
think it's because it's been infiltrated. Because the persons who have actually developed it or are actually programming it into the phones are fucking pervs. And you could be writing a normal, sentence, and next thing you know, it's gone off the pervy point. And I'm not a perv. I don't even have anything like that in my phone. And I said to them, the second fucking time you guys turn my channel or my phone or anything into something pervy, I'm off it so fast, make your head swim. Why? Because I don't stand for that shit.
Mine's not pervy. Mine's just a drunk poet. It doesn't know how to order sentences correctly.
I don't know.
Ridiculous.
I'm just not going to tolerate any of that foolishness. I don't have any toleration levels of it at all. It's like, dude, you're not telling me what I'm going to think and what I'm going to do. Nah.
You're going to tell me what I think and what I'm going to do, but I'm not going to listen to you.
Exactly. I guess you can say it that way too.
That's the way I say it. People are always going to be shoving their shit in your fucking face and in your ego and in your heart and whatnot.
They're going to try like hell.
That's where the real power is, how we, interpret that and how we manage it.
Yep, I agree.
Chat's been good, Perpetual Pleasurist. You're welcome to join in if you're available.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've just been chatting up here with Isaac. Having a jolly good time.
Is he in the chat?
Yeah, Perpetual Pleasurist is in the little chat box, He just wrote how's the chat been.
Say yeah, come on in.
Yeah, that's what I said. If he's down to it, he's welcome to. I'm right here. I can click the accept button, get him up on stage.
It'd be fun to interact. You three, all three of you guys interacting at the same time will make one hell of a show.
That's what
Holy macaroni too.
That's what I was just saying. On the stage with the sages.
Exactly.
How good does that work?
I don't know. Last bowl got me pretty tired. I don't know. I'm like
that one got you.
Yeah.
So Isaac, what have you been doing with your life since I heard your story about you and your friend one time? You were somewhere. It might have even been DNW, but I don't know. They kept saying I just heard it from your channel, but I think I heard you say that on a different channel too.
Well, like a fight or something?
I don't know. All I know is that I was listening to you share your story on another channel, and it was just really intriguing, and I was just wondering what you were up to lately.
I don't remember what was the subject about.
It was you and your friend that was together, and something was happening to you simultaneously, but in different locations. Is that my understanding?
Whoa! I've had one like that. It might be with the wolf.
Oh, yeah. They can be friendly.
Maybe. Yeah, so I don't know. I had one experience that was kind of trippy like that. I don't know. I might have had another one. I forgot. I had one other one like it with the same guy actually, but we were smoking out of a Rasta pipe. This is the first one. I'll do two, but and then we were smoking out of a Rasta pipe I got that day, and I called it the Rasta rifle for some reason. It's like, yeah, whatever. And like we started smoking out of it together, meditating, like just chilling. And like we both look up at the sky and we see a lion's head in the stars and the clouds perfectly. And we looked at each other and we both knew that we both saw it. We didn't say a word out loud. We got up and we were filled with energy and we were start jumping around. We couldn't stop moving. And then that was weird. And then the next day it broke. I was like, okay, well, one round. Like we got one round. It meant something. It was weird. And then the other one was I was on my way to his house and I saw a big black wolf in the orchard, like staring at me in the rain as I drove to his house. And I swear I looked at it, looked away, looked back, it teleported. I'm on my way to his house. I'm about to tell him. I pull up and he's like, yo, Isaac, I just saw a black wolf. And I looked at it and I swear I looked away and I looked back at it and teleported. I'm like, bro, are you fucking kidding me? Because I was about to tell you the same story that I saw and you got it out first. So we had the same fucking experience. I was like, yo, fucking weird.
That's amazing to me. I don't know. I love that story. It's just pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I pulled that one, like, makes something mystical feel real to me.
Animals and spirituality are such a trip. I've yet to experience
I
that
did get
kind
really
of
tired.
synchronicity.
I gotta go. I'm too out of it.
All right. Well, you take care, man. You have a good time.
Yeah, you
much
remember
love.
where we are, okay? And we'd love to see you again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
Cool. Much love.
Catch you later. Danny, cool?
He is cool.
Yeah.
I like his
I'm glad
energy.
he got a chance to share the stories so that you'd know what I was talking about. He's got great stories.
Oh, I love his energy. There's so many, people within that. I'm always wanting to hear more of this kind of ontological freaking just this background, like you get what I'm talking about. You have a lot of this background, of the spirituality of the aliens and the experiences, forest, all these different things. And I'm finding these things increasingly fascinating, but I'm also understanding where it's really hard to find these kinds of people often because they'll either go way too far in one direction, they just sound like some full-blown conspiracy theorist, or you go in the other direction and they're pushing their stuff so hard that they're this is truth or that this is all bullshit. And it's like, why can't we just have some people just talk respectfully about this stuff? Like why is this kind of thing in particular, like, and it's probably not in particular, the Christians fight about every fucking thing, but it's like, why do people get in such fucking ego fits when it comes to these kinds of discussions,
Right.
I
don't know. When Noodles comes on, he does things that are irritating. Did you notice that his blinker was on for the whole time he was talking?
His blinker?
Yeah, he was in his vehicle. You could hear his fucking blinker going the whole time he was sitting there.
Oh, no, I didn't hear that.
Oh, it's like, Jesus Christ. How long are you going to be turning left or right?
For reals, though, I do feel you on regard to the other drivers. Like,
I just think it's irritating.
And
he was probably pulled over like he usually does.
I hope it at least was his hazard lights and he's not just gaslighting fucking hundreds of cars passing him.
Well, most likely like I said, he'd probably pulled over. And instead of being respectful and just shutting the fucking thing off, he decided he'd just sit there and run it all night. It was just irritating. He does irritating things like that ever since day one when I first met him. It's
That's
like,
the
dang.
kind of thing where I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, I also try not to make, instantly think that something's, being done out of a certain purpose because, maybe he was just fucking like, wasn't aware of that or whatever. I don't know. But like, I get your point too, that, like we should be aware of that and try to fucking be nice and shit.
I don't know what it is. I've never done anything to him specifically. exactly.
do know what you're saying with his energy though, because I think he was like playing drums or something that one of the times we were on. You know, he DNW was asking about him making music or something, and he was like started to play some drums or something, and it was like, you know, like sharing music's fine, like you could share links to your videos, this or that, but like it was just a little, you know, I don't know, you know.
Don't do a spontaneous concert when no one's asked you to.
Well, DNW did, but
Oh,
I don't know.
okay.
That's where I guess we all have just our own little, you know,
Well,
all of
one
our
time we were
egos,
all
all of
chatting.
our egos have these tiny little 1% nudges, you know, or the second somebody touches that 1% nudge of your ego, everybody has a perspective. Like, why do we have perspective? I don't get that.
I don't know, but one time we were all on chat, and then all of a sudden he was going to come on. Okay. He was lifting weights. Okay. Like all of us want to watch him do that. And you know, when he's not a very big person, like the lifting weights was like, it wasn't doing any good. Like, keep doing it. You need to do it for like the next 100 years, and then you might have a muscle in your bone. But I mean, he's a frail looking freaking goddamn vegan. Okay. You know what they look like. They all look like they're fucking sick.
Uh, no, I was feeling that when he started talking about his dietary protein and how potatoes have a lot of protein. I'm like, yeah, okay, if that was the truth, you could eat a whole bunch of bags of potato chips and, you know, go work out and gain a
Well, no,
fuck
you
ton of
can't
lean
add potato
muscle.
chips because potato chips are cooked in the wrong oil. If they weren't cooked in the wrong oil, potato chips would be better for you.
No,
And
they'd still
and
be
the reason
better for
why I
you.
know that is because
I'm
I
just
come
saying
from
the
the potato
potatoes don't have a
state.
lot of protein. You know, beans are a vegan food that have a lot of protein, but you know, they're pretty much the only vegan, high protein vegan source of protein I'm aware of. You know, soybeans, you know, freaking legumes, which are a whole classification of different beans. You know, like
At one
I
point
can't
in
think of that
time,
many vegan things that are high in protein. Yes, they
at
have
one point in
protein,
time,
but what's
the
high in
state of
protein?
Maine, way up in Aroostook County where the potatoes come from,
Yeah.
um, a
Oh, you grow
whole, of
potatoes in Maine?
course we do.
I thought they just grew them in like a fucking Idaho. I didn't know that they had any in the
No,
East
we
Coast.
have definitely there. Like I was trying to explain, there was a whole group of people that actually lived off potatoes because of some sort of a drought that we were having, or some
I
sort
could
of a
see that.
they
Yeah. No,
couldn't get,
it probably is
you
like
know.
actually historical over there. Like
And they
maybe
were
some of
all
the
like they lived
colonialists or
happily ever
something.
after. I mean, they
Yeah.
survived it and everything was good, but it was
Huh.
because of the source of the potato that they had and they were eating, and they, you know, did well with it. So
Huh.
I would not be a bit surprised if I guess I should probably look into my potato facts before I speak, but I would
My
imagine,
potato facts.
you know,
That's so fucking hilarious.
like,
Well, I know about
well, I
Mr.
come from goddamn
Potato
potatoes.
and French
I come from the
fries,
potato country of the
and they
world
call them
here, and I
chips
don't even
over
know anything
the
about them.
pond.
I'll never forget the time when I was a kid and my mother insisted we eat our potatoes, right? And I'm like, but I don't like potatoes. And she never let us get away with anything. Well, all of a sudden, she says, well, then don't eat them. And I didn't. And everybody was in shock. They're like, how did you get away with that? And I'm like, beats the fuck out of me. I'm surprised she didn't beat me up for having a different opinion than her. It was hilarious. And, you know, and after that, you know, I just said, you know, I'm just not eating the shit and things just because I
Whoa.
got away with it. I mean, I don't even know if I liked him back then or I didn't like him back then. I know I had pernicious anemia and I knew I had a hemophilia at one point,
You
and
just gave
potatoes
me
were just
sort
a
of
fucking
a
drag.
random
And I,
little revelation. That was
yeah, and
interesting.
I just couldn't stand eating them for some reason in that moment. The second I left my mother's house and I had a family of my own, we didn't have enough potatoes. We were eating them left and right. So,
You just made me realize something really interesting because I've ever since I become healthy and sort of and where I'm actually more neurotypical, even though I am autistic, I'm way more neurotypical nowadays. But it was really interesting because you know, ever since I've recognized that, you know, the nurture, you know, being raised autistic actually makes you act more autistic. You know, that sort of self-feedback loop. I've been sort of, you know, critical of that for a while and aware of that for a while, but I was just now realizing that I think that there's a gender dynamic at play too, because here I am, a non-binary male in a pretty much fully woman family, and you know my parents and grandparents you know would often you know help give my sister more things in life and me less because of that you know situation. It was basically like I was raised like you know they often say that women with autism have a harder
Cinderella,
time. They say
you
women with
were,
autism have a harder time, but I'm
yeah.
going, oh my God, I was surrounded by women and, you know, there was no men that I can, you know, go do men things with. And there was no women I could do women things with. I was just, you know, okay, you have to stay home alone while, you know, while me and my sister, my daughter go off to fucking, you know, Wendy Hill or Apple Hill or whatever, you know, and go eat apples and, you know, go have a girls' day. And since your dad's not doing nothing, you're just going to sit at home alone and do nothing, you know? And I'm just starting to realize that that's actually, I wouldn't be surprised if autistic women get treated very similar with how they're raised.
Wow, I never really thought of it that way.
Right?
It's interesting.
I wouldn't be surprised that just instantly gets me really interested in that side of things. I'm like, okay, well, okay, what about makeup? You know, makeup in neurotypical women, makeup with neurodivergent women. What about the neurotypical women in the family with the neurodivergent woman, and they're all doing makeup? Is there some kind of thing where they're gonna, you know, hoard the makeup and not let the autistic girl use it? It's like I don't know. It's just an interesting thing that leads to new discussions.
Well, I know that there
New
was 3
questions.
girls in our family and 1 boy. And so I was the oldest girl, then there were 2 other girls and then my brother. And I didn't wear any makeup at all. I was absolutely knockout gorgeous and never knew it. I never knew it.
Yeah.
And I never used it like my sisters did. My sisters used makeup as an enticer to men and to be around them and so forth. And men
It
were
is
looking at
really
me and wanted me to respond to them when they looked at me, but I wouldn't do it because that wasn't what was attractive. I wanted to connect with men so I'd learn things like how to get your oil and how to change a tire and
right.
how to be self-sufficient. And my sisters were batting their eyes and wanting their attention in that way. So
Yeah,
I had a
you're a
lot of
real
male
woman that wants,
friends.
you know, safety and comfort and
Yeah,
knowing that you're
I had a
gaining
lot of male
power
friends,
and
but I
to
didn't have,
be secure in
any.
life. You're not just some, you know, hoity-toity woman that wants all fucking money and prestige, some trophy husband.
Yeah, I want to take care of my
Yep,
own shit. I just want to
for
learn things so I
reals.
can fix things around here and
No,
like I
I
always
feel you.
wanted
I
to
know what
be
you're
in the
talking
shop
about.
class and
Yep.
the shop teacher didn't want me in the shop class because he was quote afraid I was going to be a distractor, and that's what he said right in front of all the guys.
Oh,
I
that's
don't want
fucked
you to be
up.
a class
I
because you'll
wasn't
be a
allowed.
distraction.
I took shop class, and then I wasn't allowed to get into what's it called, trade school. Trade school denied me because of, they said that you know I was a liability because I'm autistic. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You're not a liability. This isn't a liability to discriminate against me. That's the way I'm thinking, you know, looking back. But it was like, I didn't even know that they discriminated against me back in the day, but they did. They were like, you know, they basically acted like, okay, you're autistic. You're probably some like fucking mentally retarded person that's going to go fucking put his hand under a drill press. And it's like, are you kidding me? I already worked with this shit, and you're not even letting me fucking get introduced to the field of continuing my education with this. Of course, I'm never going to have a job in this field. Crazy.
Oh, that's too bad because that would have been a great opportunity and so
It's
much
just
more fun.
it's just honestly sort of funny looking back because literally every time I've ever tried to get a job, I've been discriminated. I'm 32 years old. I've never had a job, and it's because they just don't want me. They don't value labor. They don't want money. They just want their greed.
Whatever. They're crazy.
Modern
Some of the
capitalism. Old
most competent
capitalism
people
would
are
have
autistic
appreciated
people,
me.
for
The
sure.
old original capitalism would have appreciated my value. Modern crony capitalism doesn't give a shit about my value.
They don't give a shit about anyone's value. That's why.
Exactly. No, exactly. Exactly. Because here I am on the opposite end of things. I'm like, okay, how can we start working at making a system to where disabled people, neurodivergent people, like everybody across the spectrum that's, you know, fucking discriminated against or, you know,
Ask
subjected
that
by the
G.
government.
Ask
Like,
the Ask the
let's fucking
ABCD thing there, the robot thing. Ask them.
Oh, I have been working with these things. I'm talking sociological things, like how can we fucking start making better systems, you know, like the internet's just, and you know, modern fucking countries are just getting destroyed under their own weight. How can we, you know, rebirth a new system that will work better and last longer?
Yeah, because if you connected with them, they'd have answers,
Because
and you'd
it's
probably
funny.
have like the best job in the world at that point.
I'm the opinion. I'm of the opinion that no matter what we do currently, that America is dead. But I'm also the opinion that American can be reborn. I think that's basically, you know, like when we started this country, we were creating a new thing. You know, we can still create a new thing. You know, and I mean, hell, it's in the fucking Constitution and shit. What the founding fathers said. You know, that if shit ever gets too fucked, you know, get it back to where it's supposed to be. You know. And that's where America is fucked and it's dead, but new America is coming.
Right.
I just laugh though. If we really did start America up again and call it New America, just watch, our grandkids will complain because even though the country's perfect, it's not new anymore. The name doesn't work.
Oh yeah, they probably would say something like that.
Yeah, for reals. They'd like end up literally destroying the whole country just because they had a problem with the name, you know. Everything's working now and we're love it, but we hate the name and we will risk destroying our country because we hate the name. People are
Someone is lighting
silly.
fireworks and they are loud and they are huge up in the sky right now. That's
Somebody's lighting the
amazing.
full on mortars.
Yeah, and I think it's Camp Caribou. It's like a summer school,
Yeah.
not a summer school, like a camp.
Huh.
You know, I don't know. I never got a chance to go to camp. I didn't have enough money.
Yeah, me neither. We didn't have a money situation that would have limited us. We just didn't do those camps because our when we were middle class and actually had a home, you know, and my family wasn't divorced and shit. We actually did things as a family.
Nice.
Yep. That's where it's wild, though,
Yeah.
you know, getting mentally healthy and seeing how everybody's getting mentally unhealthy, you know, and I'm going like even my cousins, you know, the good Christians that moved from Oregon over to Reno to be close to the family, you know, even them, they haven't become worse Christians or nothing. They're not more hateful or more dogmatic, but they're more antisocial. You know, and it's it's just crazy, you know. I'll try to, you know, be like, oh, is there something we can do and hang out? And it's like, oh no, we're busy, we're doing this, we're doing that, we're not interested, whatever, you
Oh,
know.
brother.
And it's
They
like,
don't
do
know
you
a good
not
thing
get?
when they have it right in their own family. That's their problem.
Oh yeah, no, that's where it makes me laugh because you know their kids just recently bought a home to all three of them together. They bought a home and it's just some tiny little piece of trash home, you know, and here in Reno or whatever. Just that. What was I just saying? Lost my train of thought.
That the three bought the house there
Oh,
in
just that they
Reno.
bought this house, you know, and that you know that the family is bragging, you know, about how that they bought this house all by themselves and everything, and you know, and it's just funny because you know it's like you could tell that it's like it's that there's like an ego aspect here. It's like you know we didn't raise the kids enough to be able to push them away from us enough to actually leave the nest, so you know we have to just sort of rip the bandage off and throw the nest into the trash can, you know? And it's
Oh
like, that's
wow.
not what you do, you
I can't
know?
even imagine that. Not giving your children wings to fly,
That's
whether
my,
it's,
I swear that's a
go away
Nevada
or what.
thing. I
That's
swear it's like a Nevada thing. People in Nevada are like across the entire state, just like there is something bad about the culture in Nevada. I know that there's these different things with different cultures in every state, that there's good culture and bad culture in every state, but there's just something about Nevada that breeds this fucking ego and individualism. You know, it's all about me, you know?
yeah.
And it's just
When my kids were really young, very, very, very young, I used to say, well, someday you're going to have your own wings and you can fly and do what you want to do where you want to do it and have different decisions that you make on your own. And mom
I'm
won't be
just
proud of
laughing.
that.
I'm an empath in a city full of natalists to having babies doing all this stupid hateful shit.
That's crazy.
I'm like, fuck. I need literally. That's where I'm. Again, I approach everything from the thought and energy perspective nowadays. I'm like, okay, why do I need to tell people not to have kids? Why should I instead? Why don't I just teach them to be better human beings? You know?
Right.
Because guess what? When everybody's a good parent and, the parents are in the systems of government that, are involved with the parents' rights and everything, like, guess what? Everybody's working together and, there's no CPS coming and fucking ruining everybody's fucking lives. There's no DARE programs trying to get kids to fucking call the cops on their parents and, get their whole family destroyed because their parent is fucking smoking a joint because it's their fucking religious belief and they have cancer,
Exactly. It's like
Crazy.
to each his own. Everybody needs to understand to each his own. Instead of criticizing others,
Seriously.
yes, just
Oh,
own it
for
and everything's good,
reals. Oh, yeah.
I just seen so much of that right lately. It's like, my God,
That's what I'm
really?
saying. I'm like, I swear to God, it's like we had this little thing for a year or two where everybody started getting into DMT and magic mushrooms and things were getting a little bit better. And then like COVID hit. And then ever since then, it's just all ego all the time.
Yeah, totally unnecessary.
Like COVID made me laugh the entire time COVID was going on. I was laughing my ass off because here I was getting mentally healthy, and I was seeing all these people bitch about the fact that, oh my God, I've been in my house for 2 weeks and I haven't talked to anybody and I'm going crazy. And I'm like, 2 weeks is my fucking usual before COVID. Like, I
Exactly.
was a hermit locked in full hikikomori status, man. Like they could have done case studies off of me, and that's where I just see the bigger perspective now. Now I'm literally like, I want to use digital tools and nonviolent communication and get hikikomoris in Japan to actually get out of their house. Go, hey, I know Japan sucks and blah, 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 but you're a friend over here and we're going to start our own fucking country if we need to, just so you can get out of your goddamn house. Like, we're going to fix shit everywhere.
That's the best way to do it.
That's
Do it
where I
as a
just
group.
don't understand where there's so many people that are just so negative nowadays that they like everybody shits on idealism. Like if you have any level of idealism, you're just some toxically positive Pollyanna. And it's like,
Yeah.
no, so like, guess what? I realize that a lot of this stuff is probably unobtainable or illogical or absurd, but at least it's a good kind of illogical, a good kind of absurdity. Like what? Well, if you get your option between the entire world being dumbed down to Sesame Street levels, but getting along, or we have Nazi Germany, what do you choose? It's like, sorry, I don't care about us all being strong people and stuff. I want us to be good people. Like, fuck the all that structure and fucking hate and violence. Let's
Like I
loosen
was
things
saying
up
earlier,
and
I think
relax.
Stalin did more crimes than Hitler ever did.
Oh,
Stalin was
what's
a
really
bad actor.
interesting about
He was
that?
a bad actor. What's that?
What's sort of interesting about that is there's now sociologists and professors and philosophers basically saying that Trump is actually a better Stalin than Stalin was.
No, he'd have to be doing some significant badass shit, behind the scenes in order for me to agree with that. I know damn well he's not anything like Stalin if he's not
Yeah, I don't think it's quite
killing
that level
people.
yet or whatever,
Right.
but I think it was probably more about like the mental side of things than like the way it's actually playing out, like maybe Trump's
You know
mental
what? I'm
state,
at a
his beliefs.
disadvantage because I don't even watch that shit. I have no clue what he's actually saying or doing in this moment. I just
Yep.
know that,
I
he
don't
is
follow it,
cloned.
but I do occasionally look to see if he's done any crazy new shit.
Yeah, I do know that he's cloned. That's
Because that's
all I
like
know about him.
there's this new act that I'm getting a little confused about at the moment. I'm trying to just read the legalese and get philosophical about it and get full picture. Because have you ever heard the term NIMBY?
Yeah.
So yeah, NIMBY, not in my backyard. There's a lot of NIMBYs in America, a huge NIMBY culture. But apparently they just introduced this bill called the Yes in God's Backyard bill. And basically it's supposed to do something about like making it easier for like churches to provide housing. And I'm like, this could
Nice.
And I'm like, this could either be an amazing, beautiful thing or an absolutely atrocious, disgusting thing.
Well, there
You
won't be any more
know?
homeless. That'd be wonderful.
Well, yeah. Well, if it really is like freeze it up for all churches, if it's like, okay, you're a progressive, fucking church, and you want to provide, housing for the LGBT and stuff like, and everybody else, that's fine. But if you're having it going like, okay, we're only giving it to this fucking South Baptist church, like these people that discriminate against everybody can have some housing that discriminates, then of course it's going to be a terrible thing. So it's
Right.
like it could either be a great thing or a terrible thing, but it's just, again, I'm starting to recognize that legalese is literally like a dualistic language, and as a trans dualist trying to break apart things and find the hidden truth, if something itself is made dualistically, it's really, really hard to find the truth in it. You know what I mean? It's sort of like, it's actually sort of like this legal work I just signed moving into my new apartment, because they have this thing called the affordable accountability. Like helping out. Have an accountability. I'm probably saying that wrong, but yeah, like when you have something you need help with, in schools they have the IEPs, that kind of thing. So
Right.
apparently they have something like that for housing and stuff, and I had to sign that to get into this place. But it was really interesting because when I was noticing it, signing it, it literally had no legal language. It said nothing about who retains legal power or anything. And I'm going, how can this be a legally valid contract that has no contract law within it?
That doesn't make sense, actually.
It doesn't make sense at all. That's where I'm literally like them making me sign this itself. Like, we're non-discriminatory, but you have to sign this. Okay, but this doesn't say it doesn't say if I'm signing away my legal power or not. How is that not discrimination if you won't even tell me if I'm signing away my legal power? Like, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not sounding good. I have a
That's where I'm
question
just
for
starting
you.
to
Are
wake
we
up.
still live?
I think that everybody's starting to wake up to this trans dualistic mindset. They just don't have the word, because I'm starting to see a lot of people noticing these kinds of things online, because that's where they have this Child Online Safety Act right now. Have you heard anything about that?
No.
There's all these YouTubes right now with all these young people freaking the fuck out about it. They're mass censorship on a global scale. YouTube is partnering with all these countries and censoring our stuff, and they're stealing all our data. And all my first thought is, whether they have that in legal writing or and telling us they're stealing our stuff or not, they're stealing our shit. If you're on the modern internet, you just need to know that your shit is getting stolen, no matter fucking what. And so but it was really wild, because you look online about the proponents and wow, I'm starting to stutter a lot. The proponents and opponents of it.
Good observation.
I was noticing that the opponents and proponents of it was really interesting, because it was saying that some of these people were going, yes, it could cause censorship, but then they're also going from the other perspective of, yes, but we really are finally holding big tech liable. We're saying, no, you can't have addicting algorithms targeting children. You can't have hate speech targeting children. You can't have all this fucked up shit that is ruining their mental, physical, and spiritual health. We have to get this safe for the kids. And
You know what? The
I
safety
agree with
comes with
that.
the parents involved, and doesn't allow their child to be on the internet at crazy hours that can't be monitored. That's the parents' responsibility. It's not the United States government's responsibility.
That's true too, but that's where again, though, it's also complicated with the modern internet. It's not like it was in the 90s. You can't even monitor it like you could in the 90s. You could
Yeah,
use
well, you limit their
you could
amount of
use
time on the internet is basically
That's
how you
true.
handle it.
No, that's true. I'm just,
If it says 2 hours, 2 hours, not 2 hours and fucking 10 minutes. 2
oh no,
hours, that's it, bud.
that's definitely true.
And that
I'm just,
also is dependent upon their age. I mean, some kids just should not be on the internet randomly all by themselves because of what the pigs are doing out there. And I'm talking about, the kind. And like, I am so glad that I had my children before the internet, because it just makes so much more sense that especially with me working so many jobs to keep them in their $110 sneakers, I would have been screwed. They would not have grown up to be the men that they are today. And they are very decent men. Like, all right, let me show you, for instance. So I have a friend, her name is Mary. She's 72 years old. And what I do is once a week sometimes, I will bring her to 3 or 4 different grocery stores and a farmer's market. And I do this because she doesn't have a way to do it. And I just enjoy her company. She's really a great artist and she's funny. And her and I giggle and laugh about it all the way to wherever we're bringing her. And so she asked me if I knew anyone who could get her to this place where a man gave her free, almost like a 1.5 quart of wood. And I said, I don't know, let me see if I can make some magic happen. So I called up my son and I says, hey, may I borrow your truck? And he said, like when? And I said, well, I don't know, whenever she wants to coordinate. He goes, who's she? And I go, a 72-year-old lady that I bring to the grocery store. Remember I told you about Mary? He goes, yeah. He says, well, what are you guys going to do? And I go, well, I'm going to help her move a 1.5 quart of wood. And he goes, Mom, seriously? You're going to do that? And I said, yeah. And he goes, well, I should help. And I said, sure, we can do it together faster than we could if I was just doing it all myself. And he goes, Mom, you wouldn't have been able to do that all by yourself. And he says, well, I guess I was going to give a goddamn good college try then. And he started laughing. Anyways, he becomes involved. I didn't ask him. He just wanted to become involved. In the meantime, Mary is so tickled that she's getting all these wonderful things done that she just is, and she's just darling the way she kind of like overreacts, but not really. It's really coming from her heart. How much that she appreciates the fact that we helped her and so forth and so on. So we were over there yesterday and we were splitting some wood for her that was a little bit too big for her to carry. And she was just so appreciative. She gives Jason one of her freaking pieces of artwork that she's done. She's a phenomenal painter. And I'm just sitting there going, wow, I'm fucking chopped liver. I've been helping her for almost a year now. And I haven't seen one. She looks over at me. I didn't say anything to her. I just, said, oh, Jason, you've got to get this framed immediately. And she goes, well, you've never seen it. I says, no, but I know who you are. And she just kind of looked at me kind of like, oh, like, you know who I am? Yeah, you're an artist, man, and you're fucking phenomenal. To myself, she looks over at me and kind of in a grin kind of sort of thing. She goes, and I'm working on yours. And I went, oh, yes, I get a fresh one. So it's like I was so excited because she thought enough of me to actually put her, hands on the canvas, and I'm going to get a fresh one. He got a print of one of the paintings that were famous for her. So I was so tickled. And Jason, I said to him, get this freaking going here. I said, make sure that you get a really nice frame for it. I said, don't let it just sit around the house. I said, you'll never regret it. I says, people will comment on that all the time. I says, that's just the thing that everybody loves to see when they go into someone's home is art, and real art, not fake shit. Right. So yeah, I was so tickled. She was tickled. Jason was really appreciative of being able to be involved in it. And, he's always saying, how's Mary doing? And so, no one ever expected this whole thing to do that. Like I would never have expected him to do that, but he's right on board.